Chapter 1. The Mutated Martial Soul, the Gate of the Underworld. What is happening? Long Fantion gazed at the unfamiliar dim room before him, then glanced at the unfamiliar reflection in the mirror. He had traversed worlds. This was the foremost thought that struck his mind. In this new realm, he had become a soul master, a side-branch disciple of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect. In his eagerness to impress the sect leader, the original Long Fantion had recklessly attempted to break through to Soul Sage, only to fail miserably. All of his soul rings shattered, and even his martial soul vanished entirely, leading his kin to cast him aside as a useless burden, banishing him to the back mountains. However, unbeknownst to everyone, Long Fantion's martial soul had not completely disappeared, it had merely mutated. It transformed from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus into the weapon Martial Soul, the Gate of the Underworld. Although he had fallen from a soul sage with 7 soul rings to a mere soul master with only 1, after a period of diligent study, Long Fantion discovered that this Gate of the Underworld could control higher-ranked soul masters beyond his level. The first soul skill, Touch of the Underworld, allowed him to exert mental control over a wide range of enemies, rendering them into puppets. The higher the enemy's rank, the stronger their immunity. Moreover, this Gate of the Underworld could devour soul power and soul rings, converting them into the host's strength. Yet, he had yet to test its effectiveness in battle. As a member of the esteemed Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, any rash action against unfamiliar soul masters would certainly attract attention, unless he transformed into a dark, independent soul master. What a convoluted predicament! But soon, an opportunity would present itself. On the evening of September 8th, after finishing his tasks, Long Fantion intended to retire for the night, when suddenly, a brilliant blaze erupted at the foot of the mountain. It appeared that a vast army was advancing under the cover of night. The cacophony of battle cries echoed even in this tranquil back mountain, piercing through the silence. Yu Jun, today marks the day of your Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect's annihilation. Roar! Crash! With a thunderous roar, a massive azure dragon, crackling with electricity, soared into the sky, spewing flames into the distance. This was not the martial soul of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect leader. This was bad. The sect was under attack. Though his current strength was feeble, as a member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect, Long Fantion could not stand idly by. He seized a rusted iron sword and charged down the mountain. However, upon witnessing the scene below, he could not help but retch. Limbs and severed bodies lay strewn about. The earth lay shattered, the sect's temple ablaze, and a small child sat on the ground, wailing. Among them was a young maiden valiantly resisting the combined assault of 3 cloaked assailants. Yuen Suner. This young girl, a soul emperor at merely 23, was a prodigy among prodigies. Their adversaries had dispatched 3 soul sages to eliminate her. Long Fantion, why have you returned? Run quickly, our sect. Foul girl, where are you looking? Earthbound bear, 4th soul skill. In that moment of distraction, one masked soul sage seized the opportunity and executed a brutal charge, knocking the genius girl to the ground. A torrent of dark, viscous blood erupted from her lips. Long Fantion hurried forward to support her. Yuen Suner, are you alright? Hold on, you cannot perish. As the clan's talented maiden, Yuen Suner was the dream of countless suitors. Yet this was not the time for romantic entanglements. It was a matter of life and death. At this moment, Yuen Suner lay pale and powerless in Long Fantion's embrace. Meanwhile, the 3 soul sages approached, laughing heartily. Ha! I thought the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect was filled with experts. Who would have imagined there was a mere wandering waste? In the presence of soul sages, even if Long Fantion wished to conceal his strength, he could not. Yet within him surged in inexplicable excitement. First soul skill, Touch of the Underworld. A dark, ethereal door materialized, framed in ancient redwood, exuding an aura of decay. Upon seeing Long Fantion's martial soul, the 3 cloaked soul sages were momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. Kid, are you the dimmest of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus? Do you think you can combat us 3 soul sages with a mere broken door? It was as if they had witnessed the most ludicrous spectacle. The 3 masked soul sages dismissed Long Fantion entirely. Yet they continued to laugh, an excessive display of mockery. Even as Long Fantion supported Yuen Suner against a nearby tree, the trio remained oblivious, caught in their unrestrained mirth. Fantion, has your martial soul mutated? What is happening? Yuen Suner gazed at Long Fantion in disbelief, as if encountering a ghost. Suner, can you still move? My martial soul could deceive the enemy, but not for long. To avoid misunderstandings, Long Fantion fabricated a lie. I can still move. Aren't you coming with me? I must stay here to hold them off. I have a way to escape. You take those children and leave. All right, be careful. While head up the back mountain, remember to catch up quickly. No problem. Once I draw these three away, they'll come find you. Stay safe on your way. After deceiving Sun to safety, Long Fan Tian strode confidently toward the trio of entranced soul sages. Above their heads, something seemed to shimmer faintly. It resembled invisible blue-silver grass vines, intertwining with their hair. Indeed, this was the first soul skill of the Gate of the Underworld, Touch of the Underworld. When they had laughed boisterously moments ago, their guard had been at its lowest, and they had fallen prey. It begins with you. Who told you to attack Sun? Seeing his martial soul had perfectly ensnared the enemy, it was time to strip them of their soul power and soul rings. Chapter 2. Devouring Soul Sage Power, the Mutation of Soul Rings. You little brat, since you seek death so eagerly, I shall grant your wish. Behold my martial soul true form. The soul sage, named by Long Fan Tian, at this moment, had no inkling that he was walking toward his own grave. The martial soul he summoned became as dull as his own self, shuffling step by step towards the gate of the underworld. Ziz. Crack, crack, whoosh. It felt akin to an electric shock. The instant this soul sage stepped through the gate of the underworld, every bone in his body contorted grotesquely. His face, already shrouded in black cloth, twisted in agony. Streams of soul power were relentlessly siphoned away, merging into the gate of the underworld, nourishing this mutated martial soul. Yet, the soul sage's mind remained ensnared by illusions, even amid excruciating torment. He continued to smile. Hey, until the very last moment, his martial soul, the brown bear, dissipated into wisps of energy that fused into the gate of the underworld. Thud, like a heap of mush, once stripped of all soul power and soul rings, the unfortunate soul sage collapsed amidst the rubble behind the door. In truth, he was no longer a soul sage, but merely a somewhat robust ordinary man. Tragically, even as he lay on the ground, convulsing, he retained a smile on his face. Bang! After absorbing the complete power of a soul sage, the gate of the underworld appeared to have grown larger. What once stood at over 2 meters now towered at least 3.5. Moreover, the transparent vines controlling the enemy's psyche seemed to have thickened considerably. A second soul ring, which should have vanished long ago, re-emerged unexpectedly. Additionally, it had mutated into a second soul skill, the underworld binding spell. Unlike the first skill, which targeted groups, this one appeared to be an individual-focused attack. It could utilize similar mental powers to immobilize the actions of the opponent. Previously, Long Fan's soul rings had been rather conventional, primarily cultivated to assist his Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul. After all, the phenomenon of mutated martial souls was something even the Spirit Hall only partially understood. Next, it's your turn. Long Fan Tian began the process anew with effortless ease. The seemingly stronger soul sage had already laughed to the point of cramping his mouth, yet he continued to walk like a puppet towards the gate of Hades. Approximately another quarter of an hour passed, and 3 headless corpses lay upon the ground. The gate of Hades does not claim lives, but the iron sword in Long Fan's hands certainly could. It is unlikely that the members of the Spirit Hall would inspect each corpse individually. They are not that idle, after all. Originally, Long Fan Tian had anticipated that absorbing the powers of the other 2 soul sages would cause his soul rings to mutate. As of now, however, he still possessed only 2 soul rings, and the height of the gate of Hades remained around 4 meters. It seems that the cultivation of this mutated martial soul is significantly more challenging than that of ordinary martial souls. Fortunately, Long Fan's soul power remained at the 9th rank, nearly reaching the innate capacity of full soul power, which was still adequate. It appears that to continue advancing, he must absorb the strength of more formidable opponents. After all, the enemy attacking the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect numbered no less than 8,000. As long as he avoided the concentrated battalions, he could target these isolated individuals. Moreover, even after absorbing the powers of those 3 soul sages, Long Fan Tian only possessed 2 soul rings. The elite members of the Spirit Hall, even if they passed by, might not even deign to glance at him. Chapter 3. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, I protect. Ride the horse, I want to ride the horse. This was the last utterance of a soul emperor from a Spirit Hall. Having just reached level 69, he was on the cusp of breaking through to level 70 as a soul sage. Unfortunately, a seemingly frail Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon youth became the terminus of his life. Though the losses of a mere dozen individuals paled in comparison to the attacking army, The discovery of this peak Soul Emperor's corpse finally attracted the attention of a Soul Douluo expert to this unusual phenomenon. Lord Tianlang. The situation appears rather strange. The expressions on these individuals' faces before death were quite peculiar. This came from a level 81 Soul Douluo. Achieving such a rank at the age of 40 is a rarity, even within the Spirit Hall. With a martial soul of the Celestial Wolf, this Soul Douluo possessed an exceptionally keen intuition. Upon comparing several of his subordinates' corpses, he discerned they had all met their end at the hands of the same individual. Did the previous intelligence mention that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect harbored such a powerful expert? Reporting, my lord, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul possesses formidable paralyzing effects, it doesn't appear to be of this nature. Witnessing the grim fates of his comrades, the masked individuals around him felt a chill of trepidation. They had initially believed that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon employed only the techniques of righteous sects, yet what lay before them was evidently amiss. Within the Spirit Hall, a titled known as the Ghost recognized that the marks on these corpses bore a striking resemblance to the handiwork of that esteemed individual. However, even if seeking to avenge personal grievances, the Ghost would not resort to such an ostentatious slaughter of his own kin. Ultimately, it appeared that a sinister assassin lurked within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Lord Tianlang, we have just captured a lad named Yu Tianheng. Why not use him as bait? This Yu Tianheng was no ordinary individual. He was the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Ha, splendid work. Bind him and add a few of the young women we just captured. In their quest to uncover the hidden mysterious figure, the members of the Spirit Hall resorted to their old tricks. They bound a large group of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragons, vulnerable and injured. Along with Yu Tianheng, this was a fishing expedition. Damn it. Let go of the young master. This came from a top-tier soul sage of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, battered and bruised. Didn't you just escape from my grasp, returning only to seek death? Tianlang, the Soul Douluo, would not let this opportunity slip by, launching a punch towards the freshly escaped prey. In an instant, the exhausted soul sage collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Take this fellow away and dispose of him. It seemed that this Tianlang Soul Douluo was quite astute. He would not leave until the true quarry made an appearance. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Something fell off. Typically, these subordinates were not so verbose. Now, they echoed like a broken record, yet no action was forthcoming. This was alarming. Whoosh! Sensing the anomaly, the Tianlang Soul Douluo leapt into the air. However, before his body could ascend more than 2 meters off the ground, an eerie voice resonated behind him. Second soul skill, Hades' binding spell. An unknown force seized him, as if every joint in his body had been frozen. Caught off guard, this Soul Douluo fell to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. In the next moment, he beheld an unbelievable sight. His loyal subordinates, as if possessed, walked step by step towards a grand door. And then you. Who are you? What is your connection to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect? I am Long Fantion from this moment forth. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect is under my protection. With an imposing stance before his adversary, Long Fantion unleashed his signature first soul skill. Hades' Touch. What a farce. This was the first Soul Douluo opponent Long Fantion had ever captured during his hunts. Whoosh. After sending this titled Douluo into the gate of Hades, Long Fantion felt the resurgence of a long-lost aura. His third soul ring had been restored. Simultaneously, his third soul skill awakened as well. Chapter 4. Third soul skill, Hades' Shura Field. What is this? I leveled up. I've finally leveled up. Witnessing the hard-earned third soul skill, Long Fantion was filled with emotion. The mutated martial soul, Hades' Gate, was indeed powerful, yet its ascension proved to be quite troublesome. Had it not been for acquiring the strength of this Soul Douluo, who knows how long it would have taken to advance. This is no trivial matter. By this logic, acquiring a 4-soul ring would require the sacrifice of a titled Douluo, wouldn't it? Had the Tianlang Soul Douluo not turned his back on him, it would have been far more challenging to catch him off guard. If a titled Douluo had arrived earlier, this secret would likely have been exposed. After disposing of the Tianlang Soul Douluo's corpse, Long Fantion approached Yu Tianheng with a complex expression. To speak candidly, Long Fantion truly harbored little desire to rescue this young nobleman. After all, there had been past grievances between them. However, given the nobleman's status as the heir of a prominent sect, Long Fantion found himself at a loss for words. Young master, are you all right? This place is not safe for prolonged stay. We must hasten our departure. Swiftly assisting in unbinding the ropes, Long Fantion urged them to leave post-haste. Were it an ordinary Soul King or even a Soul Saint who had been consecutively eliminated in significant numbers, the adversary might not have taken notice. Yet, should high-ranking Soul Saints, or even a Soul Douluo go missing, no one could ascertain how the other party might respond. Although these individuals were masked, the unfolding battle had fostered an unspoken understanding among all present. This marks the commencement of war initiated by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, with the objective of annihilating the upper three sects. Do you know where a safe zone can be found? You should hasten towards the rear mountain. Sooner has already led a group there ahead of us. Preserving one's life is of paramount importance. To be frank, after vanquishing an opponent's Soul Douluo, Long Fantion is currently feeling rather elated. Who would have thought it would be you to save us? I, Yu Tianheng, owe you my life. Such words are unnecessary. We are, after all, brothers of the same sect. We can reminisce about the past later. Ensuring your safety is what truly matters. Hearing the other party speak so courteously, Long Fantion suddenly felt the value of strength. However, considering the commotion that had just transpired here, it was unrealistic to expect not to attract attention. Indeed. Before they could take several steps, they found themselves encircled once more. A small group composed of dozens of experts above the Soul Emperor level was approaching, led by another Soul Douluo. It was astonishing that such formidable individuals, who could easily attain elder status in any sect, were treated like mere cabbages in the Spirit Hall. Summoned and dismissed at will. Aren't you Tianheng? I recall you being captured by that fellow, Tianlang. How did you manage to escape? The newly arrived Soul Master never anticipated that his comrades had already met their demise. He assumed they had merely escaped. Alas, it was the Golden Rock Douluo, a formidable opponent on the brink of achieving the title Douluo rank. Yu Tianheng, being the young master of a prestigious family, recognized him at a glance. Although the distinction between level 89 and 90 seems minimal, many individuals spend their entire lives unable to bridge that gap. For those of average talent, the Soul Master rank may represent the pinnacle of their cultivation journey. Ah, you possess quite the discerning eye. Now that you know my identity, why do you not surrender? The Golden Rock Douluo reveled in the fear displayed by the young individuals before him. After all, presenting this young man as a tribute would be a significant achievement. Perhaps even eliciting joy from Pope Bibi Dong, who might then elevate him to the title Douluo level. But could such a fortuitous opportunity truly present itself? Let us not forget that Long Fantion was stealthily trailing behind this group for their protection. Behold my third soul skill, the Yellow Spring Shura Field. A dark aura, seemingly emanating from the depths of the underworld, enveloped the ankles of everyone present, akin to shadowy hands reaching out. What is happening? Why is this an indiscriminate attack? Astonishingly, even Yu Tianheng and his companions found themselves ensnared. Chapter 5, Control-Type Soul Masters. Terrifying indeed. What is the meaning of this? Long Fantion, did you intend to annihilate everyone present? Not even Yu Tianheng could fathom this sudden turn of events. However, as the effects of the soul skill gradually unfolded, the misunderstanding was swiftly resolved. This was, in fact, a group control skill belonging to a control-type soul master. The effects on enemies were entirely opposite to those on allies. Much like the previous Yellow Springs Gate's ability to devour an opponent's soul power and soul rings, once ensnared, the enemies would find all their strength continuously transforming into energy, converging towards the Yellow Springs Gate. What is this? Why are our soul rings uncontrollable? What have you done? Before the eyes of the onlookers, the enemy's soul rings shattered spontaneously, transforming into pure energy that surged from their feet towards the Yellow Springs Gate. Once all the soul rings had disintegrated into energy, their martial souls would gradually compress into a form of energy as well. This technique resembles the formidable star absorption skill often depicted in martial arts novels, rendering one utterly defenseless. However, for those entangled companions, their soul rings and soul power not only remain unweakened but are, in fact, nourished by a reciprocal flow of energy. Yes, you read that correctly. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of the underworld's Shura field, where the power of adversaries is siphoned and simultaneously bestowed upon one's host and companions. Young Master Tianheng, our wounds have healed. This is the astonished exclamation of Yu Tianheng's personal guardian. Young Master, do not panic. I am utilizing a comprehensive control soul technique. I implore you to assist me in suppressing that Soul Douluo. The Golden Pink Soul Douluo has reached the formidable level of 89, making him the most powerful among all Soul Douluos. The surrounding Soul Saints, including the following Soul Masters, are utterly incapable of resisting the might of the Huangquanajura field. However, this exceptional Soul Douluo can utilize his 8th spirit ring to ensure that his energy remains intact. If this stalemate continues, the Golden Pink Soul Douluo could very well escape at any moment. Therefore, it is imperative to launch an assault on this individual. As long as he is distracted even slightly, Long Fantion can seize control of the battlefield. Understood. Leave it to me. Everyone. Unleash your martial souls and maximize your soul power. Roar. Awu. With Yu Tianheng's command, the arena was suddenly filled with dozens of blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, varying in size. Though these creatures pale in comparison to the true blue lightning Tyrannosaurus utilized by a titled Douluo, they still pose a considerable threat to the immobile Golden Pink Soul Douluo. You insignificant insects. If I could move, I would crush each of you to dust. As he watched the numerous blue lightning dragons charge toward him, the Golden Pink Soul Douluo felt utterly despondent. Just as he diverted his power to defend himself, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming attraction emanating from the dark energy beneath his feet, instantly draining approximately 10% of his soul power. This is not over yet. Soon. The voice of another skill echoed in the ears of the Golden Rock Douluo. The first soul skill, Touch of the Underworld. What on earth? Have you forgotten that your true opponent is Long Fantion? Although the attacks from Yu Tianheng and the others appeared fierce, they were utterly incapable of breaching the defenses of the Douluo before them. Initially, the Golden Rock Douluo was entirely focused on the enemies before him and the troublesome mire beneath his feet. How could he possibly notice the sudden emergence of those invisible tendrils in the air? In the next moment, the old fellow's eyes glazed over, and he entered a state of stupor. You pitiful ants. You pitiful ants. Ants splendid. Yet another top-tier Douluo has been ensnared. Reciting incantations, he walked toward the door of the underworld with a dazed expression. Success. From this moment forth, the Spirit Hall shall lose yet another top-tier Douluo, named Golden Rock. Chapter 6. The Doubts of the Chrysanthemum Douluo. A Douluo at the pinnacle of power is not to be compared with mere commoners. Even when consciousness is ensnared, they can still instinctively resist. The Golden Rock martial spirit surged within the door of the underworld, thrashing about, seemingly attempting to break free from this terrifying cage. Alas, entry was easy, but exit was arduous. Those black threads, like ancient, withered vines, grew denser and tighter. Ultimately, the Golden Rock vanished within the door of the underworld. At that moment, Long Fantion felt a numbness in his limbs and collapsed to the ground. Although he had absorbed the power of this top-tier Douluo, his mental energy had been significantly depleted. The immediate course of action was to find a secure place to rest. He could not afford to continue overexerting himself. Brother, how are you? Seeing Long Fantion's somewhat lethargic demeanor, Yu Tianheng hurriedly approached with several companions to support him. It was vital to remember that the opponent was a top-tier Douluo, capable of nearly contending with the three elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. However, it was surprising that this esteemed soul master, standing among the continent's elite, could be subdued by this obscure, mutated martial spirit. Without time to ponder further, Yu Tianheng felt an intense urge to ally with Long Fantion. It's nothing. I'm just a bit fatigued. I need to find a place to rest. All right, two of you. Lift him up. As you command, young master. The esteemed Yu Tianheng certainly commands a significant presence. Yet one must ponder why it is two young maidens who have come forth to assist Long Fantion. Is this a deliberate arrangement by the young master, or merely a fortuitous coincidence? This is precisely the brilliance of Yu Tianheng. As long as he can win over this young man before him, he would even go so far as to offer up his sister. I extend my gratitude to the two young ladies. Although not a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Long Fantion had, after all, reached the Soul Saint level previously, and is still able to recognize the identities of these two elegant young women. This is indeed the personal maid of Yu Tianheng, who is now 16 years of age. Once they both reach the age of 18, it is expected that this truly is a magnificent gift. However, at this moment, Long Fantion finds himself unworthy of such fortune, for the genuine threat posed by the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus remains unresolved. Those titled Douluos who arrived from the Spirit Hall have yet to make an appearance. Nevertheless, the consecutive disappearance of two soul Douluos has indeed caught the attention of certain high-ranking officials within the Spirit Hall, such as that effeminate figure known as Jihuaguan. Old Ghost, have you discerned anything amiss? It seems that Tianlang and Jinping may be in jeopardy. The Douluo of the Chrysanthemum may not remember the names of the soul saints beneath him, yet he is quite familiar with the soul Douluo directly under his command. After all, these soul Douluo constitute the true backbone of the Spirit Hall, many of whom have the potential to ascend to the title of Title Douluo. However, just moments ago, the youngest soul Douluo, the Celestial Wolf, vanished. Now, the golden rock also remains unresponsive. What could be the matter? Is not the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and their elders all present here? It is evident that even the indifferent ghost Douluo has sensed something amiss. Even if they were ambushed, those two wouldn't be incapable of sending a distress signal, would they? Could there be hidden masters within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? Or has another sect come to their aid? Was there a miscalculation in the intelligence from the Spirit Hall? All these questions were vividly reflected on the face of the chrysanthemum. Among all the titled Douluo, he is the most suspicious. Old ghost, I will investigate the situation. If there are indeed hidden masters, I will deal with them. No problem, chrysanthemum. Just be cautious not to stumble in the gutter here. Humph. The mere Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is not capable of stirring any waves. Their demise shall occur today. As the Spirit Hall launched a fierce assault on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, the surviving members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School arrived in the Heavendo Empire. Meanwhile, the wandering masters of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, including Master and Lu Erlong, immediately sensed that something was amiss. Although they were well aware of the risks of returning, they nevertheless rushed back to their sect without a second thought. But would they make it in time? Chapter 7. The anxiously impatient Master and Lu Erlong Xiaogang. Do you think the sect received the warning from the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Lu Erlong's intuition told her that the next unfortunate target would undoubtedly be the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Erlong, do not worry. I have already informed the Heavendo Empire. Now I will return with you. Although he possessed only 2 soul rings, nothing could deter Yu Xiaojiang's urgent desire to return. After hearing this grim news, Frank wore a worried expression. Xiaogang, Erlong, listen to me. If this matter is indeed orchestrated by the Spirit Hall, returning would be akin to walking into a tiger's den. As an observer, Frank had a clear understanding of the entire situation. Frank, thank you for your concern. But this is a matter for our sect. Let us settle it ourselves. In truth, as part of the Golden Iron Triangle, Frank had the means to restore Yu Xiaojiang's combat ability in a short time. However, it would require the simultaneous effort of both him and Lu Erlong to be effective. Yet, this was a sect dispute, and as the principal of Shrek Academy, Frank could not afford to get involved. Frank, I appreciate your goodwill. If this time I and Xiaogang do not return, please take good care of Tang San and Xiao Wu. It seems Lu Erlong had resolved herself to a fate of certain death. The Spirit Hall's actions had already spread across the continent, and out of fear of this colossal monster, no one dared to provoke them. Thus, apart from the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, they had likely lost any external support. I understand. You both take care. And I will also seek an audience with the Emperor of the Heavendo Empire to request military assistance. It appeared that Frank could do little more than this. But who could withstand the pressure of the Spirit Hall? Shifting our gaze, let us return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. With the departure of the chrysanthemum, the pressure on the sect leader and the elders was alleviated by half. Yet, even in this respite, they remained encircled by the members of the Spirit Hall. What do you Spirit Hall members intend to do? Roared Yu Yunjin, the sect leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the only one among them to have attained the title Douluo rank. Oh dear, Yu Yunjin. Your actions are rather unamusing, aren't they? We all understand certain matters, so why ask unnecessarily? Like a ghost appearing and vanishing. No one knew where the ghost Douluo had emerged from. You Spirit Hall and we of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon have kept to our own. So why press us so harshly? And you dare to question me? How many times has our esteemed Pope Bibi Dong extended invitations to your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? Only for you to ignore them? Today is your retribution. Despicable. You aim to swallow us whole, and yet you preach righteousness. The Spirit Hall had long harbored ambitions to make the top 3 sects their subordinates. However, the Haotian sect had retreated into the depths of the mountains, while the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had allied with the royal family of the Heavendo Empire. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, known for its stubborn demeanor, had repeatedly repelled the Spirit Hall's envoys. Therefore, the current confrontation was an inevitable outcome. I hear your son Yu Tianhing has been discovered outside. Soon you shall be reunited. Observing the struggling experts before him, the ghost Douluo revealed a sinister smile. What do you intend to do? This is a grudge of our previous generation. Why involve the children? Ha ha ha, Yu Yunjin, you truly are muddled. Do you not know to eradicate the root of the problem? Tell me, do you wish to see your son horizontally or vertically when he comes to meet you? Clearly, the ghost Douluo had no inkling that at this moment. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon harbored a super genius. He assumed that the chrysanthemum Douluo would easily secure victory, capturing both Yu Tianhing and Yu Yunjin in the process. According to the Pope Bibi Dong's own words, this family could perish or survive as she pleased. In any case, The Spirit Hall intended to reshuffle the powers across the entire Douluo continent. The top 3 sects would soon become mere tales of laughter. I will fight you. If you have the ability, come at me all at once. Sensing the lack of any room for negotiation from the opposing side, Yu Yuanjin realized that he had no choice but to fight desperately today. With the aid of several elders from the sect, the core members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon resolved to stop holding back. They began summoning their guardian divine beast, the Ancient Dragon. Chapter 8. The Terror of Tidal Douluo. At last, it has appeared. I have long heard that your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon possesses a guardian divine beast. It must be this one. Gazing at the massive dragon-shaped creature before him, the old ghost's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. No wonder the Spirit Hall had dispatched nearly 10,000 soul masters. They aimed to confront this fearsome guardian. Once the guardian of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon manifested, all those possessing the bloodline of this family felt its presence. Even Yu Tianheng, who was fleeing, and Long Fantian sensed it. What is this? All present were astonished by the sight of the colossal heavenly dragon. Little did they expect that the father had summoned the guardian beast. It seemed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had truly reached a critical moment of life and death. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Yu Tianheng felt a surge of trepidation. The peripheral disciples nearby may have been oblivious to the unfolding events, yet as the heir to the position of the sect leader, this young man was acutely aware of the reasons behind such a predicament. This battle determines the very fate of the entire sect, and the current circumstances appear rather grim. The true terror of the Spirit Hall has yet to reveal itself, for they do not come with merely one title Douluo. As the saying goes, what one fears most often comes to pass. Just as Yu Tianheng was lost in his thoughts, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens above. The immense pressure emanating from this presence forced all those present to kneel, unable to rise. A title Douluo, this is undoubtedly the most formidable title Douluo. Oh dear. Is that not the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? What brings you here? Have you seen my 2 subordinates? It is evident that this chrysanthemum Douluo is aware of the demise of his 2 spirit Douluo subordinates. You are from the Spirit Hall of the Chrysanthemum Pass. Witnessing this scene, Yu Tianheng felt a deep sense of dread enveloping him. If an ordinary title Douluo had arrived, perhaps with the aid of the aberrant martial soul of Long Fanyan beside him, there might have been a chance to fight back. But now, the situation is dire. This is no trivial matter. We are speaking of a title Douluo of elder rank from the Spirit Hall. It is said that apart from Tang, however, no one has managed to escape from this individual's grasp. What shall we do? The youth indeed possesses considerable insight. Can you now speak the truth to me? I am genuinely curious about how you little ones managed to defeat those 2. This is undoubtedly something that the Chrysanthemum Pass could never have anticipated, as the power of Contra far surpasses that of everyone present. On the surface, it may appear to be a mere difference of 10 levels, but in reality, it represents a disparity in strength that is several-fold. Are you not simply bullying the weak? As a title Douluo of the Spirit Hall, must you resort to such ruthless measures against us? This is a personal guard of Yu Tianheng, whose prowess has ascended to the mid-level of Soul Sage. Perhaps the pent-up frustration within him had lingered for far too long, as he audaciously directed a roar towards the sky at the title Douluo. However, the alluring Ju Douluo paid no heed to this Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Sage. Mere insects. After a disdainful snort, a dozen golden metallic petals inexplicably materialized around him. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, this master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was swiftly vanquished. The speed was so astonishing that no one could discern what had transpired. Meanwhile, Long Fantian, who witnessed the entire event, silently marveled. So this is the power of a title Douluo. Those so-called soul Douluo from earlier were utterly incomparable. It is likely that only the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect could withstand this title Douluo in direct confrontation. However, what if it were an ambush? First soul skill, Touch of the Underworld. A rather unexpected sound resonated from approximately 7 o'clock behind the Douluo, emerging from a visual blind spot. Nevertheless, even when ambushed, this title Douluo of the Spirit Hall remained unfazed. Instead, he squinted at the peculiar door before him. A mutated martial spirit? It seems my 2 subordinates have met their demise, and you share in that fate. Chapter 9. The Fierce Battle with the Chrysanthemum Douluo Senior. You flatter me. To be cautious. As the Chrysanthemum Douluo regarded Long Fantian with a curious gaze, the transparent vines of the Touch of the Underworld had already reached the side of the title Douluo. Did you not notice? It's done. Is it truly that simple? You underestimate the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Just as the Touch of the Underworld was about to make contact with the body of the Chrysanthemum Douluo, dozens of flying daggers suddenly materialized around him, instantly severing the concealed tendrils into countless fragments. Impressive, young one. Such an offensive capability, now I comprehend how those two were eliminated. It turned out that the Chrysanthemum Douluo had already discerned the opponent's strategy, but chose to reveal his awareness only at the last moment. This fellow is indeed a master of psychological warfare. Senior, you flatter me, but I must truly admire the strength of your mindset. Before me stands the smiling figure of the Golden Douluo, and Long Fantion bears an expression of utmost vigilance. The flying dagger, appearing from nowhere, moves with astonishing swiftness. Are you truly a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? Has your martial soul undergone some sort of mutation? Senior, how did you come to know this? In an effort to further disarm his opponent, Long Fantion feigned a look of surprise. Hiki, it seems that your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul is indeed rather peculiar. First, there was Yu Xiaojiang, and now another with a mutation. The individuals from the Spirit Hall have long since taken notice of the legendary figure known as the Master. This Master's martial spirit has transformed from the formidable Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon into the feeble spirit of the Three Cannons. Meanwhile, Long Fanyan seems to have evolved into an even more astonishing armament spirit. Any titled Douluo witnessing such peculiar phenomena would undoubtedly feel a sense of curiosity. After all, at their level, the powers they can access far surpass the ordinary. Perhaps unraveling the secrets behind this transformation could elevate the strength of the Chrysanthemum Douluo to a new realm. The specifics elude me, and it is regrettable that today we find ourselves as adversaries. Otherwise, I would be quite eager to engage in some research with you. How difficult could it be? Simply vanquish your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and capture you for further study at my leisure. This appears to be good news. At least Long Fantion is no longer in peril. I appreciate your kindness, Senior, but I still wish to experience your remarkable skills. I kindly ask for your guidance. You insolent brat, truly unaware of your own limitations. Do you not recognize the vast chasm that exists between us? The Chrysanthemum Douluo seems to be perplexed by Long Fantion's actions. Logically, this individual has already shown a willingness to grant the other a chance at life. Why then does this young man remain so obstinately unyielding? Were it someone else in his position, they would likely have fallen to their knees in profound gratitude. After all, to escape with one's life from the clutches of a titled Douluo is a remarkable fortune, is it not? But who am I? If not a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect? Following this declaration, Long Fantion unleashed his third soul skill. I beseech your guidance, esteemed elder. Behold, my third soul skill, the Yellow Springs Azura Field. Is it arrogance or a blatant disregard for others that prompts such behavior from you, Chrysanthemum Douluo? The latter's response was immediate, his brow furrowing in intrigue. With a disdainful snort, he gestured towards the ground with a flick of his hand. How amusing. Let my peculiar flower entertain you for a while. This Chrysanthemum Pass appears to have seen through the ruse of its opponent, who is masquerading as a harmless entity, and immediately unleashed its fourth soul skill. This is indeed a fourth soul skill of a titled Douluo, being utilized against a young man who has just acquired his third soul ring. I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed elder. Allow me to experience the prowess of your spirit hall. It appears to be a golden chrysanthemum, from whose petals emerge a multitude of sharp, golden flying daggers. Although it is a fourth soul skill, it is evident that this chrysanthemum has shown restraint. Nevertheless, over 300 of these chrysanthemum daggers descend upon the ground like a torrential downpour. Chapter 10. Forcefully breaking through with the power of a titled Douluo. Be careful, Fanten. Witnessing this terrifying scene, even Yu Tianheng could not help but exclaim in alarm. This is indeed the fourth soul skill of the titled Douluo, not something that can be easily countered. Initially, it was assumed that the moves of the titled Douluo could effortlessly defeat Long Fantion. However, an unexpected scene unfolded when the black threads emerging from the gate of Hades entwined with the flying daggers of the Chrysanthemum Douluo. ZZZZ. The previously solidified chrysanthemum petals. Upon contact with these threads, astonishingly devolved into individual energy particles. It appeared that the moment they made contact, the energy of one was directly neutralized by the other and visibly merged into the black strands with remarkable speed. Just as with the absorption of the powers of soul saints and soul Douluos before, all this energy was destined to converge within the gate of Hades. Witnessing this scene, not only were all present left in utter astonishment, but even the Chrysanthemum Douluo stood frozen in place. What technique are you employing? What is the composition of your mutated martial soul? The Chrysanthemum Douluo, a seasoned veteran, had never encountered such a wondrous martial soul. Even within the records of the Spirit Hall, should this young man cultivate to the level of a titled Douluo, His strength could very well rival that of the Pope Bibi Dong. If such an individual were to be absorbed into the Spirit Hall, their power would undoubtedly soar to new heights. It seems that the strategy against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon must now undergo a significant alteration. The Chrysanthemum Pass has developed a keen interest in talent, for this young man before me is indeed a novice brimming with potential. Haha, I am grateful for your esteemed energy. I never anticipated that a mere strike from a title Douluo could yield a purity of power far surpassing that of the previous top-ranking Soul Douluo. Have you not considered returning with me to the Spirit Hall? The resources we can offer you far exceed those of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Although I understand that coercion and allure are futile with this young man, it seems the Chrysanthemum Pass remains undeterred. What if this boy with a mutated martial spirit were to be harmed? That would indeed be a grievous waste. While the Spirit Hall boasts many remarkable youths, none possess a martial spirit quite like his. If Long Fontaine's potential were fully realized, he could very well be the next successor to the Pope. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I must reiterate my stance. Do not blame me, though prodigies like you are rare. I cannot allow the Spirit Hall to gain another potential adversary. Having made this decision, the Chrysanthemum Pass finally began to take matters seriously. Behold my sixth soul skill. Golden Petals Flowing Dawn. This Chrysanthemum Pass is truly capricious, directly unleashing his sixth soul skill. In the past, the Haotian Douluo exerted tremendous effort to escape this very move. After years of refinement, I believe this individual's sixth soul skill is now even more terrifying. Is this a direct attempt to reduce Long Fontaigne to ashes? However, at this moment, Long Fontaigne reveals a hint of smugness at the corner of his mouth. He then forms a completely new gesture with his hands, and the fourth soul ring gradually rises from his body. A breakthrough. Unexpectedly. This lad has managed to achieve a self-energy breakthrough by absorbing the power of the title Douluo before him. Behold my fourth soul skill, the Yellow Spring Flower. Similar to the Chrysanthemum Douluo, this yellow spring flower appears to transform energy into petals for attack. However, its coverage seems to be significantly broader, akin to a full-screen assault. Oh, you little rascal, you seem to have picked up martial arts quite swiftly. Are you trying to imitate my chrysanthemum flying daggers? Chapter 11. Golden Petals Flowing in the Sunset versus Yellow Spring Flower. Haha, this is my newly awakened fourth soul skill, and I am not yet very adept in its application. I hope the esteemed elder can offer me guidance. In truth, Long Fontaigne himself likely possesses little understanding of the Yellow Spring Flower, having just learned it. You brat, do not overestimate your capabilities. To perish under my sixth soul skill would indeed be an honor for you. It appears that this Chrysanthemum Douluo has hardly regarded the swarming petals before him with any seriousness. Among all plant-based martial spirits, no one has yet demonstrated a skill as formidable as that of the Chrysanthemum Douluo. Rustle, rustle. Unlike the exceptionally sharp chrysanthemum flying daggers, the yellow spring flower seems to lack any proactive aggression, merely dancing with the wind. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that every angle of attack from the golden petals flowing in the sunset has been completely sealed off by these petals. Furthermore, each of the opponent's flying daggers is ensnared by more than 5 times their number in yellow spring petals. This is a purely microscopic perspective, one that cannot be perceived without exceptional insight. Your new tactic is rather peculiar, though this mention of the chrysanthemum may seem understated. My heart is already a tumultuous sea. Before me stands this young man, a soul master with merely 4 soul rings, who dares to confront me, a title Douluo, head-on. Moreover, it appears that those petals from the flower of the underworld can completely obstruct my golden stamen's radiant flow. Should such matters be divulged, even Pope Bibi Dong might find himself unsettled. Haha, my esteemed predecessor, are you showing mercy? Observing the current situation, even Long Fontaigne himself appears somewhat perplexed. It seems as though his ethereal flower dances like Tai Chi, retreating as the enemy advances and advancing as the enemy retreats. Remarkably, it has directly fused with the myriad of flying chrysanthemum petals in the sky. This is not all, as the degree of adhesion intensifies. The opponent's essence begins to disintegrate once more. Indeed, just as those ebony threads had ensnared the martial soul previously, the flying daggers of the essence once again dissolve into energy. How could this happen? The unfolding events transcend the comprehension of the essence. This title Douluo gazes at the shifting tides of battle with an incredulous expression. A peculiar sound resonated, followed by the complete disintegration of the myriad flying daggers resembling chrysanthemums. They transformed into streams of golden energy, converging into the gate of the Yellow Springs. How utterly unjust. Victory is ours, Brother Long. We have triumphed. Witnessing this dramatic spectacle, All the young members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect erupted in cheers. A mere soul sect managed to subdue a title Douluo, and not just any title Douluo, but an elder of the Spirit Hall. Is this not a dream? Even Yu Tianheng has unconsciously begun to address Long Fanin as brother. This represents a profound surrender from the depths of one's being, a sentiment that defies verbal expression. Yet, at this moment, how utterly humiliated the formidable Jiu Douluo must feel. You insolent brat, do not revel in your triumph too much. I had initially intended to show you mercy, but now you are courting your own demise. Perhaps in a bid to preserve his dignity, Jiu Douluo unleashed all of his soul rings at once. He's indeed a superlative master, wielding the power of 9 soul rings simultaneously throughout his life. He remained unaware of the countless high-ranking soul beasts he had hunted and the numerous adversaries he had vanquished along the way. It is indeed a formidable challenge for anyone to have reached this point. How could he possibly falter at such a critical juncture? No. Today he must ensure that this brat is utterly annihilated. Yet, in the midst of Jiu Douluo's mounting frustration, he failed to notice that his body was already adorned with petals of the other shore flower. Swish, swish. Another peculiar sound echoed, those seemingly innocuous petals, upon contact with Jiu Douluo's metallic armor, emitted a sharp, piercing noise, akin to that of a sharp object scraping against the surface of his armor. The seemingly delicate petals of the flower appeared to yearn to penetrate the armor of its counterpart. Chapter 12. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex's Fierce Battle with the Spirit Hall. What is this? Through the spiritual connection between himself and his martial soul, Long Fantion widened his eyes in astonishment. This is an outcome even he could not have anticipated. It seems that this flower of the other shore not only possesses the ability to dissolve the energy of martial souls, but can also inflict harm upon the opponent's body. What a clever boy, truly a masterful tactic. It appears that today, you shall not escape the true form of the martial soul. My heavens, what on earth is happening? To compel Zhu Huaguan to unleash his martial soul's true form is an extraordinary circumstance, one that can only be invoked in dire situations. The power radiating from Jiu Douluo's martial soul's true form immediately captivated the attention of Gui Meidolo. As a longtime battle companion, the old ghost was utterly perplexed by Zhu Huaguan's sudden shift. What is going on? Why has old Zhu Hua unleashed his martial soul's true form? Is he attempting to flaunt something? Initially, Gui Mei was leading a few newly appointed title Douluo to confront Yu Yuanjin. However, the unexpected turn of events concerning Jiu Douluo caught this old fellow off guard. You all encircle them first. I shall investigate what has transpired with old Zhu Hua. As close comrades, Gui Meidolo certainly did not wish for Zhu Huaguan to be in danger. Even at this critical juncture of vanquishing the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, this individual decisively ordered a change in tactics. Meanwhile, the elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, sensing a sudden decrease in pressure around them, exchanged bewildered glances. What is happening? How have those two most formidable title Douluo vanished? No, it seems that Jiu Douluo has encountered a formidable opponent. Could it be that help has arrived for us? Indeed, this is the first time I have witnessed the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall so visibly anxious. Something must have transpired, regardless of the circumstances. The absence of 2 elders from the Spirit Hall means that the prominent figures of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon shall not be so easily vanquished. Moreover, the notion of an imagined ally has instilled them with considerable confidence. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect has suffered devastating losses this time, as long as these core figures remain unharmed, there is still a chance for recovery. Lord Sacred Dragon, this time, we are counting on your full might. We shall exact a blood debt from these Spirit Hall ruffians. As the saying goes, opportunities must not be missed, for they do not come again. Although unsure if this is the adversary's scheme, Yu Yuanjin felt it was the opportune moment for a counterattack. Thus, under the guidance of the Sacred Dragon, this title Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon forcibly elevated his 9th spirit ring. It is well known that most title Douluo are limited to 9 spirit rings. To acquire more than 10 spirit rings, one must hunt soul beasts over 100,000 years old. However, with the assistance of the Sacred Dragon, Yu Yuanjin could forcibly elevate his 9th spirit ring to an astonishing 99,999 years. This is akin to an infinite approach to the power of a 100,000-year soul ring. Even with the presence of 6 titled Douluos at level 90 surrounding us, they remain utterly incapable of withstanding such terrifying strength. On the surface, it may appear to be merely a matter of a few levels. Yet the chasm of power between them is beyond your imagination. Alas, since the departure of the two elders, we can no longer restrain this blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Dreadful. We must hold nothing back now. Should our endeavor today fail, we shall face the Pope's retribution. Very well, let us unite and annihilate this blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Boom. Roar. Once again, a surge of energy ascends into the heavens. The once colossal dragon now transforms into a golden beam of energy, soaring skyward. Before this radiant beam of energy, the tidal Douluo from the Spirit Hall found themselves utterly powerless to resist. In an instant, they were enveloped by a brilliant golden light. Excellent. Let us swiftly channel our strength to aid our leader in vanquishing the foe. Boom. Come forth, Spirit Hall. Let us engage in a battle to the death. This is a perilous strategy, and the elders of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus are fully committed. The outcome between masters is certainly not determined through prolonged battles. It is likely that a single blink could seal their fate. The overwhelming force unleashed this time caused all the core members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex to collapse to the ground. However, the 6 titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall were left with naught but remnants. Even the ghost Douluo, upon sensing something amiss and wishing to retreat, found it was far too late. In Chapter 13, the dilemma of the ghost Douluo unfolds. How? That sensation was akin to the presence of that detestable old dragon head. The golden light that flickered through the sky not only brought the airborne ghost Douluo to a halt, but also left the chrysanthemum Douluo ensnared by the other shore flower. Utterly astonished, it was a force that approached the divine, albeit fleeting. Its explosive power was remarkably formidable. What filled the chrysanthemum Douluo with dread was the sudden absence of the auras of 6 companions, 6 titled Douluos. This time, the Spirit Hall dispatched a total of 8 titled Douluos, intent on annihilating the Blue Lightning Overlord clan. However, the outcome appears to be rather disappointing. Senior, what are you observing? Second soul skill, Hades Binding Curse. At that very moment when the chrysanthemum Douluo was momentarily distracted, the voice of Long Fantion resonated in his ears. Although he was unaware of the reason for his opponent's lapse in focus, Long Fantion seized this rare opportunity. What? You initially. The Hades Binding Curse could only immobilize the target for a mere 3 seconds. Yet, Long Fantion's power had significantly escalated since then. Entrapping his adversary for 10 seconds was well within his capabilities. Hades Shura Field, Hades Ghost Flower, Unleash. Very well. Despite having nearly exhausted all his strength, he realized that if he did not exert himself now, he might never have another chance. Thus, Long Fantion resolved to combine his 3rd and 4th soul skills. At the same time, his soul power was nearing depletion. If this strike failed to defeat the title Douluo, then what lay ahead? You dare, the soul power of the chrysanthemum Douluo surged towards Long Fantion's Hades Gate, beginning to siphon energy back into his own body. Such a battle seems rather underhanded. Just moments ago, Long Fan was on the brink of exhaustion, yet in an instant, he has replenished half of his soul power. Just as victory appeared imminent, a shadowy luminescence rapidly approached. Whoosh! All the black threads ensnaring Ju Douluo snapped. The petals of the underworld flower were scattered by a fierce gust of wind. It is that ghostly Douluo, known as Gue Mei. He has finally made his appearance at this crucial moment. Old ghost, how fortunate it is to have you here. This young fellow's power is truly enigmatic. Old Ju, I never anticipated that you would be so thoroughly bested by a junior. Is he truly the trump card of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? Observing the disheveled state of his comrade, the ghost Douluo hesitated to act. Though he too possesses a dark attribute martial soul, it seems insufficient against the aura of the Gate of the Underworld. I cannot comprehend the situation entirely. But previous intelligence did not seem to mention this lad. You overlooked it. This individual should be referred to as Long Fantion, whose profile indicated he was originally a soul sage, now rendered a mere shell due to a failed ascension. It appears the ghost Douluo remains remarkably composed. He actually knows Long Fantion's name. However, their dialogue reveals that there must certainly be a traitor within the ranks of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall could not have so accurately timed their assault. Had it not been for the variable of Long Fantion, this place would likely have been reduced to ruins by now. So, it is indeed a senior ghost Douluo from the Spirit Hall. I never imagined I would have the fortune to engage with 2 peak veterans today. What an honor. Although his soul power has only recovered halfway, Zhu Guanyin is now hardly a threat. Furthermore, the recent battle with this titled Douluo has instilled Long Fantion with considerable confidence in his abilities. Conversely, the ghost Douluo appears somewhat apprehensive. Though it may seem undignified to show weakness before a junior, does the lesson from Zhu Guanyin not speak volumes? Nevertheless, the current predicament is not what troubles the ghost Douluo the most. What truly leaves him in a quandary is the intelligence relayed by his scouts. The Tiandou Empire seems to have dispatched troops to aid the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. This is the crux of the matter. Although the Spirit Hall does not fear the two great empires, tearing apart the facade today would significantly impact their subsequent plans. It is time to cut their losses. Yet, the two titled Douluos seem unable to swallow their pride. At this moment, a small boat swiftly approaches the moat outside the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Chapter 14. The Fury of Lu Erlong Xiao Gang. This is indeed. Prior to the imminent arrival of the Tiandou Empire's army, Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang had arrived at the periphery of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. At this very moment, their eyes beheld a sea of flames, along with corpses bobbing on the water's surface. Even on a nearby rock stood a clan member. Axe in hand, his expression one of unyielding despair. Who is that? Identify yourself at once. The Soul Masters and Soul Emperors guarding the shore quickly noticed the small boat. Those from the Spirit Hall perish. That was a furious roar from Lu Erlong, akin to a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon soaring into the sky. As an 81st level assault-type Soul Master, she is among the most formidable adversaries in this realm. The disparity in strength between the two sides is immeasurable. Those unfortunate souls hadn't even released their spirits before being reduced to cinders. Erlong, you must remain calm. It seems the Spirit Hall has come prepared, perhaps even with titled Douluo-level experts. Though he felt immense sorrow, the master maintained his composure. While Lu Erlong's earlier actions were understandable, they had undoubtedly attracted considerable attention. Xiao Gang, do not concern yourself. Today, I shall confront them head-on. Despite her usual demeanor as a stunning beauty, when enraged, Lu Erlong transforms into a fierce dragon. Yet, apart from the unfortunate minions from the Spirit Hall, it appeared that no further enemies were approaching. Moreover, in the distance, there seemed to be flames signaling the unique communication of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. What is happening? Could there be survivors within the sect? Though they were acutely aware of the potential traps, the anxious Lu Erlong and the master disregarded their caution and surged toward that direction, sensing Lu Erlong's terrifying aura. The indecisive elder in midair immediately issued a retreat command. We cannot wait for the main force of the Tiandou Empire to arrive. Retreat. Before departing, he cast a fierce glare at the figure of Long Fantian on the ground. This lad is destined to grow rapidly in the future, transforming into the most formidable adversary of their Spirit Hall. I never anticipated that this battle would incur such devastating losses. Particularly, the 6 novices who had just attained the title Douluo rank have perished. However, for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect survivors who stood dazed on the ground, today is undeniably a miraculous day. After a moment of stupor, they collectively lifted Long Fantian and tossed him into the air, only to catch him once again. This is a reward for the victors and a jubilant celebration for narrowly escaping calamity. Before we indulge in festivities, we must swiftly signal for assistance and contact the surviving members. Perhaps feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yu Tianheng interjected. After all, he is the future master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and everyone quickly regained their composure. Whoosh! Another blue flame soared into the sky, soon followed by the sound of footsteps approaching. Cousin, it is such a relief to see you unharmed. Oh, Brother Fantian is also here. The first to arrive was, of course, Yu Sun'er, who, having retreated in time, emerged nearly unscathed. Along the way, she had encountered other clansmen, and together they had repelled several waves of attacks. However, had it not been for that ghost Douluo's order to retreat, Yu Sun'er might not have held out much longer. Indeed, our survival today is largely owed to Long Fantian's mutated martial soul. Have you seen the Sect Master? Once calm, the young Master Yu Tianheng resumed his role. Tianheng, are you all right? What transpired? We returned late. Upon seeing the Signal Master and Lu Erlong, they quickly sought them out. Greetings, Aunt. Uncle. The entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan was aware that Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang had finally united, making it perfectly acceptable to address him as uncle. Well done, lad. To have survived the onslaught of the Spirit Hall, the future of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan is assured. Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong, new arrivals, remained oblivious to who the true savior was, mistakenly believing it was all Yu Tianheng's doing. Chapter 15. Marrying a beautiful wife and becoming the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Xiaojiang, Erlong, is it truly you returning? The last to arrive were Yu Yuanzhang. the clan leader, and several elders. Father, grandfather. Upon seeing the venerable figure approach, Long Fantian and the others knelt in reverence. Yu Xiaojiang and Yu Tianheng. The two direct descendants supported the elder from either side. Father, it is my fault. I should have returned sooner. Seeing Yu Yuanzhang, covered in wounds, brought tears to the master's eyes. Yet, their reunion, alive and well, was undoubtedly the greatest blessing from the heavens. Brother Fantian, witnessing this heartwarming scene, Yu sooner instinctively moved closer to Long Fantian. Prior to today's events, she was the pride of the sect. Yet now all she desired was to lean against this formidable presence. Sooner, let us check over there for any other survivors. All right. Perhaps sensing the moment, Yu Tianheng seemed to have an idea and quickly signaled to his two close maidservants, who promptly understood and followed. Brother Fantian, we shall accompany you. What? Do you know that lad well? Observing this interaction, Yu Yuanzhang appeared somewhat perplexed. While he recognized the outer sect boy, when had Yu Tianheng developed such a close relationship with him? Grandfather, you are unaware. It was thanks to his mutated martial soul that I survived this ordeal. Unintentionally or not, Yu Tianheng revealed Long Fantian's secret in front of Yu Xiaojiang. What? You mean that lad could contend against two titled Douluos? Well, not exactly. I believe his mutated martial soul has a particular advantage over the Spirit Hall's members. Upon hearing this explanation, Yu Yuanzhang became restless. He immediately pulled Yu Xiaojiang closer. Xiaojiang, I know it's improper to ask you to work right upon your return, but you are the only one in the sect knowledgeable about mutated martial souls. I believe. Indeed, talent is currently what we lack most for the sect's reconstruction. If we can cultivate this Long Fantian, he will undoubtedly become the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's secret weapon. Father, rest assured, once everyone is settled, I will have a thorough discussion with this child. Yu Xiaojiang, known as the Master Outside, earned this title not due to immense power, but because his knowledge of martial soul theory surpassed that of the entire continent. Just then, Yu Tian hurriedly approached. Reporting to the sect master, the Tiandou Empire has dispatched 50,000 troops to assist. They are currently at the mountain gate. To everyone's surprise, the main force of the Tiandou Empire had indeed arrived. However, their presence indicated the importance they placed on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Understood. Send a few individuals to greet them. After all, we need manpower for reconstruction. Although these were merely ordinary soldiers, 50,000 strong laborers could prove invaluable. With the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect engulfed in flames, they indeed required substantial assistance. Nevertheless, at this moment, Yu Xiaojiang and the others were fully focused on the owner of the mutated martial soul. You are Long Fantian? I am Yu Xiaojiang. I recall you were just born when I left the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. It appeared this master possessed a remarkable memory, recognizing Long Fantian without consulting the family tree. Meanwhile, our savior of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect found himself caught in the amusing predicament of three women vying for his attention. Yu Qianheng's two maidservants clung to Long Fantian like glue, while Yu Suner, once as icy as a snow queen, had now transformed into a figure of warmth. It is no longer merely a matter of repaying a life-saving grace, is it? Fortunately, the timely arrival of this master has allowed Long Fantian to extricate himself. I pay my respects to my uncle. On one hand, Long Fantian seeks a moment of tranquility, while on the other, he yearns to comprehend the nature of his mutated martial soul. However, it appears that the master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has more pressing matters to announce. Since you all have returned, I shall take this opportunity to make a declaration in front of everyone as the head of our family. Father, if the sect requires reconstruction, I will seek the assistance of the Emperor of the Tiandou Empire. Xiaogang, there is no rush regarding this matter. Today, I wish to commend and reward the hero who has saved our entire sect. There is no need to inquire. Everyone knows who the sect master refers to. We stand with the sect master. It is Brother Long who has rescued us all. Indeed, from now on, we shall follow Brother Long. Yes, we are immensely grateful for Brother Long's life-saving grace. In truth, everyone is acutely aware of what is about to transpire. Given Long Fantian's monumental contributions, it would be unrealistic not to reward him. Yet, the words that follow from the sect master leave everyone astounded. I have decided to betroth you sooner to Long Fantian. He shall become the foremost heir of our sect, and you shall consummate your union this very evening. Is this implying that the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus is to be handed over willingly? Chapter 16. Marrying the legitimate wife and yet taking concubines? The following morning, Long Fantian rose from his slumber, a look of satisfaction adorning his face. Sensing the commotion beside him, Yu Suner also awoke languidly. You naughty rascal, last night. And now you won't even let me sleep in a little longer. Can you imagine? Yesterday, the ethereal goddess of our clan, Suner, now presents herself with the countenance of a young maiden. Indeed, the transformation from girl to woman is a remarkable metamorphosis. However, just as someone was poised to pursue their intentions, a gentle knocking resonated from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. May I inquire if Brother Long is awake? It is us, Binger and Donger. These are the two maidens that Yu Tianheng used yesterday to curry favor with Long Fantian. How did they arrive here? Before Long Fantian could make any move, Yu Suner took the initiative to open the door, inviting the two young ladies in. Husband, why not take these two sisters into your embrace? A wife requesting her husband to take concubines so boldly? Is this a test? Suner, please do not jest. My heart belongs solely to you. My lord, this is a long-standing tradition of our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect, designed to ensure the best continuation of the bloodline of the strong. The two of them were originally meant to serve as concubines for cousin Yu Tianheng, and their potential is not significantly inferior to mine. Just as Long Fantian was at a loss for words, the master arrived. 3 young ladies. My uncle has summoned me for a matter. I shall return shortly. Indeed, I have some important matters to discuss with this young man. If you have no pressing concerns, we shall converse later. Indeed, Yu Xiaojiang serves as an excellent shield. Uncle, what are your thoughts on mutated martial souls? I previously reached the rank of Soul Saint. Despite his vast knowledge, if Yu Xiaojiang could comprehend the nature of martial soul mutations, he would not presently be regarded as a waste. I have been conducting research on this matter, yet regrettably, I have made little progress. Allow me to present to you my mutated martial soul, Luo Sanpao. It resembles a canine with a pig's snout, essentially that type of creature. It is difficult to fathom that this being is a formidable giant blue electric Tyrannosaurus in its transformed state. Nevertheless, regardless of how Luo Sanpao appears, it perpetually toggles between beast martial souls. In contrast, Long Fantian's Huangquan Gate is unequivocally a weapon martial soul. The convergence of these two mutated martial souls not only failed to provide an answer, but rather rendered everything more enigmatic. Vantian, should you be inclined, I wish to extend an invitation to you to the Heaven Do Empire. I have a disciple who might engage in enlightening discourse with you. Upon seeing Vantian, this master felt a surge of admiration for talent. The words of my uncle ring true. Rather than remain here, perplexed, it is far more prudent to venture into the broader world in search of answers. In truth, Long Vantian himself harbored a desire to explore beyond. Thus their intentions aligned harmoniously. Ah, my dear lad, I knew I was not mistaken in my judgment of you. I shall introduce you to my esteemed disciple, Tang San. Very well. Must you be so forthright? As a traveler from another realm, Long Vantian was indeed aware of who Tang San was. He had long heard that the master was one of the pivotal figures of Shrek Academy, and that his disciples were undoubtedly exceptional individuals. Oh, not at all. It seems you are quite knowledgeable, young man. Suner, you must wait patiently here for me. I shall venture forth with the master into the world and return swiftly. Brother Tian, go ahead. Once I have resolved my matters, I will seek you out as well. What a splendid partnership. It appears that the venerable sect leader has secured a fine match for you Suner. Such admirable young women like Suner are indeed a rarity these days. However, Long Vantian could not so readily accept the notion of taking a concubine, for the world outside is teeming with enchanting goddesses. Chapter 17, The Gate of Yellow Springs Versus The Evil Fire Phoenix, Shrek Academy. Third brother, the master has returned today, but it seems he has brought back a young man who appears quite formidable. Ma Hongjun, ever the bearer of news, remarked, for Long Vantian and Tang San had not previously crossed paths, yet this time. Stop spouting nonsense, fatty. The master has returned this time because, during this period, Tang San too had felt a heavy heart, for not long ago. He had also lost his beloved Xiaowu. Yet, Xiaowu's ultimate sacrifice bestowed upon this powerful young man a soul ring of 100,000 years. Little San, what are you discussing? Just then, as Ma Hongjun and Tang San conversed about the master, Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong reappeared before them. Long Vantian humbly followed the two venerable seniors and cheerfully greeted the few individuals from Shrek. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Long Vantian, hailing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. It is an honor to finally meet you all. Observing this scene, Ma Hongjun jovially nudged Tang San with his shoulder. Well, third brother, did I not speak the truth? Who would have thought the master brought along one of his own kin? Indeed, you were correct, fatty. Unbeknownst to them, Tang San's eyes transformed into a shade of purple. This is the purple extreme demon eye. Perhaps due to previous grievances with the spirit hall, Tang San now perceives everyone as a potential adversary. Sensing the sharp gaze directed at him, Long Fantion remains unfazed, exhibiting no hesitation in showcasing his own prowess. However, upon witnessing the results he desired, Tang San's mind begins to stir with doubt. For soul rings? 2 yellow and 2 purple, this lad. Perhaps sensing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, the master steps forward to elucidate. I invited this young brother here because he possesses a mutated martial soul, which far surpasses my own 3 canon. Who wishes to test their mettle? The master, straightforward in his approach, seeks to introduce his nephew through direct combat. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ma Hongjun, with his evil fire phoenix, eagerly raised his hand to volunteer. Yet, at that moment, Tang San intervened, posing a question to the master. It appears this brother only has 4 soul rings. His strength should not be particularly formidable, should it? Don't you dare bully him. Fatty, one must concede that Tang San not only possesses formidable strength, but also maintains a remarkably calm demeanor. Nonetheless, the master seems to have anticipated his disciple's concerns. Rest assured, Xiao San, do not underestimate his 4 soul rings. This fellow once single-handedly challenged a title Douluo from the spirit hall. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere instantly erupted in astonishment. A soul master with 4 soul rings could contend with an elder from the spirit hall? Could it be that the members of the spirit hall are so weak? Huh. Impressive. It appears the masters can truly excels. But my evil fire phoenix is not to be trifled with. Upon learning of the opponent's formidable capabilities, Ma Hongjun promptly unleashed all his soul rings. After years of diligent cultivation, he had reached the level of Soul King, boasting 5 powerful soul rings and a soul bone. In terms of equipment and combat power, he seemed to far surpass Long Fantion, especially with his signature martial soul, the evil fire phoenix. One of the few superpowers across the Douluo continent. Whoosh. It was a fire phoenix with wings spanning over 3 meters, engulfed in flames. Should anyone dare to venture too close, they would be seared by its intense heat. Coupled with his formidable soul skills, this chubby lad was indeed a super force capable of defeating opponents beyond his level. Heh, a fire phoenix? I have yet to encounter such a martial soul. I shall not hold back. As Long Fantion's words concluded, the gate of yellow springs gradually materialized before the spectators. Concurrently, a powerful pressure emanated from these eerie doors, spreading in all directions. What is this? Witnessing this scene, Tang San felt an ominous premonition arise within him. Although the fatty did not voice it, it was evident to discerning eyes that the power of the evil fire phoenix was significantly suppressed by the opponent. I shall begin now. First soul skill. Touch of yellow springs. Perhaps feeling that his agility paled in comparison to the phoenix above, Long Fantion resolved to take the initiative after revealing his martial soul. Yet, Ma Hongjun was no novice. Do not assume that his evil fire phoenix martial soul was easily subdued. Chapter 18. Effortlessly defeating Ma Hongjun, a tremendous sense of oppression enveloped the area. Yet I fear you not. Allow me to demonstrate my ultimate technique. First soul skill. Phoenix Fire Line. Upon witnessing the opponent unleash his first soul skill, Ma Hongjun naturally refused to be outdone. A straight line of flames erupted from the chubby lad's mouth, surging forth with tremendous heat toward the gate of yellow springs before him. At first glance, this technique appears invincible. However, as the crimson flames approached the gate of the underworld, their pace began to slow. Subsequently, a fiery line resembling that of a phoenix plunged into the gate and vanished without a trace. What could this mean? Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, the peculiar martial soul, the gate of the underworld possesses the ability to not only absorb soul power but also to siphon off soul rings. Although Ma Hongjun's technique is of the fire element, it is fundamentally composed of soul power. Witnessing this scene, the once smug little chubby boy suddenly found his expression growing solemn. What is happening? Is it true that your martial soul has absorbed all of my attack power? This young man, after all, possesses a wealth of practical experience and is no longer the reckless youth of yesteryears. After a brief moment of contemplation, 2 blazing wings resembling those of fiery birds suddenly emerged from behind him. With the wings of a phoenix soaring, the warm-up exercise has now come to a close. This is a manifestation of resilience, but is it truly effective? Beware of what lies behind. What is happening? Behold my first soul skill. The touch of the yellow springs. That was a reminder from Tang San, but before Ma Hongjun could react, the touch of the yellow springs had already ensnared his neck. What is the matter, third brother? Am I not fine? What's the matter, third brother? In the blink of an eye, this rotund fellow fell victim. Just moments ago, he had summoned a pair of phoenix wings, soaring high into the sky. However, due to a contraction of soul power, the phoenix wings that had just risen to a height of 7 or 8 meters vanished. Thus, the dazed Ma Hongjun plummeted from mid-air. Fortunately, the ground was covered in grass. Otherwise, he would have surely broken a tooth. Even so, this little chubby boy still appeared cheerful and content. Is this the rhythm of intoxication and dreamlike existence? I suppose the outcome is already determined. Although I could still guide this little chubby fellow towards the gates of the underworld, Long Fantion had no intention of using Shrek's people as pawns. After uttering these words, Long Fantion retracted his martial soul. Meanwhile, the cheerful Ma Hongjun on the ground took a considerable amount of time to gradually regain his senses. What just happened to me? Why does my face hurt so much? Well then, this is indeed the first individual who was partially controlled by the touch of the underworld and subsequently released. It seems fitting to use this little chubby fellow as a subject for experimentation. I never anticipated such a remarkable effect. What you employed earlier was a form of invisible mental control. Am I correct? However, such a trivial trick cannot escape the keen perception of Tangan, and instead piqued his curiosity. Truly, he is worthy of being the disciple of a master, as you have seen through it at a glance. Faced with the presence of Tangan, Long Fantion dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. It appears that what the master said earlier was indeed accurate. You are undoubtedly a formidable opponent. After uttering these words, Tangan simultaneously summoned the Haotian hammer and blue silver grass. What is this? You possess dual martial souls, akin to that of the Pope of the Martial Soul Palace? Although he was already aware of Tangan's background, Long Fantion still feigned a look of astonishment. Well, one of my martial souls is the Haotian hammer belonging to the Haotian Sect, while the other is blue silver grass. Tangan is indeed quite authentic, directly showcasing his advantages before his opponent. One might even say this serves as a form of intimidation, aimed at making the adversary understand that he is distinctly different from the previous rotund opponent. Having encountered a formidable mutated martial soul, Tangan naturally would not let the opportunity for a sparring match slip away. Chapter 19, The Netherworld Shura Field vs. Blue Silver Domain. It is truly an honor to battle against a master such as yourself. Upon witnessing Tangan, who unleashed all his power, Long Fantion assumed a posture of utmost vigilance. Indeed, I had not anticipated that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect would boast such an exceptional young disciple. Tangan was not jesting previously. They had thought that Yu Tianheng was the strongest. However, compared to the individual before him, the so-called submaster of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was hardly noteworthy. Shall we commence? My first soul skill bears some resemblance to your blue silver grass. Allow me to demonstrate its actual efficacy. Once again summoning his martial soul, Long Fantion unleashed his first soul skill. Meanwhile, the control-type soul master, Tangan, seemed to possess profound understanding of this domain as well. First soul skill, Bind. Although the two substances were fundamentally different, the surface appearance and attacking state of the Netherworld's touch seemed strikingly similar to blue silver grass. Under Long Fantion's deliberate control, the two intertwined tightly. While he held a significant advantage in psychological manipulation, in terms of physical binding, the Netherworld's touch was truly no match for blue silver grass. Crack. In no time, the so-called tendrils were severed by the opponent's blue silver grass, falling to the ground. Ma Hongjun, witnessing this scene, instinctively scratched the back of his head. So this was what had controlled me earlier. No wonder I did not notice it. It was transparent. It appears that among the younger generation of elite practitioners, aside from the current blue silver emperor, it would indeed be quite challenging for anyone to discern the true nature of the Netherworld's touch. Mr. Long is exceedingly clever. This technique will surely catch many unprepared. Indeed, this is not merely an overestimation on Tangan's part. Had he been the first to engage, he would not have been able to discern the peculiarities at the outset. The figure before us, Long Fantion, is undoubtedly no ordinary adversary. You flatter me excessively. What I possess are but trivial skills. Allow me to witness the might of the Haotian hammer. Although he is acutely aware that he cannot contend with the opponent's blue silver grass, Long Fantion still sends forth the remaining yellow spring's touch towards him. This time, it seems Tangan wishes to oblige him, refraining from employing the blue silver grass, instead brandishing the Haotian hammer with a flourish. Crack, crack, crack. To his astonishment, the treasure of the Haotian sect proves even more formidable, shattering those invisible tendrils in mid-air. What a remarkable Tangan! He is indeed a formidable foe. Such prowess. It appears my second soul skill need not be revealed in embarrassment. I shall leap forth instead, in the face of Tangan. Long Fantion promptly invokes his third soul skill. Behold my yellow spring Shura field. Thus, the scenario that the chrysanthemum Douluo once faced reemerges. Employing the very method that once left titled Douluos at a loss to counter Tangan, one might say this grants the young man a fair measure of respect. Observing all that unfolds, Tangan makes no immediate move but activates his blue-silver domain. In the blink of an eye, one witnesses his flowing hair dance in the air. A cerulean aura envelopes Tangan entirely, simultaneously repelling the dark miasma emanating from the Yellow Springs Shura field. However, this is not a complete barrier. Rather, it merely hinders the rapid spread of the dark energy towards his feet. Upon sensing the encroachment of this black aura upon his blue-silver domain, Tangan instinctively gasps. Yet, he possesses a countermeasure. Soaring through the air should suffice. Indeed, he is truly the king of external enhancements. Transforming into the blue-silver emperor makes even flight an effortless endeavor. Faced with such an opponent, Long Fantion finds himself in a most challenging predicament. After all, his offensive capabilities are exceedingly limited, and prolonging the battle would serve no purpose. The last title Douluo from the Spirit Hall ascended in a similar fashion. I truly find myself at a loss regarding aerial targets. Is this the rhythm of conceding defeat? Although the fourth soul skill has yet to be unleashed, Long Fantion is reluctant to reveal all his trump cards so soon. Chapter 20. The Pope Bibi Dong's Achilles heel. Brother Long, you need not be overly modest. I can see that you have not yet exerted your full strength. Floating down from the heavens with a smile, Tangan wore the countenance of a victor. It should be evident to this fellow that Long Fantion did not take the recent contest seriously. After all, they are all comrades, and there is no need to exert themselves to the utmost. Tangan fully comprehends this sentiment. The soul power competition that took place in the academy had already attracted many junior students. Particularly after witnessing Tangan's graceful performance, numerous enchanting young ladies were left blushing. Of course, some were also captivated by Long Fantion. However, his heart was already claimed, leaving no room for others in his eyes. In terms of appearance, Yusuna possesses beauty and figure that rivals Lu Erlong, yet her temperament is considerably gentler. Thus, should these two unite in the future, it is believed that our Long Fantion will find greater happiness than his uncle. Yet, these are matters for another time. Currently, they face a formidable adversary, the Spirit Hall. Although the Golden Douluo and the Ghost Douluo manage to escape unscathed, their lives will not be easy. The loss of ordinary soldiers is inconsequential, but this time they suffered significant casualties among the Soul Douluo, including 6 title Douluo. The cost has placed Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Although the Spirit Hall can withstand such losses, she cannot. On the surface, she appears to be the Pope. But those who truly comprehend the inner workings of the Spirit Hall are aware that the true authority lies with an elder named Douluo. The current grand offering of the Spirit Hall, one of the 3 known titled Douluos at level 99 in the world. Now, I implore you, esteemed elders, to advise me on the course of action I should take moving forward. In truth, Bibi Dong realizes that her previous endeavors were excessively reckless. It was already a considerable challenge to contend with the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, and now she has provoked the formidable Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. These are the consequences they must endure. Your Holiness, this time it was my negligence. I deserve to perish 1,000 deaths. The fellow from Chrysanthemum Pass exhibits quite a commendable attitude of contrition. Perhaps he is aware that the esteemed Pope before him would not dare to execute him. Do not mention matters of life and death to me again. If I were to carry out the execution of both of you, that individual would undoubtedly not spare me either, would he? This reveals the vulnerability of Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, allow me to speak candidly. I fear that we cannot contend with that young man in the immediate future. Perhaps in an attempt to lighten the mood, Ghost Douluo expressed his thoughts. However, as the words lingered on his lips, he only uttered half of them, casting a fearful glance at the esteemed Pope before him. Ghost Elder, feel free to share your thoughts. Do not concern yourself with my opinion, as you are not truly beholden to me. Bibi Dong sighed, for this astute woman had already discerned what he wished to convey. I believe it is time to utilize the pawn from the Tiandou Empire. We must cultivate a rapport with those 2 young individuals. Oh, are you suggesting that we should also win over that lad named Long Fantin, in addition to Tangan? Indeed, Your Holiness, that is precisely what I mean. considering the nature of the relationship between him and yourself. It seems that the Spirit Hall had long since laid the groundwork between the two great empires. Sometimes, resolving issues does not merely involve brute force. One must understand the art of subtlety. Very well. Please relay my orders to that young lady, though whether she chooses to comply is beyond our control. The implication is clear. There exists a member of the Spirit Hall among the upper echelons of the Tiandou Empire, and she is a woman. Understood, Your Holiness. I shall personally attend to this matter at once, and I trust that the child will comprehend your intentions. This is perhaps something no one could have anticipated. Even the exalted Pope of the Spirit Hall possesses vulnerabilities. However, we cannot help but marvel at the formidable strength of the Spirit Hall, which has infiltrated several major sects, with even the royal family being no exception. Nevertheless, now that Tangan and Long Fanyin have become targets for each other's enticement, it seems that any military actions against these two young men will likely diminish to nothing in the near term. Chapter 21. An invitation from the Crown Prince of the Heavendou Empire. Master, I have received an invitation from the royal family, apparently from the Crown Prince Shuqinghe. Recently, this prince seems to have been quite active. Could it be that he has taken notice of the assaults on the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, and seeks to exploit the situation for his own gain? Although the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect has not been completely annihilated, they have nonetheless relocated their sect within the borders of the Heavendou Empire. Meanwhile, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect is now, in name, under the protection of the Heavendou Empire. At this moment, it appears to be the most opportune time to win hearts and minds. I understand now that some individuals have shown interest in our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. You few should go and take a look. Though the Heavendou Empire has not rendered significant assistance this time, it has nonetheless instilled a profound sense of intimidation within the Spirit Hall. Rest assured, Master. I have my own plans, and the demeanor of Prince Shuqinghe towards me is quite amiable. Up to this point, the rapport between Tangan and the Grand Prince has been rather harmonious. However, the current Tangan intends to establish his own Tang sect. Thus he shall never become a guest elder of the prince. In contrast, Long Fantian has received prior counsel to cultivate closer ties with the royal family of the Heavendou Empire before departing from his sect. Naturally, the actual negotiations would not fall upon someone of his junior status. It is our esteemed master who shall take the reins. In response to the perceived threat from the Spirit Hall, Emperor Shui Yi of the Heavendou Empire made arrangements well in advance. Among these, the most prominent was the appointment of Master as an instructor for their Imperial Guard. If the younger generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan can integrate into the Heavendou Empire, it would undoubtedly be the most beneficial endeavor for the realm. Under such circumstances, it is quite reasonable for Shuqinghe to propose an audience with these two individuals. Experiencing the imperial grandeur of the Heavendou Empire would indeed be a splendid opportunity for Long Fantian, a traveler from another world, perhaps due to Tangan's presence. The Grand Prince personally came forth to greet them. Haha, Tangan, my brother, it has been quite some time since we last met. I never imagined how much you have changed over the years. I heard you even ventured into the city of slaughter, despite residing within the palace. This Grand Prince seems remarkably well informed about the affairs beyond its walls. I beg your pardon, Brother Shui. I merely went there for some training and nearly didn't make it back. Tangan, however, cannot feign humility. He nearly obliterated the entire city of slaughter and subsequently obtained the domain of the god of slaughter. Such a talent is undoubtedly coveted by every faction. Is this individual not the prodigy from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Clan? It is rumored that your martial soul is capable of contending even with the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Tangan, this noble, Shuqinghe, shifted his gaze toward the nearby Long Fantian. It is quite astonishing that this fellow possesses such accurate information. Originally, Long Fantian held a disdainful attitude towards strangers. Yet upon hearing the words of the Grand Prince, he could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. The Grand Prince is overestimating me. It is merely a matter of coincidence. Truly, he is worthy of his royal lineage. At first glance, Shuqinghe appears even more beautiful than a girl. However, there seems to be something slightly amiss. It is a peculiar sensation, an ineffable feeling that something is amiss. Ha ha ha, dear brother Long, your humility is truly commendable. I have heard whispers that that battle was fraught with peril, perhaps sensing that Long Fantian was reluctant to speak the truth. This prince merely brushed it off with a smile. Yet, at the moment he raised his gaze, Long Fantian's eyes were drawn to his alabaster neck. Indeed, therein lies the crux of the matter, and it is rather evident. The Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire astonishingly lacks an Adam's apple. it is quite evident. From Tang San's address to this individual, it is apparent that the prince should be slightly older than Tang San himself. Even our Tang San has begun to exhibit the characteristics typical of a man. Yet, why does this crown prince of the Tiandou Empire not possess even the most basic feature of a male? Although individuals of this era may not pay attention to such nuances, for Long Fanyun, a time traveler, this is common knowledge, is it not? Thus, it could be said that this so-called crown prince may very well deserve the title of princess. Chapter 22. This Xue Qinghe appears to lack an Adam's apple. Brother Xue, your observation is astute. Mr. Long is indeed a person of great depth. Although Tang San is a standout among the younger generation, he is still a novice at this point. Thus, it is unsurprising that he has failed to notice such an obvious absence of an Adam's apple. While this may seem to be an unintentional remark, it actually reflects Tang San's keen insight. This young man must be aware that the true intention of this esteemed prince is to attract talent. Thus, he intentionally pushes Long Fanyun forward, momentarily diverting the prince's attention away from Tang San. Oh, is it possible that there exists such a phenomenon? I never anticipated that the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon would possess a second mutated martial soul. Upon hearing Tang San's explanation, the esteemed prince immediately developed an interest in Long Fanyun. Meanwhile, the cunning Tang San seized the opportunity to excuse himself. Brother Xue, my meditation time has reached its conclusion. If you do not mind, I would like to take my leave and allow Brother Long to keep you company. Indeed. I too wish to engage in a meaningful conversation with this young hero, Long. I shall visit you again next time. Brother Xue, you are exceptionally courteous. I shall take my leave now. What an astute Tang San, truly clever and perceptive. However, at this moment, Long Fanyun showed no inclination to depart. He too found himself intrigued by this prince, who was disguised as a man. Is this truly the secret history of the royal family? Or is there an untold story lurking beneath? Now that it is just the two of us, shall we have a private conversation, Mr. Long? An opportunity arose swiftly. Perhaps due to the other party's eagerness to win over Long Fanyun, as Xue Qinghe surprisingly dismissed those at his side. It was a secluded chamber, adorned with a few exquisite delicacies and a pot of fine wine upon the table. I am grateful for the Grand Prince's hospitality. May I inquire what questions you wish to pose? Brother Long, do not feel constrained. I simply wish to befriend you. Observing Long Fanyun's compliant demeanor, the Grand Prince couldn't help but smile. This smile revealed that neck devoid of an Adam's apple, as if to ensure that others were well aware. However, the subsequent scene nearly extinguished the laughter of the esteemed prince. One cannot ascertain whether the prince desires to be merely a friend or to pursue a romantic relationship with me. As soon as these words were uttered, the Grand Prince of the Tiandou royal family appeared as if struck by lightning, momentarily stunned. However, true to his royal lineage, he quickly regained his composure. Ha! It seems our valiant dragon hero is indeed a person of genuine sentiment. Since you have made a request, I shall certainly oblige. Oh, the Tiandou Empire is abundant with beauties. Whichever young lady catches your fancy, I, as a prince, shall act as your matchmaker. It appears this Grand Prince interpreted the statement in such a manner. Yet his evasive remarks did not deter Long Fanyun from further inquiry. Here, it is just the two of us. Why not be forthright, Your Highness? Is this your method of courting favor? Princess? What? Have I been recognized? At that moment, Xue Qinghe's expression darkened considerably. Dragon brother, are you jesting with me? I am clearly a man. Have you ever seen a man who does not possess an Adam's apple after reaching adulthood? What? Prompted by Long Fanyun's remark, the Grand Prince of the Tiandou Empire instinctively reached for his neck. Meanwhile, Long Fanyun had already risen to his feet. Thank you for the tea and snacks today, but I prefer to engage with genuine individuals. Respectful princess. Very well. With the revelation of each other's identities, continuing the conversation would hardly be amicable. After bowing to the prince, Long Fanyun exited the room unceremoniously. At that moment, Xue Qinghe showed no inclination to stop him, utterly ensnared in a state of shock. What just transpired? How could this man possibly recognize him? It was only when the figure appeared outside the window that our esteemed prince finally came to his senses. Someone is here. Young master, please give your orders. The newcomer was shrouded in shadows, emanating an eerie aura reminiscent of a titled Douluo. My identity must remain concealed. Eliminate everyone who has seen me today, and leave no trace. The shadow appears to be the personal guard of the Grand Prince, not affiliated with the Tiandou royal family. Young master, should we also eliminate that blue lightning tyrant dragon brat? The Pope previously mentioned that you were assigned to me by grandfather. Do we also have to heed that woman's words? I dare not. I shall act immediately. In Chapter 23, Peril in the Douluo Forest. What Long Fantion remains oblivious to is that the moment he departed from the palace, an assassination plot against him had already commenced. In the first 3 days, all the palace guards responsible for that day's reception were replaced, and one by one, they began to vanish without a trace. Subsequently, the maids and on-duty officials also disappeared silently. After executing all these actions, it would soon be Long Fantion's turn. Naturally, the assailants would not dare to commit their crime in the presence of so many formidable individuals. After all, if caught, the mastermind behind it would face dire consequences. However, due to the meticulousness of the concealment, Long Fantion remained entirely unaware of the grave predicament he had fallen into. Furthermore, his mind was entirely preoccupied with other matters. Through empirical evidence, he had discovered that in order to swiftly elevate the Yellow Springs Gate martial spirit, one must continually engage in combat. Yet, where could Long Fantion continue to battle? The answer was singular: the Douluo Forest. Whether seeking century-old soul rings or those of 10,000 years, one could find corresponding soul beasts within. Moreover, it is said that deep within this forest lie 2 soul beasts exceeding 100,000 years in age. Essentially, the strength of a soul master derives from these soul beasts. Thus, the Yellow Springs Gate could also be upgraded by absorbing the power of these creatures. Furthermore, this place is not governed by any faction. Even if he were to unleash a slaughter within, no one would intervene. However, conversely, the Douluo Forest is a perilous and ominous domain. Every year, a portion of the soul masters who enter never emerge again. This is also a universally acknowledged fact throughout the entirety of Douluo continent. Over time, this vast forest has transformed into a paradise for certain individuals, such as the Spirit Hall. In truth, as Long Fantion stepped into the outer regions of the Douluo Forest, he immediately sensed something amiss. It was eerily quiet, remarkably silent. Even the chirping of birds had vanished. Could this be normal? What does this signify? Having previously engaged in combat with 2 individuals possessing sealed titles, Long Fantion has developed an acute awareness of danger. After only a few steps, he sensed that he was being watched. The surroundings exhibited no anomalies, which could only imply that the observer possessed extraordinary strength. What course of action should he take? Should he swiftly retreat from this perilous location? Or should he seek out the one who was watching him? Naturally, the answer lies in the latter. For Long Fantion intuitively knows who wishes to confront him. Having previously inflicted a significant setback upon the Spirit Hall, would they allow him to go unchallenged? However, at this moment, Long Fantion is in plain sight, while his adversary remains concealed in the shadows. Therefore, it is prudent to feign ignorance while secretly laying a trap. The ensuing clash will reveal whose patience prevails. First soul skill, Touch of the Underworld. Third soul skill, Underworld Shura Field. Maintaining an air of complete unawareness, Long Fantion embarked upon his quest for monster slaying and level advancement. With the synergy of the first and third soul skills, the century-old and millennium-old soul beasts surrounding the outskirts of the Douluo Forest proved utterly ineffectual. One by one, they moved like marionettes towards the gate of the underworld, offering up their strength. Meanwhile, the individual lurking in the shadows appeared to be stirred. This individual appears to lack a physical form, enveloped entirely in a shroud of inky black smoke. Suddenly, he materializes above Long Haotian. Boy, prepare to meet your demise. I have awaited this moment. At first glance, this angle seems exceedingly disadvantageous for Long Fantion. However, in truth, this scenario is one he has orchestrated deliberately, aiming to induce a sense of complacency in his adversary. Just as this dark plume of smoke descends rapidly towards Long Fantion's head, suddenly, a magnificent array of petals began to dance upon the ground beneath the young man's feet. They twirled and leaped, imbued with an enchanting fragrance and adorned with golden pollen. Isn't this the flower of the other side of the underworld? The starry forest is indeed a place where blossoms abound. These flowers of the underworld lie concealed among the verdant grass, indistinguishable even to the keenest of eyes. Following the fierce competition with the chrysanthemum Douluo, the undeniable truth has emerged. These underworld flowers possess the power to contend with the might of a tidal Douluo. Although this enigmatic figure enveloped in mist demonstrates remarkably elusive movements, the essence remains unchanged. Even though this fellow is a tidal Douluo, the mist surrounding him is also composed of energy. What? Chapter 24. The first kill of the tidal Douluo. This is an assassin who has just stepped into the realm of tidal Douluo, affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Though he has attained this level, He possesses only 8 spirit rings, barely surpassing the top-tier Soul Douluo by a slight margin. However, as the personal bodyguard of the Grand Prince Shueqinghe, his role remains significant. Even the esteemed Sect Master Ningfengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has been thoroughly deceived by the disguise of this master and servant duo. Are you from the Spirit Hall? I have awaited your arrival, with the ethereal blossoms of the other shore flower obscuring the sky. Long Fantion knew that the opponent had no means of escape. Despite his adeptness at concealment, he paled in comparison to the former chrysanthemum Douluo. You vile little brat. Have you already discovered my presence? Enveloped in a shroud of smoke amidst the sea of other shore flowers, this titled Douluo found himself unable to flee. The petals appeared to be scattered haphazardly, yet they effectively sealed off all avenues of retreat. The moment one brushed against a petal, the smoke surrounding him would dissolve, absorbed by the opponent. Thus, it was nothing short of a cage. I indeed sensed that something was amiss, yet I had no knowledge of your whereabouts until now. This is nothing short of a performance. Curse brat, it is no wonder that Lord Zhuhuaguan harbors such trepidation towards you. Indeed, you are affiliated with the Spirit Hall, and it seems you have no intention of letting me escape. Humph, wretched youth. You have thwarted our grand designs of the Spirit Hall. Do you truly believe this matter will simply be swept aside? The title Douluo remains remarkably clear-headed, resolutely refusing to divulge any connection with the esteemed prince. It appears that the shadows of the past linger persistently. Should I take the initiative to launch an offensive? You insolent brat, do not become too arrogant. Observe my 6th spirit skill, Dark Chains. Perhaps provoked by Long Fantion, the title Douluo, ensnared in midair, suddenly unleashed a barrage of chains towards the ground. These chains, forged from an unknown black metal, are fundamentally crafted from soul power. ZZZZ. At first glance, this assault seems unexpectedly clever, with its angles chosen with great precision. However, before these chains could reach Long Fantion's corporeal form, they were ensnared tightly by the petals of the other shore flower. In the blink of an eye, the 6th spirit skill of this title Douluo was entirely neutralized. To be precise, the power exhibited by this skill was completely dissolved and transformed into Long Fantion's energy. Total defeat. How is this possible? Why do you possess such strength? The previous attacks were manageable, as those adversaries could derive solutions from the descriptions provided by the chrysanthemum Douluo. Yet, even the ancient monster could not thwart this 4th spirit skill, the other shore flower of the Yellow Springs. Thus, even if the members of the Spirit Hall were made aware of its existence, they would be unable to devise a countermeasure. How can this be? You came to assassinate me, yet did not ascertain my situation beforehand? Faced with such a predicament, the assassin from the Spirit Hall felt utterly speechless, perhaps due to pride. The chrysanthemum Douluo's description of this young man's 4th spirit skill was rather vague, merely cautioning against contact. However, the true terror of such abstract descriptions can only be comprehended through personal experience. Are you not inclined to exchange some valuable information for your freedom? Insolent brat. You actually know I am a title Douluo of the Spirit Hall, yet you still hesitate to release me. I apologize. I still harbor regrets from allowing the chrysanthemum Douluo to escape last time. Witnessing the impending first kill of a title Douluo. How could Long Fantion possibly allow him to flee? This is preposterous. Long Fantion slowly raised his right hand, and the other shore flowers, dancing in the air, suddenly seemed to respond to an unseen command. The petals began to encircle their prey. No, this cannot be. I have just attained the title of Douluo. I cannot perish here. Alas, this is your fate. You must accept it. Chapter 25. The 5th soul skill, the bridge of sorrow over the weak waters. No, please. I am one of the Pope Bibi Dong's closest aides. How can you do this? As a titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, this figure enveloped in smoke is indeed quite pitiful. The outside world is even unaware of his name, and today he is destined to meet his end here. Attracted by the energy emanating from this individual, the flowers of the underworld clung to the surface of the smoke. Gradually, the mass of smoke diminished, shrinking ever further, as energy was continuously converted to nourish its host. In the end, it appeared as a diminutive figure, obscured by petals, with its face shrouded from view. Thud. Once the power of this titled Douluo had been entirely absorbed, a frail and emaciated old man fell to the ground. Huh. I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name. Who might you be? I, the old man, I am. Whether it was the urgency of his heart or the weakness from having all his power stripped away, it was unclear. The title Douluo, who had just lost his powers, fainted before he could even utter his name. How grateful I must be to you, esteemed elder, for your generous gift. You have restored my 5th spirit ring. It is a black spirit ring, signifying that it has been bestowed by a spirit beast of at least 10,000 years of age. Although a descendant of the collateral line, the Blue Sky Tyrannosaurus sect is indeed quite magnanimous, providing all that is due. I initially feared that the failure to ascend to the rank of Spirit Sage would lead to the disappearance of these spirit rings. However, with the continuous evolution of my mutated martial soul, it appears that my original martial soul merely slumbered temporarily. Upon its reawakening, the power conferred by these spirit rings surpasses that of yesteryears. The restoration of the 5th spirit ring has also granted Wei Long Fantian his 5th spirit ability, Weak Water of 3000, Bridge of Size. This is a collective assault technique that retains its inherent power to absorb energy while also inducing a state of chaos. Who are you truly? Why is it that I, a dignified title Douluo, remain uncertain whether I am awakening on my own or under the influence of Long Fantian's soul ring power? The elder, once a title Douluo of the Spirit Hall, is now trembling as he struggles to rise from the ground. This is clearly a manifestation of unwillingness. Me? Do you not recognize who I am? I am Long Fantian of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Clan. Allow me to demonstrate my 5th soul skill. In this moment, there is not a shred of compassion in Long Fantian's gaze as he unleashes his attack upon the feeble old man before him, who is utterly devoid of strength. The sound of rushing water resounds, akin to the 3,000 weak waters of the river Styx. Not even a feather could hope to float upon its surface. The once mighty title Douluo's body succumbs to the inexorable pull, sinking rapidly, unable to escape despite his desperate struggles. This is not even the most absurd part. At the moment this man was engulfed in despair, a stone arch bridge appeared before him. Whether it was a figment of his imagination or a mere illusion, this soon-to-be-deceased old man astonishingly perceived the silhouette of his first love upon the bridge. Jiao Jiao, is that you? It is uncertain if it was the depth of his emotions or a trick of the light. But the old man struggled to extend his hand towards the figure on the Naya bridge. Perhaps he yearned to grasp something. Yet, in the end, all of this was merely a fleeting mirage, an ephemeral vision. Once the vast waters enveloped the old man's form entirely, his life approached its inevitable conclusion. If earlier, Long Fantian's techniques merely siphoned the opponent's soul power and spirit rings, this 5th soul skill had truly transformed into a lethal maneuver. Regrettably, the titled Douluo from moments ago had already lost all strength, rendering him incapable of showcasing the true potency of this 5th soul skill. However, observing the old man's expression of despair as he faced the final moments of his existence, one can only surmise that it was indeed a harrowing experience. This is a terrifying force that inflicts dual torment upon both the body and spirit of its adversaries, evoking a sense of trepidation even within the heart of Long Fantian himself. It seems prudent to first employ the initial 4 soul skills unless one is confronted with a matter of life and death. And at that very moment, as the hidden title Douluo of the Spirit Hall breathed its last, the true master of this individual immediately sensed it. It is none other than the legendary first grand offering of the Spirit Hall. What is happening? The previously meditative Douluo, situated 1,000 miles away, abruptly opened his eyes, startling the golden crocodile Douluo beside him. Elder, what troubles you? You seem suddenly distressed. Ah, what a remarkable descendant of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. He has actually eliminated the shadow I placed beside Xiaoshui. What? That shadow was a title Douluo of immense strength. Chapter 26. The attention of Douluo. What? Brother, are you referring to that lad from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Indeed. This morning I received a message from that shadow assassin. It seems Xiaoshui instructed him to deal with the boy from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. However, at this moment, the grand offering of the Spirit Hall produced a shard of jade from his hand. The piece was shattered, signifying that the individual hidden within the Heaven Do Empire had met his end. Could it be that Xiaoshui has been discovered? Impossible. Xiaoshui's jade token remains intact. It is merely the shadow that has. Brother, there must be a misunderstanding, for that lad possesses only 4 spirit rings. How could a title Douluo with 8 spirit rings be vanquished by one with merely 4? Such a scenario resembles a dark jest. Huh. Have you not heard the report from the Chrysanthemum Pass at that time? At this very moment, Long Fantian, I fear, could not have fathomed that he would become the focus of the foremost expert from the Spirit Hall. That old man is far more formidable than the likes of Bibi Dong. In any case, it is imperative to promptly dispatch new bodyguards to Xiao Shui's side. And utmost vigilance must be exercised regarding that blue lightning tyrant dragon lad. I am at a loss as to whether I should rejoice for Long Fantion or worry for this young man. Although attracting the attention of the leader of the Spirit Hall is not a favorable circumstance, it undeniably attests to the strength and potential of this youth. Roar. A tremendous roar suddenly echoed from afar, reminiscent of a powerful primate, emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance. It is the Titan Great Ape, the sovereign of the forest. It is evident that the power emanating from this titled Douluo was sensed by the king of the forest. It would be wise for us to avoid any conflict with such a formidable soul beast, especially since this creature has been reduced to a mere lifeless corpse. After hastily rummaging through the belongings of the titled Douluo, Long Fantion swiftly departed. Within 3 minutes of his departure, a colossal figure emerged beside the corpse of the titled Douluo. After sniffing the air slightly, the massive monkey raised its enormous paw and slammed it down ferociously. The Spirit Hall's people? Sister Xiao Wu, Erming shall avenge you. To our surprise, the Titan Great Ape actually assisted in cleaning up the aftermath. Furthermore, the immense power of this 100,000-year soul beast seemed to have been sensed by the distant elder of the Spirit Hall. Something is amiss. I seem to feel the presence of the Titan Great Ape once more. What could this mean? Indeed, my brother. Consider this. Even if that young man managed to ambush the Chrysanthemum Pass, it does not signify much. Perhaps I was hasty earlier. The true assailant that dispatched my subordinate was that 100,000-year Great Ape. Should we then? Never mind. We old fellows have already retreated to the sidelines. Let the younger generation handle such matters. After all, there is still the Pope Bibi Dong ahead, and these trifles are hardly the concern of us elders. Indeed. Your words ring true, brother. Yet, this time Bibi Dong has suffered quite a blow. It is said that all the new recruits they trained have been. This little woman ought to experience some hardship. I believe the future of the Spirit Hall should be entrusted to my granddaughter. It seems the Spirit Hall is not as united as the outside world perceives. At least, it is already divided into 2 factions on the surface. One faction is certainly led by the innovative Pope Bibi Dong, while the other adheres more conservatively to the directives of the Grand Offerer. If Long Fantion were to discover the true identity of the individual lurking within the royal family of the Stardo Empire, it is likely that his jaw would drop in astonishment. The news of the Shadow Douluo's demise quickly reached the ears of the second prince. How could this be? He was merely a soul master, while the Shadow was a titled Douluo. The specifics remain unclear, but the Spirit Hall will soon dispatch new bodyguards. Rest assured. Members of the Blue Tyrannosaurus, remember this. Gazing into the distant sky, Xue Qinghe's complexion turned pale. Chapter 27. An invitation from the Imperial combat team. After vanquishing the Shadow Douluo of the Spirit Hall, Long Fantion swiftly returned to the capital of the Tiandou Empire. However, before he could enter, he encountered the smiling faces of the Master and Yu Tianheng. He chuckled. Where have you been, young man? I've been searching for you for quite some time. What is going on? Searching for me? Long Fantion felt a bit perplexed. Could it be that he had been reported for his previous rudeness towards the Grand Prince? Is this truly the behavior characteristic of young ladies? Uncle, young master, what is the meaning of this? Allow me to articulate my thoughts. I hope you will consider joining our Imperial combat team. It turns out that Yu Tianheng is not only one of the heirs of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect, but also the captain of the Imperial combat team of the Heavendou Empire. This appears to be a covert attempt to solicit Long Fantion's allegiance to the Tiandou Empire. The mastermind behind this, I fear, is no longer the Grand Prince, but rather the Emperor of the Snowy Night. Indeed, no worries, I shall heed your words. However, I recently ventured into the Starry Forest and hunted some game, intending to exchange it for some coin. Why not confide in me, the young master, when funds are scarce? Joining the Imperial combat team comes with financial support, henceforth. Refrain from undertaking such thankless tasks. It is essential to recognize that the members of the Imperial combat team in the Heavenly Empire are either affluent or noble. Would such a formidable team still find themselves lacking in funds? Moreover, having previously missed the opportunity to recruit Tangan, they cannot afford to overlook this prodigy before them. One wonders, however, whether an encounter with the illustrious Princess Xue Qinghe during the next royal gathering might lead to an awkward moment. Indeed, I had my eye on several pieces of commendable defensive equipment, and thus I was planning to save some money. Take it, if it is insufficient. Come to me for more. The generous Yu Tianheng casually presented a violet crystal card, a prestigious card that requires a staggering 500,000 gold coins to activate. Who could possibly turn down such an opportunity for easy wealth presented right at their doorstep? This is what one might call a fortunate opportunity. My gratitude to you, young master. Unlike Tang San's worldview, Long Fantion merely wishes to leverage his own abilities to enjoy a carefree life in the Douluo continent. As for the eradication of the spirit hall and the pursuit of divinity, he considers such matters to be left to fate. Moreover, possessing this remarkably advantageous mutated martial soul seems to promise him a life of considerable fulfillment. In stark contrast to the agonizing existence he endured in his previous life at the societal bottom, the current Long Fantion simply yearns for enjoyment. I knew you would agree. Come, allow me to introduce you to your teammates. Witnessing the proceedings unfold so smoothly, Yu Tianheng felt a twinge of regret for having summoned Yu Xiaojiang. Had he known this lad was so desperate for funds, why had he not recruited him sooner? Nevertheless, it is not too late. At least the task assigned by the Emperor of the Tiandou Empire has been accomplished. Retaining such a formidable expert within the empire is undoubtedly akin to adding wings to a tiger. Furthermore, it is certain that the Blue Sky Tyrannosaurus Sect will soon forge a strong alliance with the Tiandou Empire, much like the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Thus, their strength in opposing the Spirit Hall has been further augmented. Indeed, however, I have always fought solo, lacking experience in team combat. No matter, we have ample time to train together, allowing us to gradually acclimatize. Witnessing the addition of such a formidable ally, Yu Tianheng was undeniably elated. With this young man's formidable support, he felt increasingly confident in assuming command of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Clan. At worst, he could offer this lad a position as the chief elder, ensuring his unwavering loyalty to their cause. Perhaps due to Yu Tianheng's deliberate arrangements, they encountered their teammates after only a few steps. Leading the group were two young ladies, each adorned with captivating smiles. Captain, is this the clan member you spoke of? Capable of contending with the title Douluo? One of them was a girl enveloped in a mysterious green mist, seemingly comprised of toxic gas. For some reason, although she wore a smile, Long Fantion felt a profound sense of threat. Hee, allow me to introduce her. This is Duguyen, our team's control type member. I see. Long Fantion is also a control type. No wonder this young lady exudes such a fiery aura upon arrival. Chapter 28, The Jealous Duguyen. So it is Miss Duguyen. A pleasure to meet you. I am Long Fantion from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. Despite her displeasure, one could not deny that Duguyen was indeed a striking beauty. Yet, it seemed she harbored a strong aversion to any challenges to her position. TSK. A small green snake, a manifestation of her martial spirit, suddenly spat its tongue at Long Fantion. Captain, do we not already have a control type in our team? Are you planning to replace me? Is it because I could not match Tang San back in the day? It appears that even though the Continental Elite Soul Master competition had occurred many years prior, Duguyen still held on to those memories. Yin, that was not my intention, since Long Fantion is one of our own from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. I merely wish to include him. You men are all the same. With a forceful stamp of her foot, Duguyen stormed off. Is this a case of princess syndrome? Observing the scene before him, Yu Tianheng felt somewhat embarrassed as he explained to Long Fantion. Well, we were defeated by Shrek Academy back in the day, and this incident has always lingered in Yin Yan's mind. I hope it's quite all right. I merely came to familiarize myself with everyone. Long Fantion responded nonchalantly, dismissing the pouting girl who had run off in a huff. In his era, he had encountered many young women with such temperaments and was no longer surprised by them. Ah, this beautiful lady is named Yilangling, whose martial soul is the renowned Nine-Heart Sea Buttercup, capable of healing even the gravest of injuries. In contrast to the petulant girl who had stormed off, the other, known as Yilangling, exuded an air of grace and poise. This is a formidable auxiliary spirit master, whose capabilities can be likened to the legendary Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. However, in one-on-one combat, such a super spirit does not hold significant advantages. Yet, during future large-scale battles, this spirit is bound to prove invaluable. Each member of the Imperial combat team possesses a family background, and Long Fantion has spent considerable time getting to know them individually. With this identity, he has the liberty to roam the royal garden at will. As he passed by a lotus pond, Long Fantion seemingly caught sight of a familiar graceful figure. It was the elusive Duguyen, this striking young woman sitting alone by the pond, her shoulders trembling slightly. Was she weeping? Thus, Long Fantion stealthily approached, finding a step to sit upon, inadvertently startling the tearful maiden. What are you doing? She exclaimed. Nothing. Just admiring the scenery. I never expected the Imperial Garden of the Tiandou Empire to be so vast. You, humph. None of your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan are good people. Oh? It seems this is our first meeting, isn't it? Are you perhaps acquainted with our young master? Indeed, men are not devoid of curiosity. Don't speak nonsense. I have no interest in your young master. I merely. Thus, the ancient adage holds true. Women are indeed enigmatic beings. Though she may be a venomous beauty. Long Fantion found her increasingly charming. Perhaps this is the allure of a captivating woman. Sigh, I have previously crossed paths with that fellow named Tangan. He is truly formidable. Although I am unaware of her thoughts, I must find a way to establish common ground. Upon hearing Tangan's name, Douluo Yan's demeanor brightened. Tangan, have you seen him recently? Have you fought with him? His strength. At that moment, she bore the unmistakable appearance of a lovesick maiden. Could it be that Tangan not only bested Douluo Yan, but also captured her heart? Yes, I just mentioned he is incredibly strong. And he has become quite handsome. While discussing Tangan, Long Fantion discreetly observed the young woman's expressions. Her cheeks flushed, a rosy hue spreading from her neck to her ears, confirming his suspicions. Tangan, the so-called, not only possesses outstanding strength, but also the charm to win the affections of young women. To be candid, Long Fantion felt a twinge of jealousy towards this. He yearned to pin this pretty boy to the ground and give him a thorough thrashing. Why must all the good ones be taken by this? Chapter 29. Encounter with the Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasures glazed Sect. Little did he expect that Tangan had grown to such heights. It is only natural that one would struggle against him. Well then, is this what they call beauty in the eyes of the beholder? Clearly. Tangan has no connection with this Douluo Yan, yet this young lady is hopelessly infatuated, lost in unrequited love. How infuriating. Observing Douluo Yan's predicament, Long Fantion realizes that today's attempts at charming her have utterly failed. Indeed, it seems there exists no animosity between us, correct? Then, perhaps I was merely in a foul mood earlier. I warmly welcome you to join our Imperial battle team. This time, it was Douluo Yan who took the initiative to extend her hand. Her delicate fingers were truly soft. However, lost in the delightful pursuit of flirtation. Long Fantion could hardly fathom that, at this very moment, someone harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him, none other than the woman masquerading as the crown prince. Indeed, the original Xue Qinghe was a boy, but he had been tragically murdered many years ago. In his stead now stands Qian Rinxue, the saintess of the Wuhuan Temple. This is a secret known to only a select few. However, just days ago, due to the revelation of his lack of an Adam's apple, the identity of the Grand Prince is now at risk of being exposed. Subsequently, all assassination attempts against the discoverer proved futile, resulting in the Spirit Hall suffering the loss of a titled Douluo. Thus, the first unstable element that the Grand Prince seeks to eliminate is this young Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Of course, true masters do not engage directly. They prefer to wield others as instruments of their will. Hence, I entrust this matter to you, Master. All I require is for you to teach that young Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon a lesson. Surprising, isn't it? The counterfeit Grand Prince has sought the assistance of a more formidable titled Douluo, none other than Ning Fengji, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who also happens to be his mentor. Rest assured, Grand Prince, this young man indeed ought to learn the meaning of respect. However, it is not the master himself who takes action, but rather another titled Douluo affiliated with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Just as Long Fantion was reluctantly bidding farewell to Douluo Yan, eager to find a place to dine, he was confronted. Before him stood an elderly man with a head full of white hair, yet exuding a powerful presence. The strength of a titled Douluo is no jest, regardless of age. One cannot help but feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from such a figure. Senior, may I inquire what this is about? Are you Long Fantion of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect? Indeed, that is I. Excellent, you are precisely the person I seek. Might I ask where I have offended you? We hold no grudge against one another. However, you previously slighted His Highness, and thus, I must impart a lesson. Very well. It appears that dealing with women and petty individuals is indeed a challenge. I never anticipated that this Grand Prince would harbor such a vengeful spirit. These women are truly troublesome. Yet, emboldened by the acquisition of his fifth spirit ring, Long Fantion felt no fear. Although his opponent was likely another titled Douluo, this was not Long Fantion's first encounter with adversaries of such caliber. Senior, you are aware of my affiliation with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and still choose to engage? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School fears none of you. Enough with the pleasantries. unveil your martial spirit. So, it is indeed a master from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I have long heard of their two formidable guardians, one being the Bone Douluo, and the other the Sword Douluo. The elder before me, unarmed, must undoubtedly be the Bone Douluo. In terms of rank, his strength should be comparable to the Ju Douluo, certainly not an adversary to be underestimated. Very well. Then I humbly request your guidance, Senior. Upon uttering these words, 5 spirit rings illuminated Long Fantion S form, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. This configuration stands as the most formidable among its peers. Even the Bone Douluo across from him could not help but be momentarily taken aback. Have you truly ascended to the rank of Soul King? Previous intelligence indicated you possessed only 4 soul rings. Well, initially, I did have merely 4. But after a visit to the Stardew Forest, I experienced a breakthrough. To be honest, the transformation of Long Fantion seems rather rapid, fortunately. He had previously attempted to reach the rank of Soul Sage, which makes it somewhat understandable. Ah, young lad. It appears you are the most formidable among the younger generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. However, against me, it will be of no consequence. After uttering these words, the Bone Douluo unleashed his full power. Goodness gracious, 9 soul rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple, accompanied by 5 black ones. Chapter 30, Bone Douluo's 9th soul skill. Bone Transformation, Divine Dragon. Senior, must you be so serious? Upon witnessing the Bone Douluo revealing all 9 of his soul rings, Long Fantion suddenly felt overwhelmed. If it weren't for the unique power of his mutated martial soul, he would find it difficult to compare to the quality of soul rings before him. Yet, at this moment, he had just surpassed level 50, barely crossing the threshold into Soul King. Meanwhile, this individual before him was a title Douluo at level 95. Do you think I hail from the countryside? You possess the capability to rival the likes of the Chrysanthemum Pass. Do you think I can afford to hold back? It turned out that this was not merely a gentle lesson for Long Fantion. This Bone Douluo is likely scheming with great intent to engage in battle with this young man. This is not a matter of Bone Douluo seeking to intimidate newcomers. Rather, it is a recognition of this young man's previous achievements. A person capable of pushing Jiuhua past to such a desperate state certainly warrants Bone Douluo's serious attention. Senior, was that merely a stroke of luck? The elder from the Spirit Hall had already been significantly drained of his soul power by our clan leader. Thus any explanation at this moment would be futile, as the formidable Bone Douluo had directly unleashed his 9th soul skill. The 9th soul skill, Bone Transformation Divine Dragon. My word, why unleash such a powerful move right from the outset? There is no alternative but to confront it head-on. 4th soul skill, Nether Flower of the Yellow Springs. Indeed, it was not that Long Fantion had deliberately held back. Rather, the previous manifestation of the 3,000 weak waters over the Niha Bridge had proven to be excessively domineering. What if this elder from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School were to be severely injured? Moreover, given that this was a scheme devised by a certain Grand Prince, it is likely that he is observing from some hidden vantage point. Roar. Before us stood a colossal bone dragon, its size beyond imagination. Even within the confines of the royal garden of the Heavendo Empire, the space seemed insufficient to contain it. The immense output of soul power and the emergence of the dragon heightened the tension in the atmosphere considerably. Soon, waves of guards appeared. Yet, none dared to approach the formidable bone dragon before them. A dragon, regardless of its location, is an inherently terrifying creature, is it not? I am the Bone Elder of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, engaged in a friendly spar with this young man. Those who wish to avoid injury should step aside. Very well. It seems that Bone Douluo is indeed powerful. He can still articulate words after transforming. At least he managed to send away the surrounding guards, for otherwise, it would have been difficult to clarify the situation. While the bone dragon distracted the guards, the petals of the nether flower of the Yellow Springs had already drifted around the massive creature. Roar. It appeared that the bone dragon sensed the peril posed by these flowers. A formidable aura emanated from the dragon, yet it could not disperse all the petals. Zizi. Thus, the predicament that Jiuhua Pass once faced resurfaced before Bone Douluo. Every bone of this fellow is forged from soul energy. However, the Hades flower is precisely the nemesis of such power. In no time, it has already dissolved several of his ribs and converted the energy into a form that the gate of Hades can absorb. What a clever lad. Your techniques exhibit such remarkable transformations. It appears that I cannot afford to hold back any longer. A fierce breath of dragon fire erupted directly from the mouth and nostrils of this colossal dragon, surging towards Long Fantion with unparalleled heat. Yet, as this energy is also composed of soul power, The Hades flowers instinctively formed a shield before their master. The rhythm of energy absorption continued unabated. I never anticipated that the Hades flower possessed such dual capabilities of offense and defense. Fortunately, the relentless assault from this bone Douluo has granted our long Fantion a deeper understanding of his skills. Well then, I truly did not foresee that you possess such abilities. So I shall cease this engagement. Perhaps it was wise to maintain restraint from the outset. Or maybe he feared the complete absorption of his soul power would not be advantageous. The bone Douluo swiftly retracted all the soul rings, while the Hades flower, having lost its target, instinctively surged toward the adversary before it. Fortunately, Long Fantion halted just in time. Otherwise, the situation could have spiraled out of control. The prowess of this venerable elder is undeniably pure and commendable, although he only absorbed less than 110 units of soul power from the opponent. This newfound strength has proven exceedingly beneficial. While it may not suffice for another elevation in rank, it has significantly augmented his overall capabilities. In contrast, the bone Douluo, despite presenting an outwardly magnanimous demeanor, was inwardly bleeding profusely. The soul power he had painstakingly cultivated over many years would take several days to replenish the losses incurred. Chapter 31. Once again targeted by the sword Douluo, I concede. Thank you for your mercy, esteemed elder. Although Long Fantion believed he might not have lost had the contest continued, he discerned that this moment was the most opportune to withdraw. Furthermore, the instigator of this incident was none other than the Grand Prince. It seemed unnecessary to tear apart their relationship over a woman. Oh, now I understand why that fellow from the Chrysanthemum Pass did not seize your blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. The bone Douluo expressed admiration for this young man who understood the nuances of retreat in advance. A measured conclusion was indeed the best resolution for this contest. Just when one might have thought the affair concluded, the ensuing scene was nothing short of absurdly amusing. As the bone Douluo prepared to turn away, a flying sword suddenly descended from the heavens, landing before his feet. Have you conceded so easily? If you are unable, then permit me to take your place. It was the sword Douluo, another elder-level figure from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a formidable rank 97 assault type titled Douluo. This strength is not to be underestimated. It is not merely that the Chrysanthemum Pass has closed. Even the elusive specter may pale in comparison, much like the martial arts masters depicted in television dramas. This sword Douluo revels in challenging formidable opponents. Moreover, the seven-killing sword he wields can be regarded as the most potent offensive martial soul across the entire Douluo continent. Against such an adversary, Long Fantion possesses no absolute confidence in achieving victory. One must not underestimate the gap between levels 95 and 97. It may take over 20 years of diligent cultivation to attain a breakthrough. What to do? Just as Long Fantion sensed the situation growing increasingly dire, a melodious female voice resonated behind him. Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Sword, what are you two up to? This is Ning Rongrong. At this critical juncture, the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect has made her appearance. With her graceful figure, fair complexion, and laughter that rings like silver bells, she embodies beauty in its purest form. The two-titled Douluo, previously enveloped in an aura of slaughter, broke into smiles upon seeing Ning Rongrong. It's Rongrong. We are saved. Although one of his trump cards remains unplayed, Long Fantion now breathes a sigh of relief. Grandfathers, please do not heed my father's words. He merely has a thin skin. It turns out that Ning Rongrong was already aware of the situation and had come specifically to assist in resolving the dilemma. Currently, both the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect are evenly matched. They share a common adversary, the Spirit Hall. If they were to undermine each other at this moment, it would merely be a matter of time before they were systematically defeated. Our little princess's word is law. Yet it is unfortunate that the current state of our sect strikes a poignant chord, rendering the expressions of the two-titled Douluo rather grim. Grandfathers, no more words. You two-titled Douluo have done your utmost, living up to the expectations of the great prince. Although this is Ning Rongrong's first encounter with Long Fantion, she is remarkably perceptive. The individual before her, a descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon with a mutated martial soul, is evidently a target of Tang Sect's recruitment. However, unbeknownst to those present, today's events have drastically altered Long Fantion's prior perspective. It is evident that in the Douluo continent, it is not solely about individual strength. Having a formidable backing is of paramount importance. According to his recollections of the original text, the Spirit Hall will soon initiate a reshuffling of power across the continent. Meanwhile, the Tang sect established by Tang San will rise to prominence, ushering in a tumultuous era. If one wishes to establish their own power under the watchful eye of the Spirit Hall, this period presents Long Fantion with an opportune moment. Well then, initially, he merely aspired to be a carefree expert, but reality has proven otherwise. Having been drawn into this turmoil, it is time to put forth genuine effort. Of course, Long Fantion has no intention of competing with Tangan for territory, as he lacks such a foundation. There are still ample opportunities ahead. It merely depends on whether he can seize them. Chapter 32. Confronting the Elephant Armor Sect. Thank you, Miss Rongrong, for coming to my aid. And please extend my gratitude to Brother Tangan. With his decision made, Long Fantion departed from this place of strife. Next, he must seek out Tianheng. To swiftly comprehend the current situation across the Douluo continent, he needs to consult someone who frequently travels. Fantion, do you have any thoughts? Do you require assistance? While still somewhat inexperienced, I do possess a few ideas. Rather than passively enduring blows here, it may be more prudent to take the initiative. The Spirit Hall's influence is indeed vast, and they will certainly not overlook the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Instead of waiting for their relentless attacks, it would be wiser to strike first. Even if attacking the core of the Spirit Hall is unfeasible, eliminating their affiliated forces is also a commendable choice. After careful consideration, Long Fantion ultimately set his sights on the Elephant Armor Sect. With both the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect having sustained significant damage, these factions are now eager to act. Moreover, the Spirit Hall has already hinted that it will soon reorganize the 7 major sections. This has instilled a sense of hope within those smaller sects, for indeed, this represents a golden opportunity for their resurgence. Recently, the Xiangjia Sect and the Spirit Hall, situated within the boundaries of the Tiandou Empire, have been in close proximity. Let us take action against these individuals. The time for retaliation has arrived. Summon your sect leader forth. Long Fantion of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect has come to settle the score. This provocation completely caught the entire Elephant Armor Sect off guard. Long Fantion brazenly stood at their doorstep, clearly intending to challenge them. Where did this audacious young man emerge from? Do you even realize where you are? The disciples of the Elephant Armor Sect were instantly incensed upon seeing this insolent lad. Although their sect leader was not present, they were not to be trifled with. Humph. You lot openly aligning with the Spirit Hall while considering yourselves part of the Heavendou Empire? Long Fantion's words rang with righteousness. But soon he found himself surrounded by dozens of burly men. Since Hu Yinjin was unwilling to show himself, I shall take you lot as my first targets. A peculiar smile crept across Long Fantion's face as he surveyed the towering figures before him, each nearly 2 meters tall. If he were to provoke another sect, the Heavendou Empire's guards would undoubtedly intervene. However, the recent actions of the Elephant Armor Sect had been utterly outrageous. Had it not been for their reluctance to confront the Spirit Hall directly, the Heavendou Empire would have acted against them long ago. Past experiences had shown Long Fantion that to enhance his martial spirit, he must engage in continuous battle. And while these ordinary disciples of the Elephant Armor Sect were somewhat inexperienced, they could still provide a substantial amount of soul power. As these brutes flaunted their muscles and stature, Long Fantion unleashed his prowess. Third soul skill, Yellow Spring Azura Field. Indeed, there was no need for him to resort to his ultimate moves against such weaklings. The third soul skill was more than sufficient. Do you think our Elephant Armor Sect is a mere rabble? Allow me to demonstrate the continent's mightiest defense. And the terrifying oppression of our giant elephant clan shall be an indelible memory for you. Clearly, these ordinary disciples were oblivious to Long Fantion's reputation. Despite their imposing size and commendable defenses, they could not evade the black lines that emerged from the Yellow Spring Azura Field. Like an insatiable parasite, these black lines swiftly immobilized all enemies on the battlefield. Moreover, the soul rings and soul power of these individuals visibly dwindled. No matter how strong one's physique may be, if their soul power and rings dissipate, what difference remains from an ordinary person? Soon, dozens of hulking figures collapsed to the ground. The taste was quite delightful. Too bad their sect leader was absent. Otherwise, I would have taken him as well. Chapter 33. Establishing one's own sect. Bang. Is this the strength of the Spirit Hall's allies? Do you still have the audacity to claim to be the continent's foremost defensive sect? Speak. Where has your leader, Hu Yinjin, hidden himself? In just over 2 minutes, those dozens of disciples had been rendered powerless. Regardless of their soul power, soul rings, or martial spirits, all had been absorbed by the gate of Yellow Spring. Then, Long Fantion callously placed his foot upon the face of the so-called senior brother. I shall not divulge that information to you. Humph, if you are unwilling to speak. There are others who will. Since I am here to challenge your sect, none shall escape. Fourth soul skill, Yellow Spring Nether Flower. Surrender all your strength to me. After dispatching the group at the entrance, Long Fantion kicked open the main door. The remaining members of the Elephant Armor sect numbered over 500, including 3 elder-level soul saints. Thus, upon entering, Long Fantion immediately activated full offensive mode. The omnipresent Yellow Spring Nether Flower, upon making contact with an enemy, would drain all their strength completely. Initially, a few capable fighters intended to resist. Yet before their fists could even reach their opponents, their soul rings shattered. I will speak. Our sect leader has gone to negotiate with the Yu and Pa clans. It turned out that Hu Yinjin was indeed absent from the sect at that moment. This individual is under the command of the Spirit Hall, accompanied by his most capable subordinates as he roams about recruiting soldiers. His intention is to annex the relatively weaker sections. It seems your sect leader has been rather fortunate to have escaped a catastrophe. What is it that you truly desire? Our soul rings and soul power have all been stripped away, leaving us at the mercy of this insolent brat who has come to challenge us, causing an inexplicable humiliation among the elders of the Elephant Armor sect. But do you believe this is the end? Are you dissatisfied? I hereby declare that from this day forth, the name Elephant Armor sect shall no longer exist on the Douluo continent. What do you intend to do? I shall incorporate you all, and you will henceforth toil as blacksmiths and laborers. This place shall be known as the Heavenly Dragon Gate. Should you wish to resist, An irresistible aura emanated from Long Fantion. At this moment, he had not only reduced the entire master of the Elephant Armor sect to mere mortals, but intended to claim them as his subservients. Resistance? A mere assembly of ordinary individuals daring to oppose a Soul King? How preposterous! Even if Hu Yinjin were to arrive, what could he possibly achieve? It is impossible. We are registered within the Tiandou Empire. Registered, you say? I almost overlooked that detail. Gentlemen, please come forth. At that moment, Long Fantion clapped his hands, and several bureaucratic figures approached. Mr. Long, we have confirmed that this territory shall henceforth belong to you. Please extend our regards to the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect. Do you see? An official endorsement has already been granted. What more can you say? I must report this matter to the sect master. If you can secure his approval, we shall acknowledge it. Indeed, this is a case of a stubborn duck refusing to yield. Do you truly believe that after receiving the news, Hu Yinjin would dare to return? What can an 87th level assault-type Soul Douluo accomplish against the ominous Huangguan Bihua, which even the formidable Ju Douluo of the Spirit Hall cannot contend with? On the surface, it may appear to be merely an individual act. However, in essence, this is an initiative of the entire Tiandou Empire, aimed at demonstrating our formidable prowess to the Spirit Hall. Do you, still harbor the intention to align yourselves with the Spirit Hall, despite your ironclad resolve? Can you still hope for the protection of the Tiandou Empire? Very well. I shall grant you 3 days. Yet, should I uncover any clandestine maneuvers on your part, none shall be spared. With that final proclamation, Long Fantion departed, but not before making a throat-slitting gesture before the assembly. This truly leaves one gasping in astonishment. Who could have anticipated that this prodigy emerging from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Clan would also be a formidable character? Chapter 34. Hu Yinjin's Self-Destructive Path. Although the Elephant Armor sect is the weakest among the 7 great sects, it maintains the closest ties with the Spirit Hall. Not long after Long Fantion's departure, the news swiftly reached the Spirit Hall. As anticipated, the current Pope, Bibi Dong, was seething with indignation. This audacious young scion of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon had the audacity to blatantly disregard the Spirit Hall. Did he not realize that Hu Yinjin had already pledged his allegiance to us? However, as the Pope, she could not easily reveal herself. Master, allow us to take action. We shall undoubtedly restore the dignity of the Spirit Hall. The young generation of the Spirit Hall had previously represented their faction in the Soul Master competition, but they had suffered great humiliation when the Shrek 7 monsters emerged victorious. Consequently, they had dedicated themselves to rigorous training over the past few years, resulting in substantial improvement in their abilities. Notably, Hulaina had even passed the trials of the City of Slaughter, acquiring the domain of the God of Slaughter. Nana, I am aware of your loyalty, but the time is not right. Let us wait for Hu Yinjin to respond. Observing the eager young souls, Bibi Dong poured a metaphorical bucket of cold water over their fervor. It was not that the Pope was lacking in compassion. Rather, she sought to protect these youths. Although Elder Ju Douluo had downplayed past events, he had revealed the truth in private. Had it not been for Ghost Douluo's timely intervention, the elder of the Spirit Hall might have met his demise. Furthermore, this young man had already demonstrated the capability to single-handedly eliminate a junior title Douluo in the Stardew Forest. Thus, even with Hu Lai's mastery of the God of Slaughter domain, she would stand no chance against him. As a representative of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong was unwilling to lose her cherished disciples so easily. Your Holiness, Hu Yinjin requests an audience. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the beleaguered Hu Yinjin arrived. Let him enter. In truth, regardless of the sect, all were mere pawns to the Spirit Hall. Initially, Hu Yinjin had some utility, as he commanded nearly 800 followers. However, now, apart from this old man and a few trusted confidants, the rest of his kin had been rendered powerless. The words of Hu Yinjin, recognizing the situation, suggested seeking a position within the Spirit Hall, perhaps allowing for a meager survival for a while. To seek vengeance from the esteemed Pope for us, I pondered the possibility of inviting one of the two elders to accompany me back to the Heavenly Dou Empire. Are you jesting? Would you have the Jew Douluo return to confront the flower of the underworld? Even if this elder were willing, do you believe Bibi Dong would relent? In truth, this esteemed Pope currently harbors no desire to utter a word to this abject failure before her. In the next moment, this sycophant was unceremoniously expelled from the Spirit Hall. The Pope declared, "You must resolve your own matters. If you cannot even reclaim your sect, what qualifications do you possess to collaborate with our Spirit Hall? This is the true face of the Spirit Hall. Despicable, odious blue lightning tyrant dragon. I, Hu Yinjin, shall contend with you. A brute is indeed a brute. Even if the Spirit Hall refuses assistance, one could seek refuge with other sects. Yet, Hu Yinjin chooses the path most unwise. A mere soul Douluo dares to challenge the blue lightning tyrant dragon? Do you presume that the 95th level title Douluo is but a figment of imagination? Previously, the Spirit Hall had dealt a blow to them, and the anger simmering within Yu Yuanjin had yet to find an outlet. Unexpectedly, Hu Yinjin presents himself to provoke. Is this not a death wish? You all stand aside. I have been vexed at not finding a way to avenge myself upon the Spirit Hall. As he gazed upon the provocateur at the sect's gates, a hint of a smile crept upon Yu Yuanjin's lips. He was already aware of the deeds performed by Long Fan Tian outside, and the master of the blue lightning tyrant dragon had even tacitly approved. Now that Hu Yinjin has come to them, let the world witness the true essence of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Obey my command. Let this fool learn the fate that awaits those who seek the Spirit Hall's shelter. Chapter 35, Dragon Devours Elephant, Instantaneous Demise of Hu Yinjin. Hu Yinjin, you old scoundrel, how dare you show your face at our blue lightning tyrant dragon? I have been troubled at not finding a means to avenge myself on the Spirit Hall. Gazing at the imposing figure before him, Yu Yuanjin immediately unleashed all 9 of his soul rings. What a jest it is, a 95th level title Douluo, facing an 87th level soul Douluo. Must he show you any courtesy? What do you intend to do? You blue lightning tyrant dragon are too overbearing. Not only have you destroyed our sect, but you also seek to expunge us. Relying on a soul bone from a golden mammoth, this fellow dares to challenge the blue lightning tyrant dragon at our very doorstep. Is this satisfactory? We have directly summoned the formidable villain, Yu Yuanjin. Initially, the intention was merely to assert dominance and allow the blue sky Tyrannosaurus to spare them. This is what one calls being too clever for one's own good. Long Fan Tian is one of our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus members, and I shall bear the brunt of all his actions. Very well. I wonder what the old sect leader intends to do. Did I not mention? Long Fantian's approach is my own. Today, I shall ensure that your sect is utterly eradicated from this world. A magnificent blue dragon soared into the sky, its gaping maw aimed at the colossal elephant below. You, I shall not hold back against you. How dare you, a mere soul fighter, challenge me, a title Douluo? Prepare to fall. With a powerful straight punch, I struck directly at Hu Yinjin's forehead. In that moment, a massive blue electric Tyrannosaurus devoured the elephant lying on the ground in a single gulp. This is a swift and decisive annihilation. As Yu Yuanjin gradually withdrew his hand, the towering figure before him, exceeding 2.5 meters in height, began to dissipate like sand in the wind. There was nothing left of him. Master, oh master. The surviving disciples of the Elephant Armor Sect, who had accompanied Hu Yinjin to cause trouble, were so terrified that they all fell to their knees. However, Yu Yuanjin had no intention of sparing them for a meal. Instead, he regarded them with palpable disdain. If you wish to fend for yourselves, feel free. Those who wish to survive should report to Long Fan Tian. Yes, yes. After the terrified youths fled in a panic, a sudden uproarious laughter echoed from behind. Ha ha ha, Bibi Dong. Did you see that? You shall be next, Wu and Hall. This appears to be the most favorable conclusion. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex has finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Master, should we not take some action regarding Long Fantion? After all, he has leveraged our reputation to his advantage. Observing this outcome, Yu Tianxin seems to have developed her own subtle thoughts. As the foremost disciple of the Thunder Academy, although this young man lacks the inherited talent of Yu Tianheng, he is nonetheless a standout among the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Now, with Long Fantion's sudden emergence, it appears he has overshadowed these esteemed veterans. In such circumstances, who wouldn't feel a tinge of discontent? Tianxin, how can you harbor such thoughts? The emergence of such a genius within our sect is indeed a blessing. However, the core members will always be of the Yu lineage. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I have been too narrow-minded. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to assist Long Fantion in achieving great endeavors. In truth, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect seems to have begun to regard Long Fantion with newfound respect. Yet, the essence of their sect remains anchored in the direct descendants. In reality, it did not take more than 3 days for the remaining capable disciples of the Elephant Armor sect to kneel before Long Fantion. We willingly wish to join the Heavenly Dragon sect. Here are all our accumulated land contracts and assets for your review. Sect Master. A wise bird chooses its tree. This is indeed the course of intelligent individuals. Where have you all been previously? What exactly is that Huyinjin up to? Reporting to the Sect Master. We previously followed that old rascal to intimidate other minor sects, compelling them to join us. Oh? Which sects are involved? Tell me. Chapter 36 Interception of the Min Clan. Single attribute for clans? Please elaborate on their specific circumstances. As commanded, the situation is as follows, surprisingly. It seems that Huyinjin has indeed done a commendable deed. This individual has already reached out to several small factions worth courting. Among them, for stand out prominently, namely the single attribute clans that were formerly affiliated with the Haotian sect. Aside from the Strength clan, which has long been subdued by Tang San, the other 3 seem to lack a clear direction for the time being. If one could manage to bring these 3 clans under their command before others intervene, it might prove to be an exceptionally advantageous endeavor. Intelligence reports indicate that the Yu clan is seemingly convening a gathering recently. This may indeed be a fortuitous moment for intervention. I see. Then let us prepare and seek out those 3 families. I intend to bring them all under the auspices of the Heavenly Dragon sect. I wonder which of them the Sect Master intends to confront first? Perhaps the Min family? With merely over 200 members, they should be the weakest among them, correct? The Sect Master is wise. Let us commence preparations at once. Furthermore, enlist a few ordinary individuals to keep an eye on the Tang sect, particularly that Tang San. I must be apprised of his every movement. Presently, the greatest threat does not stem from the Spirit Hall, but rather from Tang San. While others may remain oblivious, the transmigrator Long Fantion is acutely aware. As the future heir of the Tang sect, Tang San will undoubtedly spare no effort in seizing resources. Thus, it is imperative that we conclude our plans before the Tang sect can react. Grandfather, let us take a brief respite ahead. There appears to be a small inn. Yes. Let the clan members endure a little longer. We shall soon arrive at the Yu family. This is an elderly man who appears quite slender. Yet his steps are remarkably light. Following closely behind him are several young maidens, all of whom possess a similarly slender physique. This is precisely the embodiment of the Min family. With just 3 more days of travel, they shall reach their destination. Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize, but our humble establishment has been reserved by that gentleman within. Is that not so? Upon observing an elderly man accompanied by a group of charming young ladies, the tea-house owner yearned to serve them. Yet, how outrageous. Why must you drive away your patrons? Is this truly your manner of conducting business? Witnessing the tea-house proprietor standing in their way, a young lady clad in white was filled with indignation. This is the granddaughter of the clan leader, named by Qinxiang. It is evident that this young lady is embarking on her first journey away from home, and thus carries an inherent air of arrogance. However, before the proprietor of the tea-house could utter a word, 2 robust men resembling iron pillars emerged. Who are these rustic villagers to not notice that this venue has been reserved entirely by our master? Begone, do not compel me to take action to remove you. These 2 robust men hail from the Elephant Armor sect, and they are now affiliated with the Heavenly Dragon Gate. Qinxiang, do not be disrespectful. Have you forgotten your grandfather's admonitions? Perhaps the elder felt a twinge of discomfort upon noticing that these 2 muscular figures were also soul masters. However, grandfather, Is it not a tad too domineering of these individuals? Originally, the enchanting Bai Qinxiang intended merely to voice her grievances, yet to her astonishment, a dozen such formidable men materialized around her. It was evident that this was a trap. They had been waiting here all along for them to deliver themselves into their clutches. Esteemed friends of the Elephant Armor Sect, we have already clarified matters with your sect master, Hu Yinjun, during our last encounter. What does this signify? The old man recognized the imposing figures before him, but was astonished to realize that the Xiangjia sect had long since vanished. Oh, is it true that the elite of the Min family is all gathered here? At last, our Lord of Long Men has made his entrance. Yet he now bears an air reminiscent of a villain. Who are you? How could you possibly be associated with the Xiangjia sect? The white-haired elder clarified. This is our leader, Long Fantian of the Tianlongmen. The Xiangjia sect has already submitted to Tianlongmen. The response came from a fellow donning a mammoth helmet, who had previously been a disciple of Hu Yinjun. Chapter 37, The Stunning Beauty, by Qinxiang. What? I never expected the leader of Tianlongmen to be so youthful. As for Hu Yinjun, that fellow is now a relic of the past. How about it? Join our Tianlongmen. Indeed, these individuals were lying in wait, ready to ensnare others. The patriarch of the Min family, Bai He, was a formidable spirit master of the Soul Douluo rank, yet lacked offensive power. However, the beautiful maidens beside him were not inclined to remain passive. Are you jesting with us? On what grounds do you forcibly recruit us? The patriarch exclaimed. Let us charge out. They shall not stop us. The Min family was renowned for their swiftness, and it seemed that no one on the Douluo continent could rival their speed. Why are you so uncouth? Look at how frightened the young lady is. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Long Fantian quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Young man, while you may be a youthful soul king, I am at least of Soul Douluo caliber. Are you certain you wish to provoke me? Although Bai He was not of the offensive type, his keen eyes were perceptive. Moreover, the lovely girl named Bai Qinxiang boldly stepped forward to shield her grandfather. Grandfather, do not waste your breath on this fellow. Allow me to teach him a lesson. Perhaps emboldened by her grandfather's Soul Douluo status, Bai Qinxiang truly believed herself formidable. However, Long Fantian merely waved his hand, instructing those nearby to step aside. Since my friends wish to engage in combat, I alone shall suffice. Upon witnessing a beautiful young lady stepping forth, Long Fantian certainly intended for the burly men to make way. What if someone inadvertently harmed her? Qinxiang, do not act impulsively. Return at once. You possess only 4 spirit rings and are no match for him. Bai He exclaimed, visibly alarmed. Yet, Bai Qinxiang seemed entirely heedless of the warning, promptly employing her agile movements to charge towards her opponent. Unfortunately for her, she had reckoned without the prowess of Long Fantian, a prodigy capable of vanquishing even titled Douluo. Allow me to demonstrate my 4th spirit skill, the Hades Bloom. The full-screen attack of Hades Bloom had been previously unleashed against the Xiangjia sect. It had proven most effective when confronting a multitude of enemies. Petals? Do you jest? To think that a grown man would. The agile Bai Qinxiang initially intended to chastise Long Fantian, but as she felt the petals descend around her, it was already too late. The moment she made contact, she became acutely aware of her soul power being forcibly extracted. Even the spirit rings of several weaker female disciples began to flicker ominously. It was evident that if these occurrences were not swiftly halted, the flickering spirit rings would shatter. Such an occurrence would undoubtedly be a devastating blow for every soul master. The loss of a soul ring could very well halt their cultivation. If the consequences were too severe, it could even result in incapacitation. The first to sense the anomaly was, of course, the clan leader, Bai He. Their clan is already small, and this time, only the elite were brought forth. Should any misfortune befall them here, it would be nothing short of catastrophic. Wait, please stop. We concede. We are willing to surrender, though deeply reluctant. If the clan leader Bai He did not issue a command, all descendants, including Bai Qinxiang, could potentially become crippled. This is undoubtedly a loss they cannot endure. And it appears that the fastest Soul Douluo in the Douluo continent cannot escape the encirclement of the Yama flower. Thus, while the situation has yet to reach its direst point, it would be wise to surrender. How beneficial it would have been had you come to this realization sooner. Given that the assembly consists of beautiful young ladies, Long Fantian is reluctant to exert excessive force. Earlier, he had already restrained himself to merely 80% of his power. Otherwise, the soul rings of the weaker female disciples would have suffered at least a 50% shattering. It seems that the old man Bai He possesses a clear sense of judgment. Hence, we welcome the Min family to join our Heavenly Dragon Sect. Chapter 38, The stubbornness of Hulaina, ha ha ha. Old man, were you not quite defiant just now? Why do you now choose to concede? Upon seeing Bai He and his kin bow their heads, the robust men observing from the periphery erupted into laughter. Although Long Fantion had timely restrained his hand, several exhausted young ladies still collapsed, their faces ashen. Clearly, the experience of having their soul power drained and nearly having their soul rings forcibly seized left them utterly terrified. Even Bai Qinxiang gazed at Long Fantion with profound reverence. What technique did you employ? How could even my grandfather, a master of soul Douluo caliber, be unable to withstand it? Yet before Bai Qinxiang could articulate her thoughts completely, the elder Bai He stepped forward to intervene. Please forgive our sect leader. It is entirely my fault for not having disciplined this young lady properly, allowing her to speak so insolently. No harm done. Let them accompany you back to your sect for now. It will provide an opportunity for you to familiarize yourselves with the route. Subduing the Min family was remarkably effortless. Yet Long Fantion had no intention of halting there. Previously, news had reached him from the Tiandou Empire that Tang San had already secured the loyalty of the Li family. Their next target would undoubtedly be the Yu family, and Long Fantion must act swiftly to recruit those talents before them. In comparison to the fellows from the Xiangjia sect, the Yu family appears to possess greater advantages. If he could assimilate this group into the Heavenly Dragon sect, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. As commanded, it seems we shall be absent from this year's Four Clans conference. It was evident that Bai He's tone carried a hint of helplessness. However, having already agreed to join the Heavenly Dragon sect, he understood well the consequences of reneging on his word. Rest assured, once I incorporate the Yu family, you shall have ample time to gather and celebrate. Long Fantion's interception was certainly unexpected by Tang San. However, this news soon reached the ears of the Wuhuan Hall. Although Bibi Dong did not express any overt discontent, it was palpable to all that the Pope was seething with anger. I cannot remain idle. I must ascend the mountain to thwart that madman. I cannot bear to witness my mentor's hard work being undermined. This is Hulaina, the sole female among the illustrious generation of the Spirit Hall. She is also a direct disciple of the Pope Bibi Dong. Perhaps sensing her master's size and helplessness, Hulaina feels an urgent need to take action. The young girl has now attained the rank of Soul King and is further supported by a soul bone. As the saying goes, a newborn calf fears not the tiger at this moment. Hulaina is entirely preoccupied with how to alleviate the burdens of the Spirit Hall for Bibi Dong. Seizing the opportunity while the elders were distracted, she stealthily descended the mountain alone. By the time the Pope, Bibi Dong, became aware of her absence, she had already vanished without a trace. Alarmed, her two companions promptly sought permission from Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, my sister is exceedingly headstrong, and I am quite concerned for her safety. I hope you will allow us to descend the mountain in search of her. Sighing, Bibi Dong remarked, what a mischievous little girl. Very well, you may go. But you must avoid any confrontation with that individual, understood? It remains unclear why Pope Bibi Dong harbors a certain trepidation towards Long Fantion. For now, one can only hope that this Long Fantion possesses the compassion to cherish the delicate. After all, Hulaina's most formidable techniques do not rely on direct confrontation from the outset. This young girl is naturally beautiful and possesses enchanting soul skills, which may prove to be unexpectedly advantageous. From this perspective, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, harbors a flicker of anticipation. Perhaps this blue lightning tyrant dragon, which even numerous formidable beings have been unable to tame, may succumb to our Nana's charm. Chapter 39. Capturing the Yu clan. What did you say? The Min clan has vanished? This is the territory of the Yu clan, where the chieftain had prepared fine wine to entertain old comrades. However, unexpected news arrived from the front. The group responsible for welcoming the leader of the Baihe clan had come up empty-handed. They learned from a small roadside establishment that the entire Min clan had been taken away, apparently by a sect known as the Tianlongmen. Tianlongmen? What sort of place is that? I do not recall such a power existing on the Douluo continent. Perhaps it has been too long since I ventured outside. For the chieftain of the Yu clan, known as the Old Rhinoceros, seemed somewhat bewildered. Chieftain, could it be the Spirit Hall's doing? They have been actively fostering new powers lately, even claiming to reselect the top 3 sects. Very well, it seems the Spirit Hall has acquired another scapegoat. Cursed be my negligence during this time. I should have personally gone to greet them. Tianlongmen, is it? I shall not let you escape. Just as the Old Rhinoceros slammed his fist against the floor, a hearty laughter rang out from outside. Ha ha ha, who dares to challenge us at Tianlongmen? Have we not walked willingly into our own trap? The speaker was none other than Long Fantion, who, at this moment, seemed unaware of the situation at hand. You. Who are you? Despite his earlier bravado, the old rhinoceros appeared somewhat taken aback upon seeing Long Fantion in person. So young. Could it be that the Spirit Hall now favors the cultivation of youthful talents? Are you the leader of Tianlongmen? Where have you taken my old friends? Hee. I merely persuaded them to join my Tianlongmen, so we may unite against the Spirit Hall. Although Long Fantion spoke nonchalantly, he had revealed a crucial piece of information. Tianlongmen and the Spirit Hall were indeed adversaries, not intertwined branches of the same tree. I am Niogao. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Hee. I have come to invite you to reunite with the leader of the Baiha clan. Do you not wish to meet? What exactly do you want? I propose that your Yu clan join us at Tianlongmen, thus maintaining our brotherhood. Long Fantion had no intention of dancing around the issue, stating his thoughts directly. Yet, unexpectedly, Niogao burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You expect an esteemed 85th level soul Douluo to bow to a mere 50th level soul king? Do you take me for a fool? Very well. Is a 50th level truly so inadequate? The previous Baiha, too, seemed to look down upon Long Fantion's level. And what of it? It seems I shall have to employ a firmer approach to persuade you. Huangquan Bienhua. The specifics of the ensuing events need not be recounted. Niogao's stubbornness was remarkable, remaining defiant even as the majority of his disciples lay exhausted on the ground. However, the wise have their strategies. Bring forth his disciples. Should this esteemed elder not acquiesce, we shall observe as a group of young ones have blades pressed to their throats. At this, Niogao finally lowered his hands. Very well, I can join you, but I hope you will treat my kin with kindness. Otherwise, I would rather die. Elder Nio, you think too highly of yourself. I resort to this desperate measure out of necessity. In truth, had Long Fantion unleashed the full power of the Huangquan Bienhua earlier, all of this trouble could have been avoided. Yet, doing so would have left at least half of the Yu clan's disciples crippled. This fails to achieve the perfect subjugation of the other party. Long Fantion is not currently seeking their resources and wealth. Rather, he desires sufficient manpower to contend against the Spirit Hall. Therefore, every member of the Yuji clan, including the current patriarch and the next generation of their youth, is indispensable. Just as the Yuji clan expressed their submission, a loud voice suddenly echoed. Hey, hurry and call out old rhinoceros. Tell him an old friend from the Tiandou Empire has arrived. All right, here comes another one. Chapter 40. The unexpected encounter between Hu Laina and Tang San. Master, someone from the Strength clan has come. Since it is an old friend of yours, then go and meet them, and introduce me as well. In truth, Long Fantion already knew who awaited outside. It was fortunate that he had preemptively subdued the Yuji clan, which left Tang San, standing at the entrance, utterly astonished. Brother Long, what brings you here? Oh, is that not Brother Tang San? How is it that you are here? At this moment, Long Fantion appeared even more surprised than his counterpart. The acting. I have come to attend the gathering of the 4 single attribute clans, yet the scene unfolds before me, and Tang San senses that something is amiss. The old rhinoceros, following Long Fantion with its head bowed, raises a question. Oh, are you holding a gathering? Am I interrupting? Perhaps you could converse for a while before making your way to our Heavenly Dragon Gate, having already incorporated the Yuji clan into their ranks. Long Fantion is not in a hurry to extract everyone else. Meanwhile, the Titan and Tang San, facing each other, were expressions of confusion, as if their initial plans have been entirely disrupted. Brother Long, may I inquire about your connection with them? Well, you see, I have been endeavoring to strengthen our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Clan. Coincidentally, I sought to form an alliance with this esteemed elder, and we had just finalized our terms when I encountered you. After uttering these words, Long Fantion shifts his gaze toward the elder Niogao. Indeed, we have now allied with the Heavenly Dragon Gate, for their support from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Clan is undoubtedly more reliable than the former Houghton Sect. Such a response left Tang San utterly speechless. Attending the gathering was merely a pretext. In reality, this individual was also there to recruit. However, he did not anticipate being outmaneuvered. Just at that awkward moment, an uninvited guest arrived unannounced. What a spectacle from the Heavenly Dragon Gate. What a display from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect. And you, the Yu clan, is this truly your justification for declining our invitation from the Spirit Hall? A striking figure stood atop the highest stone pillar of the Yu clan's sign. It was Hu Laina, the esteemed disciple of the Spirit Hall's Pope, Bibi Dong. She is a stunningly beautiful woman capable of enchanting all who behold her, possessing a soul of captivating allure akin to that of a bewitching fox. Originally, Hulaina's appearance was intended for Long Fantian. However, in the next moment, her gaze fell upon a remarkably familiar visage. Tang San indeed. The man whom Hulaina could never forget. Furthermore, when Xiaowu made her sacrifice, Hulaina was present by her side. The agony of unrequited love caused Hulaina, who typically wore a stoic expression, to tremble slightly upon seeing Tang San. I trust the spirit hall has no authority over me at this moment. Moreover, it appears you two have something to discuss. Shall we take our leave? Long Fantian, of course, perceived that something was amiss between Tang San and Hulaina at this juncture. At this moment, his presence resembled that of an oversized light bulb. However, in the presence of beauty, Tang San's demeanor appeared rather displeasing. I have no ties with your spirit hall, and I hope you refrain from appearing before me. Otherwise, we shall settle the score from last time. Despite his words suggesting indifference, Tang San refrained from launching any attack against Hulaina, seemingly cherishing their past connection. After all, these two had relied on each other to survive in the city of slaughter. Brother Tang San, I shall leave this matter to you two. We will head inside for a drink. Alongside Tang San was Titan, the chieftain of the Strength Clan, whose expression seemed somewhat off as well. Brother Long, I hope you do not make things difficult for Miss Hulaina. I have a history with her. It appeared that Tang San's heart had softened. He seemed to have made a grave mistake that he had yet to recognize. His companions, Ma Hongjun and Talon, also displayed a sense of discomfort, as their relationship with the Spirit Hall had become adversarial. Third brother, what is this? Chapter 41, The Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall. Old gorilla, how could you associate with such young individuals? Have you forgotten how the Spirit Hall persecuted us in the past? Having already allied with the Heavenly Dragon Sect, and having no connections with Tang San, Niu Gao's response turned exceedingly intense. As a member of a single attribute sect, he and his companions had suffered oppression from the Spirit Hall after being abandoned by the Houtenant sect. Old Rhinoceros, let me explain. He is Tang Hao's son and should rightfully be our sect leader. Old Gorilla, if you continue to acknowledge a thief as your father, then our decades-long friendship is forfeit. This seemingly trivial conflict had unexpectedly positioned the Yu family against the Tang sect, clearly unprepared for the chaotic situation at hand. Hulaina found herself at a loss for words. Despite having prepared an elaborate statement, she could not utter a single word in front of the man she adored. At that moment, two other members of the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall arrived. Hulaina's brother, Xiaoyu, and Yin, who had always harbored feelings for Hulaina. Laina, what are you dazed about? Those who dare defy our Spirit Hall's orders cannot be spared. It seemed these three young individuals were entirely unaware of the formidable status that Tang San and Long Fanin had attained. The Pope, Bibi Dong, had repeatedly instructed them to avoid conflict and merely return with Hulaina. Yet, clearly, these impetuous youths had no intention of retreating so easily. Brother, Yin, please do not cause a commotion here. I will return with you. Although Hulaina had made a concession, the two men beside her appeared unyielding. Ah, is this not the golden generation of the Spirit Hall? Since you have come to us, I, Old Nyo, shall gladly accept you. The situation had become even more intriguing than anticipated, with Niu Gao, the chieftain of the Yu clan, being the first to strike. Old Rhinoceros, count me in. Whether out of shared enmity or instinctive reaction, as Niu Gao unleashed his martial spirit, the nearby great strength gorilla also summoned his soul Douluo power. It seemed that even if Tang San and Long Fanyin chose not to intervene, the prowess of these two soul Douluo would suffice to subdue the three before them. Tang San, are you truly so heartless? If you believe I am responsible for Xiaowu's demise, then take my life. Hulaina, seemingly unaware of her own motivations, descended to the ground beneath the immense pressure of two powerful foes. With deliberate steps, she approached Tang San. One cannot help but concede that this master of the Tang sect possesses extraordinary advantages. Not only is his own strength formidable, but he is also graced with a visage that captivates the hearts of women. However, at this moment, the presence of a woman merely hinders the swiftness of drawing his sword, a point that Tang San evidently fails to recognize. At this moment, if decisive action is not taken, the Tang sect may be perceived by the world as being affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Chief Niu Gao, let us join forces. It is a rare opportunity to host the illustrious golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Naturally, Long Fantian had no intention of directly annihilating these three young individuals. Rather, he considered using them as captives to threaten Bibi Dong, which seemed a far more advantageous strategy, particularly with regard to Hulaina. Bibi Dong's affection for her exceeded that of her own flesh and blood. However, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded as Tang San, who had previously remained motionless, suddenly extended the blue-silver grass. The blue-silver prison. What on earth? The blue-silver prison employed by Tangan was not aimed at the three individuals from the spirit hall before him, but rather ensnared Long Fantion, Niugao, and Titan directly. Tangan, what are your intentions? This is, after all, the territory of the Yu clan, and Niugao is instantly filled with wrath. However, to his surprise, Tangan directly clasped his fists in salute to the gathered individuals, his expression still one of deep conflict. I beg your pardon, he exclaimed, while simultaneously turning to Hulaina and shouting, why are you not leaving quickly? The sudden turn of events truly caught Hulaina off guard. Her enchanting eyes filled with a blend of confusion and gratitude. Yet, before she could take any further action, Xiaoyu and Yin rushed over to pull her away. Nana, hurry and come with me. If not now, then when? However, the subsequent actions of Tangan plunged him into a morally ambiguous predicament. Chapter 42, The Pursuit of Hulaina Boom. Although the blue-silver prison was formidable, it was soon broken free from. At this moment, however, Niugao did not pursue the people from the spirit hall, but instead charged angrily towards Tangan before him. Old rhinoceros, wait a moment. Are you out of your mind, old gorilla? How could you recognize such a treacherous wretch as your young master? Old rhinoceros, please listen to what the young master has to say. He is your young master, not ours. Perhaps it was a matter of equal strength. Or perhaps he wished to give an old friend some face. Niugao finally calmed down. Brother Tangan, I too seek an explanation. Why did you? This presents a splendid opportunity for Long Fantion, despite his admiration for Tangan's character. Yet, this young man has indeed made a grave error. I apologize, everyone. I have a slight connection with Hulaina. Henceforth, I shall not involve myself with the affairs of the spirit hall. Observing the current situation, Tangan let out a silent sigh. He had extended every possible kindness to Hulaina, and his current course of action effectively entangled the Tang sect with the spirit hall. Very well. Since you have previously aided me, I shall overlook this incident. Let us pursue. The netherworld flower. Although he acted promptly, this strike evidently bore no fruit. The three members of the spirit hall's golden generation had already slipped away along the periphery of the flower. Should they manage to return to the territory of the spirit hall, recapturing them would become an arduous task. After exchanging a glance with Niugao, the two of them surged forward simultaneously. Master, please mount my spirit. My speed is superior. Then I shall be in your service. Although the old rhinoceros was not particularly swift, lagging far behind the speed of the Baihe from the Minji clan, he was still an 85th level soul Douluo. How could he allow 3 battle spirit emperors to escape right beneath his nose? Soon, the figures of the 3 individuals came into view. Meanwhile, Hulaina and her companions became aware of their pursuers. What should we do? Xiaoyu, you and your sister should flee separately from me, after distracting the enemy. Continue to disperse. This is the decision made by the golden trio of the spirit hall. They consist of 3 individuals, while the pursuing enemies number only 2. If they split into 3 paths, surely one will manage to escape. Brother, you mustn't. Nana, this is our final opportunity. There can be no delays. You must swiftly deliver the message to His Holiness the Pope, or we are all doomed. Remarkably, the strategy of this trio has proven quite effective. First, Yin and Hulaina separated. Thus, Niugao must pursue the unrelated young man alone. At the very moment Long Fantion fixated on his target, the individual named Xiaoyu unexpectedly slowed down to obstruct him. Oh, are you planning to sacrifice yourself for your sister's escape? Upon seeing the man before him, who bore a resemblance to Hulaina, Long Fantion seemed to comprehend his intentions. It is only natural for a brother to protect his sister. Yet he has unfortunately chosen the wrong opponent. I will never allow you to harm my sister. Oh, is that so? Huangwan Bianhua. Knowing that Hulaina had already fled, Long Fantion had no intention of engaging in further conversation with this man. Although this fellow named Xiaoyu possessed remarkable agility, he could not withstand even 10 seconds under the full-scale assault of Huangwan Bianhua. Crack. His spirit power was depleted, and 3 of his 6 spirit rings shattered. This is the fate that awaits Long Fantion. Although his full power has not vanished entirely, the malevolent moon has long since ceased to pose a threat. This sinister month may be deemed dispensable, yet it is imperative that Hulaina must not be allowed to escape. This girl is indeed the only one capable of restraining Pope Bibi Dong. However, Long Fantion never anticipated that just when Hulaina found herself at an impasse, the appearance of an individual would completely alter the course of events. It was the royal carriage of the Grand Prince of the Tiandou Empire, Shuqinghe, which had come to a halt in the path that Hulaina was destined to traverse. Upon catching sight of the carriage, her face paled, and instinctively, she considered fleeing. Yet, a cold, unyielding figure behind her pulled her back into the harsh reality. Do you wish to return and throw yourself into the trap? Do you truly believe that Long Fantion will treat you kindly? This is the voice of a woman, melodious yet imbued with a chilling authority reminiscent of Bibi Dong. It appears that this great prince truly dons the guise of a woman. Chapter 43. She is the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, Qianrenxue. Your Excellency. The Holy Maiden, I reluctantly acknowledged, as Hulaina turned away, slowly approaching the carriage. I am uncertain whether I have made a profoundly foolish decision. Although he still outwardly embodies the image of the great prince, in this moment, every word he utters resonates with a feminine tone. Fortunately, there are no others around. Otherwise, witnessing this scene would surely leave them in utter astonishment. So, tell me, are you now our Spirit Hall's Holy Maiden, Qianrenxue, or the great prince of the Tiandou Empire, Shuqinghe? This is undoubtedly a dramatic scene. According to publicly released information, the Pope Bibi Dong indeed had a daughter named Qianrenxue, who tragically passed away at a young age for various reasons, leading to the name being scarcely mentioned over the years. Yet, could the truth of the matter be so straightforward? This strategic move by the Spirit Hall has been in the making for over 2 decades. The so-called golden generation of the Spirit Hall, represented by the illustrious Hulaina, is merely a facade. Every maneuver has been orchestrated to conceal the true identity of Qianrenxue. You stubborn girl, even at this point, you refuse to yield. However, the old Emperor Shui Yi has consumed copious amounts of the poison I concocted. It is nearly time for a change of personnel. It seems that Qianrenxue has indeed reached the brink of rebellion. You, my dear, are quite sincere. Were it not for the fact that you have been my close friend since childhood, do you think this saintess would come to your rescue this time? You remain oblivious to the intricacies of female bonds, yet Hulaina should now consider herself fortunate. With a swift movement, Hulaina has taken refuge atop the carriage of the Grand Prince. Such an act could very well expose the Grand Prince's true identity to peril. However, since this esteemed saintess of the Spirit Hall is willing to take such a risk, she must surely have her own means of support. Soon, Long Fantion also arrived. Yet, upon encountering the familiar figure of the Grand Prince, he was momentarily taken aback. Based on the direction Hulaina fled, it seemed she had indeed come this way. But why was the Grand Prince's carriage stationed here? Moreover, it appeared that this esteemed prince was cheerfully waving at him from the front. What is happening? Your Highness, how is it that you find yourself in this place? Just now, a rather dangerous individual from the Spirit Hall fled in this direction. Are you unharmed? As he hastened forward, Long Fantion felt a twinge of doubt, though he refrained from voicing it. Surely, it cannot be that this esteemed personage has colluded with the Spirit Hall? I truly did not expect you to withstand the Bon Douluo head-on. I must admit, I underestimated you. Your Highness, you flatter me. Wait, Your Highness, what about your voice? Did you not notice earlier? She is indeed a girl. Our esteemed princess deliberately lingered here to reveal her true identity to Long Fantion, did she not? Well, I must confess, I was rather hesitant before. I am not well versed in royal etiquette. By the way, did you truly not see anyone passing through? No, I have been right here. In fact, I was waiting for you, but you must keep this a secret. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that our grand princess has taken a liking to Long Fantion? Indeed, the affairs of any royal family are often chaotic. Perhaps this esteemed princess has donned male attire in a bid for the throne. Long Fantion, however, did not wish to delve deeper into such matters. I am grateful for your trust, Your Highness. I must pursue the individual and shall not disturb you any longer, but you should leave this place swiftly. It is far too perilous. Although somewhat surprised, Long Fantion realized that the Grand Princess seemed to be waiting specifically for him. The fact that she chose to share her secret of being a woman indicated that their relationship had progressed. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter was to track down that Hulaina from the Spirit Hall. That was Long Fantion's foremost duty at present. Very well. I had hoped to converse further to gain more insight, but you should attend to your own affairs. Farewell. Chapter 44. The grand scheme of the Spirit Hall. After pursuing for a while, Long Fantion increasingly sensed something amiss. According to the lingering aura of the spirit, this direction was indeed correct. Yet, why did it feel increasingly unclear as he advanced? Could it be that the other party was intentionally obscuring their trail? Could it be? There was a faint scent of the yellow spring flower emanating from them, perceivable only to those who wield skills. The most potent trace seemed to linger at the location of the carriage from earlier. Could that cunning Hulaina be hiding within the Grand Prince's carriage? This is dire. If that were the case, the Grand Prince would be in considerable danger. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Long Fantion stealthily retreated. However, just as he shifted his gaze back to the carriage, he uncovered an astonishing secret. It was indeed Hulaina, and she was in the company of the Grand Prince. Yet, the relationship between these two women did not appear to be one of abduction or mutual exploitation. They seemed more akin to playful sisters, engaging in light-hearted banter. What in the world? How could this be? Did the woman from the Spirit Hall already know our esteemed princess? There was no choice. Long Fantion had to discreetly release a yellow chrysanthemum flower. This also represents his further understanding of his own abilities. It turns out that this Higanbana, or the flower of the other side, does not merely possess the power to absorb the strength of others. Your Grace, do you believe we have successfully deceived that individual just now? These are the words of Hulaina. It seems so. This individual appears to harbor a modicum of trepidation towards our Tiandou royal family. However, I cannot fathom how he managed to trace your whereabouts. The Saintess? The Saintess of the Spirit Hall, perhaps? Upon overhearing the conversation between these two women, Long Fantion seemed to grasp something significant. I am uncertain. This fellow seems capable of sensing my soul power, a phenomenon that has long eluded my understanding. Have they perhaps placed some tracking mark upon you? No, dear esteemed Saintess. I have meticulously inspected every nook and cranny of my being, and I assure you, there are no traces left behind. This is indeed perplexing. Master Bibi Dong has cautioned me to avoid provoking him at all costs, suggesting that if possible, we should endeavor to recruit him. Yet, would that young man genuinely be inclined to assist us at the Spirit Hall? Very well. Upon hearing the discourse of these two women, Long Fantion felt as though he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. It turns out that this so-called Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire is, in fact, affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Could he be the legendary Qian Rinxue? As a traveler from another realm, I have undoubtedly perused the original work from years past. However, I must admit that I was somewhat inattentive, focusing solely on the exhilarating combat sequences, thereby neglecting the intricate plots of conspiracy and intrigue. Are we to witness a cataclysmic upheaval within the Tiandou Empire in the days to come? This is a grand scheme meticulously orchestrated by the Spirit Hall over many years. If it were to be unveiled by Long Fantion at this moment, it could very well provoke Bibi Dong herself to seek retribution. Although he now possesses a formidable martial spirit, Long Fantion does not believe he is capable of contending with that fearsome woman. Furthermore, the grandfather of Qian Rinxue is the most powerful title Douluo, boasting a remarkable rank of 99 in the current Douluo continent. I find it more prudent to concentrate all efforts on winning over Tang San rather than attempting to recruit that individual. These are Hulaina's thoughts. This woman is not only exceptionally beautiful in appearance, but also possesses remarkable intelligence. Moreover, Hulaina has harbored feelings for Tang San and is quite reluctant to stand against him. Nana, please share your perspective. Previously, in order for the three of us to retreat unscathed, Tang San made some regrettable decisions. If we could lend a hand in this matter, it could indeed be said that Tang San's act of releasing Hulaina in front of everyone might present an opportunity to exploit. Excellent. The information you provided is invaluable. However, we must proceed with caution. Let us distance ourselves from this place of turmoil. Holy Maiden, please. Chapter 45, Capturing Hulaina. Just to be safe, it is advisable for the Holy Maiden to return to the Emperor's side promptly to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Although the threat has not been entirely neutralized, Hulaina remains deeply concerned for Qian Rinxue. Very well. Do take care. We must not act so impulsively next time. In truth, both women are exceedingly astute, and they have likely deduced that their two companions have indeed been captured. However, if the identity of the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire can still be leveraged, there remains a possibility of rescuing them. It appears that the Spirit Hall is intent on claiming the Tiandou Empire, undoubtedly, aside from this Crown Prince. Many pivotal positions have already been infiltrated by their people. I never anticipated that this was the true objective of these individuals. Their ambitions are indeed vast. Yet, these two clever women have committed a grave error. They should never have separated at such a critical juncture. In reality, even if this woman were to alight from the Crown Prince's carriage, no one would raise an eyebrow. After all, what is amiss with a beautiful maiden accompanying a prince? Unfortunately, due to their own cleverness, the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, disguised as the Crown Prince, insists on maintaining her virtuous image. Does this not evoke a sense of suspicion? Thus, Hulaina and the Grand Prince parted ways in the desolate wilderness. At this moment, Hulaina appeared utterly oblivious to the lurking assailants concealed in her surroundings as she boldly advanced in his direction. Indeed, this was the essential route leading to the Spirit Hall, a place where Long Fantion found his utmost delight. Now, where do you intend to escape to? The Yellow Springs binding spell. Suddenly emerging from the shadows, Long Fantion swiftly immobilized Hulaina's movements. He then quickly seized her delicate neck with his right hand, making it difficult for her to breathe. So it turns out you have been eavesdropping all along. This is not eavesdropping. This is intelligence gathering. I never anticipated that you from the Spirit Hall would dare impersonate the royal family. I must admit, I underestimated you. You cough. Hulaina possesses a spirit akin to that of a mesmerizing fox, capable of unleashing enchanting abilities. Thus, it is imperative to deny her any opportunity to manifest her spirit, especially considering her striking beauty. Long Fantion, lacking the fortitude to resist such a lure, swiftly exerted his strength, rendering her unconscious. One cannot deny that she is indeed an exceptionally beautiful woman. Were it not for her affiliation with the Spirit Hall, perhaps a different path could have been explored. However, this is not the moment for fanciful thoughts. A stroke of misfortune could easily cost one their life. Long Fantion is certainly not one to act impulsively. At this juncture, the old rhinoceros also arrived with the other two individuals. Master, this fellow named Yin attempted to resist earlier, and I promptly incapacitated him. Along the way, I also encountered this unconscious Xiaoyu. At this moment, Niu Gao may have just witnessed Long Fantion gently placing Hulaina onto the ground, mistakenly believing he had interrupted a significant moment for someone. Thus, when he spoke, his tone bore a hint of caution, which inadvertently rendered Long Fantion quite embarrassed. Let us hasten to take her away. We wouldn't want the Spirit Hall to come after us for trouble. Master, did I arrive at an inopportune time? Have I disrupted your affairs? What nonsense. It is not as you perceive. Long Fantion reassured, there is no need for embarrassment, Neo. I, too, have traversed similar paths. This young lady is affiliated with the Spirit Hall, so your treatment of her is entirely justifiable. Well then, upon hearing the words of this elder, Long Fantion suddenly felt a tinge of regret, pondering whether his previous actions had indeed been excessively virtuous. Nonetheless, it was prudent to escort her back for now. One could never foresee what might transpire next. The primary concern remained the saneness of the Spirit Hall, as it felt inevitable that a monumental upheaval awaited upon her return. Chapter 46. The news of the Snow Knight Emperor's critical condition upon the return of the group to the residence of the Yu family, the Titan remained. Yet Tang San was nowhere to be found. Perhaps the earlier events had left him feeling deeply remorseful. Where is that lad gone? Niu Gao wondered aloud. Now that we have captured these three from the Spirit Hall, he wouldn't he be coming back to plead for them? Would he? Observing the Titaness' evident turmoil, Niu Gao couldn't he help but feel a sense of petty triumph. After all, compared to the composed demeanor of the two young men earlier, Tang San displayed a conspicuous lack of steadiness. Furthermore, this youth seemed devoid of any sense of responsibility, merely wandering off to clear his mind. Well, our young master is still in his youth. He has yet to endure such trials. This appears to be a statement difficult to reconcile. As the face of the clan leader of the Strength Clan is filled with various forms of embarrassment. What say you, Titan Clan leader? Would you consider joining our Heavenly Dragon Sect? We are the true entity that dares to confront the Spirit Hall. In this world, there exists a semblance of fairness. While many profess to oppose the Spirit Hall, some merely speak without action. Yet, the Heavenly Dragon Sect has manifested its commitment through tangible deeds. This, I must ponder. For we have previously pledged our allegiance to the Tang Sect. It seems the old gorilla's resolve is wavering, though he is reluctant to admit it. Tang San's earlier actions have left his subordinates feeling disheartened. Old gorilla, you ought to deliberate carefully. We are resolute in our intention to join the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Although a formal declaration of war has not been made, the Heavenly Dragon Sect has already commenced its resistance against the Spirit Hall, capturing their golden generation as irrefutable evidence. However, an astonishing revelation soon emerged, further complicating the already intricate situation. The Snowy Night Emperor is gravely ill. This truly is an unexpected event, however. When considering the earlier encounter between the Grand Prince and Hulaina, it seems to foreshadow something significant. It seems that the Spirit Hall has taken action ahead of time. There have been persistent rumors regarding the poisoning of the Emperor of the Heavendo Empire. Initially, I considered this mere nonsense. However, when contemplating all the events collectively, it appears to hold some truth. Should the Emperor indeed pass away, a succession struggle will ensue between the two princes for the next ruler. It is evident that this will undoubtedly lead to chaos across the realm. Furthermore, if a crisis arises between the two great empires, the balance of power on the continent will be utterly disrupted. Should the Spirit Hall seize this opportunity to create turmoil, it would indeed be an opportune moment. It seems this has been the fundamental reason for Bibi Dong's prolonged concealment. We must promptly journey to the capital and rally all possible forces to our side. It appears that the Heaven-Do Empire is on the brink of turmoil. This appears to be an unexpected incident. No one anticipated that such a situation would arise. We must not allow the Heavenly Empire to fall into the clutches of the Spirit Hall. Although it may seem somewhat hasty, Niu Gao has nonetheless demonstrated unwavering support. From the earlier confrontation with the Golden Trio of the Spirit Hall, the patriarch of the Yu family has discerned that Long Fantian is genuinely committed to opposing the Spirit Hall. This bears a fundamental distinction from the idle boasts of Tang San. Just as they were preparing to set forth, a resounding voice echoed from outside. Who dares to confront the Spirit Hall? Why am I not included? To their astonishment, at such a critical moment, they encountered a figure from a single attribute clan, Yang Wudi, the patriarch of the Breaking Clan. He had originally come as promised to attend the gathering of single attribute clans, but unexpectedly found himself amidst this tumultuous affair. It turned out that the old goat had arrived. He had intended to extend a warm greeting, yet the day's events had unfolded with overwhelming rapidity. Upon seeing an old friend, Niu Gao promptly introduced him to Long Fantian and began a brief conversation. After exchanging a few words, the patriarch of the Breaking Clan stepped forward. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he declared, since your Heavenly Dragon Gate is opposing the Spirit Hall, count us in as well. Regardless of whether it was an alliance or a joining, the prospect of effortlessly gaining another clan was indeed a momentous occasion. In Chapter 47, Undermining Tang's Sect, they were surprised to learn that the Heavenly Dragon Gate had even captured members of the Spirit Hall. It appeared that only the individuals of the Heavenly Dragon Gate possessed the audacity to act in such a manner across the entirety of Douluo continent. Initially, Yang Wudi hesitated to agree, but upon witnessing the actions of Long Fantian, he promptly nodded in assent. The most prudent course of action was to unite for mutual support. Since the Heavenly Dragon Gate had reached such heights, why should they refuse their overtures? Let us not delay any further. We must set out at once. I am truly honored to receive assistance from several esteemed seniors. In truth, Long Fantian was acutely aware that his actions amounted to undermining Tang San's interests. Originally, Tang's sect had intended to gather over 1,000 soul masters from the 4 clans. However, unexpectedly, someone had preempted that ambition. To make matters more ironic, Tang San had chosen that very moment to seek solace elsewhere. This is yet another action that alienates the hearts of the people. Even the Titan chose to leave his grandson behind to await Tang San while he returned with the majority of his forces. Moreover, with the remaining less than 200 soul masters from the Elephant Armor clan, Long Fantian now commands over 1,500 followers. At this moment, news from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex has also arrived. It is largely consistent with the information previously obtained. It appears that the Snow Knight Emperor is indeed gravely ill. Yet, for reasons unknown, the prince named Xue Qinghe seems to have subtly transformed into the heir apparent. It seems that the plans of the Spirit Hall have reached a decisive success. However, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect express considerable skepticism towards this outcome and are currently insisting on an audience with the Emperor. Furthermore, there is that master. Previously, the Snow Knight Emperor commanded him to train the Imperial Guards, thus he should also be able to meet with the Emperor. Nevertheless, if all of this is indeed a scheme orchestrated by the Spirit Hall, then these 3 factions are undoubtedly targets that the adversary wishes to eliminate. This also afforded Fan Longtian numerous opportunities for maneuvering. Moreover, he currently held Hulaina and 2 other elite members of the Spirit Hall in his grasp. At a critical moment, these 3 individuals could prove invaluable. After the main force had departed for approximately half an hour, Tang San, who had been leisurely wandering outside, gradually made his way back. However, what awaited him was nothing but the desolate residence of the Yu family, accompanied only by a few guards dozing off. Boss, why have you only just returned? My grandfather and the others have left for quite some time. This is Tai Long. From the very beginning, he has been a steadfast ally of Tang San, a lad who steadfastly refuses to submit to the Dragon Gate under any circumstances. Thus, Long Fantian had no intention of wasting words and allowed this young rascal to remain. What is the situation? Where have your grandfather and the others gone? Just now, News arrived from the Empire stating that the Snowy Night Emperor is in peril. My grandfather and the others have already rushed over. We should hasten as well, boss. Very well, let us set off immediately. By the way, did Long Fantion manage to persuade everyone? It appears that Tang San has some influence, after all. He is the protagonist equipped with an extraordinary advantage. However, it seems that the primary force in this world may soon undergo a transformation. Indeed, it is said that among the 4 clans of singular attributes, aside from my grandfather, the other 3 have all been placed under his command. This truly is a dreadful piece of news. It fundamentally restricts the development of the Tang sect. Originally, Tang San arrived with great confidence. But now it seems his efforts have been in vain. The disparity within is indeed quite disheartening. Nevertheless, in the future, should the opportunity arise, we shall reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. Tang Hao's son possesses a character that is not easily defeated. However, our common adversary at present is the Spirit Hall. Very well, grandfather and the others have specially reserved a carriage for us. We must hasten our journey. Who knows what unforeseen events may transpire ahead. In truth, Talon yearned to express that if Tang San does not exert himself, it is quite possible that even the lineage of strength may not be preserved. Yet, upon witnessing Tang San's troubled demeanor, Talon ultimately swallowed his words. Such matters are inherently understood by everyone. There is no need to articulate them so explicitly. Chapter 48. Hulaina, do not play with fire. Lest. What is happening? Brother, how could you also? During the journey back to the capital of the Heavendo Empire, the 3 captured members of the Golden Generation from the Spirit Hall gradually regained consciousness. Upon witnessing this scene, Hulaina felt a wave of despair. Aside from herself, who remained unscathed, her brother and another companion were grievously injured. Her brother, Xiaoyu, had lost 2 of his soul rings. The young man named Yin insisted on confronting the formidable opponent directly, resulting in his near-total incapacitation. Most alarmingly, both of them were now running a high fever, a rather perilous indication. Stop the carriage, quickly. I must see Long Fanyan. In her moment of desperation, Hulaina could only recall the image of one person. Moments ago, that individual had fiercely gripped her neck, his eyes scrutinizing her with an unsettling intensity. This man possesses certain qualities. However, one cannot entirely fault him. Hulaina is inherently a captivating beauty, and her martial spirit is that of a seductive fox. Even in a state of stillness, she exudes a considerable allure to the opposite sex. Even Hulaina herself must concede this point. How exasperating. Can't you just be quiet for a moment? Our sect leader is not someone you can simply meet at your whim. A rough voice emerged. Yet it was evident that it belonged to a young girl. Perhaps this arrangement was made in recognition of the formidable allure possessed by Hulaina. I implore you. I truly need to meet your leader. I am confident he would be inclined to see me. Frustrated, she added, just wait. Following this, hurried footsteps echoed, suggesting someone had rushed to deliver the message. What? That woman wishes to see me? Very well, make haste. If any complications arise, inform me promptly. I shall investigate the matter myself. Deep down, Long Fantion understood that if Hulaina were not utterly heartless, she would surely seek his aid for the sake of her companions. When that moment arrived, oh, how intriguing it would be. The scene unfolded as he had envisioned. Upon encountering him, Hulaina immediately requested medicine and water for her brother and companions. Why should I acquiesce to your plea? If I were to restore your group's ability to move, do you believe I would have the luxury of time to deal with your subsequent antics? Despite the fact that her martial spirit skills seemed to have already been activated, Long Fantion refrained from intervening. What exactly do you desire? What conditions must be met for you to save them? That depends on what you, Miss Hulaina, are capable of achieving. It appears your martial spirit skills have already commenced, correct? Do not tell me this is your utmost capability. If Hulaina truly wished to engage in battle, she would undoubtedly unleash the god of death domain simultaneously. However, she was currently the dominant force in this situation. This was hardly a posture of supplication. Moreover, as adults, certain matters need not be articulated so explicitly. You need only agree to save them. Whatever you wish to do afterward is entirely up to you. But it cannot occur here. To his astonishment, even the illustrious generation of the Spirit Hall would bow their heads, shedding a tear or two. Yet, witnessing those reluctant tears from Hulaina sparked a resurgence of clarity in Long Fantion. If you are unwilling, simply express your reluctance. Why employ your beguiling martial spirit? This is a water pouch. I shall have the girl beside me bring some medicine shortly. This is the response from Long Fantion, which left Hulaina of the Spirit Hall quite astonished. You don't mean to. Though thoughts may linger. Am I truly the sort to bend to the will of others? I cannot fathom why you would choose this spirit, when you are, after all, but a young girl. Upon departing from the confines of the prison cart, Long Fantion took a deep breath. There was no other choice. 3 seniors were observing him closely. If he were to act in a manner that took advantage of the situation, how could he command respect? Yet, this silhouette appeared to Hu Laina in a distinctly different light. This man must have been influenced by her martial spirit previously. Yet he possesses the courage to take responsibility and promptly apply the brakes. This man appears exceedingly authentic in comparison to the previous Tangan. This inadvertently instilled a slight affection for Long Fantion in Hu Laina's heart. Master, did you just miss yet another opportunity? The old rhinoceros had remarkably sharp eyes, while the invincible Yang and the aged gorilla beside him merely smiled in silence. These 3 old fellows, during their glorious days on the Douluo continent, had encountered countless events. Nothing seemed foreign to them. Indeed, Chapter 49, The 4 Elemental Academies in Despair. Fantion, you have finally returned. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Upon returning to the capital of the Tiandou Empire with the main force, they unexpectedly ran into you Suner, who had emerged from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. What does this mean? This individual is indeed the wife of Long Fantion, a fact that has become widely known along the way. I kindly ask everyone to return to the base first, allowing these individuals to assist in settling matters, while I attend to a brief errand. Fortunately, I had previously arranged for the Xiangjia Sect to liquidate assets and secure a spacious venue here. Otherwise, accommodating such a multitude of soul masters would have been quite a challenge. Meanwhile, Long Fantion has followed you Suner to the outskirts of Shrek Academy. What is transpiring? What brings them here? Is there perhaps a conflict between the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and this place? Moreover, Tangan should still be on his way back. If their paths were to cross, could it lead to unfortunate consequences? At this moment, the remaining members of the Shrek 7 seem to be in a standoff with a group of individuals. In addition to the Thunder Academy represented by Yu Tianxin, the other 3 academies, including the Fire Weaving Academy, are also present. Have these individuals clashed with Shrek? The entire Heavendou Empire is on the brink of monumental change. What business do they have here now? Is this the newcomer from your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect? Does he possess any authority? The speaker is a woman named Wu. Although she is strikingly beautiful, her temperament is exceedingly fiery. Even if Long Fanyan had not encountered the person before, he would have certainly heard of him. As for Fanyan, the situation is as follows. Please take a moment to listen to our tale. It appears that the 4 elemental academies have encountered troubles. The Spirit Hall seeks to forcibly merge with them, but their requests have been met with rejection. In a state of desperation, they intend to seek refuge in the imperial capital by aligning themselves with Shrek. On the surface, it may seem as though they are seeking to ally with them, yet in truth, their aim is to seize territory. Under the guise of a merger, they are determined to compel Shrek to grant them half of their land. Does this seem rather unreasonable? Moreover, these individuals, seizing the opportunity in Tangan's absence, aim to compel the remaining members to capitulate through coercive tactics. However, the 4 great elemental academies have previously faced defeat at the hands of Shrek Academy. Lest they harbor some trepidation, their intention to summon Long Fantion is merely to regain their lost dignity. Well, although Long Fantion is quite inclined to decline, the presence of Suner complicates matters, making outright refusal seem rather impolite. Nevertheless, in an effort to avert conflict, Long Fantion appears to conceive a more prudent alternative. Suner, did you not escort them to our encampment for a visit? The territory I recently acquired is quite expansive. It should comfortably accommodate their group. In truth, when preparing the encampment, Long Fantion entrusted all matters, large and small, to Suner. After all, she is the genuine matriarch and serves as a crucial link between Long Fantion and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. I have already conferred with Brother Yu Tianeng. Yet the other 3 families remain uninformed. She is indeed a considerate young lady. Despite possessing the authority to make decisions, she still awaits Long Fantion's return for significant matters. There's no cause for concern. The Tiandou Empire will experience considerable instability in the near future. It is prudent for them to establish a secure residence. In fact, the 4 great elemental academies are left with no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan still exists, the sect itself has been nearly annihilated. Consequently, even the Thunder Academy struggles to find a refuge. Long Fantion's proposition effectively resolves all issues at hand. Fantion, might this approach be too forceful? Indeed, Witnessing Long Fantion's generosity renders both Yu Tianhing and Yu Tianxin momentarily speechless. While the four great elemental academies comprise students of relatively modest ranks, their combined number exceeds 600. At the very least, they could bolster the defenses of the Heavenly Dragon Gate. Once Long Fantion had orchestrated everything, Tang Xin returned to his own academy. Subsequently, the remaining personnel of Shrek conveyed all prior events to the Sect Master. Thus, Tang Xin felt as though he owed a debt of gratitude to the Heavenly Dragon Gate. However, it seemed that now was not the appropriate time to ponder such matters, as the affairs of the royal family were of paramount importance. Chapter 50. The Palace Ku Shao San. There is no time to lose. Prepare yourselves and accompany me to the palace at once. It appears that a grave crisis has unfolded within the royal family. As Tang Xin hastened back, the master also returned. It turned out that the internal affairs of the Tiandou Empire's royal family had taken everyone by surprise, and the actions of the first prince, Shui Qinghe, had become increasingly perplexing. This individual has audaciously replaced all the guards, positioning dozens of formidable soul masters at the entrance. Even esteemed figures such as the Grand Master and the royal courtier Dongbo are prohibited from approaching. It is apparent that this self-proclaimed prince has long coveted that position. There is an issue here. Undoubtedly, a significant problem lurks beneath the surface. Moreover, it seems that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan has also received credible intelligence. However, due to their tenuous relationship with the royal family, they can only act as external support for the time being. In truth, Long Fantion is acutely aware of the situation at hand. The so-called Great Prince is not the authentic heir, but rather the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renshua. Clearly, those individuals can no longer restrain themselves from taking action prematurely, and the mastermind behind this scheme is undoubtedly the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. It is indeed surprising that, in this Douluo continent, the one capable of influencing the course of events is a woman. However, according to the elders within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, it appears that their esteemed elder Yu Xiaojiang shares a past with that very Pope. This is also one of the reasons why Long Fantion held a particular admiration for Yu Xiaojiang. Had Tang San acquired the singular attribute of the four clans, they would undoubtedly have become mere pawns in his power play. Even if victory was ultimately achieved, the losses would be substantial. Long Fantion could not afford to engage in such a venture. Should he choose to strike, it must be with minimal losses to secure the greatest triumph. After all, he aspires to develop within the Heavenly Fighting Empire. Thus, for the Heavenly Dragon Sect, the most crucial factor is not financial or material resources, but rather the number of soul masters under their command. Conversely, the emergence of Tang San seems to have somewhat alleviated the situation. For reasons unknown, the Grand Prince is exceedingly eager to recruit disciples from the Haotian sect. Despite the circumstances being nearly transparent to everyone, the Grand Prince still wishes to meet Tang San in person. I never anticipated such a significant transformation in you over the years, Brother Tang. I have heard that your connection with the Haotian sect is quite profound. In the presence of this insincerely smiling Grand Prince, Tang San maintained a vigilant demeanor. Your Highness, it is actually you who has taken me by surprise. What is the nature of your relationship with the Spirit Hall? Oh, how did you discern all of this? Much like a scene from the original narrative, Tang San employed his keen intuition and formidable analytical skills to unveil the secret of Shui Qinghe. This clever maneuver, however, brought about peril for him. Simultaneously, the poisoned Douluo and the Master found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Prepare everyone. We may need to enter the palace for rescue at any moment. Although Tang San is formidable and is accompanied by Dongbo, even the Lord Ning from the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile Sect can come to their aid at any time. But do you think the Spirit Hall is unprepared? Those outside remain oblivious to the internal situation, left to fret helplessly. Yet Long Fantion understands that Tang San will undoubtedly relay information to those outside. With his current few allies, they are insufficient. In critical moments, the Heavenly Dragon Sect must deliver the decisive blow. The accolades for loyalty and protecting their leader will belong to them. However, this is a delicate process, and its success hinges on Long Fantion's prowess. Of course, luck plays a significant role, provided Tang San is not easily vanquished. Otherwise, many events may take an unexpected turn. Chapter 51. Winning by Qin Xiang's Affection Sect Master. Do you know something? Clearly, the other four sect leaders, although aware of the pressing situation, have no sources of information at present and must obediently follow Long Fantion's subsequent directives. The specifics remain unknown. But are Yu Xiaojiang and his disciple from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect have already entered? I see. I believe I heard my grandson mention that Tang San might be able to relay messages. Soon, Long Fontain's assertion received validation from Titan. Although the palace is undoubtedly in a precarious state, it is crucial to remain calm in such times. Thus, returning to the sect is of utmost importance. Sect Master. The individuals from the 4 elemental academies have been settled, but they seem dissatisfied with our environment. Upon returning to the Heavenly Dragon Sect's residence, Long Fantian encountered the visibly displeased Bai Qinxiang. It appears that this young princess from the Min family feels aggrieved, though she did not voice her discontent. Her little eyes brimmed with grievance. Take me to see them. It is time to give these youngsters a proper lesson for mistaking our hospitality for entitlement. At this moment, Long Fantian harbored some irritation. He had yielded a portion of his territory out of respect for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. However, the representatives from the 4 elemental academies were grossly ungrateful, maintaining their arrogant demeanor even in such trying times. Indeed, when Bai Qinxiang appeared before the group of handsome men and beautiful women once more, she was immediately met with ridicule. Oh, did you? The one who only knows how to flee, go to fetch help? Is that the son-in-law of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect? The speaker was a woman named Douluo. Though her intentions were not malicious, her words bore a harshness that made Bai Qinxiang's expression sour. You, ungrateful woman. We at the Heavenly Dragon Sect have graciously taken you in, yet you, though somewhat flustered. Bai Qinxiang seemed unable to contend with her adversary and could only stomp her feet in frustration. However, at that moment, Long Fantian stepped protectively in front of the young lady. As the saying goes, there can be no order without rules. I initially extended courtesy to you out of respect for you Tianqin, but now, as his words trailed off, all 5 of Long Fontain's soul rings illuminated, signaling an impending confrontation. Only 5 soul rings? It seems the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect enjoy boasting, claiming you can contend with title Douluo. Huowu appeared oblivious to the formidable nature of the Heavenly Dragon Sect's leader, not regarding him with any seriousness. I have no time for idle chatter. If you believe you can defeat me together, then you may take charge of this place. Such audacity. These are indeed the elites of the 4 elemental academies. Could it be that Long Fantian wishes to challenge so many alone? As she beheld Long Fantian, who boldly stepped forward on her behalf, Bai Qinxiang suddenly felt her heart racing fervently. This Navi young girl is particularly enchanted by the bravado of such domineering fellows. Your confidence is quite audacious. Let us then witness your remarkable skills. In truth, aside from the Thunder Academy associated with the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon, the individuals from the other 3 academies have long been unable to contain their impatience. They had previously harbored ambitions to seize control of Shrek Academy, and now they covet half of the territory belonging to the Heavenly Dragon Gate. Long Fantian had no intention of engaging in lengthy discourse with these individuals. He immediately unleashed his 4th soul skill, the Flower of the Underworld. Whoosh! Regardless of the techniques employed by the opposition, be it flames or frost, the Flower of the Netherworld, known for its invulnerability to blades and fire, instead siphons the strength from those who come into contact with its petals. What sorcery is at play here? It feels as though a force is consuming my soul power. What have you done to me? My soul ring is on the verge of shattering. Cease this at once. What manner of power is this? Why is your martial spirit not the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? I beg for mercy, do not sever my soul ring. It was no easy feat for me to attain it. This is a jest. Even the title Douluo cannot counter the technique employed by Long Fantian. What can you mere children accomplish? Were it not for the need to conserve time, Long Fantian would not resort to such a thunderous approach. A mere banishment of a fraction of soul power would suffice. The destruction of a soul ring is unnecessary. You brought this upon yourselves. Did you not realize the disparity between us? From henceforth, all matters here will adhere to the directives of Miss Xiangxiang. Only the powerful command authority, even if Bai Qinxiang may not best the elite present. This is the command of the Lord of the Heavenly Dragon Gate. Unbeknownst to Long Fantian, the girl named Bai Qinxiang was blushing fiercely as she covertly gazed at him. Were her eyes able to speak, they would proclaim affection at this moment. Chapter 52. Ning Rongrong's desperate plea. Lord, there are guests who specifically request your presence. Just as Bai Qinxiang was lost in a reverie, the clan leader of the Min family, Bai Ku, abruptly appeared before them. No one on the Douluo continent is swifter in delivering messages than this old man. Grandfather, you. Let the adults converse. Children should stand aside. It appears the situation is indeed urgent, necessitating Long Fontain's immediate attention. Who seeks my audience? Let us speak as we proceed. It is the little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong. She claims there is an urgent matter requiring our assistance. Without a doubt. This pertains to Tang San and the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Something must have gone awry, prompting Ning Rongrong to come in person. Although she yearns to assist, Bai Qinxiang understands her limited strength would be of little use. She can only support the Lord in maintaining the rear. Love is a truly wondrous thing, sometimes revealing powers beyond one's imagination. Of course, Long Fantian remains oblivious to Bai Qinxiang's affections, his mind occupied with resolving the royal predicament. Lord Long, it is truly a pleasure to see you. Third brother, they are in danger within the palace. Please, you must hurry to their aid. It seems Ning Rongrong is indeed naive. The little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is at her wit's end and is grasping at straws. Miss Ning, I fail to grasp your meaning. Do you not have two formidable title Douluo? Surely our assistance is unnecessary? My grandfather, Bone, and Sword, along with my father, have all been dispatched. Yet, Ning Rongrong's situation appears to diverge from the original narrative. What has transpired? Could it be that Long Fantian's revelation of the false prince's identity has compelled that group to summon even more powerful title Douluo from the Spirit Hall? According to the original account, they should have only dispatched two specialists to counter Dongbo's martial spirit, yet it seems this is not the case. To repel the experts of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is no small feat, could it be? Very well. Given these circumstances, I shall gather our forces and accompany you into the palace. Initially, Long Fantian contemplated negotiating, but with the course of history having shifted significantly, it is best to address the immediate concerns. Follow me. I shall lead the way. Grandfather Bone has left us markers along the route. One must admit, the Bone Douluo from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is indeed a bold and meticulous individual. There are white powdery markers scattered along the way. But what is this? Why do several figures exuding immense power hover above the palace? That overwhelming pressure can only be possessed by those of high soul Douluo rank or above. It seems the entire Spirit Hall has mobilized. Why did the spies arranged by the Heavenly Dragon Gate not detect this? Who are you? The royal family is closed today. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow. A rather imposing figure clad in golden and black armor stands before them. However, Long Fantian cannot recall any such extraordinary warrior within the Tiandou Empire. Yet, inexplicably, Ning Rongrong trembles in fear at the sight of him. We are from the Heavenly Dragon Gate, here to visit the ailing monarch. Here is our token. Though aware that the individual before them is likely from the Spirit Hall, now is not the moment to burn bridges. No tokens will suffice. I say you shall not enter. Those who wish to live should retreat. This fellow is indeed not to be trifled with. At this moment, the knowledgeable Ning Rongrong trembled as she revealed his true identity. He is the Spirit Bear Douluo. I have heard my grandfather Gu mention his characteristics. Indeed, he is affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Oh my, so you are the granddaughter of that old bone. Truly deserving of being the heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Upon having his identity exposed, this level 95 title Douluo not only remained unperturbed, but instead displayed a rather cruel smile. Chapter 53. The Pope Bibi Dong is long-legged. What a jest. You are the revered offering of the Spirit Hall? Since you have recognized us, none of you shall return alive today. Please entertain these little ones for me. At the command of the Spirit Bear Douluo, all those who had been hovering in the air descended to the ground. To my astonishment, there were a total of 11 soul Douluos, all ranging from level 88 to 89. Master Spirit Bear, these few little ones are hardly worth your effort. Allow us to handle them. Before me stands a formidable warrior wielding a mighty blade, his gaze locking onto Yang Wudi within the ranks. It appears these two are acquainted from times past. Ah, you traitor of the clan, I never imagined you would align yourself with the Spirit Hall. Today, I shall purge our ranks. As a member of the most potent single attribute clan, which once fell victim to the relentless pursuit of the Spirit Hall. This clan had suffered greatly. It was during those tumultuous times that a notorious traitor emerged, and it seems that this very individual stands before me now. As Yang Wudi fixates on his adversary, the other three leaders of the single attribute clans also identify their respective opponents. Among the 11 contra opponents, 4 have already been dispatched, leaving 7 remaining. Perhaps feeling assured of victory, that formidable Bear Douluo unexpectedly soared into the air once more, adopting a remarkably respectful demeanor. Is this fellow awaiting someone? You lot, hasten your movements. His Holiness the Pope is about to arrive. What is happening? The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, is personally gracing us with her presence? Must it be so ostentatious? As these words were spoken, an even more formidable pressure enveloped the entire area. Then, a dark speck appeared in the sky, seemingly a newly emerged 10,000-year spirit ring. Following it was a red hue, indicative of a 100,000-year spirit ring. This is indeed a remarkably rare treasure. On the entire continent of Douluo, individuals endowed with such a remarkable configuration of power are exceedingly rare. I humbly pay my respects to your holiness the Pope. My goodness, it truly is the legendary Pope of the Spirit Hall. Such a scene is quite rare. Even the original author would hesitate to depict it in their novel. Yet, that woman appeared as if she were leisurely strolling through the air, exuding an air of utmost solemnity. Due to the considerable distance, Long Fantion could not discern the face of Pope Bibi Dong, only catching sight of her remarkably elongated legs. It was akin to sitting in the audience of a talent show, gazing up at the models on the runway striking various poses. Even when compared to Lu Erlong of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Clan, Bibi Dong's figure undoubtedly had the upper hand. How are things progressing? Have you managed to contain the situation? Where do these insignificant ants come from? Rest assured, Your Holiness, they are merely a swarm of fools seeking their demise. I shall crush them all shortly. And what of those 3 from the 7 treasure glazed tile school? They present a bit of a challenge. But our people can hold them off. Both the Jelly Douluo and the Ghost Douluo are engaged in a contest with them. I shall assess the situation. You must expedite the cleanup here. As you command, Your Holiness. It appears that Pope Bibi Dong's presence here is entirely aimed at confronting those 3 from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. A roar reminiscent of a dragon echoed from within the palace, and then a fleeting glimpse of a golden giant dragon appeared before vanishing once more. Isn't this the martial soul of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, belonging to the esteemed Yu Engine? Humph, it seems there is yet another bothersome individual. Upon witnessing the martial soul of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Bibi Dong, who initially intended to advance straight ahead, abruptly changed her course. Meanwhile, the demon bear Douluo took Bibi Dong's place and continued forward. This malevolent woman, is she truly intent on confronting the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus? Stand aside. Those who obstruct me shall meet their demise. Witnessing this perilous moment, Long Fantion felt an urgent sense of alarm. Yet, 7-soul Douluo stood in his path. Where does this little one, with merely 5 soul rings, think he is going? 5 soul rings, you say? Allow me to demonstrate just how formidable they truly are. Observing the 7-soul Douluo, who regarded him with utter disdain, a peculiar smile crept across Long Fantion's lips. You insolent brat, what attitude is this? Have you been driven mad with fear? One of the level 89 soul Douluo stepped forward, dismissive, but he soon found the world around him spinning chaotically. 5th soul skill. The Bridge of Weak Water. Chapter 54. A single move to annihilate the 10 great soul Douluo. What is happening? Where is this? Is it an illusion? This marks Long Fantion's inaugural use of his 5th soul skill in a public setting. The enemies present were utterly unprepared for such a tactic. Before them appeared an endless river, starkly contrasting the tumultuous seas. This river resembled a stagnant pool of death. Regardless of whether one attempted to leap across or float upon its surface, success was futile. For the moment one's body grazed its treacherous waters, it would inexorably sink, devoid of any buoyancy. The top-tier soul Douluo fell victim first, followed by his comrades, who found no escape. The expanse of these 3,000 feeble waters seems to possess an abyssal void, capable of extinguishing the 7 formidable soul fighters before me. Yet the true horror lies not in this location. As these 7 individuals plunge deeper into despair, an archbridge suddenly materializes before them. Then, one can hear the heart-wrenching wails of these once dominant soul fighters. Oh, ancestors! I, the unworthy descendant, have failed to safeguard our family's martial soul secrets. Ashue, do not forsake me. I shall return stronger to claim you as my own. Wait for me. Why? Why is it that your heart does not belong to me? Why must you abandon me so? Ha ha ha. Let us perish together. This is the outcome you desired. It appears that the 3,000 feeble waters may ensnare the bodies of these soul fighters, yet it is this bridge of lamentation that binds their very souls. Although these individuals are all exceptional figures in the realm of soul Douluo, they were momentarily ensnared by Long Fantion's 5th soul skill. Had it not been for his urgent desire to rescue the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Long Fantion might have taken the time to admire the spectacle. However, he was preoccupied, having no leisure for such trivial matters. Despite Yu Engine being a formidable title Douluo at level 95 in the assault category, he was about to confront the formidable Pope Bibi Dong, who wielded twin martial spirits. In truth, Long Fantion harbored aspirations of one day becoming the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Thus, when he unleashed his 5th soul skill, he did so with unrestrained vigor. On the surface, it appeared to be an extended process, yet in the reality of the moment, it barely exceeded half a minute. Subsequently, one could witness these formidable beings, each possessing peak soul Douluo strength, inexplicably collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth, their eyes devoid of brilliance. They resembled souls robbed of their essence. In reality, akin to the personal bodyguard of the title Douluo by Qian Rinchue's side, these individuals had now been rendered powerless. Their soul power had been swiftly drained, and their martial spirits crushed into fragments of energy, with their soul rings shattered and thoroughly absorbed. The entire sequence unfolded as though meticulously rehearsed 1,000 times, executed seamlessly. Except for the traitor from the Power Clan, the remaining 10 soul Douluo were not spared. Do you truly believe the Spirit Hall would take responsibility for these expendable pawns? Do not be naive. Even in the case of merit and reward, one must first survive to leave this place. Leader, hurry and rescue them. I will deal with this traitor and join you. Old Goat, I, Titan, am here to assist you. It was Titan from the Power Clan. The previously determined leader of the Tang San's lineage now appears to be wavering in his stance. The young man named Long Fantion seems to possess a greater likelihood of becoming the supreme powerhouse of this continent. At this moment, securing the right talent is of utmost importance. I shall rely on you all. I must assist our esteemed lord of the Blue Sky Tyrannosaurus. Take care of yourselves. Although the leaders of the 4 major elemental clans possess formidable powers, there remains a slight disparity in levels compared to the adversary. Therefore, before my departure, Long Fantion graciously bestowed upon his subordinates a splendid gift. It appeared to be a vast expanse of exquisite, rosy-hued blossoms, disintegrating gracefully in the air, scattering their petals in every direction. This is Long Fantion's 4th soul skill, the Hades Edge Flower. Indeed, even if Yang Wudi and his companions could contend with the remaining foes, Long Fantion had no intention of allowing them to take such risks. Therefore, before departing, he deliberately unleashed his 4th soul skill. However, the traitor from Yang Wudi's family had already succumbed to despair. Despite his higher level than Yang Wudi and his companions, he realized that it was futile to resist against overwhelming odds. Spare me, spare me. I can neutralize the Emperor's poison. Do not kill me. Chapter 55, Rescuing Tang San. The essence of your soul Douluo powers is commendable, yet I require the presence of an additional title Douluo to transcend to the next soul ring. Due to the extraordinary attributes of the Hades Gate, the challenges of cultivation only intensify with time. Master, today marks the first occasion that the 4 esteemed single-attribute sect leaders witness Long Fantion unleashing his full might. Even the typically proud Yang Wudi found himself at a loss for words. It was astonishing to behold such formidable strength in this young man. It was truly remarkable. Under the immense pressure, the remaining traitor surrendered without resistance, clearing all obstacles outside the palace gates. Esteemed sect leaders, I must observe the confrontation between our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect leader and the Pope. Please proceed within the royal palace. Sensing the astonishment of those around him, Long Fantion quickly urged them. The presence of such high-ranking figures indicated that a coup had transpired within the Heavenly Dou imperial family. If they did not act swiftly to intervene, next year could mark the anniversary of their demise. Very well, Master, do take care. We shall signal you at any moment. As the saying goes, a hero's origins are irrelevant. In the Douluo continent, the mightiest force reigned supreme. Though Niu Gao was but a brutish warrior, he firmly believed in this truth. Having such individuals as subordinates is indeed a blessing. Understood. If you encounter a formidable title Douluo, do not overexert yourself. I will handle everything. In truth, the situation unfolding before everyone had escalated to a level of danger far beyond that depicted in the original narrative. From the very outset, this matter has taken a different turn. After all, in the original narrative, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School had already been severely crippled, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was utterly annihilated. Thus, at that time, the Spirit Hall could afford to remain passive and delegate certain responsibilities to Qian Rinchue. However, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon still retains a significant portion of its power, and the identity of that great prince was revealed early on. Consequently, for various strategic reasons, the Spirit Hall has dispatched its elite forces. Even the rarely seen Pope has taken to the field personally. The recent skirmish merely transpired outside the palace gates, offering little insight into the true nature of the situation. Yet, upon entering the inner palace, one is met with a scene of utter devastation, unknown corpses, bloodstains, and a chaotic amalgamation of energy signatures lingering in the air. All that transpires here signals the events that once unfolded. although the royal family boasts numerous formidable warriors. Any resistance in the face of several titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall is utterly futile, given the current circumstances. Regardless of whether the Emperor of Heaven Do is alive or dead, it is evident that he has been placed under duress. However, the Spirit Hall has overlooked one individual, Long Fantion. Boom. Shortly after Long Fantion separated from the main forces, a colossal crash reverberated nearby. Two figures then emerged from the ruins, one of whom appeared to be Tangan, while the other, a stunning woman, seemed vaguely familiar in voice, yet unfamiliar in appearance. Tangan, do you not realize that hope eludes you? You insist on opposing us. I had intended to recruit you, but you are simply too obstinate. It appeared to be the woman masquerading as the crown prince, and how was it that she confronted Tangan? Words are futile. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of my Juga divine crossbow. Tangan seemed to be at a disadvantage, even resorting to hidden weapons. Yet the woman, appearing unfazed, retorted, "Do you comprehend now? Your tricks are ineffectual against me." With that, a powerful martial spirit manifested behind her, a grand figure resembling a towering beauty adorned with numerous pairs of wings. An angel? As a transmigrant. Long Fantion immediately recognized the uniqueness of this martial spirit. It truly was an angel, a deity from the legends of the Western world. The existence of an angelic martial spirit within the Douluo continent was utterly astonishing. Both Tangan's soul techniques and the so-called hidden weapons paled in comparison before this celestial being. Just as Tangan was about to be struck by the angel's sword, a voice resonated in their ears. Second soul skill, Huangquan immobilization spell. It was Long Fantion's intervention, targeting the counterfeit crown prince and freezing her movements mid-air. It is you? How did you breach the external defenses? Who permitted your entry? The familiar visage before her caused the woman to blanch, while Tangan's expression lit up with joy. Chapter 56. The Angelic Martial Spirit of Qianrenxue. Fantion, you have arrived. Despite not being well acquainted with Long Fantion, Tangan was visibly exhilarated at this moment. Indeed, this pertains to the very survival of our Heaven Do Empire. How could I possibly remain absent? As they conversed, a sound akin to shattering glass pierced the air. The imposter crown prince had overcome the Huangquan immobilization spell with her martial spirit. I cannot fathom what that bear-like Douluo is doing, allowing you pesky flies to infiltrate. Huh? Are you referring to that burly fellow? He was summoned away by your pope. Ah, I see. I knew that such a rabble would never gain entry. Long Fantion, however, withheld the truth, for it was evident that the woman underestimated him. Indeed, this presents the perfect opportunity for a cunning ruse, one that seasoned veterans would certainly comprehend. So, it appears you are indeed a woman. Perhaps it is time for a fresh perspective? It would do no harm to divulge my identity. I am Qianrenxue, the saintess of the Spirit Hall. Today, none of you shall escape unharmed. Ah, it all makes sense now. The pieces of this puzzle are finally aligning. No wonder the Pope, Bibi Dong, chose to appear in person. It seems this woman before us possesses a significant status. However, I am curious about the nature of this seraphic soul. Perhaps it could aid Long Fantion in transcending to the sixth spirit ring. Master Long Min, we must exercise caution. This woman's martial soul is remarkably formidable. Observing Tangan, battered and bruised, Long Fantion, in contrast, bore an expression of exhilaration. Clearly, this seraphic martial soul is extraordinarily powerful, transcending the mundane realm. For an aberrant martial soul like the Gate of Hades, it is indeed a tremendous boon. Of course, at this moment, Qianrenxue has no intention of retreating. In her eyes, the Tiandou Empire is already within her grasp, while the situation may seem somewhat exaggerated. As long as she executes a thorough cleansing and silences all witnesses, no one will ever uncover the events of today. Furthermore, this group has already disseminated the news that the Snowy Night Emperor is gravely ill, and Xue Qinghe has been proclaimed the crown prince. Tangan, leave this woman to me. You must find a way to locate His Majesty, the Snowy Night Emperor. Reluctant to reveal the full extent of his prowess before Tangan. After careful consideration, Long Fantion resolved to divert the young man's attention. This seems to be the very thing that Tangan yearned for the most. For rescuing the sovereign is indeed the greatest merit. Lord Long Min, this is rather inappropriate, for at this moment, Tangan should not dither. Saving lives takes precedence. Well then, I entrust this task to you, but do be cautious of her sword of the Archangel. At this moment, Tangan was undoubtedly overwhelmed with joy, as his counterpart had graciously bestowed the greatest accolade upon him. However, Qian Rinxue appeared resolute in not relinquishing Tang San. Neither of you shall escape today. Heh. Your opponent is me. Let us reminisce before we proceed. Just as the Archangel prepared to charge forward to intervene, Long Fengtian directly opened the gate of Underworld. It emanated an exceptionally eerie aura, clashing violently with the sanctity of the Archangel, instantly prompting a reaction from her. Very well. You two are an enemy that I must eradicate. It is your misfortune that you discerned my true nature from the outset. To be candid, the substantial movements of the Spirit Hall are largely attributable to Long Fengtian. Initially, they believed their plan to be shrouded in secrecy. Yet they did not anticipate that this individual would so effortlessly uncover the identity of the Grand Prince's consort. Moreover, due to his status as a prodigy of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, he was capable of making such numerous adjustments. Heh. I am indeed honored to have garnered the favor of the Spirit Hall, Saintess. Continue to feign bravado. Before your demise, tell me, did you capture Nana? Oh, are you referring to that little fox? It seems the young girl has taken a liking to me and refuses to leave my side, which is quite troublesome. Although he did not expect the inquiry regarding Hulaina at this juncture, Long Fengtian was certainly unwilling to divulge the truth. You deceitful brat. I shall ensure that you find yourself in a predicament from which escape is impossible. Oh, is that so? I eagerly await it. Clearly, at this moment, Qian Rinxue and Long Fengtian were harboring different thoughts regarding this state of being unable to survive yet unable to die. It seems there is a slight distinction between the genders. Chapter 57. Angel's Roar vs. Flower of the Underworld. Your martial soul is perilous. This is the first time I have witnessed my Archangel react in such a manner. Ignoring the provocation, Qian Rinxue retracted her earlier disdain. Her face now adorned with a look of vigilance. Her Archangel martial soul was originally the most sacred entity in this world. Conversely, the gate of Underworld originates from the depths of the Nine Nether, and its aura naturally incites vigilance among the forces of light. Alas, the Spirit Hall can no longer represent justice. The entity before me can only be deemed a fallen angel at best. In contrast, Long Fengtian's gate of Underworld seemed to revel in the encounter, emitting a hum upon sensing the angelic power of his opponent. Then let me witness the true prowess of the Saintess of the Spirit Hall. Observe my technique, Flower of the Underworld. Up until now, Long Fengtian's fourth soul skill had yet to encounter a worthy adversary. Whether it be the opponent's high-ranking soul Douluo or the so-called title Douluo, they found themselves utterly helpless against this move. However, Long Fengtian had underestimated the Saintess of the Spirit Hall. Since Qian Rinxue bore the title of Saintess, she undoubtedly possessed qualities that set her apart. Do you truly believe your technique is invincible? Perhaps the Ju Douluo may not be your match, but, indeed, Qian Rinxue had prepared extensively. One could see the disdain in her eyes as a magnificent six-winged angel materialized behind her. This is a soul from a higher realm, the divine realm. The sixth soul skill, Angel's Roar. It manifests as a seemingly gentle, yet increasingly blinding radiance. The petals of the yellow spring flowers, drifting through the air, ignited upon encountering this Angel's Roar unleashed by Qian Rinxue. Indeed, this is combustion, or rather, an appearance akin to a burning state. The original yellow spring flowers were impervious to fire and water, yet now they are completely subdued by the opponent's sixth soul skill. What flame is this? How can it be? Although his own body remains unaffected, Long Fengtian can distinctly sense the severance of his connection with those petals. This was the first time his underworld spider lily had encountered a situation where it was suppressed. The six-winged seraph truly lived up to being a martial soul from the higher realms, utterly extraordinary. As the master of the angelic domain, I shall purge all the filth of this world. It seemed Qian Rinxue was quite pleased with the offensive effect she had conjured, her smile blooming like a flower. Though it was a cold smile, it was breathtakingly beautiful, truly angelic. You really are naive, girl. A few words of praise, and you're already getting carried away. Though somewhat taken aback, Long Fengtian remained unshaken. After all, the underworld spider lily was no longer his ultimate technique. Yet, what was truly remarkable was that Qian Rinxue, still not having reached the Soul Douluo realm, already wielded such formidable power. This undoubtedly belongs to the realm of prodigies. Yet, the true battle has only just commenced. What are you babbling about? Your words are rather peculiar. I advise you to surrender. As for the local dialect of Long Fengtian, this esteemed saint of the Spirit Hall was, at that time, unable to comprehend it. However, in the next moment, a more formidable aura began to emanate from this opponent, whom the saint had previously underestimated. Allow me to demonstrate my fifth soul skill, the Bridge of 3,000 Weak Waters. This was undoubtedly a turn of events that Qian Rinxue could never have anticipated. The once imposing six-winged seraph seemed to have lost much of its grandeur in an instant. Who? What are you? Just moments ago, the Huangquan Baiwan Hua was merely my fourth soul skill. This is my fifth soul skill. Do not be afraid. Observing the fear and astonishment in the opponent's eyes, Long Fantian chuckled. This is precisely the expression I desired. If you considered everything, it would lose its charm. Chapter 58. The Secrets Within Qian Rinxue. What is so impressive about it? It's merely an additional soul ring. It appears that the compatibility between the saneness of the spirit hall and the six-winged seraph is still insufficient. Does this stubborn young girl not sense the tremor of the six-winged seraph? Perhaps when this saneness reaches the tidal Douluo level, she will not fear the gates of Huangquan in the slightest. Yet, it seems a bit premature to utter such words at this moment. In truth, the most prudent course of action now would be to flee, at least to evade the formidable opponent, Long Fantian. However, the identity of the saneness of the spirit hall compelled Qian Rinxue to choose to continue the fight. Therefore, she must bear the consequences of her decision alone. You are quite brave, yet rather foolish. As Long Fantian uttered these words, the bridge of helplessness was fully manifested. Splash! It was the sound of a heavy object plunging into the water, followed by an eerie stillness. Qian Rinxue could hardly fathom that she, who had been soaring in midair, was suddenly pulled down by an overwhelming force, transforming her into a drenched mess. Furthermore, no matter how the seraph's wings flapped, she remained in a state of descent. What astonished Qian Rinxue even more was the appearance of a towering figure upon the bridge of helplessness. Who is that? The former pope of the spirit hall, Qian Xuanji? Her father? Upon seeing this simultaneously familiar yet strange silhouette, Qian Rinxue could not help but shed tears. This beauty is indeed a beauty, regardless of the law or tears, possessing an extraordinary charm. Were it not for the fact that both parties are now mortal enemies, even Long Fanyan would have nearly softened his heart. Indeed, as a reclusive man who traversed from Earth, the notion that appearance equates to justice is deeply ingrained within me. However, to interrupt Qian Rinxue at this moment would undoubtedly inflict significant trauma upon her neural psyche. Father, I could not find a way to earn that woman's affirmation. It appears that our seemingly aloof saintess of the spirit hall possesses such a vulnerable side. Truly, every so-called goddess harbors an undisclosed aspect. Pray tell, what do you wish to convey? In the realm of illusion, Qian Xuanji seems entirely indifferent, seemingly disregarding his own daughter. No, that woman does not regard me as kin. She merely exploits me, treating me as a pawn. It seems the saneness of the spirit hall is rather deprived of paternal affection, and the imagery seen on the bridge of helplessness reflects her innermost desires. Yet, who is the woman Qian Rinxue speaks of? Could it be the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong? That does not seem quite right. Those familiar with the original work should know that they are mother and daughter. However, just moments ago, Long Fandian cast a fleeting glance at Bibi Dong. Though she may be of advanced age, she hardly qualifies as an old crone. She cannot even be regarded as a middle-aged woman. At most, she resembles a mature lady. I truly wonder what method Bibi Dong employs to maintain her youthful appearance. Such a woman is truly the type that captivates all ages, from the young to the elderly. At this moment, Qian Rinxue is utterly oblivious to her own actions. Meanwhile, the six-winged seraphim spirit within her is rapidly dissolving under the influence of the 3,000 weak waters. The sacred radiance of the angel and the pure divine power are being transformed into the energy of the Gate of the Yellow Springs. Moreover, Long Fantian faintly senses that his sixth soul ring is on the verge of restoration. Essentially, this is a process of energy transformation. It is astonishing that even the power of angels can be assimilated by the Gate of Hades. This implies that if this mutated martial soul could be cultivated to its utmost limit, it might indeed ascend to divinity. However, at this moment, the saneness of the martial soul hall finds herself on the brink of utter exhaustion. Chapter 59. Wish to survive? Come, plead with me. No, Father, do not leave. Do not abandon me. As her soul power is gradually siphoned away, the environment around Qian Rinxue becomes increasingly blurred. In this dire moment, the beautiful maiden emits a heart-wrenching cry. It appears that after years of repression, the saintess harbors profound anguish within her heart. Yet, as the illusions before her begin to dissipate, her mind gradually regains clarity. However, the figure of Long Fantian seems to take no further action, instead grinning mischievously at his adversary. Aha, thank you. Your angelic power has truly brought me good fortune. That was the sixth spirit ring. After absorbing most of the strength from this angelic martial soul, Long Fantion achieves another breakthrough. You actually drained my archangel? Upon hearing her opponent's maniacal laughter, Qian Rinxue incredulously glances behind her. The once mighty angelic martial soul has now dwindled to an empty shell, its stature no taller than her own arm. It is only due to the formidable nature of the angelic martial soul that it has not been completely drained, for had it been any other martial soul, it would likely have been completely consumed by now. At this moment, Qian Rinxue's strength has diminished to that of an ordinary person, leaving her utterly devoid of power. It is a sensation teetering on the brink of demise, one that the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall undoubtedly perceives as well. Alas, it seems your aspirations to usurp the reign of the Snow Knight Emperor have once again crumbled, and I must express my sincerest regrets. With a flick of his tongue across his lips, Long Fantion nonchalantly grasped a cleaver and advanced towards Qian Rinxue step by step. What do you intend to do to me? She stammered, her voice trembling. Can't you see? I am here to escort you to the true paradise of angels. Although the figure before him was a stunningly beautiful woman, she was also the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, deprived of her martial spirit. She now stood at her most vulnerable moment. Should he allow this opportunity to slip away, he would find it exceedingly challenging to extinguish her life thereafter. No. You cannot treat me this way. I am the— Oh, do you wish to evade death? Of course I do. She retorted, panic evident in her tone. Is that how one begs for mercy? What? If you desire to survive, then plead for my clemency. Otherwise, a razor-sharp cleaver was poised directly against Qian Rinxue's delicate neck. Can you envision this scene? A breathtaking maiden, her countenance drained of color, gazing at her assailant with eyes filled with a blend of terror and loathing. I merely, with no plea for mercy forthcoming, Long Fantion's blade moved with intent. Yet, rather than slicing through her fair neck, it severed the cloak draped around her shoulders in twain. Apologies, my hand slipped. But rest assured, I shall be more precise next time. Please, no. I do not wish for this. You cannot. This may very well be the first time the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall stands before such a predicament. This girl has never uttered a word of plea throughout her life. Yet now, in the face of survival, she exclaims, "You scoundrel. Do you even comprehend what you are doing?" Just as Qian Rinxue is on the verge of relenting, a voice, both aloof and melodious, suddenly resonates in the air. Then, a crimson aura appears above their heads. This is the effect of a 100,000-year soul ring. Thus far, only one individual has been able to exude such an aura, and that is Pope Bibi Dong. Boom. Whoosh. The immense and boundless force of suction lifted Qian Rinxue from the 3,000-week waters, propelling her into the air. How infuriating. I care not who you are. If you wish to take someone from my side, you shall not succeed. Observing Qian Rinxue on the verge of escaping his grasp, Long Fantion was determined not to relent. With a swift motion of his hand, the previously still 3,000-week waters transformed into a colossal water vortex, pursuing the Holy Maiden. Chapter 60. Bibi Dong's timely rescue. Mere trifles. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? The one who intervened to save her was indeed Pope Bibi Dong, yet she did not even release a trace of her power. She simply harnessed the strength of her 100,000-year soul ring to carry the individual away. It was a dark red energy, imbued with a somber essence. When this energy encountered the 3,000-week waters, the frigid liquid suddenly began to boil. Sizzle. Accompanied by green steam, the vast water vortex was thus evaporated. This is not merely pure thermal energy, it is a lethal toxin, a toxic chemical reaction that has forcibly shattered Long Fanyin's fifth soul skill. It is said that this Pope of the Spirit Hall possesses the rare dual spirit. However, contrary to her stunning exterior, this long-legged Pope's spirits are two venomous spiders. Is this what the old adage means by the most poisonous heart belongs to a woman? Nevertheless, Bibi Dong seems to have emerged to save someone. For at the very moment she arrived, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from the heavens. Roar. Crackle. It is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit, summoned by you, Yuanjin. Where do you think you're going, you old vixen? Do you dare to bully the younger generation of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? Do you still have any shame? You old mudfish have brought about your own demise. Do not blame me. In terms of spirit attributes, Bibi Dong's two spiders are indeed formidable. But the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is perfectly capable of suppressing such dark entities. Thus, despite Bibi Dong's overall combat prowess surpassing that of everyone present, she cannot swiftly subdue Yuanjin. Soon, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect appeared beside Long Fanyin. Greetings, Sect leader, exclaimed a young man. You little brat. Today you have brought honor to our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon by almost vanquishing the Holy Maiden. Although fully aware that he could not match Bibi Dong in battle, Yu Yuanjin felt an immense joy at the moment. To have forced one of the continent's rare powerful beings into such a dire state is already a significant victory. While Bibi Dong's strength exceeds that of all present, she is also burdened by the presence of Qian Renxue, rendering her unable to engage wholeheartedly in combat. I should have eradicated your entire sect beforehand. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes glinted with coldness as she surveyed the scene before her. Had it not been for her inadequate preparations, she would have undoubtedly subdued the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Your Holiness, we have arrived. Two brilliant beams of light rapidly converged towards Bibi Dong. It was Jiawan and Guiguan. At the same moment, Long Fan Yin and Yu Yuanjin recognized their adversaries. It is you two old fools. Last time, we allowed you to escape the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. This time, we shall not let you go. If it had not been for Long Fan Yin's astonishing performance last time, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect would likely have already perished. When enemies meet, there is certainly a heightened animosity. So it is you, little brat, along with that old, unyielding mudfish beside you. Upon seeing Long Fan Yin and Yu Yuanjin together, Jiawan's pupils constricted. Last time, this so-called title Douluo nearly failed to withstand the onslaught of this young man's 4 soul skills. Yet before Jiawan could utter a word, a tremendous crashing sound erupted in the nearby clearing. A spherical object had been forcefully smashed into the ground. Boom. Ouch. That sphere, in fact, was a person, the demon bear Douluo from the Spirit Hall. This fellow appears to be rather unfortunate, treated like a mere plaything by some individuals. As the formidable bear Douluo descended in disarray, a colossal skeletal dragon plummeted from the heavens, seemingly bearing 2 figures upon its back. Isn't this the effect of the 9th soul skill of the Bone Douluo from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? Not long ago, Long Fan Tian had a confrontation with this enormous bone dragon. Haha, Jiahua Pass still has the old ghost, and you two have fled quite swiftly. Haven't you forgotten about the foolish bear? This is the boastful tone of the sword Douluo. It turns out that the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo, in their haste to rescue, had allowed the bear Douluo to confront 3 opponents alone. Hence, the earlier scene unfolded. Chapter 61, titled Douluo Abundant as Dogs. Don't worry, Your Holiness, I can handle it. I, the old bear, am tough and resilient. It's nothing, truly. Perhaps due to the presence of Bibi Dong. Despite sustaining injuries and emerging battered, the bear Douluo swiftly rose from the pile of rubble. Little did they expect that such a confined space would gather so many tidal Douluo. Do you think this is where it ends? Boom. Roar. A surge of verdant mist soared into the sky, emanating from the palace courtyard not far away. Then everyone beheld a massive green serpent, reminiscent of a colossal dragon, manifesting from that direction. This is the soul of the azure-scaled serpent, wielded by a poisoned Douluo of the esteemed rank of 93. Additionally, this poisoned Douluo serves as an honorary elder of Shrek Academy and is also a mentor to a prince. However, at this moment, the poisoned Douluo has not arrived to confront the Pope of the Spirit Hall, as he is preoccupied with 2 other adversaries. They are the Serpent Spear Douluo and the Porcupine Douluo of the Spirit Hall. We pay our respects to Your Holiness. With the appearance of Dongbo, 2 oddly shaped tidal Douluo from the Spirit Hall follow closely behind. These 2 individuals appear utterly unperturbed by each other's venom, having been summoned specifically by Qian Renxue to confront the poisoned Douluo. Ha! I never anticipated that today, Yu Yuanjin would encounter so many old acquaintances. Observing the near-equal standoff between the 2 sides, the Lord of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was the first to shatter the silence. The combined number of tidal Douluo on both sides exceeds 10, an occurrence that is indeed rare. One might wonder if there are more tidal Douluo present than the guards in a royal palace. You gentlemen, focus on your own tasks, no need for excessive courtesy. However, Bibi Dong could not help but furrow her brow at the current situation. Initially, she believed that the individuals she brought would be sufficient to conquer the entire Heaven Do Empire. Yet, unexpectedly, the opposing side also boasts a considerable number of tidal Douluo. Moreover, the anomalous martial soul of Long Fan Tian can directly contend with the chrysanthemum Douluo. In terms of sheer numbers, it seems that the Spirit Hall is slightly at a disadvantage. At your command, Your Holiness. With Bibi Dong's directive, the 2 peculiar individuals once again ensnared the poisoned Douluo. At this moment, Tang San and his fellow Shrek students fortuitously arrived. Although they felt somewhat powerless in the presence of tidal Douluo, these young souls remained undeterred. Phoenix Fireline, Blue Silver Domain, 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, and My Cat's Shadow. Boom. though restrained by their two adversaries. With the assistance of these young monsters from Shrek Academy, they managed for a time to stand toe-to-toe with the duo. Meanwhile, the chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and the demon bear Douluo effectively obstructed the three masters from the seven treasures, glazed tile. It appeared that the spirit hall was left with only the Pope, Bibi Dong. Opposite this long-legged Pope stood the pinnacle experts of both the young and old generations of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Master, we have dealt with all the spirit hall guards outside. We have come to assist you. Excellent. I didn't expect the 4 single attribute sects to arrive at this moment, bringing along a throng of supporters. Of course, only these 4-souled Douluo sect leaders could truly contend with Bibi Dong head-on. You insignificant ants, dare to take advantage of my plight. Were it not for any reservations, Bibi Dong would naturally not fear such a scenario. After all, the Pope of the Spirit Hall is not easily vanquished. Yet now, Qianren had just rescued her from Long Fontain's treacherous waters, leaving her utterly incapacitated for battle. Furthermore, due to the deep bond between mother and daughter, Bibi Dong hesitated to take unnecessary risks. Haha. Could it be that today marks the day of vengeance for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? Witnessing this scene, Yu Engine erupted in laughter. Bibi Dong has indeed fallen into a tight encirclement. Even if she could escape, she would likely be gravely injured. Chapter 62. The Radiance of Sun and Moon. Martial Soul Fusion. Father, do not forget about us. We can also lend a hand. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. Just as Bibi Dong was retreating step by step, she was confronted by the very individuals she least wished to see. The 3 mentors from Shrek Academy. Frank, Lu Erlong, and Yu Xiaojing. Erlong, Xiaojing, you have come too. This is splendid. Today, the Pope of the Spirit Hall has nowhere to flee. Observing his son and daughter-in-law arriving at this critical moment, Yu Engine felt a surge of confidence. However, for some reason, upon seeing the Pope, Yu Xiaojing's eyes displayed a clear struggle. Hehe, Master, do you also wish to join them in confronting me? Unlike Yu Xiaojing's evasive demeanor, Bibi Dong seemed unafraid to confront the sentiments of the past. Initially, Long Fantian was somewhat skeptical of the rumors, but witnessing the exchange of glances between the two left him with no choice but to believe. This is certainly not the demeanor of adversaries meeting. Rather, it resembles that of a pair of lovers engaged in a tumultuous relationship. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Erlong instinctively positioned herself in front of Yu Xiaojing. Bibi Dong, you shall not escape today. I intend to settle both new grievances and old grudges with you. How dare you and your companions overestimate your own abilities? The history between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojing is something that others cannot possibly comprehend, known only to themselves. Bibi Dong, surrender willingly. I do not wish to harm you. Do not compel me. Gently pushing Lu Erlong aside, Yu Xiaojing stepped forward. At this moment, his fists were clenched tightly, his teeth gritted. He chuckled. Master, are you mistaken? I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Why should I capitulate? Although Bibi Dong clearly harbored feelings for Yu Xiaojing, the animosity between the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was undeniable. This is not a matter that can be resolved with mere words. What gives? Just this. Upon uttering these words, the master nodded slightly towards his 2 companions behind him. Frank and Lu Erlong immediately understood and spread out to the sides, forming a triangular formation with Yu Xiaojing. The sun and moon shone brilliantly as golden light transformed, merging their martial souls. This was the rallying cry of Frank. And then the 3 individuals simultaneously unfurled their spirit rings. Whoosh! It appeared to be an effect of releasing power at the same frequency, as a golden radiance emanated from each of them. Subsequently, these 3 individuals, from an astonishing angle, combined all their spirit rings into a singularity. Then, the most astonishing scene unfolded. Ro Sen Pao arise. A deafening roar echoed. That was Yu Xiaojing's mutated martial soul, Ro Sen Pao, which was long deemed to be the discarded Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Under the enhancement of the 3 individuals' golden luminescence, the creature, which resembled a dog with a pig's snout, underwent a dramatic transformation. Horns sprouted from its head, dragon fangs emerged from its mouth, and before the astonished crowd, its form morphed into a resplendent golden dragon. What is this? This is the legendary martial soul fusion technique of the Golden Iron Triangle, the Golden Sacred Dragon. Previously, Long Fantian had heard his elders mention it, but today is the first time he has witnessed it with his own eyes. To his astonishment, The martial soul fusion technique created by these three individuals appears even more majestic than the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus of the Sect leader, Yu Engine. Xiao Gang, in fact. The leader of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus is also seeing this five-clawed golden dragon for the first time, and he is utterly taken aback. It turns out that our Master Duhan has not been rendered useless. Rather, it requires a certain catalyst for its transformation. Although it may not possess the ferocity of Longfontaine's Yellow Springs Gate, this golden giant dragon still exudes a remarkable beauty. Humph, Yu Xiaojiang. Do not tell me this is the reason you married this woman. In response to the scene before her, the Pope Bibi Dong seems somewhat dismissive. Yet, the tone of this beautiful woman is laced with a hint of jealousy. Chapter 63, The Battle of Heroes. Bibi Dong. You venomous woman. It was clearly you who betrayed Xiao Gang. How dare you utter such words? Lu Erlong is well aware of her beloved's past. What do you know? Does the affairs of this pope require an explanation to someone like you? Gently placing Qian Rinxue beside her, Bibi Dong's hand reveals a formidable scepter. This is the weapon of the pope, a medium that perfectly unleashes the power of her twin martial souls. Father, no, please do not leave me. I do not wish to return to that woman. In a daze, it seems that Qian Rinxue is still oblivious to the situation. Upon hearing her daughter's murmured plea, Bibi Dong suddenly furrowed her brow, revealing a hint of ferocity upon her face. Rumors of a strained relationship between this mother and daughter appear to hold truth. I apologize for the delay. You seek to eliminate me, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, do you not? After uttering these words, two colossal spiders emerged behind Bibi Dong. As a rare bearer of twin martial souls on the continent, this woman possesses ample grounds for pride. Unlike the combination of Tang San's blue-silver grass and the Haotian hammer, Bibi Dong's two martial souls are strikingly similar. Thus, she can effortlessly overlay the soul rings of her twin martial souls to engage in combat. Indeed, she is just as formidable as the legends suggest. Everyone, proceed with caution. Although Bibi Dong's rank may not be the highest within the Spirit Hall, the sheer number of soul rings she possesses is unparalleled. This indicates that her traces exceed those of an ordinary individual by a factor of 2. Those below the rank of Soul Douluo should retreat, for one must not come into contact with her formidable energy. As the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Yu Engine had previously encountered her, which prompted his cautionary words. After uttering this warning, he deliberately pushed Longfontaigne back a step. The Sect Master is fine. I possess a means to counter her. Upon saying this, the vast river of weak water re-emerged before Longfontaigne. Yet, the Pope of the Spirit Hall seemed unfazed by this tactic. Young man, you have great potential. However, it is unfortunate that you belong to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Today, none shall leave alive. With Bibi Dong's thunderous roar, two spider emperors sprang to life behind her, leaping forth to confront the crowd. The overwhelming green poisonous mist, accompanied by a grim aura of death, instilled a profound sense of chilling agony. Be cautious, Sect Master. Their soul skills can directly assault one's very soul. This is a reminder from Yang Wudi. Though merely at the level of a soul warrior, this individual possesses strength capable of contending with a junior titled Douluo. Previously, during the seclusion of the Haotian sect, the Spirit Hall had concentrated their efforts on exterminating the Po family. However, under Yang Wudi's desperate resistance, that battle concluded with the defeat of the Spirit Hall. Thus, over the years, Yang Wudi has gained profound insights into the workings of the Spirit Hall. He chuckled, declaring that it was merely an accident that led him to fall into her trap. His fifth soul skill was not so easily countered. As a spatial transformation occurred, the bridge of helplessness materialized. Yet, what unfolded before Bibi Dong was not an illusion, but a path leading directly to the bridge of helplessness. You trickster, let me first unravel your ultimate move. Ignoring the threats posed by those around her, Bibi Dong boldly advanced towards the bridge. Seizing this opportunity, Yu Engine and his son Yu Xiaojiang exchanged a knowing nod, coordinating a dual assault with two colossal dragons. However, just as Bibi Dong was about to set foot on the bridge of helplessness, she unleashed two formidable soul skills from her hands. The true form of the Death Spider Emperor, the body of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. Goodness, executing two seventh soul skills in succession. This Pope Bibi Dong truly is a force to be reckoned with. This is not all. Nonchalantly deflecting the attacks of two formidable adversaries, Bibi Dong unexpectedly stepped onto the bridge of oblivion that Longfontaigne had prepared for her. Now, let me see what peculiarities lie upon this diminutive stone bridge. Chapter 64, Dreamlike Illusions. Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang's reminiscence. You have arrived, Bibi Dong. What on earth? How could Yu Xiaojiang be on the bridge? Moreover, in his youthful form. In a moment of daze, Bibi Dong seemed to recall certain memories, yet she quickly regained her composure. Humph, an illusion, is it? You truly are a mischievous trickster. It appears that this bridge of oblivion serves as a tool for conjuring phantoms, capable of infinitely amplifying the most vulnerable aspects of one's heart. However, at this moment, Bibi Dong is no longer a maiden. Her will is unyieldingly resolute. Just as she intended to sweep away the illusion before her, an astonishing scene unfolded. Smack! Yu Xiaojiang, not a single good man among your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The image revealed a young and beautiful girl, resembling Bibi Dong to a remarkable degree. It was a resounding slap that left the young master dazed. Bibi Dong, you? My master said you intend to leave the spirit hall. You truly are a master of emotional manipulation. What? How could this be? Did you hear this from Qian Xuanji? I could never leave you. Although his face burned with pain at that moment, Yu Xiaojiang exhibited a profound sense of reluctance. How does this resemble an irresponsible man? Humph, then prove it to me. These appear to be memories emanating from the depths of Bibi Dong's soul. Throughout her years in command of the spirit hall, no one was privy to these recollections. Yet today, they unfurl before my eyes as if projected on a screen. The scene swiftly shifts to a tempestuous night. The sound of thunder echoes. What is happening? Xiaojiang. At this moment, Bibi Dong is clad in tattered garments, and it seems there are crimson spots scattered upon her bed. A man stands by the window, a chilling smile gracing his lips. This is the former Pope Qian Xuanji, also the father of Qian Renxue. He has descended the mountain, and if you wish for his survival, you must attend to your own affairs. No, master. How could this be? What have you done to me? Amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, Bibi Dong's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to discern whether the moisture on her face was rain or tears. Our child will inherit the spirit hall, and you shall transform from my disciple into my wife. What a remarkable Qian Xuanji. What an extraordinary pope of the spirit hall. Soon, the mirror flipped again as if projecting a film. News from the other side of the continent has reached that Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong have reconciled. At this moment, Qian Xuanji was gravely injured by the Haoyan Douluo, being carried back to the spirit hall like a wild dog. It is yet another rainy night, and the esteemed Pope finds himself abandoned in the downpour, writhing in agony. Today is your day of reckoning, at long last. Ha ha ha. Bibi Dong, you wicked woman, what do you intend to do? What indeed? It is a thought-provoking question. Perhaps I shall let my spider provide the answer. Observing the figure of Qiang Sunji, now entirely encased in black lines, a clear indication of his poisoning, Bibi Dong chuckled. Thus concludes a poignant reminiscence. At this moment, Bibi Dong stands unscathed upon the bridge of helplessness, though 2 lines of tears inadvertently trace down her face. You insolent brat. Do you possess any other tricks? I confess, my emotional threshold is lower today, yet this does not prevent me from eradicating you. Though moved. Such a level of illusion cannot vanquish Bibi Dong. The terrifying woman soon regained her composure. However, at this moment, Long Fantian appeared to be standing at the opposite end of the Naya Bridge, smiling at Bibi Dong. Your memories are truly captivating. In recognition of your earlier performance, I have decided to be the first to reveal to you my 6th soul skill. When I acquired the power of the Qian Renxue martial soul, Long Fantian's 6th soul skill had already awakened. Yet, before he could unleash it, Bibi Dong suddenly charged towards him with wild abandon. You wretched brat. Have you invaded my memories? I will never let you go. The term invade is indeed quite fitting. Chapter 65, 6th soul skill. Earthly Calamity 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Wretched brat. Prepare to meet your end. Discovering that his deepest secrets had been exposed by Long Fantian, Bibi Dong, who had previously acted with a semblance of grace, suddenly transformed as if she were a different person. Just as this woman swung her staff towards Long Fantian's head, he abruptly shifted into a mere illusion. Zzzz. It was evident that the Long Fantian standing at the opposite end of the Naya Bridge was not his true form. The staff in Bibi Dong's hands swiftly rendered that space to nothingness. This was all part of Long Fantian's intricate design, a chain of interlinked strategies. Though this Pope has pierced through Long Fantian's 5th soul skill, the newly emerged 6th soul skill seamlessly follows. At this moment, 6 distinct paths materialize before Bibi Dong. You little rascal, are you trying to play tricks on me again? Do you think I would fall for your ruse? Clearly, Long Fantian intends for Bibi Dong to choose a path of her own. However, the Pope of the Spirit Hall appears utterly unimpressed. The two spider emperors that had previously thwarted the attacks of the blue lightning tyrant dragon and the golden sacred dragon now stand, one on each side of their master. My technique is called the Earthly Six Paths of Reincarnation. Since it has just been developed, I would appreciate your guidance on its functions, Your Holiness. It is evident that, akin to a beta test in an online game, Long Fantion regards Bibi Dong as his test subject. Yet, at this moment, the esteemed Pope only desires to tear apart the space before her. Boom. An unknown energy erupts from the mouths of the two colossal spiders. Though the exact nature of this scene remains elusive, it appears that Bibi Dong's spiders can amplify this energy infinitely. Yet, why does it seem utterly ineffective? Stop straining yourself. Choose a path, or you shall never escape. Once again, that insufferable Long Fantion. Just as his words fade, the six seemingly even paths before her suddenly warp. They begin to rotate like a joyous wheel of fortune from a game show. Although their appearance has transformed, one can still discern the six passages on this spatial wheel. However, the destination of these passages remains shrouded in mystery. What sorcery is this? Despite her gritted teeth, this formidable woman seems unable to break free from the cycle of reincarnation. This is not an illusion, but rather an opportunity to redefine your life's path. For Long Fantion, a traveler from Huaxia, the concept of the six paths of reincarnation is relatively comprehensible. Yet, such a notion is entirely foreign in the Douluo continent. After a period of struggle, Bibi Dong finally comes to accept that what lies before her is not mere hallucination. But which path leads to the correct exit? You too. Go ahead and scout the way. Signal me immediately if anything arises. She commands her two mutated spirit souls. Although they are spirits, they possess the ability for independent thought and action, somewhat akin to Yu Xiaojiang's Luo Sanpao. Chirp, chirp. That is the language of spiders, comprehensible only to Bibi Dong, who is linked to these repugnant creatures. As the sovereign of the earth spirit, these two spiders embody fear itself. However, do you think the six paths of reincarnation is a mere jest? You may find hope in the paths of heaven and humanity, but should you stray elsewhere? A stream of dark green liquid suddenly erupts from Bibi Dong's nose. Then, a diminutive spider, frail and barely alive, appears in her hand. This is one of Bibi Dong's martial souls, which nearly led to her demise in the realm of hungry ghosts. But fortunately, she was transported back at the last moment. Although the six paths of reincarnation have an exit, it appears that this exit is not under Bibi Dong's control. You impudent rascal. How dare you resort to such underhanded tactics? Ha ha ha. This is my sixth soul skill. How could I possibly allow you to escape so easily? Chapter 66. The soul skill that opens the gate of the divine realm. You insolent brat. Wait for me. I shall ensure your dismemberment. Bibi Dong roared in fury. Ha ha. It was you who just stepped onto my bridge of sighs. How can you now blame me? Just as Bibi Dong found herself ensnared by her latest soul skill, Long Fanyin was also deep in contemplation, for this was a soul skill that astonished even him. This Saturday, within the six paths of reincarnation, only one exit grants the fortunate individual a chance to emerge alive. Conversely, traversing any of the other five paths invariably leads to a wholly different realm. These realms are not mere virtual constructs fabricated by Long Fantion. They exist in reality. The six paths of reincarnation simply unveil the gateways to both their current space and the opposing worlds. Alas, I am truly frightened. Perhaps it is best to wait until His Holiness the Pope can emerge. Given his ability to manipulate the exits at will, Long Fantion harbors no fear of Bibi Dong's threats. Furthermore, this woman does not seem formidable enough to transcend the six paths of reincarnation. What on earth have you done? Why do I sense the aura of the divine realm? In truth, Bibi Dong's current sensations have also imparted profound insights to Long Fantion. This woman possesses the potential for divinity. And among the six paths manifested by the cycle of reincarnation, one is indeed the path of celestial beings. Those familiar with the original text are aware that there exists a divine realm above the Douluo continent. At this moment, Bibi Dong is acutely aware of the aura emanating from that divine realm. I am even more eager to understand this matter than you are. As I mentioned, this is the first time I have employed this technique, and my knowledge scarcely surpasses yours. Given this, shall we join forces? Let us embark on a journey together to uncover the truths of this world. Bibi Dong seems to have grasped something profound, as she takes the initiative to propose collaboration with Long Fantion to explore the path ahead. What thoughts occupy the mind of this woman? My dear Pope, surely you jest. Perhaps it would be prudent for us to first clarify our respective positions. Although Long Fantion is equally eager to discern the true purpose of his latest soul skill, he must remain wary of Li Dong, who is rather cunning and not easily deceived. In light of this, let us each rely upon our own abilities. It seems you have accomplished something quite remarkable. As a preeminent powerhouse of the Douluo continent, Bibi Dong undoubtedly possesses knowledge beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Such is the fate that befalls a titled Douluo upon reaching level 99, to fall or to ascend. However, Long Fantion shows little interest in such matters. His sole desire at present is to ensnare Bibi Dong within his virtual realm. Thus the new game commences. Choose your path wisely. With that proclamation, the colossal wheel that appeared before Bibi Dong commenced its rotation anew. What a mischievous lad. Are you not aware that you have unlocked the gateway to the divine realm? Guided by her inner instincts, Bibi Dong summoned her other intact spider monarch. With a newfound determination born from previous failures, she adeptly directed her remaining martial soul to seek the path she desired. Although the corporeal form did not accompany her, both entities could share their vision. Behold, a vast expanse of sky unfolded, the space suffused with sacred energy, and one could even witness angels soaring amidst the heavens. This is the realm of celestial beings. According to the definition of the 6 realms of reincarnation, this space exists at a higher level than the mortal world, corresponding to the divine realm above the Douluo continent. From whence do you come, little spider? You carry the essence of the lower realm. I wonder if you were drawn here by Bibi Dong's power, or if you merely happened to pass by. The Death Spider Emperor, a creature that sends shivers down the spine of all who hear its name in the Douluo continent, was effortlessly seized by a passing woman. Oh no, this is the realm of the divine. She must be a goddess, the legendary Rakshasa goddess of the divine realm. Chapter 67, the chosen one of the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong. Rakshasa god? This is a result that even Long Fantion could not have anticipated. Originally, it was believed that dark creatures like the Death Spider Emperor would be swiftly purified upon entering the divine realm. However, to everyone's surprise, a serendipitous encounter led it to an evil deity. Unlike the angels, who radiate a holy aura, this Rakshasa goddess appears to have a peculiar fondness for the spider before her. Your name is Bibi Dong? I happen to seek a representative in your world. Do not assume that the beings in the divine realm are all lofty and noble. Among them are quite a few nefarious individuals. For instance, this Rakshasa goddess has never been a mere trifling presence. Moreover, Bibi Dong's martial soul was directly branded with the mark of her counterpart. I, Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, express my gratitude for the Rakshasa goddess's favor. Upon sensing a faint message from the divine realm, the Death Spider Emperor returned to her side. Yet, it seemed to emanate an essence that does not belong to this world. What exactly is happening? What transpired between you and that goddess? Now it is Long Fantion who finds himself in a state of vexation. Initially, he intended to trap Bibi Dong within his 6 paths of reincarnation. However, unexpectedly, it seems that the other party has turned misfortune into fortune. Although my level has yet to reach the threshold of transcending the divine realm, I believe these obstacles are no longer significant. Essentially, that Rakshasa deity revels in chaos. And the dark aspect of Bibi Dong's martial soul aligns perfectly with the divine being's appetite. Although there remains a considerable distance to achieving divinity, it has nonetheless instilled hope within Bibi Dong. Concurrently, this woman's perspective of Long Fantion has undergone a transformation. It is merely a mark. Do you truly believe you can escape from the other realms of reincarnation? Young man, have you considered a collaboration with me? Whatever it is that you desire, I can provide it for you, even granting you dominion over this world. One cannot ascertain whether it is a whimsical thought or some other impulse, but at this moment, Bibi Dong's tone has undergone a dramatic shift. Bibi Dong, do you think I am but a mere child of 3? Have you lost your senses? Mr. Long, I am presently within your realm. You ought to discern the truth from falsehood. Let us converse. In comparison to achieving divinity, there is indeed little to cherish in the mortal realm. However, in the past few centuries, Douluo continent has never witnessed anyone surpassing level 99. This is what you stated. What if I desire your daughter to be my concubine? Very well, I can arrange that immediately. Are you jesting? Including yourself? Do you comprehend what I am implying? I never anticipated that the men of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex would possess such grand ambitions. This is indeed worth considering. Yet I too have conditions. What conditions? To grant my daughter an opportunity to experience the aura of the divine realm, as her martial soul originally hails from there. Insanity, this Bibi Dong must surely be deranged. To acquiesce to such an outrageous demand from Long Fantion signifies either madness or ulterior motives. The most probable scenario is that Bibi Dong seeks to escape this 6 paths of reincarnation space. Is that even feasible? Do you suppose Long Fantion is so foolish as to be manipulated by a mere woman? Your Excellency, the game should come to an end, should it not? Since you are so fond of reincarnation, perhaps you should explore the Azura path. Clearly, Long Fantion does not believe the deceptive words of the other party. He has no intention of releasing Bibi Dong. Young man, do not let this golden opportunity slip away. This is a rare privilege that this Pope offers you but once. Observing Long Fantion's subsequent actions, Bibi Dong appears to have grown anxious. The woman was acutely aware that unless the cycle of reincarnation was halted, she would never escape this realm. Chapter 68, The Poles of Stillness. Once Bibi Dong found herself ensnared, the remaining titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall swiftly sensed that something was amiss. Old Ghost. Where has His Holiness the Pope gone? It seems he has been trapped by that wretched boy's peculiar soul skill. We must rescue His Holiness at once. Agreed. As the ever-loyal attendants of Bibi Dong, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were among the first to recognize the gravity of the situation. Compared to the affairs concerning the Heaven Do Empire, Bibi Dong's peril was of utmost significance. However, did they truly believe that the three formidable experts from the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect were mere illusions? Moreover, at this moment, Yu Yuanjun from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan had also arrived. It appeared that these experts from the Spirit Hall were indeed caught in an inescapable calamity. Let alone seizing the throne, under such circumstances, it would be a blessing just to preserve their lives. Old Bear, hold them off for us. We must evacuate His Holiness. Having fought to this point, they all understood deep down that victory was no longer within their grasp. At this juncture, if there are any secret techniques left concealed, they can no longer remain hidden. Otherwise, it is likely that the opportunity to employ them will vanish. Fear not. I shall utilize my ninth soul skill to fend off those several foes. You must act swiftly, as an old comrade of the Spirit Hall. The Martial Bear Douluo is acutely aware of the intentions of the two individuals beside him, although their individual combat prowess is rather lacking. The soul fusion technique of Jiuhua Guan and Old Ghost is indeed quite remarkable. Upon witnessing the shift in the opposing camp, Ning Fingxi, the leader of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, instantly surmised their intentions. Everyone, hasten to thwart these two, for they intend to execute a soul fusion technique. Unfortunately, this warning arrived a moment too late, as Jiuhua Guan and Old Ghost had already successfully unleashed their soul rings. You vile scoundrels. Prepare to experience our polar stasis domain today. It appears to balance the forces of the martial souls and soul rings into a relative equilibrium. Through the vibrations between the soul rings, these two tidal Douluo from the Spirit Hall are capable of rendering all space within a certain radius around them completely immobilized. Even a falling leaf, should it fall within the area of influence, would remain suspended in midair. On the surface, this move seems aimed at evading pursuers, yet in truth, their primary objective is to restrain Long Fantion. At this moment, Long Fantion stands before a colossal gate of the Yellow Springs. With 6 interlaced soul rings swirling above his head, clearly he is preparing to unleash a formidable technique. However, the polar stasis domain of Jiuhua Douluo and Ghost Douluo abruptly severed the circulation of soul power within Long Fantion's body. What is happening? Though he cannot articulate his thoughts, Long Fantion is acutely aware that he is in grave peril. Once he loses control of his soul power, Bibi Dong, trapped by the 6 paths of samsara, will inevitably find her escape. The 2 elders of the Spirit Hall have perfectly timed their moves. Excellent, esteemed elders, your efforts are commendable. Naturally, Bibi Dong sensed the potency of her subordinate's martial soul fusion technique at the very first moment. The exit on the large disc before her was shifting incessantly, causing her great indecision. Yet, at this very moment, the exit that represented the mortal realm could be easily discerned. If not now, when? Whoosh. Ignoring her wounds, Bibi Dong grasped her scepter of authority and soared towards the exit symbolizing the mortal realm. Indeed, if this pontiff were to escape, those outside would face dire consequences. But do you believe that the cycle of reincarnation is a place one can simply traverse at will? Do not underestimate humanity. What is this? Just as Bibi Dong thought victory was within her grasp, a radiant burst of colors suddenly emanated from the exit, obstructing our esteemed pontiff's path. Chapter 69. Extracting the soul power of Pontiff Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, do you believe that your 2 subordinates can contain my movements, allowing you to depart unscathed? Though restricted by the realm of polar stillness and rendered immobile, the will of Long Fantion remains lucid. This is his spirit soul space, allowing this esteemed individual to express himself freely. Humph, you insolent brat, stop pretending. Weren't you just eager to claim both me and my daughter? Once I step out, I will seek you out. Do not be deceived by the smile on Bibi Dong's face. Her tone at this moment is chillingly cold. You, a mere descendant of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, dare to covet the lofty position of the Pope. Very well, come forth, I shall await you. After uttering this flippant remark, Long Fantion fell silent, now merely anticipating Bibi Dong to take that decisive step. Humph, you insolent brat, once I emerge, I shall surely tear that mouth of yours apart. At this moment, Bibi Dong was seething with rage, her utmost disdain reserved for frivolous men. Though sensing something amiss, she nonetheless unleashed the remaining soul rings and took a step forward. Zzz. What is this? This power is siphoning my soul force. How can this be possible? This is undoubtedly a situation that Bibi Dong could never have anticipated. Having discovered a path to survival, she realizes that stepping out requires a significant sacrifice. Indeed, there exists a route within the cycle of reincarnation that leads back to one's origin. However, it necessitates the complete severance of all soul power. Otherwise, one might mistakenly believe that the sixth soul skill is merely a benevolent sanctuary. Despite Bibi Dong's fervent resistance, her efforts prove futile. You treacherous wretch. I shall not spare you, she gasps. Yet, even though the distance to freedom is but a single step, when Bibi Dong's figure reemerges, she finds herself devoid of the strength to even open her eyes. The formidable Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall descended towards the ground like a kite severed from its string. Below her lay Long Fantion. Could this be the rhythm of an embrace? Welcome, Pope Bibi Dong. Coincidentally, just as Bibi Dong plummeted towards Long Fantion, the effects of the polar stillness domain came to an end. Was it fate? Yet, in the end, Bibi Dong did not land in Long Fanyan's arms. For a shadow intervened. It was Yu Xiaojiang, Long Fanyan's elder, who caught Bibi Dong. Uncle, what are you doing? Yu Xiaojiang, can you truly justify your actions? Although it was somewhat unexpected, Long Fanyan quickly regained his composure. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong seethed with rage. No worries, I know what to do. Even though he was aware that acting at this moment would invite endless troubles, this master was resolute. Xiaojiang, well done. Who would have thought our blue lightning tyrant dragon could capture Pope Bibi Dong? Fortunately, Yu Engine's timely defense stabilized the situation, regardless of Master S motives. The undeniable truth was that they had seized control of Bibi Dong. Of course, this would not have been possible had Long Fanyan not previously drained Bibi Dong's soul power. Your Holiness, Old Eel, release our Pope. Ah, Your Holiness, we are coming. In an instant, the dynamics of the battlefield within the Tiandou Palace shifted dramatically. The titled Douluo strongholds belonging to the Spirit Hall, who had been fighting independently, surged forward almost simultaneously. The three formidable experts from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, alongside Poison Douluo and Tang San, also quickly encircled them. Humph, let us see who dares approach. Do you not fear I will snap this woman's neck? Witnessing the multitude of titled Douluo approach, Lu Erlong transformed her hand into a claw, gripping Bibi Dong's fair neck. What do you intend, woman? That question should be directed at you. What do you Spirit Hall scoundrels desire? You, step back. All of you, do you hear me? Chapter 70. The arrival of the peerless titled Dao Qian Daolu Xiaojiang. Is that you? Am I? Am I not dreaming? Just as the two sides confronted each other, a weak yet melodious voice emerged. It was Bibi Dong, awakening to find Yu Xiaojiang as her first sight. It's me. I saw you fall and caught you. Hee, it seems you cannot bear to see me perish, but that foul brat behind you. The woman's expression shifted with astonishing rapidity. Just moments ago, she was engaging in gentle conversation with the master, yet upon catching sight of the nearby Long Fanyan, her demeanor altered instantaneously. Fortunately, the master remained oblivious to Long Fanyan's prior intentions towards this leggy pope. Otherwise, the situation would have become rather awkward. Bibi Dong. The events of today are beyond our control. I hope you can comprehend that. I understand. As long as I can meet my end at your hands, I shall be content. Surprisingly, this esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall possesses a rather vulnerable side. Yet, do you truly believe the narrative concludes here? Humph, Bibi Dong. You have tarnished the reputation of our Spirit Hall. A chilling scoff resonated from the clouds above, though no figure was visible. The audacity of the newcomer to directly utter Bibi Dong's name suggested a formidable identity. Who goes there, lurking in the shadows? Reveal yourself. Sensing something amiss, Sword Douluo summoned a series of golden swords, launching them towards the source of the voice. Ah, the seven killing sword? You are a descendant of that individual from years past. What? You are. Upon hearing those words, Sword Douluo's gaze fixated skyward, his entire being trembling with intensity. Ha, Yu Engine, your blue lightning tyrant dragon has produced quite a remarkable young man, capable of injuring my granddaughter and this woman. Good heavens, the opponent's declaration leaves no room for doubt regarding their identity. Douluo, the legendary figure who reached level 99, a mere step away from divinity. The grand offering of the Spirit Hall. How could this fellow personally arrive, despite his age? Are you the esteemed Douluo? I did not anticipate your presence, however, did you not declare in the past? At this moment, Yuanjin felt a pang of anxiety. For Douluo is indeed a legendary figure. The Spirit Hall owes its current prominence largely to this old monster's oversight. He chuckled. Do not be alarmed. I did indeed proclaim that I would not interfere in the affairs of the continent, but today, this is a matter of my family, thus. I did not expect Douluo to be so cunning, deftly shifting the narrative in front of these younger generations. Yet, there is little recourse. He is one of the 3 known powerhouses of the Douluo continent, and none here can rival him. As for today's matter, I refer to the Tiandou Empire. I have come to take my granddaughter and Bibi Dong. The fates of others are of no concern to me, so you may act as you wish. What a masterful order Douluo is. But do you truly believe that your words will embolden the others present to act against them? Xiaojing, Erlong, hand them over, quickly. This transformation is indeed difficult to accept. Just moments ago, the sovereign of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus was incredibly resolute, yet now. Indeed, one finds oneself compelled to bow under the ease of circumstance. Although Lu Erlong exhibited a hint of reluctance, Yu Xiaojing willingly surrendered Bibi Dong. At that moment, a sense of relief washed over the master's countenance. Yet, Douluo appeared unwilling to relent. You are Yu Xiaojing, are you not? If memory serves. You are also an elder of our Spirit Hall. I have long been expelled from the Spirit Hall by your son. Do you not recall the events of yesteryear? The past is the past, the present is the present. I need you to return and assume your duties, and you shall accompany me. A formidable force surged forth, drawing both Bibi Dong and the master into the air. Chapter 71. The arrogant high priest of the Spirit Hall Xiaojing. You must not. Upon witnessing her beloved man being seized, Lu Erlong was on the verge of fury. However, before the fierce woman could unleash her spirit, a sudden blow to the back of her head rendered her unconscious. Forgive me, my child, but I am left with no choice. The assailant was none other than Yuanjin, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, who seemingly had relented. After incapacitating Lu Erlong, Yuanjin casually handed her over to the nearby Long Fantion. So fragrant, so soft. No, that is not what I meant. By familial ties. Lu Erlong was indeed Long Fantion's aunt. Dear audience, do not misconstrue this. Having completed his actions, Yuanjin clasped his fists towards the void before him, where a colossal angelic statue flickered into view. Senior, please treat my son Yu Xiaojing well. Indeed. I am quite satisfied with the attitude of your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Let it be so, while it may appear somewhat pitiful. It was a necessary course of action. Senior, was it not my father whom you challenged in the past? The matter concerning the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus has just reached a conclusion, and now it is time for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to take the stage. At this moment, the Sword Douluo's emotions seem to be on the verge of spiraling out of control, as he unmistakably perceives the individual before him as the murderer of his father. Your father cultivated to level 98, while you now stand at level 97. Do you truly believe you possess the right to utter such words to me? Although he did not directly answer the question posed, Douluo's demeanor at this moment has already conveyed everything. Sword uncle, do not act impulsively. You must consider Rongrong. Witnessing this scene, Ning Fingxi, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, could not help but bow his head. On the surface, the gap between levels 99 and 97 may not appear significant. Yet in reality, the chasm between them is likely more than tenfold. This Thousand Paths practitioner has 1 foot in the divine realm, while those before me are merely formidable humans. Very well. I understand now. Young one, devote yourself to your cultivation. Perhaps one day, when your strength reaches level 98, you may seek me out. Such is the solitude of the master. No matter how profound the enmity, it becomes futile when confronted with the might of the Thousand Paths. Witnessing the 2 paramount sect leaders bow their heads, the solitary Dongbo naturally refrains from further comment. In the presence of a true peerless Douluo, they are but mere insects. However, although the high-ranking offering of the Spirit Hall possesses formidable strength, he has graciously afforded everyone their dignity. Given this, let us disperse for today. I have little inclination to meddle in such trifles. This old man truly embodies the spirit of taking advantage while feigning innocence, leaving no respite for others. Meanwhile, those present could only swallow their resentment in silence. After all, in the past century, countless masters have fallen victim to this elusive elder. As for the Heaven-Do Empire, which ignited this incident, it seems to have narrowly escaped a catastrophe, a rare stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Although bolstered by a powerful leader, these titled Douluos still possess a sense of pride. A defeat is a defeat, and there should be no excuses. Old Ghost. Let us depart with the Saintess. With a fierce glare directed at Long Fantion and the others, Ghost Douluo and Zhu Huaguan issued orders for retreat once more. Unexpectedly, this young man managed to leave Bibi Dong in such disarray, undoubtedly a latent threat. Tang San and his Tang sect faced a similar fate. Had it not been for the valiant resistance of these young individuals, how could so many reinforcements have arrived? You lot, if you have the capability, do not flee. Watch as I scorch you all. Upon witnessing the enemy's retreat, Ma Hongjun appeared rather smug. In the earlier battle, his evil fire phoenix shone brilliantly, and his coordination with Tang San was nothing short of seamless. However, unbeknownst to him, at this very moment, he had already garnered the ire of his adversaries. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope our paths shall not cross again. This is the final sentence of the Thousand Paths Flow. Chapter 72, News of the Mass Production of Title Douluo. Ladies and gentlemen, let us conclude this matter for today. There is little we can do about this outcome. Although we witnessed the members of the Spirit Hall depart before our very eyes, those present found themselves powerless to intervene. Even the formidable blue sky Tyrannosaurus, Yuanjin, was unable to rescue his own son. As for the three powerful figures from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, they felt increasingly ashamed to linger here any longer. Though they had been deceived by the impostor Qian Rinxue masquerading as Shueqinghe, they were nonetheless aligned with the Crown Prince's faction. Father, may I stay with Third Brother and the others? Ning Rongrong, being from Shrek Academy and having participated in the previous rescue efforts, was permitted to remain. Be cautious. Should any situation arise, notify Grandfather Bone or Grandfather Jian. All right, I will. The title Douluo who had originally engaged in this battle once again parted ways, leaving only Dongbo behind. Master, we have successfully rescued the Snow Knight Emperor. What shall we do about the traitors within the Tiandou Empire? It was revealed that the Spirit Hall's incursion was facilitated not only by Qian Rinxue's masterful disguise but also due to the internal corruption, with many individuals within the Empire having been bribed. Now that the Spirit Hall's influence has waned, these traitors will undoubtedly be exposed. This is a domestic issue for the Tiandou Empire. It is not our place to meddle. Our immediate concern is to awaken His Majesty the Emperor. Rest assured, Master. I have seen the poison afflicting His Majesty. It was concocted by a traitor from our own breakthrough clan. What a remarkably fortuitous circumstance it is that the traitor captured by Yang Wudi happens to be the apothecary of the Spirit Hall. It will not be long before an antidote can be developed. Dear brother, Master, please do not take my life. I implore you to spare me. I possess not only the antidote but also crucial intelligence, vital information, in a desperate bid to preserve his own existence. This traitor from the wretched clan not only aided the recovery of the Snow Knight Emperor, but also divulged numerous secrets of the Spirit Hall. Among these revelations, one astonished all present. The Spirit Hall is executing a clandestine plan to mass-produce titled Douluos. It is widely acknowledged that becoming a titled Douluo necessitates immense fortuity and arduous cultivation. However, it appears that the esteemed High Priest of the Spirit Hall has discovered a method to forcibly elevate the cultivation of others, hastening their ascension to the rank of titled Douluo. This is certainly not a favorable piece of news. However, what lies ahead of us is the imperative task of restoring the Heavenly Do Empire as swiftly as possible. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Had it not been for the efforts of these young individuals, our Heavenly Do Empire would have faced utter ruin. Your Majesty, this is merely our duty. Approximately 3 days later, the Emperor of the Snowy Night was restored, and tranquility gradually returned to the Heavenly Do Empire. The next phase involves the bestowal of rewards for merit. Given that Long Fantion previously triumphed over Bibi Dong and has now rescued the Emperor of the Snowy Night, his contributions are unparalleled. I truly did not anticipate that the Spirit Hall would act so ruthlessly. Henceforth, the fourth prince, Shui Bing, shall ascend to the position of Crown Prince. This is the most significant decision made by the Heavenly Do Emperor upon regaining consciousness. Bloodshed has occurred, and I must seek retribution from the Spirit Hall for this blood debt. Crown Prince, come here. Your next mentor will be Mr. Long Fantion. Kneel down at once. This marks the second significant decision made by the Snow Knight Emperor, which has truly astonished all. Originally, the poisoned Douluo, Dongbo, had taken the fourth prince as his disciple, yet, why this time? Snowbows in reverence to his master. In the Tiandou Empire, the Snow Knight Emperor holds unparalleled authority. The reason His Majesty the Emperor has arranged matters in this way is likely due to the fact that, in this distribution of rewards and accolades, the most significant loser is the Tang Sect, led by Tang San. After all, this young man had previously been quite close to the impostor Xue Qinghe. The affairs within the royal family of the Tiandou Empire are indeed difficult to articulate clearly. Chapter 73, The Counterattack of the Spirit Hall. Grandfather, I refuse to accept this. I cannot bear to be defeated like this. I must return and teach them a lesson. As the Tiandou Empire slowly regains its order, the Saintess, who should have returned to the Spirit Hall obediently, harbors a great deal of resentment. Xiaoxue, what are you saying? Grandfather, I cannot accept that the plans of the past 20 years have come to naught. You and this woman can return first. Just as they were about to return to the Spirit Hall, Qian Rinxue suddenly contemplated a counterattack. Qian Daolia's attitude toward his granddaughter is evidently more favorable than that of Bibi Dong. This is my granddaughter. You all stay behind to assist the Saintess. If the mission is not accomplished, come back and face the consequences. Understood. In contrast to the previously defeated Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue's demeanor seems to be more headstrong. At this moment, Bibi Dong appears to be solely focused on Yu Shaojiang, having completely lost the fighting spirit of her earlier days. Rest assured, esteemed Grand Priest, we guarantee the completion of the mission. In truth, these titled Douluos, who had previously followed Bibi Dong and faced defeats, are also quite dissatisfied internally. I also believe that Xiaoxue has matured and is now capable of standing on her own. Why not bestow the crown upon her? It is uncertain whether this is a sincere sentiment or an attempt to appease the esteemed Grand Priest, but Bibi Dong unexpectedly expresses a desire to relinquish her position. However, Qian Daolu directly tosses her a mirror. What is this? Humph, Bibi Dong, take a good look at yourself. For the sake of a man, you have become so unmoored. Are you still the Pope of yesteryear? It appears that the true master of the Spirit Hall will never be Bibi Dong, unless this old man is no longer present. Several elders, follow me. This time, we will ensure that the Tiandou Empire pays a price. As the saying goes, youth is marked by vigor. And the earlier encounter with Long Fantian has left Qian Rinxue seething with rage. The Saintess of the Spirit Hall would not easily swallow her pride. Previously, Qian Daolu, constrained by face, could not bring himself to deal ruthlessly with those juniors, yet his heart yearned for victory. Since Bibi Dong proved ineffective, let Qian Rinxue take the lead. With so many titled Douluo at her command, this counterattack would surely catch those fellows off guard. Shameless, as she witnessed the titled Douluo soaring ever higher. An ill-timed remark slipped from Bibi Dong's lips. However, Qian Daolu wore a smug expression. This woman truly cannot be taught. The annals of history are forever inscribed by victors. What of shamelessness? As long as victory is achieved, any means are justifiable. Meanwhile, as the mighty forces of the Spirit Hall launched their counteroffensive, Long Fantian returned to his stronghold. Having garnered the favor of the Emperor of the Tiandou Empire, the Tai Longmen would undoubtedly rise swiftly. Yet, it seemed that Tang San's Tang Sect was somewhat desolate, as the Emperor appeared to be deliberately suppressing them. Indeed, this is a moment of mixed emotions for many. When Brother Long returned, I initially expected that the first to rush forward to greet Long Fantian would be his wife, Yu Suner. However, to my surprise, it was Bai Qinxiang who was at the forefront. The young lady of the Min family appears to have deliberately adorned herself today, and her expression unmistakably conveys a sense of being available for the picking. Ah, Brother Long, you have returned. There is something I must discuss with you regarding Xiangxiang. Perhaps sensing the astonished expression on Long Fantian's face, Yu Suner promptly pulled someone aside. Suner, this is a trinket I brought for you from the palace. Try it on. Brother Long, we can discuss this later. I wish to inquire what you think of Xiangxiang. Are you referring to Bai Qinxiang? She's quite remarkable, in my opinion. Then you should accept her. What? I am aware that you have no interest in the two maids of cousin Yu Tianheng, yet I find Xiangxiang to be rather splendid. What is this? Our esteemed matriarch of the Tai Longmen is already eager to take a concubine for Long Fantian without allowing him a moment's respite? But does Xiangxiang consent? During your absence for battle, the two of us have already conferred and are merely awaiting your approval. Chapter 74. Private Interrogation of Hu Liena Brother Long. As a distinguished member of the Min family, Bai Qinxiang is not only striking in appearance, but also possesses exceptional auditory acuity. Furthermore, since Yu Suner intentionally spoke without lowering her voice, the girl naturally overheard. However, amidst her joy, The shyness of a young lady was vividly apparent as she blushed and fled. I never expected our little granddaughter would manage to unite with the sect leader. It seems this old man can finally rest easy. It appeared that this matter had become widely known, and those present could hardly suppress their smiles. Yet, compared to the previous union of Long Fantion and Yusunner, the next wedding would surely be a grand affair. Moreover, as the imperial teacher, Shui Peng will inherit the Tiandou Empire, there would undoubtedly be many vying for his favor. Countless treasures would surely converge upon the Tianlongmen, heralding the sect's imminent prosperity. However, before that, Long Fantion harbored a significant question that now demanded an answer. Elderbot chuckled. Yet Long Fantion had pressing business to attend to. I kindly asked the esteemed elders to assist me in keeping watch. I need to interrogate that woman. The woman Long Fantion referred to as naturally Hulaina, who had been captured earlier. Due to his ongoing confrontations with the Spirit Hall, he had only now found the opportunity to interrogate this prized disciple of Bibi Dong. Oh dear, old Bai, you must properly educate your granddaughter. It seems our sect leader still harbors thoughts of that little vixen from the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing Long Fantian's intention to interrogate Hulaina, Nyogao, the patriarch of the Yu family, revealed a mischievous grin. Ever since their joint pursuit of the Spirit Hall's golden trio, this old fellow's thoughts had strayed. Long Fantion felt as if he had somehow been wronged. He had done nothing to that little vixen, yet, in truth, he wished to inquire about the news Elder Young Woody had previously received, especially since this woman had ties to Bibi Dong. As the saying goes, explanation is but a disguise. Although Long Fantion had ample justification, how could they expect others to believe him? Feel free, sect leader, the rest of us understand. Rest assured. The door is soundproof, old Bai's granddaughter will not hear a thing. I have heard that your Spirit Hall possesses a method for mass-producing tidal Douluos. Is this true? As he gazed at the silent Hulaina before him, Long Fantion was filled with an unsettling discomfort. Why does this woman, who evidently employs no martial spirit, evoke such an irresistible impulse in men to approach her? Is it her posture, or perhaps the alluring expressiveness of her eyes? There exists a certain type of woman in this world who commands the orbit of the entire universe around her. I am uncertain. Such matters have never concerned me. This is clearly an evasion. Though she verbally claims ignorance, the cunning glint in her eyes reveals to Long Fantion that she is lying. Nevertheless, the master of the heavenly dragon gate feels no anger. Perhaps this is the advantage of beauty. Hulaina, my patience has its limits. Do not challenge my boundaries. Have you not already defeated my master? What is there that you cannot accomplish? At this moment, Hulaina seems to have entirely forgotten how desperately she once pleaded with Long Fantion for salvation. Yet, for some reason, Long Fantion cannot shake the feeling that this woman is concealing something from him. What could it possibly be? Suddenly, as Long Fantion contemplates how to pry the truth from her, a loud, urgent knocking resounds from outside. What could this mean? Did those old fellows not agree to refrain from interrupting the interrogation? You should hasten to open the door. Perhaps someone from your household is concerned about your indiscretions here. Such a silver tongue. This woman hardly seems like a captive, but more akin to someone on holiday. Creak. The door swings open, revealing a visibly anxious Talon standing outside. Young master, hurry, come save my grandfather, the Tang clan, and the Tang clans. The perspiring giant was utterly bewildered, unable to articulate his thoughts clearly. After much commotion, Long Fantion remained oblivious to the intentions of the other party. Yet, the message relayed swiftly by Qinxiang proved to be accurate. Brother Long, the Tang sect is under attack. What? Who would dare to provoke the Tang sect at this moment? Chapter 75, The Attack on the Tang Sect. What is happening? Brother Long, you must come out and see for yourself. It appears there is a fire in the direction of the Tang sect. A dense column of smoke ascended into the sky, precisely from the location of the Tang sect. Upon witnessing this, Long Fantion surged out immediately. Qinxiang, who had initially intended to close the prison door, cast a fierce glare at Hulaina before departing. In response, Hulaina regarded the striking young woman with a bemused smile. My dear sister, I must say something you may not wish to hear. Your brother Long might not be fond of your type. You, be quiet. None of you women from the Spirit Hall are worth a thing. With a resounding slam, the door closed heavily, signaling Qinxiang's evident fury. However, upon recalling Hulaina's expression, the beautiful girl found herself momentarily dazed. Did all men truly prefer women of that ilk? What was going on? Can someone enlighten me on the specifics? Prepare a team. We are going to the Tang sect. The so-called Tang sect was, in fact, situated near Shrek Academy. Due to oppression, following their previous battle, Tangan had not only failed to gain any advantage, but had also seen his territory restricted. Were it not for Master's influence, perhaps the individuals from Shrek would have been expelled by now. Could it be? Is there someone seeking to curry favor with His Majesty the Emperor, thus deliberately attacking the Tang Sect? Under Long Fontaine's command, the Tianlong Sect swiftly assembled a contingent of 500 men, led by the formidable Niu Gao and Yang Wudi. However, due to Bai He's lack of formidable offensive power, it was decided he should remain behind. Meanwhile, Long Fantian himself took the lead, charging headlong towards the scene of the incident. Although, on the surface, this appeared to be a commendable formation, Long Fantian still underestimated the strength of the assailants. What is this? This aura? Could it be that of a tidal Douluo? This is an utterly unexpected situation. How could the Tang Sect be assaulted by a tidal Douluo? Moreover, this aura feels remarkably familiar. It seems as if the spirit hall has returned with a vengeance. Soon, Long Fantian's suspicions were confirmed as he beheld Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo. Old Ghost, our young friend from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon has arrived. Shall we greet him? Clearly, Zhu Huaguan also spotted Long Tian at the first instance, causing this tidal Douluo to become tense. It appears that the predictions of the Holy Maiden were entirely accurate. This brat has indeed come alone. On the surface, it seemed that Zhu Huaguan and Old Ghost were launching an assault on the Tang Sect, but in reality, these two had been lying in wait on the periphery for someone. It appeared that Long Fantian was their true target. Why have you two returned? What schemes are you plotting? Upon witnessing the two tidal Douluos slowly descending before him, Long Fantian unleashed the gate of the underworld. Hey, your martial soul is indeed formidable. But let us see how you fare against two tidal Douluos. Although he seemed somewhat lacking in confidence, Zhu Huaguan nonetheless proactively released his 9 spirit rings. Simultaneously, his partner, Gui Douluo, mirrored his actions. Is this your strategy? You two? Who devised such a foolish plan for you? It was I, and what of it? You have a problem with that, you little brat. Once again, a familiar voice echoes. It's none other than the esteemed saintess of the spirit hall, Qian Rengshu. It appears that this time, it is not merely the combined efforts of the Douluo of Chrysanthemum and Ghost, but also the encircling assault of a 6-winged angelic saintess. A 3-to-1 scenario. In Qian Rengshu's eyes, this formation is indeed foolproof. Ah, how splendid it is to encounter our illustrious saintess of the spirit hall. I must express my gratitude for your seraphic spirit that assisted me in my breakthrough. You, impudent wretch, even when death looms, you remain defiant. The humiliation you inflicted upon me will be repaid tenfold today. Upon uttering these words, the seraphic spirit behind Qian Rengshu materializes once more. It seems her grandfather has thoroughly restored her previously damaged spirit. Old Ghost, let us join forces and coordinate our assault alongside the saintess. Chapter 76, Qian Rengshu's self-imposed entanglement whoosh. Swoosh. The golden petals shimmer like flowing clouds. The angels roar. Its spirit skill. Phantom race. My goodness, what a dazzling display of colors. Although Qian Rengshu's level may not be high, the two tidal Douluos before her are no trifles. Faced with attacks from 3 directions, Long Fantian dares not underestimate the situation. He instantly activates all 6 of his spirit rings. 6th spirit skill, earthly cycle of 6 paths. Though these 3 adversaries combined may not rival a single Bibi Dong, they come prepared this time, with remarkably cunning angles of attack. Therefore, without hesitation, Long Fantian unleashes his most formidable spirit skill. Clunk. It appears to create an effect akin to the dimming of stage lights, as the 3 assailants simultaneously find themselves engulfed in darkness. By the time their vision is restored, Long Fantian has long since vanished without a trace. Before them now lies a large, continuously rotating disc, seemingly adorned with 6 doors. Make your choice. Forge your own path. For you can only advance forward. Retreat is no longer an option. This is the voice of Long Fantian, resonating from all directions. Qian Rengshu could hardly have imagined that the 3 of them would be so effortlessly transported to an alternate dimension by the opponent's soul technique. Long Fantian, what trickery are you playing? Come out and face us in a fair fight. Having remained unconscious during Bibi Dong's previous predicament, the Holy Maiden seemed to have overlooked certain details. Your Highness, I fear we have fallen victim to a trap. The Pope might have recalled what happened to Bibi Dong, leading to Juhui Douluo's sudden anxiety. Despite our prior preparations, we did not expect to be ensnared so easily. What is this technique? Why have I never encountered it before? The Holy Maiden, perplexed, could not provide clarity. Even the Pope had been unable to evade it, and upon hearing Juhui Douluo's analysis, Ghost Douluo arrived at the same conclusion. It appeared they had significantly underestimated Long Fontaine's prowess. He possessed too many peculiarities. Old Ghost, Do you think we can unravel this trick? At the very least, we must ensure the safety of the Holy Maiden. Despite being aware of their predicament, these two titled Douluos remained in denial. However, outside, Long Fantion could no longer contain himself. Since none of you wish to choose your own path, allow me to take charge. Following his initial confrontation with Bibi Dong, Long Fantion had gained a clearer understanding of this technique. In truth, regardless of their ranks, anyone entering his domain must submit to his will. What? You insolent brat. Do you know what you're doing? Do not act disrespectfully towards our Holy Maiden. You two old fools are already struggling to save yourselves. Allow me to send you on your way first. Long Fantion found these two titled Douluos far more challenging than the willful Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. Thus, he took matters into his own hands without their consent. What is this place? Let me out, let me out. Jiuhui Douluo was unceremoniously cast into the realm of hungry ghosts, a place teeming with grotesquely voracious beings. In this realm, the creatures voraciously devour everything in their sight. And the moment the flower Douluo appeared, he became their target. Roar. Caw. Howl. You grotesque fiends, step aside. I am a formidable titled Douluo, exalted above all. Although bewildered by the circumstances, Flower Douluo initially regarded these otherworldly beings with disdain. As his words echoed, a multitude of flower-shaped daggers materialized around him. Swish. Whoosh. One must concede that the techniques employed by this titled Douluo were indeed dazzling. However, within the realm of hungry ghosts, Flower Douluo was, regrettably, all too ordinary. What is happening? What is this? In the wake of a dazzling display of flying daggers, Flower Douluo stood dumbfounded. The creatures that should have been vanquished were now nonchalantly clutching his flower daggers, swaggering toward him unabated. In the so-called realm of hungry ghosts, all was a feast at their beck and call. Chapter 77. Flower Douluo cast into the realm of hungry ghosts. Please, no. Let me out, let me out. Witnessing his most formidable soul technique being consumed by these monstrous beings, Flower Douluo instantly succumbed to despair. On the Douluo continent, he was a figure of reverence. A titled Douluo feared by all. Yet, in this realm of hungry ghosts, he was merely sustenance for those far more powerful. Tasty, so delicious. I want more. The foreign entities, varying in size and form, utterly shattered Flower Douluo's understanding. Even if his daggers could eliminate this batch of foes, he knew that new enemies would soon converge from all directions. There was no way to halt the onslaught. No escape from the relentless tide. It was enough to drive one to madness. Stay away, you lunatics. Keep your distance from me. This is fear. Douluo has never experienced such terror throughout his life. Beneath this otherworldly expanse, he feels utterly pale and powerless. At that moment, a pair of eyes, so familiar to Douluo, appeared in the sky above. These are the eyes of Long Fantion. It was this young imp who cast Douluo into this realm. Release me, you loathsome wretch. Set me free. Upon seeing those celestial eyes, Douluo summoned every ounce of his strength and soared towards that direction. Just moments ago, I offered you a choice which you were reluctant to embrace, so now I shall take matters into my own hands. How does that feel? This represents a formidable spiritual connection, enabling Long Fantion to perceive the pitiable state of Douluo, who has been cast into the realm of hungry ghosts. The minion of the Spirit Hall has committed countless atrocities throughout his life, and his ultimate fate is nothing but a consequence of his own actions. Delicious. Truly delectable. I am so hungry, ravenous even. Just as the chrysanthemum Douluo charged towards the pair of eyes in the sky, suddenly, this individual felt something grasping at his ankle. Before the esteemed Douluo could react further, an immense force yanked him downwards. Below, a ravenous horde of monsters awaited him. In no time, this once mighty elder of the Spirit Hall vanished entirely into another realm. Next, it was time to assess the predicament of the other two. Whether it was mere coincidence or the deliberate design of Long Fantion remains uncertain. However, Qianrenxue and Gue Douluo appeared to be faring somewhat better, as they found themselves in the same space, the realm known as Azura. Grandpa Ghost, what is this place? Why can't I see Grandpa Ju? On the surface, this Azura realm seemed less perilous than the realm of starving spirits, yet it was fraught with hidden dangers. Nevertheless, the proximity of Gue Douluo South Aura to this place provided a semblance of concealment. You foolish girl, you can hardly safeguard yourself. Yet you still concern yourself with that effeminate figure? In the skies of this realm of Azura, the image of the Eye of Dragon Brahma has manifested. However, the cunning ghost Douluo did not fall into the same trap as before. Instead, he swiftly restrained the eager Qianrenxue. Saintess, please remain calm. Do not be deceived by the adversary. Utilizing a dark aura himself, and capable of conversing with malevolent spirits, This ghost Douluo remained exceedingly vigilant. He distinctly sensed that this world did not belong to any place he was familiar with. This is an intuition only the strong can possess. From this perspective, Ghost Douluo appears far more formidable than Chrysanthemum Douluo. What's this? Just a den of demons and monsters? Witness my seraph martial soul. I shall purify this entire realm. Compared to the overly cautious Ghost Douluo, the young Qian Rinxue seems far more impulsive. But isn't this precisely the time when one should heed the wisdom of elders? As the saying goes, fear not the godlike foe, but the swine-like ally. Though Ghost Douluo had already issued a warning, Qian Rinxue still unfurled her seraph martial soul without hesitation. That sacred aura instantly suffused the entire path of slaughter. This truly is an irredeemable blunder. The Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall is still too inexperienced. Chapter 78. The Path of Azura? The Tushan Fox Demon? Who are you? Why have you appeared at the foot of our Tushan Mountain? Perhaps drawn by the radiant power emanating from Qian Rinxue, a stunning figure emerged, possessing a tail and ears atop her head. Isn't this the legendary fox spirit? Could it be that this is a specialty of the Azura path? Who are you? What sort of martial soul effect do you possess? A demon fox, perhaps? It seems that this esteemed saint of the martial soul hall has yet to comprehend that we are no longer in the original world. What martial soul is of any consequence? Human, this is the territory of our Tushan fox spirits, a realm beyond your reach. You would do well to depart swiftly. It appears that this Tushan fox spirit has no intention of engaging, merely raising a warning to these two who have crossed the line. Yet, at that moment, the ghost Douluo suddenly sprang into action, transforming into a shadow and charging directly at the fox spirit before him. What does this fellow intend to do? Is it an unprovoked ambush? It does bear a resemblance to the modus operandi of the spirit hall. How juvenile. Do you believe that the Grand Mount Dushan is a playground for you youngsters? I have yet to witness any significant action from that enchanting fox demon, merely observing her casually flick her tail. Bang. A dignified title Douluo was unexpectedly thrust from the shadows, his entire being soaring backward in a rigid manner. What strength is this? A feeble attempt to block a vehicle with an insect's limb, utterly lacking in self-awareness. Do you believe that having acquired a mere smattering of arcane skills allows you to act recklessly before me, Tushan Hong Hong? Tushan Hong Hong? Isn't she the protagonist from another classic anime? No wonder she is so formidable, and no wonder she looks so familiar. Have you not harnessed the power of the soul rings? Who exactly are you? Witnessing the scene before her, Qian Rinxue was utterly bewildered. The events that had transpired were entirely beyond her comprehension. What are soul rings? Where do you two peculiar beings come from? After uttering these words, the figure of Tushan Hong Hong materialized before Qian Rinxue, as if by magic. The outcome of rapid movement is such that it eludes the naked eye entirely. How is it possible that even my six-winged angel spirit could not discern it? You, young lady, exude an aura of radiance. How is it that you find yourself in the company of someone who practices the dark arts? Perhaps it is the essence of Qian Rinxue that has restrained Tushan Hong Hong from unleashing her full power this time. The dark arts, you say? Although the situation remains unclear, Qian Rinxue is undoubtedly an astute young woman. I comprehend now. You must have been brought into this space by someone, correct? That individual. Come forth. Suddenly, Tushan Hong Hong leapt into the air, soaring effortlessly to a height where Long Fantian had established his observation point, his two large eyes hovering in the ethereal realm. He chuckled. Greetings, Sister Fox Demon. I never anticipated arriving in your domain. Gazing at the enchanting Tushan Hong Hong before him, Long Fantian remained utterly oblivious to the fury radiating from her. This is truly a rare and exquisite fox spirit. Her beauty and figure undoubtedly among the finest in the world. Among all the girls Dragon Fantian has encountered, it seems that only the haughty Bibi Dong could possibly rival the enchanting fox demon before us. Are you the one who sent them over? Conceal your gaze, which is filled with such insatiable desire. No one could have anticipated how Tushan Yeye would confront this covetous admirer by striking at her eyes. The hands of Tushan Yeye seem capable of restraining any spatial artifact. With a single motion, she not only shattered the ethereal visage of the pair of eyes in the sky, but also inflicted harm upon Long Fantian, who resided in a distant realm. Alas, how piercing to the eyes. One might say it is a pain in the eyes. Though not blinded, Long Fantian's eyes are now a vivid crimson. That genuine sensation is truly distressing. This is the legendary Claw of Insulation, renowned for its ability to rectify defiance both celestial and terrestrial. Chapter 79. The Battle of Leisure? The ancestor of Yiling, Wei Wuxian? This woman is truly formidable. Yet could she genuinely be Tu Shan Hong Hong? As I strive to recall the animated scenes from my homeland prior to my transmigration, I find myself constantly comparing her to the figure I previously encountered. Remarkably, it does seem to be her. Could it be that the essence of the Gate of Yellow Springs is, in fact, a portal to another realm? Previously, Bibi Dong encountered the Rakshasa god who marked her within the realm of the Celestial Path. This time, Xian Rinxue has encountered Tu Shan Hong Hong in the realm of Shura, which surely cannot be mere coincidence. Whoosh, crackle. Just as a spark of inspiration ignited in my mind, an unexpected disturbance emanated from the 6 paths of reincarnation formation. This time it seems to originate from the realm of the hungry ghost where Douluo resides. Could it be that something has transpired there? With a deep breath, Long Fanjian closed his eyes and then opened them once more, his perspective once again traversing through the medium of the Yellow Springs Gate into the space of the hungry ghosts. However, this time, to err on the side of caution, Long Fanjian concealed his aura as much as possible, and the energy eyes that had previously appeared in the sky were nowhere to be seen. The place appeared largely unchanged, with a multitude of grotesque monsters amassed where Douluo had fallen. Yet, in the distance, a figure clad in a black robe reminiscent of ancient times approached, holding a flute in hand. It seemed somewhat out of place with the surrounding environment. The name of a star from his homeland suddenly flashed through Long Fanjian's mind as the stranger approached. Yes, that visage. And that expression. Could it not belong to the man named Xiaozhan? Yet, it could not possibly be him. Ah, you mischievous little rascals. Are you once again tormenting unfamiliar passers-by? How many times have I warned you? The figure of Xiaozhan appeared to have noticed the commotion ahead. Then, he raised a peculiar flute and began to play a tune that was quite incomprehensible. Oh dear, the ancestor of Yiling has arrived. Such discordant sounds, it's unbearable. Stop playing. The notes of the flute were merely jarring to Long Fanjian's ears, yet the malevolent spirits, upon hearing it, scattered in panic. Wei Wuxian? The ancestor of Yiling? Witnessing this scene, Long Fanjian's mind suddenly recalled a figure that seemed to resonate with the unfolding spectacle. How peculiar this individual is. They do not seem to be a native of our world. Could it be? Once the ravenous spirits retreated, the ground revealed the barely conscious Douluo. Then, the ancestor of Yiling bent down, pressing and pinching at Douluo's body. This is undoubtedly not an act of saving lives, but rather akin to selecting the finest produce at a market. Although consciousness has nearly faded, the body remains robust. You shall serve as my spectral general. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Wei Wuxian began to play that discordant and jarring tune on his flute once more. The sound swirled in the air, accompanied by wisps of black mist that encircled the body of the chrysanthemum Douluo. Strangely, with the rhythm of the melody, these dark tendrils gradually took form, transforming into chains that ensnared the Douluo's body. Rise. A beam of light emanated from Wei Wuxian's fingertips, slowly merging with the Douluo's forehead. Snap. The once fading spirit of the ghost Douluo opened his eyes, yet they were vacant and devoid of life. To the friend concealed in the shadows, does your esteemed self still desire this fellow's corporeal form? If not, I shall claim it. After executing this sequence of actions, the Patriarch of Yiling turned to call towards the direction of Long Fanjian's consciousness. Have I been discovered? Shall I respond? Surely, he wouldn't be as violent as Tu Shan Hong Hong. Chapter 80. Is the Gate of Yellow Springs a portal to another realm? Oh, how did you uncover my presence? Since I have been revealed, Long Fanjian emerged with great composure. As before, he could only manifest a pair of colossal, ethereal eyes in the sky before Wei Wuxian. It is your aura. It seems to surpass all existence. Are you a legendary immortal? It appears that Wei Wuxian could sense Long Fanjian's presence, albeit in a nebulous manner, as the two were not in the same realm. Allow me to elucidate this matter. Long Fanjian is not one to assume an air of superiority. Given that this young man is so agreeable, I shall share everything I know with him. Indeed, this young man is none other than Wei Wuxian, though he is yet to transform into the infamous Yiling Patriarch in the eyes of others. In the gaze of Long Fanjian, this realm of hungry ghosts is referred to as the Mound of the Dead, located in Yiling. Through their conversation, both individuals gleaned a general understanding of each other's circumstances. It turns out that Wei Wuxian was cast aside by others, yet through a twist of fate, he cultivated the path of the ghostly arts. Such is the case, though it seems the venerable predecessors in our cultivation world have mentioned the concepts of the grand and lesser universes. Initially, I presumed that Wei Wuxian might struggle with the notion of space, but for practitioners of the mystical arts, it appears they have long since acclimatized to such ideas. Moreover, There exists a term among the enlightened, known as ascension. Understanding this, allow me to assist you in locating the exit of this mound of the dead. Haha. I shall take this freshly crafted ghost general as a token of gratitude. Indeed, their discourse is marked by a notable camaraderie between the two men. In contrast to his previous encounter with Tu Shan Hong, Long Fantian and Wei Wuxian now stand as friends from another realm. Long Fantian employed his spiritual awareness to aid in locating the exit of the mound of the dead, while Wei Wuxian transformed the Zhu Douluo into a puppet, sharing the method of control with his newfound companion. Thus, I wish you success in vanquishing the Qishanwen clan and in your endeavors alongside your beautiful senior sister. Haha, Master Long, I appreciate your auspicious words. Let my first ghost general assist you in guarding this realm of hungry ghosts. This truly exemplifies a mutually beneficial arrangement. Originally, Long Fantian intended to eliminate the chrysanthemum Douluo in the realm of hungry ghosts. However, after a series of unforeseen events, he unexpectedly acquired a puppet warrior. According to Wei Wuxian, the current chrysanthemum Douluo has transformed into a ghost general, capable of wielding power not exceeding that of its master. Presently, Long Fantian possesses 6 soul rings and 6 soul skills, thus enabling this chrysanthemum general to reach such a level of prowess. Moreover, prior to summoning this ghost general, Long Fantian can confine the opponent within his own 6 paths of reincarnation space. In such circumstances, employing it unexpectedly during combat would undoubtedly yield a surprising effect. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Wei Wuxian. I must now embark on my own path. Take care. Through this encounter, as well as the subsequent interactions with Wei Wuxian, Long Fantian has gained a deeper understanding of his martial soul, the Gate of Yellow Springs. By opening the 6 paths of reincarnation, he essentially unlocks 6 entirely distinct parallel realms. Aside from the human realm, which connects to his own Douluo continent, the other 5 spaces embody 5 different vast worlds. Among them, the most formidable is certainly the celestial realm, regarded as the upper echelon of the Douluo continent, and the fabled abode of deities. It is said that those who manage to elevate their rank to 100 on the Douluo continent ultimately reside in the divine realm. If one could establish early contact with these divine beings, they might become an envoy or heir of the gods. Previously, Bibi Dong acquired the mark of the Rakshasa god under quite fortuitous circumstances. This circumstance has afforded the Pope of the Spirit Hall an opportunity for further advancement. At the moment when Xian Rinxue also tasted the essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Bibi Dong returned to the Spirit Hall. However, due to her previous failures, the individual presently occupying the papal seat is not her, but rather the Grand Offering. Bibi Dong, provide me with a compelling reason for your continued leadership over the Spirit Hall. I believe you are no longer suited for this position. At this moment, Qian Daolu stands in a position of great authority, flanked by several titled Douluos of levels 98 and 97. At this moment, the elders of the Spirit Hall convene to collectively judge Bibi Dong, the woman who has brought them endless disgrace. Do you claim I lack the qualification to occupy this position? Very well, allow me to demonstrate my worth. Upon uttering these words, the figure of the Death Spider monarch materializes before the assembly. Unlike before, this mutated spirit now emanates a power that seems entirely alien to this world. Brother, this mark, there appears to be a connection to the Rakshasa god. How could this be? My level has remained at 99 for quite some time. Why have I never sensed a summons from the divine realm? May I inquire, esteemed elders, do I, Bibi Dong, still possess the qualifications to hold this position? Chapter 81. The Decision of Tu Shan Hong Kuhua Pass. I command you to guard the entrance to the Hungry Ghost Path until you receive my summons. Do you understand? At this moment, while Kuhua Pass retains its outward appearance, it has lost all semblance of independent consciousness. The individual could only nod mechanically like a puppet before swaying his way to the entrance of the Hungry Ghost Path, where he vanished from sight. Yet, this was merely an illusion. Long Fantian could still distinctly sense the position of this servant. Excellent, you've concealed him well. Next time, when faced with a troublesome adversary, I shall cast them directly into the Hungry Ghost Path. Compared to the other realms within the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Hungry Ghost Path seemed to have garnered Long Fantian's favor at this moment, especially since it now had an additional ally. Now, it would be prudent to check on Qian Rinxue and Ghost Douluo, wouldn't it? Although that young lady, Tu Shan Hong, is not one to converse easily, one must confront what needs to be confronted. Taking a deep breath, Long Fantian opened his eyes once more, his consciousness returning to the place known as Tu Shan. However, before he could fully awaken, a chilling voice floated into his ears. It was Tu Shan Hong Hong, and she had discovered him once again. Ah, you've arrived. Greetings. Great leader Tu Shan Hong Hong. I apologize for any past offenses, I truly. But before Long Fantian could finish his sentence, she gestured for him to stop. You need not say more. That young girl has already relayed the situation to me. Young girl? Are you referring to Qianren Xue? It seemed that while he was conversing with Wei Wuxian, a dialogue had also transpired here. Well, the circumstances may not align with your assumptions. My relationship with her. I have no interest in you otherworldly beings, but the power within this girl is radiant, and I will not permit you to harm her. Ah, what about the other ghost Douluo? Can he not be touched either? Although Long Fantian was unaware of how Qianren Xue had managed to persuade Tu Shan Hong Hong, this decision left him in a quandary. While he possessed the ability to utilize the power of the earthly fiend's 6 paths of reincarnation to send enemies to another dimension, that space was not created by him, it existed independently. Thus, he could not entirely control the trajectory of events within that realm. For instance, the current situation was somewhat unexpected. That individual has already been imprisoned. Next, I require his power to confront Mu Tianqing. As for that girl, what? I didn't expect this fox demon queen to take an interest in Ghost Douluo. Yet, what business did this title Douluo have with Mu Tianqing? And what did Qianren Xue communicated to this fox spirit that emboldened her to protect her so fiercely? Is that so? I wonder if Qianren Xue has explained our connection to you? Your arrangement puts me in a difficult position. Well, that is your concern. If you wish to continue utilizing our space in the future, you had best contemplate your actions. It appeared that Tu Shan Hong Hong had gleaned some understanding of Long Fantian's power through some means. After all, she was a native of this Azura path and clearly held a significant status. Should he disregard her directives? The 6 paths of reincarnation might very well be reduced to 5. Very well, I can assure you that I shall not harm her. But if this woman continues to make things difficult for me, your affairs are of no concern to me. But on my territory, you shall not touch her. Agreed. Much like the scenarios depicted in anime, this Tu Shan Hong Hong truly possesses remarkable resolve. Regardless, once we exit, there are numerous ways to deal with Qianren Xue. It is best not to offend this fox spirit for now. All right, I concede to your demands. Now, where is she? With Long Fantian's concession, Qianren Xue materialized coldly beside Tu Shan Hong Hong. It appeared she had been cloaked in invisibility. The saintess of the spirit hall had been here all along. Young lady, do you wish to leave or stay? After all, once you step outside, I will no longer be able to protect you. Thank you for your protection, great leader. But there are matters I must resolve personally with him. Very well, you may depart. Until we meet again. Chapter 82. Tang San captured, did you hear that? Let us go, Lord Long. Perhaps emboldened by Tu Shan Hong Hong's backing, Qianren Xue wore a triumphant smile. One wonders how this young woman managed to persuade the fox demon queen before her. It seems that communication among women is indeed more fluid. Of course, I shall escort you out. Wait a moment, I believe I must remind you that the great leader insists you deliver me unharmed. Do not attempt any tricks. Are you implying? Do not feign ignorance. That woman, after her previous outing, had her spirit energy completely drained. Do you understand? It appeared that the saintess of the spirit hall was well aware of what had transpired with Bibi Dong previously. What a cunning little girl. However, Long Fantian was a man of his word. He would not go back on his promises. With a flourish, a flash of light enveloped them. And Long Fantian effortlessly drew Qianren Xue from the void, completely unharmed. Upon the emergence of the saintess, the remaining title Douluo from the spirit hall rushed forth. Release our saintess, or you shall regret it. The speaker was the 95th level bear Douluo, who had previously set fire to the Tang Sect. Oh, are you attempting to threaten me? Do you believe I would toss your saintess into another dimension? Though Qianren Xue now possessed the strength to resist. The moment Long Fantian uttered those words, the aura surrounding her suddenly retracted, while she had narrowly escaped from another realm this time. Who could say if luck would favor her again should he employ the same method once more? You little rascal, you're quite formidable. But do you not care for the lives of your comrades? What? Comrades? Are you jesting? My comrades are right here. Long Fantian pointed behind him, where Yang Wudi was leading a large contingent of reinforcements. Is that so? Bring them forth. The bear Douluo snapped his fingers, and a throng of armored soldiers from the spirit hall emerged, accompanied by the core members of the Tang Sect, all with blades at their throats. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and even Lu Erlong. What a surprising turn of events. Who would have thought that this Tang San fellow was quite formidable, possessing dual martial spirits? The formidable bear spirit wore a cruel smile at the corner of its mouth as it slowly approached Tang San and his companions. The intentions of this individual are unmistakable. If Long Fanchons does not release them, he will resort to harming Tang San and his companions. Why is Brother Mo Xiong engaging in futile conversation with this wretch? He should simply eliminate one of them to instill some sense of compliance. The one speaking is the serpent spear Douluo, a disrespectful fellow who simultaneously reaches towards Ning Rongrong. Release her, release Rongrong, you hideous creature. Witnessing his beloved endure such humiliation, Oscar, already battered and bruised, howls like a wild beast. Yet, such cries only elicit punches and kicks from the adversary. You there, behave yourself. If you do not silence that mouth, I shall snap your neck. The porcupine Douluo is equally merciless. Previously, when confronting the poison Douluo, this fellow who can transform into a sausage made him suffer immensely. Had it not been for the exchange of Qian Rinxue as a hostage, this young man named Oscar would have had his legs shattered just moments ago. Oscar. I'm fine, sob, Oscar. Who could have anticipated that these Spirit Hall individuals would launch a counterattack? Although Tang San stands as a paragon of the younger generation, he faces 3 titled Douluos. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary ability to combat foes at a higher level like Long Fanchons. Hey, Miss Sanus, might I trouble you to instruct your subordinates to behave? Otherwise, I would be quite inclined to do something to you as well. While his acquaintance with Tang San may not be profound, one cannot turn a blind eye to peril. Humph, you impudent rascal. Do you now comprehend the might of this saintess? The young girl warns, do not test my patience. Do you dare to believe I would cast you into the realm of the starving ghosts? Chapter 83. The exchange of Shrek 7 monsters as hostages. Humph, you despicable brat. The Spirit Hall shall not let you escape unscathed. Though fear gnaws at her heart at the prospect of another ambush, Qian Rinxue's tongue remains relentless. Hey. Have you made your decision yet? My brothers and I are running out of patience. A smirk plays upon his lips as he asserts. It seems the initiative rests with me now. Should you act recklessly again? Do you believe I will not mark your saintess? As he speaks, a dagger materializes in Long Fanchon's hand, playfully brandishing it near Qian Rinxue's face. You vile wretch, how dare you? At this point, the demon bear Douluo is left speechless. This is indeed the little princess of their Spirit Hall. If her face were to be marred, it would be quite tragic. The scene had momentarily reached a standstill. Just as Qian Rinxue gazed fearfully at the dagger before her, an unexpected voice whispered a caution in her ear. Miss Qian Rinxue, I have no choice in this matter. As long as you remain still, you shall come to no harm. To her astonishment, it was Long Fantion. It turned out he did not intend to disfigure Qian Rinxue, but rather to adopt a more intimidating demeanor. After all, the individual before him was also a beautiful and charming young lady. Upon hearing this, the saintess of the Spirit Hall inexplicably felt a flicker of affection for Long Fantion. You scoundrel, how can I discern the truth in your words? Is my Nana in your possession? What have you done to her? Are you referring to that little fox? I nearly acted upon her. But your fire inadvertently drew my attention, Long Fantion replied candidly, only to receive an exasperated glance from Qian Rinxue. You wretched men, not a single one among you is trustworthy. Hey, Miss Saintess, please mind your tone. Do not compel me to toss you back where you came from. How about this? Return Nana and the other 2 to me, and I assure you they will be unharmed. It was truly unexpected that this saintess from the Spirit Hall was quite adept at negotiating. In a state of being a hostage herself, she dared to bargain with Long Fantion. Do not overreach. Humph, old bear, twist the arm of that lad named Oscar. As you command, your highness. What will it be? Will you make the exchange or not? Witnessing Long Fantion's slightly contorted expression brought immense joy to Qian Rinxue. Although she could not overpower him, she possessed numerous ways to make him uncomfortable. Very well. I shall return all 3 of them to you, but you must first release 2 individuals. This is an unavoidable compromise. After all, apart from the Shrek 7 monsters, there is also Lu Erlong on the other side. Considering that she is a senior relative of Long Fan Yin from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, we now have no choice but to exchange hostages. No problem. As long as you bring those 3 before me, the 2 young ladies from your side can be saved first. It seems that Qian Rinxue possesses a regal aura, likely inherited from Bibi Dong, Elder Yang, and Old Rhinoceros. I kindly ask you both to invite the golden generation of the Spirit Hall over. After much internal struggle, Long Fanyin finally made up his mind. When the figures of Hu Liena and her companions appeared, the other side indeed released Lu Erlong and Ning Rongrong as promised. On our end, we honor our word. May I request that you lovely ladies remain for a moment, while these 2 may return. The other party kept their promise. And naturally, Long Fanyan reciprocated generously. However, Hu Laina and Qian Rinxue, being pivotal figures, must not be easily relinquished. Oh, I never expected young Master Long to be so attached to them. Observing Long Fanyan's actions, Hu Laina smiled gently and naturally walked over to Qian Rinxue's side. The two young girls, with a playful yet serene demeanor, clasped hands and lingered by Long Fanyan's side. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, only Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun remained as hostages. In a certain sense, both sides held equally significant stakes, with each party comprising key figures. Chapter 84. The more beautiful the woman. The more deceptive she can be, you two young ladies had better not attempt any trickery with me, or else you shall not blame me for being ruthless. The cooperation displayed by these two women from the Spirit Hall seemed to genuinely surprise Long Fanyan. However, it appeared that Tang San was in a precarious situation. Having been rendered unconscious and suffering severe internal injuries, Ma Hongjun and Oscar fared somewhat better, though they bore visible bruises upon their faces. As the two parties prepared to exchange hostages, Titan, the leader of the Li family, limped into view. Young master, it is my failure to protect you. It seemed this old gorilla remained deeply concerned for Tang San, exhibiting a commendable loyalty. It appears that you were uneasy about the hostage exchange proceeding here. Why not summon your elders? Strangely, the opposing spirit bear Douluo had suddenly become quite amicable, even considering the welfare of the other side. Yet, with 3 titled Douluo on their side and none on theirs, the prospect of a hostage exchange posed considerable risk should the Spirit Hall choose to renege on the agreement. The situation could become quite dire. Fanyan, though I am uncertain of their intentions, let us indeed summon our leader. Indeed, this holy maiden has ample time to await you. Quickly, fetch all the powerful individuals from your side, perhaps sensing the doubts harbored by Long Fanyan and his companions. Qian Rinxue fervently advocated for them to call upon their elders. How could this beautiful saintess of the Spirit Hall be so benevolent? Brother Long, though I am uncertain of their intentions, I have already informed Grandfather Gu and Grandfather Jian from my family. Perhaps it was a prompt from the other party. Or perhaps they had intended to contact the experts of their clan all along. After her escape, Ning Rongrong promptly sprang into action. Soon, we had 3 titled Douluo powerhouses stationed on our side. Furthermore, in terms of combat prowess, it was evident that the experts on Long Fanyan's side were significantly superior to those on the opposing side. See, I told you it was for your own good. Can you now release both me and Nana? Upon witnessing the arrival of Long Fanyan's allies, Qian Rinxue once again demanded the exchange of hostages. Moreover, beside her, Hu Laina displayed a pitiable expression. Master Long, you cannot truly have taken a liking to her, can you? Though I am not yet married. You should not forcibly take her away. The little fox is truly enchanting. Unabashedly, she employs her beguiling charms on Long Fanyan in full view of the crowd. Had it not been for the onlookers, he might have found himself unable to resist her allure. Observing Hu Laina sway gracefully towards the opposite side, a certain someone feels a pang of desire. Concurrently, Tang San and Ma Hongjun also make their way over with a similar swagger. At first glance, this exchange of hostages appears remarkably equitable, yet to everyone's surprise, when Qian Rinxue reaches the other side, she breaks into a gentle smile. By the way, Long Fanyan, I neglected to mention something to you. Will you hold it against me? This playful expression is a rare sight on the face of the Spirit Hall saintess. However, Long Fanyan remains perplexed, unable to discern her intentions. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Oh, it's nothing much. While your esteemed experts were momentarily absent, I devised a new strategy. What are you doing? Oh, don't be so tense. I simply wish to invite your beloved wife and cherished confidant to our Spirit Hall as guests. What? Is the woman referring to you sooner and by Qianxiang? When did this happen? Oh dear, little Qianxian, when did you take action? Look how frightened they are. Upon witnessing the twitching expression on Long Fanyan's face, Hu Laina couldn't help but chuckle, resembling a cunning fox. It turns out that this hostage exchange was merely a ruse, designed to lure all the formidable experts from Long Fanyan's side. Who could have imagined this fool would be so naive? Did he truly believe that only a handful from the Spirit Hall had arrived? Indeed, the more beautiful a woman is, the more adept she is at deception. Under the arrangement of this holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, while the hostage exchange took place, another group had stealthily ambushed the Heavenly Dragon Gate. Chapter 85. The Golden Crocodile Douluo's Deception. Xiaoxua, you've done exceptionally well. I have successfully seized the opportunity. A massive figure floated in midair. trailing a long tail adorned with scales and bone spines. It was none other than the golden crocodile Douluo, the second highest-ranking elder of the Spirit Hall. Upon seeing this figure, Yu Yuanjin, the lord of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, was utterly astonished. This individual seemed to be a legendary figure. Already 150 years of age. How is this fellow still alive? The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex? I shall ensure the well-being of your descendants. Leave the ensuing matters to our dear Shui. After this exchange, the colossal shadow in the sky vanished. It is astonishing that the Spirit Hall possesses such profound depth. It is either a peerless Douluo of level 99 or a terrifying existence of level 98. Ordinary sects across the continent truly pale in comparison to such power. Thank you, Grandfather Jane. With your intervention, I believe certain individuals will soon humbly seek forgiveness at the Spirit Hall, won't they? At this moment, Qian Rinxue shed her previous fragile demeanor, as she perceived that she had grasped the opponent's vulnerable point. Despicable. You wretched lot. I will not let you off easily. Fan Tian, do not act impulsively. Everything is negotiable. Just as Long Fan Tian was on the brink of a furious outburst, Lu Erlong and Yu Yuanjin firmly restrained him on either side. Although this young man's strength had surpassed all expectations, he was still facing the second greatest offering of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, it was uncertain how many titled Douluo had accompanied him this time. Even with the assistance of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, they were not a match. Indeed, the individuals from the Spirit Hall are the most shameless. Although Qian Daolu did not take action personally, the effects before us speak volumes. However, Sun and Qinxiang have been taken away by them. Must we merely stand by and watch? At this moment, a profound sense of powerlessness surged within Long Fan Tian's heart. Perhaps in a fit of rage, he could indeed defeat a few titled Douluo. But what about that level 98 individual? And that level 95 Demon Bear Douluo? Each one presents a formidable challenge. The Spirit Hall is indeed a grand establishment. Haha. Nana and I are here at the Spirit Hall eagerly awaiting the esteemed arrival of the Dragon Gate Master. Upon witnessing this scene before us, Qian Rinxue and Hulaina joyfully clasped hands and swayed with delight. The two women appeared to have achieved their desired objective, to profoundly humiliate the arrogant genius. You shall pay for this, Spirit Hall. Observing the group of adversaries from Spirit Hall striding back with smug satisfaction, Long Fan Tian seethed with fury, his teeth clenched. In truth, he was not one to readily concede defeat. Rather, the stakes had escalated significantly, compelling him to adopt a more strategic approach. Perhaps even the several titled Douluos opposite him remained oblivious, for just as they believed themselves victorious, a few delicate petals descended softly upon the shoulders of several soul Douluos nearby. This is the Hades flower, yet this time it is not employed for assault, but rather to mark the target for tracking. Another application of the Hades flower is its ability to seamlessly integrate into the opponent's soul force, unless one deliberately probes. Even a titled Douluo might remain oblivious to its presence. Once the fusion is successful, it is akin to affixing a GPS tracker to the adversary. No matter where they wander, Dragon Fan Tian will be able to ascertain their movements. Should they truly escort someone to the Spirit Hall, Dragon Fan Tian would be doomed to never see his wife or beloved confidant again in this lifetime. Thus, it is imperative to intercept them midway. But the timing is of utmost importance. Wouldn't the two sisters care for a drink? Previously, during our time at the Heavenly Dragon Gate, I was under your attentive care, in an obscure little town, serving as a stronghold for the Spirit Hall warriors. Qian Rinxue and her companions were granted respite after their arduous journey, including the captives. How surprising it was that you would so easily turn back on your word, attempting to use us as leverage against Brother Long. Observing the seemingly sincere Hulaina before her, Bai Qinxiang averted her gaze in disdain. Meanwhile, Yu Suner, who had succumbed to unconsciousness during the earlier scuffle, remained unresponsive. Chapter 86. Ambush on the Spirit Hall Supply Caravan. Alas, Miss Bai, do indulge in a sip. If only for the sake of the lady beside you. Should your beloved be willing to concede, the Spirit Hall shall not trouble you. Hulaina felt a twinge of guilt as she regarded the two women before her. After all, had it not been for their earlier kindness, not a single one of the illustrious generation of the Spirit Hall would have survived. Yet, this was a life-and-death struggle. The ambition of the Spirit Hall to dominate the entirety of Douluo continent would not wane. Inform that vile woman that Brother Long will undoubtedly seek retribution. Bai Qinxiang's remark was clearly directed at Qian Rinxue. Had it not been for the schemes of this saintess of the Spirit Hall, they would not find themselves in such a predicament. I suggest you both abandon your illusions, Had that man desired to rescue you, he would have acted long ago. Bai Qinxiang's voice resonated loudly, and Qian Rinxue could not possibly miss it. However, at this moment, the saintess had already considered herself the victor. Yet, you are not the woman by Long Fantian's side. What gives you the right to presume you have discerned his intentions? Indeed, Long Fantian lacked the confidence for a direct assault, but that did not imply he would remain idle. With so many formidable experts mobilized by the Spirit Hall, it would be impossible to leave no traces behind. Furthermore, having previously utilized the Yellow Springs flower to track several individuals, locating them should prove no challenge. After observing the enemy camp for an extended period, Long Fantian resolved to target the easier prey first. The key areas of the encampment were patrolled by titled Douluo or Soul Douluo, while the supply caravan was escorted by merely Soul Emperors and Soul Saints. Compared to those formidable adversaries, this level of foe was far more manageable. The Spirit Hall supply caravan. Hey, you there, move aside from our carriage. Unless you wish to court death. This path is mine, forged by my hand. If you wish to pass, heed my warning. Disguised as highwayman, Long Fantian successfully intercepted one of the enemy's carriages laden with supplies. To prevent any opportunity for a distress signal, he feigned weakness and released 3 soul rings. Seeing the 2 Soul Emperors and Soul Saints opposite him momentarily stunned, they quickly exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. How could a mere 3 soul rings dare to rob us of the Spirit Hall? Yellow Springs, Shura Field. What? This is, humph. 3 soul rings are more than sufficient to deal with your kind. Now, let us see what you are transporting. The entire confrontation concluded in under a minute, as the 2 escorts were swiftly silenced. At this moment, the attitude towards the Spirit Hall had undergone a dramatic transformation on Long Fantian's part. Unless they were familiar or insignificant individuals, he would eliminate anyone he encountered. However, the contents of the carriage were peculiar, seemingly consisting of women's clothing, jewelry, and an assortment of exquisite delicacies and bottled water. One of the crates even bore the inscription Saintess Exclusive. Is this specifically prepared for Qian Rinxue? At the front encampment of the Spirit Hall, a voice filled with despair erupted. You worthless fools! How could you have discarded the items meant for the Saintess? Do you wish for death? I certainly do not. This lamentation came from the resource allocator of the Spirit Hall. If it were merely ordinary supplies, it could be overlooked. But alas, these were intended for the Saintess Qian Rinxue. Among them was reportedly a box of delicacies personally crafted by the Pope Bibi Dong, currently being devoured by someone. You incompetent lot, where was the robbery located? I need a few of you to accompany me. This time, it was Hulaina who took the lead. For even those exquisite pastries contained her share. As the Saintess, Qian Rinxue certainly could not reveal herself. The esteemed titled Douluos would never stoop to confront mountain bandits. Thus, it appears that only our Miss Hulaina is in the most convenient position to address this matter. Chapter 87. Little Beauty, have you missed me? Miss who? It is precisely at this location where we discovered the lifeless bodies of those 2 fools. Given the well-known connection between Hulaina and Qian Rinxue, no one dared to treat this matter lightly. Soon, the dear friend of this saintess from the Spirit Hall arrived at the scene, where it seemed a box of leftover pastries lay abandoned. How infuriating! These are Master-S creations, made with his own hands, and yet these despicable bandits have disfigured them. Hulaina fumed, stamping her feet in anger as she gazed at the ruined delicacies. However, she was oblivious to the figure on a nearby hillside. Grinning as he observed the spectacle, I never expected that the fierce Bibi Dong could actually make pastries. What a revelation! It was Long Fantian, who had been waiting patiently for quite some time. What brings you here? Did you prepare all of this? Upon seeing the familiar yet strange face before her, Hulaina was momentarily taken aback. Of course, it was I who made them. Do you truly believe any foolish bandit would dare to rob the Spirit Hall? This is an evidently apparent truth that these individuals failed to recognize. What is it that you truly desire? Oh, I merely wish to inquire if this lovely maiden harbors any feelings for me. With a smile that was more enigmatic than genuine, Long Fantian gradually approached. Simultaneously, it seemed as though exquisite blossoms began to dance through the sky. Indeed, the flowers of the yellow spring. However, to everyone's astonishment, Hulaina abruptly turned and fled, not even taking a moment to bid farewell to her companions. Whoosh! What kind of flower is this? This is bad. We are ambushed. Quickly send out the signal. Clearly, these individuals had never encountered Long Fantian before, as they remained oblivious to Hulaina's panic. At this moment, Long Fantion walked forward with calm composure. For he had already marked Hulaina. Even if this little fox were to flee to the ends of the earth, she would never escape his grasp. Moreover, in her frantic desperation, Hulaina made a grave mistake by choosing a path that was diametrically opposed to the spirit hall camp. What? Why has my soul power vanished? My soul rings, they shattered. How can such a technique exist? As Long Fantion strode past, those soul saints, soul masters, and soul emperors who had ventured out alongside Hulaina fell one by one, as if they were mere blades of grass being harvested. Their power coalesced into the hands of another. My dear maiden, where do you intend to go? Wait for me. Let us have a proper conversation. Whether the other party chose to flee or hide, the lingering scent of the yellow spring flowers remained in the air. After a prolonged and tiresome game of pursuit, Hulaina seemed to sense something amiss. She stood amidst a towering pine tree, her expression complex as she gazed at the man not far away. Does your soul skill possess a tracking attribute? How else could you have located our whereabouts? It appears that you are not as foolish as I first presumed. You have finally perceived the issue at hand. So, what say you? Would you care to enlighten me on how I might rescue someone? Seeing the wariness etched upon her face, Long Fantion had no intention of delivering a fatal blow, thus maintaining a prudent distance was the most prudent course of action. You are indeed no ordinary individual, yet do you genuinely believe you stand a chance of seizing someone in the presence of so many formidable experts? Are you unaware that your master, Bibi Dong, was once a vanquished foe of mine? Did that saintly figure fail to mention this to you? Humph. Do you think the Pope is the most powerful being within the Spirit Hall? The golden crocodile Douluo you witnessed earlier is certainly no less formidable than my master. Indeed. This enchanting maiden speaks not in jest. Across the entirety of the Spirit Hall, there are at least 5 individuals whose strength surpasses that of Bibi Dong. Thus, that unfortunate woman is merely a scapegoat thrust into the spotlight by those who prefer to remain in the shadows. The true power of the Spirit Hall extends far beyond what we have merely glimpsed. Chapter 88. Enchanting All Beings. So, do you believe that if I were to capture you, they would be willing to negotiate a hostage exchange with me? This is the ambition of Long Fantion, as well as his rescue plan. After all, similar operations had been conducted previously, which certainly renders it feasible. However, he currently lacks any formidable allies by his side. Even if he manages to reclaim the person, escaping would not be guaranteed. But you must first capture them, don't you? Curiously, Hulaina did not refute this time. Instead, she directly unleashed her enchanting fox spirit. I warned you last time not to play with fire in my presence. If I lose control, it could be detrimental to you. Oh? Then prove your capability. Once she fully manifested her celestial fox spirit, the woman before Long Fantion radiated an irresistible allure. It was an extraordinary magnetism directed at the opposite sex, instantly causing Long Fantion to feel parched. Unlike the self-righteous Tang San, Long Fantion, as a transmigrator, never claimed to be virtuous. Remaining composed in the presence of such beauty, does that truly define manhood? Nevertheless, he could not allow the enchanting little fox to dictate the battlefield's rhythm. Since you have employed this tactic, I shall demonstrate a modicum of restraint as well. Huangquan Bianhua. Compared to the 5th and 6th soul skills, this 4th soul skill, Huangquan Bianhua, was indeed a gesture of mercy. Yet, for Hulaina, it remained an insurmountable force. You wicked fellow, you speak of mercy, but this hardly qualifies as such. Humph. Despite her apparent anger, every expression from Hulaina was imbued with captivating charm. So much so that Long Fantion found himself instinctively following her, oblivious to the direction. Where do you intend to take me? Are you seeking an isolated spot? You naughty rascal, you only know how to bully me. If you wish to possess me, refrain from asking so many questions. In truth, this path was likely known only to Hulaina herself, undoubtedly leading to a place she was exceedingly reluctant to return to, the City of Slaughter. At this moment, the cunning little fox is not on a mission to rescue Long Fantion from the grand camp of the Spirit Hall. Instead, she intends to lead this young man to the terrifying City of Slaughter. As a woman endowed with the domain of the god of death, Hulaina can wield her powers freely there. However, for the uninitiated Long Fantion, it is an appalling locale. According to the rules of the City of Slaughter, unless one can assert dominion over that place, the use of soul skills is utterly impossible. This may be something that Long Fanyin has yet to notice. Potentially the greatest latent weakness of this young man. If stripped of all soul skills, he hardly possesses any remarkable attributes, does he? One must concede that Hulaina not only boasts a striking visage, but also possesses a remarkably astute intellect. Unfortunately, despite her numerous calculations, there remains one aspect that this clever young woman has overlooked. When Hulaina and Tang San simultaneously passed the trials of the City of Slaughter, that blue-haired lad left behind a snow-white swan kissing fairy herb in the city. Over time, this herb could neutralize the toxic gases produced by the City of Slaughter. This very factor is the fundamental reason why everyone has been unable to utilize their soul skills. In this instance, this young woman has undoubtedly turned her cleverness against herself. Although the City of Slaughter has not yet completely collapsed, the top-tier experts there are now able to employ some of their soul skills. This also signifies the impending conclusion of the reign of the King of Slaughter, as the city he painstakingly constructed is steadily crumbling. What is happening? Who could possibly be opposing me? Esteemed Master, someone has reported that a young couple tampered with our affairs before departing. The feedback arrived swiftly. Yet one must wonder if the King of Slaughter has realized everything a tad too late. Nevertheless, the arrival of Hulaina still caught the King of Slaughter by surprise. What an unexpected delight this is. Chapter 89. The crumbling City of Slaughter. I am the former god of slaughter, and I demand an audience with the King of Slaughter. Hulaina, perhaps in her haste to escape, made the reckless decision to re-enter the City of Slaughter without any preparation. Oh, are you certain you wish to return? Then please, step inside. The King of Slaughter awaits you. In this moment, Hulaina could not fathom that she was walking into a trap, for the King of Slaughter had been searching for her for quite some time. However, Long Fantion was closely pursuing her from behind. Hesitation was not an option. Before crossing that familiar threshold, the enchanting woman playfully beckoned her pursuer with a flick of her finger. Come now, hurry up, the door is about to close. In the next instant, a warrior clad in black armor positioned himself between the two. City of Slaughter, all non-combatants retreat. Second soul technique, the Yellow Spring immobilization spell. Long Fantion did not even spare a glance at this impediment. As the warrior's body halted at an unnatural angle, Long Fantion delivered a powerful kick, sending him tumbling into the moat. Just as the gate retained a narrow opening, Long Fantion's form squeezed through. Yet, where was the shadow of that cunning woman, Hulaina? At this moment, Hulaina had once resided in this place for 3 years, becoming intimately familiar with every alley of the City of Slaughter. Meanwhile, Long Fanyan, despite possessing a unique means of navigation, found himself momentarily disoriented. The City of Slaughter was far from tranquil, particularly with newcomers arriving. Oh dear, a pretty boy has come. Young man, this month's offerings to the underworld shall originate from you. Which family do you hail from, that you carry yourself with such arrogance, oblivious to the respect due to your elders? Perhaps sensing the extraordinary demeanor of Long Fanyan, dozens of individuals immediately set their sights on him. Clear off. I have no time for you. Upon uttering these words, the martial soul of the underworld rose dramatically behind Long Fanyan, sending a considerable number of onlookers retreating in fear. You dare to employ your soul skills here? Have you already attained the rank of Douluo? Though the influence of the Snowy Swan had allowed for the use of soul skills within the City of Slaughter, it seemed that only the Slaughter King could wield advanced abilities, while others were limited to rudimentary skills. Third soul skill, Underworld Shura Field. The individuals before him were mere trash, akin to those at the Soul Sovereign level, unworthy of his advanced soul skills. Strangely, when utilizing soul skills here, Long Fanyan faced no hindrance. In fact, their effects were amplified. Perhaps it was the synergy between the atmosphere of the City of Slaughter and the underworld that facilitated this. What is this martial soul? My strength is waning. In mere moments, none remained standing before Long Fanyan. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful maid approached him. Welcome, esteemed guest from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Sect. Our Slaughter King wishes to converse with you. And we have a young lady you seek. This refers to Hulaina, doesn't it? I never anticipated that this cunning woman would actually find such a formidable backing. The King of Slaughter is undoubtedly a formidable figure. Otherwise, this place would not have become a refuge for those desperate outlaws. Among them, there are individuals specifically named by the Spirit Hall, yet even Xian Daolu has not uttered a single word. How troublesome. I never anticipated that the City of Slaughter would also be a puppet of the Spirit Hall. Those outside are likely oblivious. Sir, please refrain from making unfounded claims. Seeing is believing. Despite being so misunderstood by Long Fantion, the maid still maintained a cheerful demeanor and gestured invitingly. The King of Slaughter. I shall pay a visit to your master. Chapter 90. The King of Slaughter, Semi-Divine Body He. Are you the prodigy recently emerged from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect? Do come in. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. The voice was somewhat peculiar, resembling that of a duck or an androgynous individual. In any case, it was certainly not a voice that would be comfortable for a normal person to hear. The reception area appeared rather simplistic, featuring an extravagant sofa and a table, where Hulaina sat expressionless. Initially, one might assume a close relationship existed between the two, yet Hulaina's face bore an expression of fear. It is truly surprising how well-informed the illustrious King of Slaughter is about external affairs. Might I inquire about your identities? Long Fantion had no intention of establishing any connection with the King of Slaughter before him. He merely sought to capture Hulaina. Are you here for this woman? May I know the reason behind it? To speak candidly, my wife has been captured by the Spirit Hall, and I intend to exchange this Miss Hulaina for her. Long Fantion was aware that he could not easily take her away today, thus he prepared himself for action. Your martial spirit seems quite suited to this city of slaughter, yet you cannot take this woman today. I have my own purposes for her. Indeed, Hulaina had fallen under the control of the King of Slaughter. May I inquire about your reasons? Perhaps I could meet your price? Young man, I advise you to leave. You will not obtain this woman from me unless you can defeat me. Perhaps the news of Pope Bibi Dong's recent defeat has spread widely. The King of Carnage has recently encountered few worthy opponents, yet this young man appears to be an exception, having just attained the rank of Sole Emperor. He is capable of defeating a title Douluo such as Bibi Dong. If this young lad were to advance to title Douluo in the future, it would indeed be a formidable transformation. I sense that my gate of Hades seems to flourish in your presence. Shall we engage in some practice? Upon finishing this remark, Long Fantion promptly unleashed the flowers of the other shore of Hades. This time, there seems to be a sensation of instantaneous emergence. Hey, young one, you possess quite an intriguing essence. However, I am here to test the strength of this demigod form. A demigod? I never anticipated that this King of Slaughter has ascended to such a level. This surpasses even the prowess of Douluo. No wonder the city of Slaughter can disregard the Spirit Hall. It turns out they have such a formidable figure overseeing them. Senior, be cautious of Hulaina. This woman is not to be trifled with. Fear not. Let us speak once you have shattered my god of slaughter domain. The King of Slaughter appears to be a formidable opponent as he manifests an elliptical red aura around his body while speaking. The once formidable netherworld flowers, capable of directly absorbing soul power, find themselves unable to breach this crimson force field, ultimately shattering under its pressure. To be precise, it is the aura of this demigod that obliterates them. Your realm of slaughter seems distinct from that of this woman. Indeed, there is some depth to it. Initially, Long Fantion did not believe he could defeat the King of Slaughter in a single strike, but he was taken aback by the true strength of this individual. He chuckled, contemplating whether this was a soul skill capable of absorbing soul power. It piqued his interest. Allow me to showcase my Shura God power field. It was evident that the King of Slaughter had not employed any particularly formidable soul skills. He merely expanded the red force field, effortlessly dismantling all of Long Fantion's netherworld flowers. How ruthless. It is likely that this individual has reached a level between 99 and 100, teetering on the brink of divinity. The Shura God. Coincidentally, my latest technique also encompasses the Shura path. Perhaps I should request a demonstration from you, esteemed elder. Witnessing his netherworld flowers so easily dismantled, Long Fantion forewent further attempts and opted to unleash his sixth soul skill, the 6 Paths of Earthly Evil. Chapter 91. The Heir of the Shura God. Oh, is this your private domain? I never imagined that a mere soul emperor could possess such a realm. Although the King of Slaughter stands as a demigod, he is forcibly drawn into the selection space of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. The situation faced by Pope Bibi Dong reemerges, yet the King of Slaughter appears remarkably at ease. Flattery will get you nowhere. Choose a path to tread and see if you can withstand my technique. Observing this scene, Long Fantion exchanged a knowing smile with Hulaina. Although it seemed he had the upper hand, one could not dismiss the possibility that the King of Slaughter might find a way to escape. After all, this being is one that even the Spirit Hall dares not provoke. What if an exception were to arise? Let us flee swiftly. This time, I was mistaken. If you are willing to take me away, I assure you, your lady. It seems Hulaina has begun to regret her arrival in the city of slaughter. Due to Tangan's previous destruction, the very foundation of the city of slaughter now trembles, and the King of Slaughter is eager to exact vengeance. Little girl, Do not even think of escaping. Once I deal with this young man, I shall come for you. Clearly, the King of Slaughter is far more powerful than Bibi Dong and the others. Though confined to another space, he still maintains complete control over the external events. Esteemed Elder, it is out of respect that I allow you to choose your own path. Should you fail to make a choice, I may feel compelled to assist you. Sensing the formidable power of his adversary, Long Fantion disregarded any trivial conversation with Hulaina and poured all his focus into the battle. Ah, the 6 paths of reincarnation. I sense a familiar aura along that path. I shall choose it. Unlike those panicked souls who chose aimlessly before, the King of Slaughter seems resolute in his choice. It is the path of Shura. This fellow actually chose the path of Azura as his course of advancement. Upon uttering these words, I witnessed the body of the King of Carnage being engulfed by the luminous circle. This old fellow truly belongs to the audacious type, not even bothering to ascertain what lies there. However, having perused the original work, Long Fantion merely needed to reflect briefly on that particular scene to immediately grasp why the other party made such a choice. The King of Slaughter inherits the trials of the Azura god, hence naturally opting for the path imbued with the essence of Azura. However, the formidable Fox Demonis in that domain is no easy adversary. Long Fanjian always feels a shiver run down his spine when confronted by Tu Shan Honghong. Who dares to trespass into this forbidden territory? Are they unaware that this is the domain of our Tu Shan? As the King of Slaughter first stepped into this unfamiliar realm, a shadow abruptly emerged from the ground. It is the ghost duelist. It seems that this individual was previously left in the Shura realm by Tu Shan Honghong, and has now transformed into a guardian for her. Oh, a title Douluo powerhouse. By your stature, you appear to belong to the Spirit Hall. How did you find yourself here? Although the ghost Douluo before me is entirely disregarded by the King of Slaughter, encountering a familiar figure within this alternate dimension astonishes even him. You are from the City of Slaughter. It appears that the individuals from the Spirit Hall possess a modicum of discernment. Now, answer my question. Indeed, I was previously the Elder Ghost Douluo of the Spirit Hall, and during the course of protecting our Holy Maiden, I was confronted by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Though I was once quite arrogant, after being taught a lesson several times by Tu Shan Honghong, I have obediently become her sentinel. Who would have imagined that my first visitor would be the legendary King of Slaughter, in the realm of Douluo Dalu? An entity of divine stature found himself inexplicably cast aside by Long Fantion. After approximately 10 minutes of discourse, the King of Slaughter finally grasped the situation at hand. To his astonishment, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon had birthed such a remarkable talent, one who had managed to forge a connection between Douluo Dalu and other parallel dimensions. Despite the turmoil it caused, even the King of Slaughter could not help but laud Long Fantion's extraordinary prowess. One could imagine that the young man was currently basking in his own triumph. Chapter 92, The King of Slaughter and the Ghost Douluo Sr. I wonder if you have discovered an exit from this place. Should you be inclined to take me along, I would be immensely grateful upon our return. Upon discerning the intentions of his counterpart, the Ghost Douluo quickly identified a path home. With his strength, he might not be able to break free from the confines of this space, but with the assistance of the King of Slaughter, it seemed feasible. Furthermore, it was evident that the King of Slaughter could sense the aura of the Shura path, suggesting he could indeed find the way back. You members of the Spirit Hall truly know how to handle matters. However, I must say, the technique employed by that young Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon has genuinely impressed me. It appeared that the King of Slaughter had underestimated the situation, realizing that while entering the 6 paths of reincarnation was straightforward, exiting proved to be quite the challenge. After careful observation, even he could not decipher the structure of this space. Meanwhile, as these two schemed their escape, they were oblivious to the presence of 2 diminutive figures nearby. One was a masked boy, and the other, a girl with a bushy tail and pointed ears. I say, Sister Yaya, it seems our chosen watchdog is not particularly fond of Tushan. Stupid cockroach, why don't you stop that fellow from fleeing? Don't forget that you are our servant. However, Sister Yaya, the newcomer appears rather formidable. I fear I may not be able to contend with him. With me here. What is there to fear? Originally, these 2 small beings had gone unnoticed by the King of Slaughter. Yet, amidst their banner, it was impossible for their conversation to remain unheard. You 2 little ones must be the natives of this Shura path. I never anticipated I would stumble upon this world. The King of Slaughter's face radiated excitement, as if the scene before him validated his earlier conjectures. What are you rambling about? This is Tushan. I am Dongfang Yuechu. And this beside me is our newest acquisition for guarding duties. This is truly unexpected. The seemingly youthful boy before me is none other than Dongfang Yuechu, the protagonist from the original tale of the Fox Demon. Long Fantion, too, can observe this scene unfolding in the space around him. Yet, it appears that Tu Shan Hong Hong is absent today. In the distance, the little fox demon known as Sister Yaya bears a striking resemblance to Tu Shan Hong Hong. Could it be? Little one, are you aware of whom you are addressing? Although this is not my world, I trust that power holds significance here as well. Upon uttering these words, the King of Slaughter gradually ascended into the air, enveloped by an ominous crimson aura. As a demigod, the King of Slaughter possesses an undeniable sense of pride. Even in a parallel realm, his prowess is beyond that of mere mortals. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yuechu adopts a pose of helplessness, turning to the little fox demon for assistance. Sister Yaya, you see this too, right? They have no intention of engaging us in a civil discourse. What do you propose we do? In that fleeting moment, when Dongfang Yuechu turned his head, the figure of the little fox demon had already vanished from sight. Had she moved with remarkable swiftness? Such a rapid pace is utterly beyond the perception of the naked eye, yet this King of Slaughter inadvertently turns his head to the right. Here it is. The young girl is indeed here. Her raised fists suggest an intent to strike the King of Slaughter. So what if she has been discovered? Take this punch from me. You little miss, completely unaware of your own limits. Behold my domain of death. I am Tu Shanyiya. Remember my name, for in this realm, there are no gods, only our lineage of Tu Shan fox spirits. Ignoring the crimson aura emanating from the King of Slaughter, Tu Shanyiya launched a powerful punch toward his forehead. Crack! What is happening? A formidable super domain of a top-tier powerhouse in the Douluo continent has been effortlessly shattered by a mere girl. In the next moment, her fist connected with the left side of the King of Slaughter's face. Chapter 93. The King of Slaughter, a feeble opponent. How can this be? I had thought her merely a child, yet I never anticipated that Tu Shanyiya's punch would carry such weight. The King of Slaughter, who is nearly untouchable in the Douluo continent, appeared nothing more than a plaything before her. Do you not know? I am the future ruler of the demon realm. My sister has proclaimed that my potential surpasses hers. Observing the King of Slaughter being sent tumbling dozens of meters away, still rolling on the ground, Tu Shanyiya refrained from pursuing him further. Could it be? Have you already attained power beyond the gods? No, that is not it. My original strength has merely been suppressed. Regardless of the reason, this King of Slaughter is being thoroughly humiliated by a little fox spirit. Hey, you there? Hiding in the shadows, you can come out now. After subduing the feeble King of Slaughter, Tu Shanyiya turned and called out to the void behind her. How perceptive you all are. A somewhat awkward shadow of Long Fantian's large eyes materialized. It seems that Tu Shanyiya is no ordinary individual. My sister mentioned a peculiar character who periodically sends opponents my way to aid my training. It must be you. Well, I did not expect your punches to be so formidable, rivaling even your sister, Tu Shan Hong Hong. By the way, where is she today? My sister has gone to Mutian City on business. This useless being, neither human nor ghost, would only be a burden, so I left him to guard the place. Despite sharing the same formidable strength, it is evident that Tu Shanyiya is still quite young, responding to inquiries with remarkable candor. All right then. It seems that the combat prowess in your world is generally superior to ours. Indeed, I have no desire for this fellow known as the Ghost Douluo. Not only is his strength lacking, but he is also constantly scheming to escape. It appears the Ghost Douluo's reputation is rather poor here, having become quite tiresome. Yes, indeed. Do not send such a subpar training partner next time. Is there no one more capable in your realm? Having witnessed that everything was now settled, the rather inept Dongfang Yuechu swaggered over with an air of confidence. This young man truly embodies the cunning described in the original narrative. The individual whom you just bested is considered a top-tier expert in our realm. My inability to defeat him is quite the embarrassment, especially in front of these two young ones. However, at this moment, Long Fantion can only speak the truth. After all, if he does not subdue this King of Slaughter, he would remain powerless once the individual is released. What difficulty lies therein? Simply allow our esteemed sister Yaya to incapacitate the old man's limbs. What a remarkable figure. Dongfang Yuechu. It is surprising how resourceful he is at such a young age. Upon overhearing the conversation, the previously famed King of Slaughter sprang to his feet. No, Mr. Long, we harbor no significant enmity. Let us discuss matters amicably. It turns out that the King of Slaughter had been eavesdropping all along, making a prudent assessment the moment he witnessed Yaya's confrontation. In this world, preserving one's life far outweighs matters of pride. While the King of Slaughter may hold considerable status on the Douluo continent, here, in the realm of fox demons, he is but a decrepit old man. Oh, so you are not dead. While I may not break your limbs, surely you can offer us some benefits. What an audacious young man, Dongfang. It is evident he is attempting to extort. I do not possess anything of great value on my person. Perhaps I could offer this hammer as collateral? It was a Haotian hammer, which had appeared out of thin air. Long Fantion recognized it immediately from having seen Tang Sin wield it at Shrek Academy. However, how could such a prestigious weapon belong to the King of Slaughter? A mere hammer is of no use to us. You may take it back. In the face of the supreme martial spirits of the Douluo continent, Tushan Yaya held it in contempt. Then, dear lady, what is it that you desire? Speak freely, and I shall endeavor to fulfill your request if it lies within my capabilities. Seeing that Tushan Yaya appeared unyielding, the King of Slaughter began to panic. It seemed that the values of different worlds diverged significantly. What is treasured here is considered worthless there. If compensation were to be discussed, it would not be with you. We shall only negotiate with that fellow. Dongfang displays none of the demeanor of a servant. He is unequivocally a cunning strategist. I wonder what benefits the two young heroes seek? What say you? Since you wish for our assistance in dealing with your adversary, it would be remiss not to offer a little sweetness in return. Very well. Perhaps I could bring you some of our local delicacies next time. How does that sound? Though unfamiliar with the values of the Tushan fox demons, one would assume that the allure of culinary delights transcends all boundaries. Indeed, when Long Fantion proposed this idea, the little fox demon's ears perked up in interest. What delectable treats do you have? Do share, for this condition is quite agreeable. I accept. Although Tushanya is formidable, she is still a little girl, and such methods of coaxing children are undeniably effective. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yuechu is also exhibiting a drooling expression, indicating that Long Fantian's proposition has indeed captivated them. Very well, we have reached an agreement. You may take these two away. However, should you fail to bring adequate treats next time, do not expect me to clean up the ensuing mess. The resolute Tushan Yaya decided against further investigation and allowed Long Fantion and his companions to depart. Upon hearing this, the King of Slaughter and the adjacent Ghost Douluo immediately brightened with joy. Those two young heroes, we shall meet again. With a swift motion, the King of Slaughter and Ghost Douluo's figures reappeared at the interface of their previous path. Young man, I never anticipated you possessed such abilities. You may take Hulaina, but release me. This recent excursion into another realm seemed to have restored the King of Slaughter from his frenzied state to a semblance of normalcy. Previously, his eyes glowed a menacing red, and his elongated fingers resembled those of a bat from afar. Now, however, the crimson hue had vanished, and even his voice returned to a more conventional tone. Moreover, the previous manifestation of the Haotian hammer martial soul seemed to reveal the King of Slaughter's true nature. Senior, please take me along. We have discussed this before. Observing the King of Slaughter and Long Fantion negotiating terms, Ghost Douluo hastily chimed in. I bear no animosity towards the Haotian sect. You may depart. However, this fellow beside me cannot. What? You? In an instant, a flash of white light darted past, returning the King of Slaughter to his original position, while Ghost Douluo was left in the previous space. My Azura path requires someone to guard it. And I believe you, Ghost Douluo, are quite suitable. Before he could protest further, a swirling mass of black smoke enveloped Ghost Douluo from all sides. Logically, this should have been a combat style he was well versed in, yet at this moment, he felt as if rooted to the ground. What do you intend to do to me? I am an elder of the Spirit Hall. Do you comprehend the consequences of keeping me here? An elder of the Spirit Hall? I have dispatched such beings before. Just look at who stands before you. As Long Fantian's voice echoed, the ghostly general, Douluo, emerged, ensnared by iron chains. What have you done to him, Douluo? Recently, a friend shared with me a method to refine the ghostly general. Currently, your companion is aiding me in guarding the hungry ghost path, so the Azura path shall be entrusted to you. What do you intend? Ghost Douluo's cries could not alter his fate, and those outside the space remained oblivious to his desperate struggles. Chapter 95. The King of Slaughter is indeed the ancestor of Haotian young man. I truly thank you. Had you not transported me to that space, I might still be lost, unaware of my identity. With Long Fantian's demeanor returning to normal, the King of Slaughter approached with a cheerful smile. This expression is indeed a rare sight. akin to a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Senior, what brings this about? Having previously engaged in combat with the King of Slaughter, I have been attuned to observe every nuance as he traverses the path of Azura. Thus, even the slightest shift in his demeanor does not escape my notice. It appears that the King of Slaughter harbored some unspoken burdens, and it was just now, following the sudden intervention of Tu Shanyiya, that he has regained his clarity. My original name is Tangshan. I am the ancestral figure of the Haotian Sect and one of the 3 existing 99 level limit Douluos on the Douluo continent today. The scene before me is truly unexpected. Who would have imagined that the long-vanished Tangshan would have transformed into the King of Carnage? Yet, before I could utter a few commendatory words, this very King of Carnage suddenly crouched down, clutching his head once more. The once diminished crimson energy gradually resurfaced, suggesting that this so-called awakening is merely temporary. Stop gazing and follow me swiftly. As the aura of the King of Carnage began to solidify once again, Long Fantion hastily seized the dazed Hulaina by her side, urging her to escape. However, they had scarcely covered any distance when an overwhelming and domineering red energy enveloped the entire city. Out of the corner of his eye, Long Fantion caught a glimpse of a figure, sporting bat-like wings, soaring into the sky. It was the King of Carnage, now a hybrid of man and demon. But what should their next move be? How could they possibly elude the City of Slaughter? Impudent wretches, do not think you can escape my domain. I wield the domain of Slaughter. The entirety of this city belongs to me, having long established his reign over this City of Carnage. The king had essentially become one with it. Thus, no matter where Long Fantion and the others fled, as long as they remained within the city, evasion from his gaze was impossible. Weren't you familiar with this place? Surely you know the route out. Being new to this city, Long Fantion was unaware of how to depart from the City of Slaughter. Furthermore, as the King of Carnage succumbed to his rage, the entire city seemed to tremble precariously. The molten lava river that coursed beneath the city now appeared agitated and restless. It felt as if the foundational elements of the City of Slaughter were beginning to spiral into chaos. This must be the effect of the immortal herb left behind by Tang San. The snowy swan's kiss serves as a potent catalyst, capable of amplifying the residual toxic energies within the City of Slaughter. The principle of using poison against poison encapsulates this very notion. Under the dominion of the King of Carnage, the myriad toxic gases and negative effects that permeated the City of Slaughter were slowly being released. Now, however, it had transformed into a process of ignition. Boom. Crash. With the roar of the King of Carnage, the entire city began to shake violently. Particularly, the taller edifices, in full view of the onlookers, began to shed wooden planks and soil. Clearly, this is a harbinger of impending collapse. The only way to escape this City of Slaughter is through a hellish path. I have not heard of any other means. As one of the few who successfully fled the City of Carnage, Hulaina possesses a profound understanding of its intricacies. Yet, do you truly believe that the King of Slaughter would allow you to pass so easily? Do you have the means to traverse that hellish road? Little does Long Fantion know that had it not been for Tang San during their previous ordeal, Hulaina would have long since been reduced to ashes. Thus, this woman's prowess as a goddess of slaughter is merely a byproduct of her association with others. Very well, let us once again brave the hellish path. I vow to bring you out alive. At this moment, there is no time to ponder further. Every corner of this City of Slaughter is suffused with an aura that unsettles Long Fantion. Chapter 96, Coercing Hulaina. Are you out of your mind? Do you think the King of Slaughter is oblivious to our intentions? Perhaps it is her acute awareness of his formidable nature that makes Hulaina instinctively wish to evade all of this. However, if we continue to linger in this City of Slaughter, it is only a matter of time before we are discovered. At this moment, a man must step forward to make a decision, and Long Fantion is precisely that man. You two children are quite amusing, but do not think you can easily pass my test today. Indeed, the King of Slaughter is currently waiting at the entrance of the road to hell. This old fellow truly excels at cunning. Senior, I recall you previously expressed a desire not to be my adversary. Why then, has your stance shifted? What was said before belongs to the past, and the present is another matter. This petite woman, along with that lad named Tangan, has meddled with my territory. It is evident that this King of Slaughter is a creature with a profound thirst for vengeance. Yet, Long Fantion has discovered a method to contend with this old rogue. Very well. There appears to be no alternative. I must seek assistance to deal with you. Armed with past experiences, Long Fantion has no intention of confronting this individual head-on. Though I find you quite despicable, I must concede that your spatial abilities are indeed formidable. Thus, upon witnessing Long Fantion preparing to employ the 6 paths of reincarnation, this old fellow, adorned with bat-like wings, shuddered. Then, a more substantial and bloodier red aura emerged. Beware, for this fellow's domain surpasses my god of slaughter domain. It will influence your emotions and actions. Having suffered a setback previously, Hulaina promptly issued a warning. Long Fantion is our last hope for escape. We must unite at this moment. Little girl, you're mistaken. What you and that insufferable lad obtained was indeed the domain of the god of slaughter, while what I possess is the domain of slaughter, a being of superior existence. So that is how it is. This illustrates the concept of high and low configurations. It appears that the king of slaughter had initially reserved some of his power, regardless of whether you are a deity of death or a harbinger of chaos. Do you recall that earlier punch from the enchanting Tushanyaya? Long Fantion could not afford to concern himself with such trivial matters. But just as he prepared to unleash his next formidable attack, the king of slaughter unexpectedly fled in a most ignominious manner. His speed was so astonishing that it left one in the dust. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished without a trace. However, the realm of slaughter he left behind had already enveloped the entire space, unknowingly ensnaring the 2 young individuals before him. Long Fantion, utterly defenseless against the capital of slaughter, quickly reacted, specifically to the young lady from the spirit hall beside him. Gulp, giggle. Hulaina was an exceptionally beautiful woman, and she had been employing her alluring skills throughout their journey. Previously, her concern for her family's safety had hindered any sparks from igniting between her and this man. Yet, the domain of slaughter orchestrated by the king had directly stripped away the soul barrier in someone's heart. You must remain composed. This is the king of slaughter's conspiracy. Do not, Despite appearing calm, Hulaina soon found herself blushing profusely. In a daze, the individual before her was no longer the talented Long Fantion from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Instead, he had transformed into that striking blue-haired youth, Tangan, who had once traversed the path of hell alongside Hulaina. The red energy element seemed capable of unlocking the hardest doors, awakening buried emotions to their fullest potential. You, despicable rogue, why is it that you harbor no feelings for me? Even though Hulaina was acutely aware that what lay before her was an illusion, she could not restrain her body, taking step after step toward him. Who would have thought that the king of slaughter possessed such a talent for matchmaking? Chapter 97, Seizing Tangan, the blood-red 9-headed bat king quack, hiss. Just as Hulaina and Long Fantion transitioned from strangers to somewhat familiar acquaintances, a powerful gust of air suddenly surged above them. Not good, quickly dodge. The first to sense the anomaly was naturally Hulaina, who promptly pushed Long Fantion aside, witnessing a colossal creature skim perilously close to their heads. It was a bat, larger than a dozen ordinary men, boasting wings akin to those of the king of slaughter and blood-red eyes. More terrifying was the fact that this ambushing soul beast possessed 9 heads. This is. Clearly, this individual lacks any sense of honor, launching a surprise attack at such a moment. This is indeed my true form. I never anticipated being discovered by you 2 youngsters. Just as Long Fantion and Hulaina wore expressions of vigilance, the former king of slaughter unexpectedly emerged from some hidden corner. However, at this moment, he no longer exuded the earlier formidable aura. Instead, he seemed to be acting as a translator for that 9-headed bat. Are you the host that has taken residence within Tangan's body? Is it you who has transformed him into this state? To be precise, it is a case of soul possession. The old man's resistance is simply too tenacious. I have yet to succeed. What a fine high-level soul beast, having mastered the art of controlling humans. Given the current circumstances, it can be inferred that this 9-headed creature has already attained the level of a 100,000-year soul beast. Humph. Do not tell me you find this old fellow's body lacking in my handsome charm, and thus intend to usurp my form, regardless of the motive. This colossal crimson king of the 9-headed bats is the crux of the matter. The lad is rather astute. This Tangan has not completed the Shurigod-esh trial, leaving him only partially realized. Yet you, my young friend, evidently possess boundless potential. Indeed. The king of slaughter has set his sights on Long Fantion's body. Although this young man is still merely a soul emperor, he's already capable of overpowering the majority of titled Douluos. This is indeed the rhythm of ascendance to divinity. Amidst the myriad soul beasts, you stand as an anomaly. While others cultivate by transforming into humanoid forms, you have chosen a markedly different path. I must concede, the soul beast attempting to seize Tangan's body is remarkably astute. Its approach has not only preserved its previous powers, but has, in fact, augmented them from a different angle. When I initially took over Tang Chen's body, it was during a moment of distraction as he was undergoing the Shurigod trial. However, just now, I let my guard down. If it weren't for this little girl, you would have already been mine. Soul beasts possess a mode of logical reasoning that diverges significantly from that of humans. Splendid. I was just lamenting where to find a high-level soul ring for my impending breakthrough to the Soul Sage stage, and here you are, presenting yourself at my doorstep. It seems that both this individual and the soul beast before me harbor their own intentions, reveling in their current state of ecstasy. Arrogant human. I shall see by what means you intend to claim my soul ring. Just based on this, I am eager to see where you will flee. Earthly Fiend 6 Paths Reincarnation. Long Fan Tian, weary of idle chatter, directly unleashed his 6th soul skill once more. Meanwhile, the blood-red 9-headed Bat King radiated a resplendent crimson energy all around. This is the very mode employed by the King of Slaughter during battle. Now, upon returning to its original form, the soul beast seems to have become even more formidable. But what does that matter? It merely flapped its wings a few times in the air before transforming into a golden beam of light and vanishing from sight. This has become quite entertaining. This time, Tang Chun, who was possessed, remained outside, while the 10,000-year-old bat was confined within that peculiar space. Nevertheless, the essence of both entities remained interconnected through a certain spiritual means. Ah, how intriguing. A series of feral roars erupted from Tang Chen's throat. His eyes, at one moment ablaze with crimson fury, would then return to a state of eerie calm. It seemed as though two formidable energies were entwined within his being, his visage contorted in profound agony. I am the Haotian Douluo, the first of the Haotian. I shall never allow this. Chapter 98. Is this a scene reminiscent of the battle between King Kong and Godzilla? Are you capable of caring for others? Dragon Fantion unexpectedly inquired, glancing at the side where Hulaina stood. Ah, yes. The response was instinctive, and for reasons unknown. Hulaina felt her cheeks flush upon gazing at the man. Very well, tend to this King of Slaughter while I devote my full strength to confront that individual. While it was unnecessary for Dragon Fantion to accompany the execution of the 6 paths of earthly reincarnation, his focus was paramount. Especially since the blood-red 9-headed Bat King was a legendary soul beast of 100,000 years, he could not afford to be careless. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It seemed that due to its separation from its host, the great bat had lost its ability to articulate upon entering the space of choice. Evidently, this soul beast, which dominated the King of Slaughter, was not of a higher rank than the Da Ming and Air Ming from the Stardow Forest. It had only just begun its journey into the realm of 100,000-year soul beasts. Spare me your inane chatter. Choose your path. If fortune smiles upon you, you may leap directly from this space. With the experience gained from previous skill utilizations, Dragon Fantion was now adept at navigating this choice. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Though incapable of human speech, this 100,000-year fierce beast possessed a considerable intellect. Upon hearing Dragon Fantion's voice, it resolved to employ echolocation to locate his true form. However, in the next moment, a tremendous force surged from behind the creature. You foolish beast, go and cultivate diligently in the path of the beast. Indeed, the blood-red 9-headed Bat King was no benevolent entity, and Dragon Fantion showed no hesitation. Having already traversed 4 of the 6 realms of reincarnation, 2 remained unexplored, and this time he would commence with the path of beasts. Squeak. Perhaps sensing an ominous force, the 9-headed Bat King desperately resisted. This stands in stark contrast to the previous scenes where the King of Carnage entered the Azura path. What lies beyond? Roar. Just as before. Even if detected by the original guardians of that realm, the consciousness of Long Fantion relentlessly followed into the passage. What is that? The legendary dinosaurs believed to be extinct? Or perhaps the colossal beasts depicted in Western cinema, such as King Kong? No, that cannot be a dinosaur. It must be Godzilla. Roar. In any case, the so-called foreign species, the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, is utterly unworthy of even being a subordinate in this realm of beasts. Here, we specialize in addressing all forms of dissent. This fellow is entrusted to your discretion. Feel free to handle it as you see fit. Initially, this great bat intended to employ tactics such as feigned death to deceive those around it. However, before it could even touch the ground, it had already drawn the immediate attention of 2 colossal creatures, Godzilla and King Kong. Thud, thud, thud. The first to approach this unknown newcomer was none other than Godzilla. Though its visage was fearsome, it possessed an undeniable coolness. In Longfan's impression, This behemoth seems to abstain from consuming flesh, does it not? Alas, just as Godzilla is about to confront the sanguine nine-headed Bat King, a shadow, more agile and emitting a thunderous roar, descends from the heavens. It is King Kong. The colossal ape seems intent on provoking Godzilla, while the blood-red nine-headed Bat King has become the plaything for these two titanic beasts. How exhilarating. Ahem, dear giants. Please do not rend this creature asunder. I require it for my soul ring. Although I am uncertain whether these two colossal beings can comprehend my words. Long Fantion manifested his signature colossal eye in the sky, howling. What is happening? Initially, I anticipated that neither the gorilla nor Godzilla would pay me any heed. But to my astonishment, both giants displayed signs of fear upon witnessing the immense eye above. Are they mimicking humans by bowing their heads in reverence? Is this the rhythm of venerating Long Fantion as a deity? Chapter 99, The Seventh Soul Ring, 100,000 Years. You all make me feel rather embarrassed with your actions, but this fellow must be feigning death. Although the scene before Long Fantion is quite astonishing. He has not forgotten his original intentions. Do not be deceived by the blood-red nine-headed Bat King's seemingly closed eyes and lifeless demeanor. Even from a distance, Long Fantion can perceive the overwhelming power of blood emanating from this creature. Suddenly, as if sensing a crisis or perhaps hearing Long Fantion's words, the enormous bat that was pretending to be dead sprang to life. This creature is undoubtedly aware of its own inadequacy in facing these two colossal monsters. Thus it seeks only to escape. Suddenly, bang! Yet, before the blood-red nine-headed Bat King could ascend to any significant height, it was struck down by a massive tail adorned with enormous bone spines, resembling a steel whip. There was no resistance, no flamboyant maneuvers. This unfortunate bat was unceremoniously slammed to the ground. The spectacle that followed was even more extravagant. As the colossal gorilla assumed a pose reminiscent of Tarzan and promptly stamped upon the back of the great bat. At this moment, the blood-red nine-headed Bat King measured roughly 30 meters in length, while both the gorilla and Godzilla had already surpassed a towering height of 100 meters. This battle is hardly on the same level, especially considering it's a 2-on-1 situation. Soon, after a series of struggles, this colossal creature was truly on the brink of collapse, and this was no mere act. You too, cease your actions. You have performed admirably. But if it breathes its last, I shall be unable to acquire the soul ring. Long Fantion appeared somewhat anxious. However, the Godzilla and King Kong before him seemed quite obedient, releasing their nearly lifeless plaything as if it were a mere kitten or puppy. Roar. Howl. It appears that this creature from the Beast Path is decidedly more agreeable than the previous Shura Path's Fox Demon Clan. It feels akin to having two devoted pets. Well done. Next time, I shall bring you bananas. By the way, what does Godzilla desire? Generally speaking, rewarding pets seems to follow this pattern. After this encounter, Long Fantion's fondness for these two colossal beasts has significantly increased. Any insurmountable challenges in the future shall be directed towards this Beast Path. Yet, the Elysian ancestor he encountered in the Hungry Ghost Path was quite commendable as well. Whoosh! A flash of white light once again interrupted Long Fantion's thoughts as he extracted the already feeble bat from the human path, draining its power, and returned it to the material realm. Gurgle. This once majestic 10,000-year soul beast was now frothing at the mouth, struggling for breath. Huff whoosh. After absorbing the power of the 10,000-year blood-red, nine-headed Bat King, Long Fantion experienced a rapid enhancement in his overall strength. Have you already become a soul sage? These are the reflections of the King of Slaughter, who has finally awakened from a long slumber. The essence of the great bat has entirely dissipated within him. It seems you have recovered, my esteemed elder. Congratulations. Allow me to deal with this cunning nine-headed bat. Young brother, I am grateful for your assistance in helping me remember who I am. I have been trapped for decades. Observing the emotionally charged elder, Long Fantion said little, instead drawing forth the dagger at his waist and advancing towards the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. Chitter. Whether out of fear or something else, this malevolent soul beast, which has existed for 100,000 years, is weeping. Even if it cries, it will not hinder Long Fantion's swift strike. Crack. Whoosh. A crimson energy ring emerged, the quintessential hallmark of a 100,000-year soul ring. This also marks the first 100,000-year soul ring obtained by Long Fantion. Young brother, in gratitude for your life-saving grace, allow this old man to assist you as your protector. Tangshan, a dignified title Douluo at level 99, unexpectedly knelt before Long Fantion in homage. Chapter 100, The King of Slaughter acknowledges me as his master. Congratulations, young friend, on successfully absorbing the 100,000-year soul of this ancient bat. The process of soul ring absorption seemed to span 3 days and nights, without Tang Chen's vigilant guardianship. The tranquility may not have been so assured. After these 3 days of cultivation, this former King of Slaughter underwent a complete transformation, evolving from an inhuman state into the semblance of a normal person. However, before long Fantion could engage in a meaningful conversation with this elder, a delightful aroma of fried chicken wafted through the air. Are you awake? Would you like something to eat? It was Hu Laina, accompanied by the former maid of the King of Slaughter. The first disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall surprisingly exhibits such a gentle side. Moreover, upon seeing Long Fantion, her countenance instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Ah, it seems I am indeed rather hungry. Your roasted chicken is simply delectable. Hu Laina's martial soul is that of a demon fox, a creature that appears to have an inexplicable affinity with chickens. Young master, please allow me, Tang Chen, to pay my respects. Just as Long Fantion and Hu Laina exchanged tender glances, our King of Slaughter unexpectedly knelt before him with a resounding thud. What is happening here? You are a senior, and this behavior is quite inappropriate. Please rise. Since Tang Chen before me is a figure from the era of Douluo, he must be over 100 years old. This bow seems rather excessive. No, if it weren't for the young master vanquishing the blood-colored 9-headed Bat King, I would have been unable to escape the fate of being devoured. Your kindness towards me is akin to a rebirth. I implore you to allow this old man to serve you as his master. I did not expect this King of Slaughter to be so particular, but upon reflection, it does seem to be the case. Well, all right then, senior. I find myself a bit unaccustomed. I must take my time. Although I founded the Heavenly Dragon Sect, it pales in comparison to this King of Slaughter and the Slaughter City behind him. As long as the young master consents, I, along with the Slaughter City that I have painstakingly built and the entirety of my Haotian sect, shall pledge our allegiance to you. My heavens, the surprises of today truly seem endless. This sovereign of slaughter is not only the lord of this dark metropolis, but also the venerable ancestor of the Haotian sect. Consequently, the singularly attributed 4 sect leaders, along with the other enterprises of the Haotian sect, and even Tang San and his Tang sect, could all potentially become the domain of Long Fantion. This power could undoubtedly rival that of the Spirit Hall, and it is not inferior to the other 2 great empires of the continent. Very well, I shall reluctantly agree. However, I am not particularly fond of the current state of the city of Slaughter. Rest assured, I will commence immediate reforms. I intend to restore the city to the appearance it held decades ago when I first arrived. That is reassuring. But do you truly not wish to return to the Haotian clan? Due to the pressures exerted by the Spirit Hall over the years, it seems that your Haotian clan has become reclusive. What has happened to my Haotian clan? I implore you to enlighten me. Over these years, I, Tang, have been under the control of that bat, and am scarcely informed regarding the affairs of the clan, so the situation is as follows, your Haotian clan. While I may not possess the clarity of understanding that Tang Sen does, Long Fantion can elucidate the general circumstances quite clearly. Moreover, with Hu Laina's supplementary explanations, the true nature of the matter gradually unfolds. What a Spirit Hall, what a Douluo. They have taken advantage of my moment of disorientation to stir up trouble, quite audacious. As he spoke, an indomitable aura emanated from Tang Chen. Whoosh, thud thud thud. A colossal Haotian hammer with dark golden patterns gradually materialized before him. Even the clouds above the city of Slaughter seemed to be responding to some unseen force. Swirling as if summoned, truly a celestial phenomenon. Volume 2, Chapter 101, The 7th Soul Skill, True Body of the Martial Soul. May I see your 7th soul skill? Observing the powerful duo before her, Hu Laina felt a whirlwind of emotions. On one hand, having developed a substantial connection with them, this woman had gradually allowed Long Fantion to occupy a place in her heart. Yet reason cautioned her that the Spirit Hall, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and the Haotian clan could never be allies. The question of how this woman would navigate her future is a pressing reality. Young master, upon hearing Hu Laina's request, Long Fantion appeared unfazed. However, the Slaughter King seemed rather perturbed. The cunning elder surely assumes that the other party wishes to ascertain the depths of Long Fantion. If it is inconvenient, I shall refrain. I am merely a tad curious, with no ulterior motives. Upon observing the wariness etched upon the face of this king of carnage, the astute Hu Laina turned to depart. Yet, before she could take a single step, A pair of powerful hands grasped her shoulders, gently drawing her into an embrace. It was Long Fantion. Is it not merely the seventh spirit ability? Given your intellect, you must have surmised what my seventh spirit ability entails long ago. According to the majority of adept practitioners, once one transcends to the soul sage level, the most frequently employed spirit ability is the true embodiment of the martial soul. As Long Fantion's words echoed, 7 resplendent spirit rings erupted from beneath his feet, 2 gold, 2 purple, 2 black, and finally, 1 red. This configuration is quite remarkable. The first 6 are the benefits granted to the disciples of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect, while this 7th, 100,000-year spirit ring, is the spoils from the city of slaughter. Long Fan, from now on, you may address me as Brother Tian. This is a special benefit from my wife. Brother Tian. At this moment, Hulaina could hardly contain her overwhelming excitement, her eyes shimmering with tears as she gazed adoringly at Long Fantion. She never expected this man to be serious. Behold, little fox. This is my 7th soul skill, the true form of my martial spirit. There loomed a colossal gate of the Yellow Springs, exceeding 30 meters in height and at least 15 meters in width. It emanated an aura of terrifying pressure, accompanied by a cacophony of whispers. There were the low roars of great beasts, the playful chatter of young girls and boys, and even the soft murmurs of deities. These are the voices from other realms previously connected by the gates of the underworld. Although Hulaina has never ventured within, the words heard by Bibi Dong would undoubtedly leave her astounded. As the true combat prowess of this martial soul remains untested, its actual strength is still unknown. However, considering the formidable power of the first 6 soul abilities exhibited by Long Fantion, one can reasonably assume that this 7th soul ability will not fall short in comparison. Yet, as Long Fantion proudly showcases his soul abilities before the crowd, he remains oblivious to the pair of enigmatic eyes that have already fixed their gaze upon him. In the divine realm, within the halls of the Rakshasa god, stands an exquisite goddess, seemingly beautiful yet exuding an aura of malevolence. Before the goddess, there appeared a precious mirror, reflecting the events transpiring in the city of slaughter. You worthless bat, how shameful it is that the goddess holds you in such high regard. Yet you cannot even transform a mere level 99 wretch. It seems the city of slaughter is indeed the lair left by the god of Azura, a place where the great deity sought an heir. However, it was unexpectedly infiltrated by the aura of the Rakshasa god, with the venerable ancestor of the Houghton Sect, Tangan, becoming a tragic victim. This prodigious warrior came to undergo the trials of the god of Azura, only to sense the Rakshasa god's presence in the shadows. Coupled with the parasitic nature of that large bat, it appears the Rakshasa god aimed to usurp the domain. Yet, it now seems this scheme has faltered. Not only has the king of slaughter vanished, but even that foolish bat has been transformed into a soul ring. Now, let us see what the little spider I encountered that day is up to. I sense that young lady may be capable of inheriting my power. The image in the precious mirror shifted, revealing the dimly lit hall of the spirit hall, where the solitary figure of Bibi Dong sat upon the papal throne. Chapter 102. Embrace the darkness. Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, why persist? They no longer heed your command. Is this position truly so paramount to you? In the gloom, a silhouette slowly approached the isolated pope. It was Master Yu Xiaojiang, forcibly brought to the spirit hall, although Bibi Dong had suffered a crushing defeat in her recent assault. With her left and right hands, Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo, unaccounted for, her title as the Pope of the Spirit Hall still held weight, allowing her to protect Yu Xiaojiang. Master, do you believe that if I were to relinquish this position, we could converse as we do today? Despite Bibi Dong's piercing gaze, her heart was aflame with an uncontrollable excitement. Regardless of the means employed, she and the cherished man before her could finally face each other. Even if such sentiments could not be openly expressed, Bibi Dong remained indifferent to such constraints. Oh, how I long for the days of your youth. Alas, we have grown old and cannot return. Shaking his head, the master regained his composure as a line of guards awaited him at the entrance. This also represents the utmost limit of Qian Doliu's patience. The mere fact that these two individuals can meet is already remarkable. Great offering. Although this Yu Xiaojiang possesses little strength, he has nurtured a young master like Tang San. Should we not consider? If this lad is willing to serve our spirit hall, we shall grant him a reprieve. When this woman bequeaths her position to my granddaughter, I can fulfill their tragic romance. Otherwise, given Bibi Dong's previous conduct, including that of this great offering from the spirit hall, there is considerable dissent among us. Were it not for the mark of the Rakshasa god on this woman, She might have been confined with you Xiaojiang by now. As you command, great offering. However, the saintess and the elders have been gone for quite some time. Should we dispatch someone to retrieve them? No need. Qianren Xue bears our angelic spirit of inheritance. Should any issues arise, I will sense them. Though confined within the Grand Hall, Bibi Dong, as the Pope, is acutely aware of the events transpiring outside. Yet, what can she do? At this moment, her sole desire is to protect you Xiaojiang with utmost fervor. Just as Bibi Dong is about to resign herself to fate, a dark light manifests before her. It is a woman of exquisite elegance, or perhaps a goddess, emerging from the radiance. Upon witnessing this scene, Bibi Dong, overwhelmed with excitement, kneels before this enigmatic figure. I pay my respects to the Rakshasa god. I never expected you to grace us with your presence. This is merely a fragment of my consciousness. Are you truly prepared to undergo my trial? Indeed, great Rakshasa goddess, regardless of my transformation, I shall steadfastly guard the conviction in my heart. I appreciate obedient children like you. Let us dispense with pleasantries and extend your head. A dark, boundless power emanates from the Rakshasa goddess, gradually enveloping Bibi Dong's forehead at a visible pace. Bang! A shadowy light bursts forth from Bibi Dong's eyes, only to swiftly revert to normalcy. Is this the inheritance of the Rakshasa goddess? Such formidable, profound power. I feel as if all the soul power drained by that wretched boy has been restored, and then some. Very well. While such matters may be trivial for the Rakshasa goddess, Bibi Dong, rejuvenated by her regained strength, instantly recovers her confidence. The powerful fluctuations of her soul power even caused Douluo, stationed outside, to furrow his brow. Clearly, the man known as the Angel Douluo senses a disturbance. Although the goddess conversing with Bibi Dong seems somewhat incongruous with the angelic spirit, she undoubtedly descends from a higher realm. Even if questions linger in his heart, this old man dares not intrude upon the hall. Chapter 103, The Resurrection of the Hautian Sect Dragon Tian, of course, remains oblivious to the transformations occurring within the spirit hall. He is currently engaged in a significant endeavor to restore the Hautian Sect to prominence. It is common knowledge that due to the grievances between Tang Hao and the spirit hall, the Hautian Sect was forced to announce its retreat. However, that was merely the superficial cause. The true reason remains unknown to most, for the most formidable ancestor of the Hautian Sect, Tang Chun, had vanished. Meanwhile, Douluo holds dominion over the spirit hall, rendering their strengths disproportionately aligned. Thus, until they locate their venerable ancestor, the members of the Hautian Sect have no choice but to hide in the mountains. Now that Tang Chun has returned from being the king of slaughter, his strength is evidently superior to that of his former self. Henceforth, you can anticipate the Hautian Sect's grand re-entrance to the Douluo continent. Young master, I understand your eagerness to rescue the two ladies, but confronting the spirit hall alone is unwise. I comprehend. I have already sent Hulaina back. I trust she will look after Sooner and the others. Are you so certain about that woman? Bibi Dong is her master. No worries. Let us first proceed to the Hautian Sect. Once we gather sufficient experts, I believe Bibi Dong will prove to be a sagacious individual. Dragon Tian initially planned to exchange Hulaina for others, but their relationship has since evolved. Therefore, sending Hulaina back may indeed be the most prudent course of action. Moreover, even if Qianren Xue brings individuals back to the Spirit Hall, uniting the strength of the Hautian Sect, the Tianlongmen, and the Slaughter City will compel the Spirit Hall to seek peace. Most crucially, this Tangshan once triumphed over Douluo. Though the plan is splendid, practical execution encounters obstacles. Perhaps for the sake of defense, the Hautian Sect has erected numerous barriers, and even the gatekeepers have not seen the ancestor. Before even reaching the gates of the Hautian Sect, Dragon Tian finds himself obstructed. Young master, it is my unfilial descendants who have erected these hindrances. Grant me a moment, and I shall have them personally come to welcome you. After uttering these words, the legendary first-generation Hautian Douluo ascends into the air, darting deep into the mountains. It's all right. If not for the numerous perilous passages, how could the Hautian Sect have remained safe thus far? Just converse with them. Do not act as if the sky is falling. Dragon Tian actually admires the Hautian Sect's defenses. Had the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon possessed such arrangements, they would not have suffered such grave losses. However, while awaiting Tangshan, Dragon Tian encounters a minor complication. A strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman, poised and elegantly attired, appears. Yet, for reasons unknown, she and her guards exhibit extreme vigilance upon spotting Dragon Tian, the uninvited guest. Who might you be? Why have you appeared outside our Hautian Sect? If you lack an invitation, please depart immediately. Perhaps due to prolonged seclusion, the Haotian sect now perceives any visitor as a potential threat. The elegantly adorned noblewoman, having just returned from the outside world, exhibited an air of caution. My servant has gone to pay a visit to your clan leader. Could there be some misunderstanding between us? Misunderstanding? Servant? Surely, you jest. Can you guarantee that you are not a spy for the Spirit Hall? There stands a Soul King clad in resplendent armor, resembling a scion of nobility, perhaps eager to impress this exquisite lady, daring to challenge Long Fantion. Pray, what confidence does such a mere Soul King possess? Let the lady speak for herself. Long Fantion sighed, contemplating the allure of this woman, a true femme fatale. I am Tanguewa. May I inquire your name, sir? Tanguewa? Remarkably, she is the aunt of Tangsan, the master of Yueshin. No wonder she possesses such an aristocratic demeanor and beauty that rivals any maidens. It is astonishing that such a captivating woman resides within the Haotian sect. Even Long Fantion found himself momentarily entranced. Though not a warrior, her overall presence is unparalleled, rivaling even Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. So, she is the mistress of Yueshin. One wonders how such a beauty emerged from these desolate mountains. How audacious. You, a scoundrel, shall not defile Lady Tanguewa. Who are you, a mere nobody, to speak to me? Look closely at my rank. Growing weary of the so-called flower protector before him, Long Fantion unleashed his soul sage power. The formidable presence of his 100,000-year soul ring struck terror into the heart of the would-be protector. Tanguewa, accustomed to grand affairs, seemed momentarily taken aback by the spectacle before her. Pray tell, who are you? Why do you possess the legendary 100,000-year soul ring? I am Long Fantion of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, and I believe our misunderstanding will soon be resolved. According to the original narrative, though Tanguewa is not young, she remains unmarried and has never even courted a suitor. If Tang Chun were willing to offer the entirety of the Haotian sect, perhaps we could further deepen our acquaintance with this extraordinary beauty. Sir, you claim to be of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. What proof do you possess? Though astonished by his might, Tanguewa was not easily swayed. At that moment, an authoritative voice resonated above all. I am the proof. An overwhelming pressure descended, compelling both Tanguewa and her accompanying protector to kneel, unable to raise their heads. Tangshan has returned, accompanied by all the senior members of the Haotian sect. What a magnificent scene this is, one that Tanguewa has never witnessed a second time in her life. This is Yuewa. Why not hurry over to pay respects to the ancestor, if it weren't for Tang Zhao's words? The pinnacle of the 97th class assault system and the current leader of the Haotian school, one might think this was a mere illusion. Brother, this is the Lady Tanguewa, who, having departed early, holds no recollection of this ancestor. Yet, the presence of so many elders and clan leaders confirms the authenticity of the occasion. As Tanguewa bows to the ancestor, she finds that all her former grace and grandeur dissipate in the presence of Mr. Long, causing her voice to tremble. However, upon the mention of Long Fantion, the venerable ancestor strides forward to stand beside him. All disciples of the Haotian school, pay your respects to the young master. Such a bewildering turn of events leaves one at a loss for words. Witnessing the ancestor kneel before Long Fantion, hundreds of followers instantly follow suit, creating a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. We pay homage to the young master. Among those who kneel is the enchanting noblewoman, Tanguewa. Having spent years mastering the etiquette of nobility in the Tiandou Empire, her every gesture captivates the eye. Were it not for the potential awkwardness, Long Fantion would have been inclined to assist this stunning beauty to her feet. Seeing the young master show such concern for his granddaughter, Tang Chen's eyes brightened, as if he had made a momentous decision. Little Yuewa, from now on, you shall oversee the young master's daily affairs. Where is Tang Hao? Where could that little monkey have gone? Having been out of touch for decades, this legendary powerhouse remains oblivious to the happenings within the sect over the years. Yuewa, as commanded, please lead the young master. Observing the displeasure on the faces of several elders approaching Tang Chun, Tang Yuewa's beautiful eyes flickered as she gracefully saluted Long Fantion. The gesture felt akin to greeting a royal, evoking an indescribable sense of comfort. Chapter 105, Summoning Tang San to return to the Haotian school. What? You little ones dare to mention the Spirit Hall again? I, Tang Chun, stand in irreconcilable opposition to the Spirit Hall. After hearing the accounts of his descendants, Tang Chun found himself in a state of turmoil. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lay in his own missteps. Had he not stubbornly pursued the trials of the Sure God, his descendants would not have faced oppression from the Spirit Hall. Even Tang Hao's father succumbed to pressure and perished, leading to Tang Hao's expulsion from the sect. Were it not for Long Fantian's intervention this time, the entire Haotian school would have been left with eternal regret. Ancestor, Tang Hao has a son named Tang San, whom you have already met. We wish to nurture this child. Perhaps realizing their errors, the elders hurriedly sought to appease the venerable ancestor. What? My great-grandson? Then you must bring him to me at once. I cannot fathom what you have been doing all these years. As you command, we shall act immediately. Furthermore, summon 5 titled Douluos from the Elder Council. The young master's 2 wives have been detained by the Spirit Hall. Accompany me to negotiate their release. Tangshan truly embodies decisiveness and efficiency. While swiftly summoning back the wandering disciples of the Haotian sect, he simultaneously mobilizes personnel to assist Long Fantian in his rescue efforts. Remarkably, the combined might of the Haotian sect boasts around 10 titled Douluo, coupled with his own 99th level prowess should a confrontation arise with the Spirit Hall. They might not instill fear in him at all. Understood. We will promptly gather all titled Douluo from within the sect and request our ancestors to personally select individuals. Though caught somewhat off guard, Tang San returned to the Heaven-Do Empire with remarkable speed upon receiving the summons from the Haotian sect. Accompanying him was Titan, the chief of the Li family. Despite his lingering resentment over the Haotian sect's past abandonment, this elder still harbored unwavering loyalty towards Tang San. Young master, I shall refrain from accompanying you. The sight of those old fellows incites my disdain. I will wait for you at the foot of the mountain. As they neared the sect, Titan appeared somewhat hesitant. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a more authoritative voice resonated in their ears. What? Do you, little monkey, find it unpleasant to see this old man? Come up here at once. I wish to inquire about Tang Hao. It was Tangshan, a formidable figure whom Titan had known since his youth, a legendary character indeed. What brings you back? Ah, it is the ancestor. Titan bows deeply before the ancestor. It was my fault for failing to protect the young master back then. Enough of this chatter. Come here quickly. You know the way. Tangshan and the others from Haotian are fundamentally distinct. They are the epitome of unwavering integrity. Thus, despite Titan's previous resistance upon hearing that voice, he immediately transformed into a compliant figure, daring not to utter a single dissenting word. As for the venerable Titan, this ancestral being, it was the first time Tang San encountered such a formidable presence. Lacking knowledge in this regard since childhood, the astonishment that surged within Tang San was truly profound. Young master, at last, the long-standing grievances between our Haotian sect and the martial soul hall can be resolved. Our ancestor has returned. The exhilarated Titan swiftly drew the bewildered Tang San before everyone. However, to their surprise, the figure seated upon the central throne was neither ancestor Tangshan nor the leader of Haotian, but rather the esteemed Long Fantian of the Heavenly Dragon Gate. Is this some kind of jest? Upon witnessing the scene before them, Tang San and Titan simultaneously rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Clearly, the spectacle they beheld was something they could never have imagined, even in their wildest dreams. Chapter 106, The Luck Stripped from Tang San. Ah, my dear brother Tang San. Chief Titan, I never anticipated our paths would cross so swiftly again. In stark contrast to the astonishment displayed by the two, Long Fantian maintained an air of composure. Ever since Tangshan acknowledged him as his master, such occurrences were bound to unfold naturally. In the original narrative, it appeared that all of Tang San's fortune had been transferred to Long Fantian, while none could dispute Tang San's inherent genius. It was Long Fantian who would emerge as the true protagonist in the world of Douluo continent for the foreseeable future. Little monkey, stop standing there like a fool and come over here to discuss the situation. I must know the details of events from that time. The more thorough, the better. Given that Tang San had no substantial support within the sect, the current scenario only heightened his sense of awkwardness. Fortunately, Tang Yuehua approached and cast a knowing glance towards her nephew. Aunt, what is the meaning of all this? Oh, my naive child. Once you bow to our ancestors a few times, your father's matters should be resolved. Aunt, want you join me? I have other matters to attend to. You must go alone. Remember, you must show utmost respect to Mr. Long. After uttering these words, Tang Yuehua revealed a goddess-like smile and gracefully approached Long Fantian with a jug of fine wine. Faced with such a turn of events, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Why had the world transformed so drastically? Just days prior, he had been fervently planning his future. As long as he could successfully break through to the titled Douluo rank, the position of the next sect leader would surely be within his grasp. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, the ancestral figure of Haotian sect had returned, rendering his previous aspirations mere illusions. Even if opportunities to advance to titled Douluo arose in the future, Did he truly intend to confront the ancestral figure? Isn't this tantamount to Tang San betraying his teacher and annihilating his ancestors? Such matters are utterly unattainable for this young man. It seems that his only recourse now is to bow in submission. Young master, please. One cannot discern whether Tang Due was merely putting on a brave face or genuinely admiring the situation. Yet, every action of this woman at this moment brings immense comfort to Long Fantion. It becomes evident that the disparity between women is indeed vast. Even Hu Laina, after employing her enchanting soul technique, struggles to exude such elegance. This quality is inherently ingrained within her essence. Ancestor, you must intercede for both our esteemed young master Hao Yin and the young master. The Spirit Hall and its members have taken advantage of your absence. As Titan gradually recounted the events of yesteryears, the accompanying elders embellished the tale. Tang Chen's expression grew increasingly grim. Had Bibi Dong or Qian Dalu been nearby, this old man wielding the black gold hammer would have certainly struck their foreheads. Almost simultaneously, scouts dispatched to locate Qian Renxue returned with news. Reporting to you, ancestor. We have discovered that the saintess of the Spirit Hall is on her way back, and we have also encountered a tidal Douluo of level 98. Despite the Haotian clan's decades-long seclusion, their overall strength remains formidable. Due to Tang Chen's direct orders, the scouts dispatched possessed a minimum rank of 85 as soul Douluos. Given that the Spirit Hall's members were already dismissive, it was hardly surprising they uncovered this information so swiftly. Excellent, I understand. That level 98 individual must be the old crocodile. I never anticipated this ancient creature would still be alive. While Tang Chen may not be well acquainted with the younger generation of Qian Daolu and the golden crocodile Douluo, he possesses an in-depth understanding of them. For this venerable ancestor of the Haotian clan, who could easily pursue the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, he has no reason to fear the crocodile. Young master, how many individuals do you deem appropriate to send forth? It has been quite some time since I have dealt with the Spirit Hall's lot. Bring as many as you wish. My only concern has been that level 98 individual, which I shall entrust to you. Rest assured, young master. Not only will we rescue the two ladies unharmed, but we shall also ensure that the Spirit Hall comprehends that the Haotian clan has returned. It appears Tang Chen is indeed a formidable character. This offensive serves not only to rescue but also to assert dominance over the Spirit Hall. I believe if Qian Daolu were aware of the situation, he would likely present himself with gifts, willingly returning the individuals. Regrettably, in this world, there are no ifs, nor is there any remedy for regret. Having endured suppression by the Spirit Hall for decades, today shall be the day we reclaim our dignity. Nana, you are truly astute. You actually brought that fool to the city of slaughter. I am eager to see how he extricates himself. It turns out that Qian Renxue's decision to return home was prompted by Hu Laina's own return. The cunning little fox, of course, did not disclose that she had transformed into the woman of the dragon venerable. Instead, she cleverly deflected the matter with a piece of misleading information. Furthermore, as of now, the Spirit Hall remains oblivious to the fact that the city of slaughter has completely ceased to exist. At this moment, it can be said that Hu Laina is indeed in the enemy's camp while her heart remains with her own. Unbeknownst to her, every word and action of this woman has gradually leaned towards the other side. However, to compel her to fully betray Bibi Dong within such a short span of time seems utterly implausible. I believe it is best not to press these two young ladies too hard. They have merely chosen the wrong company. Well, let us heed our dear Nana's words. This saintess has little time to engage in idle chatter with these rustic women. As long as I can vent my frustrations, let them go. To be frank, although she is the saintess of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue's essence remains fundamentally kind-hearted. Had this girl been a tad more ruthless, she should have intensified the dosage back then, ensuring that the Snow Knight Emperor would never awaken Wunti that had been a final resolution. Thus, no matter how the Spirit Hall orchestrates its schemes, if the executor lacks the necessary ruthlessness, all efforts are in vain. This young lady's heart is not entirely wicked. She is already infinitely better than your grandfather. Just as these sisters were deliberating on how to release their captives, a resonant voice suddenly boomed from above the Spirit Hall's ranks. Who dares to speak so boldly here? Step forward. Upon hearing this unexpected voice, a golden light instantly shot forth from the ranks. Then, the towering figure of the golden crocodile Douluo appeared before Qian Renxue, shielding her from view. The individual ranked second in the Spirit Hall has long concealed himself within the ranks, yet even he remains oblivious to the source of that voice. Could it be that there exists someone capable of surpassing the second elder of the Spirit Hall? What prompts you, old crocodile, to exhibit such anxiety? We are old friends reunited after such a long time. Might it not be prudent to sheathe our weapons? Old friends? Could it be that you are? A fleeting image crossed the mind of the golden crocodile Douluo, triggered by the other's reminder. In that moment, he witnessed the large broadsword in his hand slip from his grasp and clatter to the ground, purely out of fright. Ah, precisely. I never anticipated that after all these years of seclusion, you in the spirit hall would truly believe me to be dead. As this scene unfolded before him, Tang Chen's figure gradually emerged from the clouds. Then, 5 golden beams of light swiftly encircled the caravan before him. The Elder Council of the Houghton Sect is present. Hastily lay down your weapons, or face merciless retribution. These 5 individuals are indeed all titled Douluos of rank 93 or higher. What a jest. Aside from the Spirit Hall, it seems that the only faction capable of presenting such a formidable assembly on the entire Douluo continent is the legendary Houghton Sect. If it were merely these 5 elders wielding hammers, perhaps the golden crocodile Douluo and the demon bear Douluo could manage. Yet, upon the arrival of a level 99 super expert, these 2 could scarcely muster a spirit to resist. The disparity of a single rank is indeed monumental. Chapter 108. A brief separation yields new affections. Grandfather Jean and Grandfather Xiong. Who was that person just now? As the saintess of the Spirit Hall, Qian Rinxue witnessed such a scene for the first time. The golden crocodile Douluo, renowned for his invincibility, did not even launch a single attack before relinquishing his weapon. Meanwhile, the demon bear Douluo was nearly brought to his knees in fear. What enabled that elder to achieve such a feat? Xiaoxue, let us leave this matter be for today. That individual is the Haotian Douluo, renowned as the strongest of his generation, on par with your grandfather. The golden crocodile Douluo explained softly with a sigh. In their era, there were quite a number of titled Douluos at levels 98 and 97. However, ever since that group began challenging the 3 level 99 experts, such ranks have become exceedingly rare. All is understood without the need for words. Ah, I truly did not expect your reputation, Tang Chen, to be so grand. You resolved the situation without lifting a finger. Perhaps to accommodate Hu Lai's feelings, Long Fantian did not make an appearance during this rescue operation. Ultimately, it sufficed to bring the individuals back. The public display of valor could be left to the Haotian sect. It seems the time has come for Tang Chen to express his long-suppressed frustrations, and indeed, it is about time for the Haotian sect to bask in glory. Thank you ever so much for your rescue. We are members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and we shall certainly express our gratitude upon our return. Upon learning that they were disciples of the Haotian sect, Yusuner was filled with immense gratitude. However, this astute young lady could not quite fathom why the Haotian sect would mobilize 6 titled Douluos for a rescue mission. It appears that this situation defies logic. Does it not? Ladies, please do not take offense. We are merely fulfilling our duties this time, and your remarks seem rather unwarranted. Tang Chen's explanation left Yusuner and Bai Qinxiang even more perplexed. Why would this esteemed elder, who commands respect even from the high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall, display such humility towards us? Elder, I believe I have seen your portrait among the offerings of the Min family. Bai Qinxiang seemed to recall something, though she was not entirely certain. Ah, you belong to the Min family. You are a good child. And a girl like you should be by the side of the young master. The mention of the young master only deepened the confusion of the 2 ladies until, suddenly, a familiar figure emerged from the thicket in the distance. Heavens, it's Brother Tian. Yusuner was the first to react. But it was Bai Qinxiang who rushed to Long Fantian's side. There was nothing to be done. His speed was simply unmatched. What's the matter with you all? You look like little crying kittens. Come, let's south retreat into the grove. Yusuner, being Long Fantian's wife, could somewhat understand her husband's peculiarities. Bai Qinxiang, however, was more hesitant, yet her emotions were already at a boiling point. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Especially since both women had believed they would never see Long Fantian again. Thus, the rustling in the grass continued for several hours before it finally calmed down. Brother Tian, you are incorrigible. Bai Qinxiang's face flushed crimson at the thought of what had transpired earlier. Meanwhile, Yusuner remained by her side, offering comfort. It's all right, Xiang. Brother Tian is a responsible man. However, once all these matters are resolved, we sisters strongly demand a proper wedding ceremony. Yes, indeed, though it may merely be a formality. It represents one of the most cherished memories in a girl's life. Yet, witnessing the Spirit Hall's aggressive demeanor, it became clear to everyone that peaceful days were numbered. Presently, the only force capable of confronting the ambitions of the Spirit Hall head-on was likely the Heavenly Dragon Sect. With the resources acquired from the City of Slaughter and the Haotian Sect, Long Fontain's resolve grew even stronger. It is time to challenge the Spirit Hall directly. Chapter 109. The Return of the Four Singular Clans to the Haotian Sect. Very well, I promise you both a grand wedding, one that the entire continent will behold. To be honest, Long Fontaine truly possessed the capability to fulfill this promise at this moment, but the current circumstances were quite delicate. On the surface, it appeared that the Haotian Sect was making a grand return to the world, but in reality, it was a significant consolidation of the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Should everything be laid bare at this juncture, it could very well provide an opportunity for the Spirit Hall to strike. We will heed Brother Tian's words. Whenever you say, it shall be done. It remains uncertain whether this arrangement suits you sooner, who had spent time together with Bai Qinxiang. As the latter's demeanor increasingly mirrored that of the sweet-natured girl. Very well, let us return to the Haotian Sect. Today, while the Spirit Hall appeared to endure, retribution would surely follow. Long Fontaine was well acquainted with the tactics of the Spirit Hall. What was most needed now was ample time to buffer and integrate all resources of the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Before that, let the Haotian Sect take the lead in the fray. To bolster the strength of the Haotian Sect, certain strategic deployments must be made. For instance, the four singular clans should be reinstated into the Haotian Sect in a most conspicuous manner. Prior to this operation, Long Fontaine had summoned the four clans under his name. Although these four elders had harbored no fondness for the Haotian Sect over the years, the performance of Titan, the leader of the Strength Clan, before Tangan spoke volumes. Though they may not express it openly, these four old fellows were quite submissive to the venerable ancestor of the Haotian Sect. Their disdain was reserved for the behaviors of certain individuals. As expected, upon Long Fontaine's return, the other three had already arrived, yet even with Tang Yuehua personally serving tea, they continued to ignore her. Elder Niu, please enjoy some tea. Humph, did our sect master send us here for tea? Do you think I, old Niu, would partake in your hospitality? Yuehua, we consider you one of our own, so let us not force the issue. The Breaking Clan had suffered the heaviest losses in the past, hence Yang Wudi wore an expression of displeasure. Just then, Titan, who had accompanied Tang Chun on his expedition, returned. Upon entering the hall, the elder gorilla was taken aback by the scene before him. What is the matter with you three? How could you behave so rudely? Before he could finish his statement, he noticed his three old companions with their mouths agape, gazing behind him. Suddenly, their legs buckled, and they knelt down. We pay our respects to the sect master. We pay our respects to the ancestor. It was Long Fontaine, accompanied by Tangchen. One was the master of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, while the other was the revered ancestor of the Haotian Sect. Even the usually outspoken Yang Wudi was rendered speechless by the sight, only able to kneel and bow. From this day forth, the four of you shall return to the Haotian Sect, yet you remain a part of my Heavenly Dragon Sect as well. The fewer the words, the greater the implications. Despite the brevity of the introduction, the four venerable figures were utterly astounded. Dear elders, do not be overly surprised. Let Yuehua elucidate the entire matter for everyone. Long Fontaine suggested. Fortunately, the perceptive Tang Yuehua swiftly conveyed the situation, elucidating the strategies of both the Heavenly Dragon Sect and the Haotian Sect. The reason for the Haotian Sect's grand reemergence was to attract attention, while the Heavenly Dragon Sect quietly maneuvered behind the scenes. However, the Haotian Sect alone could not confront the Spirit Hall, prompting this astute woman to offer her counsel once more. Young master, if possible, I would like to return to the Heavendo Empire. I believe the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect would also be eager to join the alliance. Indeed, if the top three sects united, along with the two great empires, they should be able to face the Spirit Hall head-on. Excellent, then let us return to the Heavendo Empire together. After a brief meeting, everyone proceeded with their tasks, and the Haotian Sect became exceptionally busy. Messages were sent to old acquaintances, and the rivals that had been restless over the years were also cautioned. According to prior discussions, this time the Haotian Sect aimed to make a significant impact, one that would render the Spirit Hall uneasy. Although Long Fontaine appeared to be the young master, he was, in fact, the most unoccupied at that moment, allowing him the leisure to converse with his two beautiful wives. Yet, what was troubling Sun'er today? Why was she persistently inquiring about Tang Yuehua? Although the enchanting beauty of the Haotian Sect was indeed striking, Long Fontaine maintained a clear boundary with her. These two young ladies, brimming with vitality, surely cannot be so petty, can they? Indeed, I too believe that Tiangu requires a woman by his side who can offer him some insightful advice. Before Long Fontaine could respond, The nearby Bai Qinxiang was already nodding fervently in agreement. Through their shared experiences, these two young women seemed to have transformed into close sisters. It is worth noting that just a few months prior, Long Fantian was troubled by the thought of what might happen if these two ladies were to become jealous of one another. It is evident that his two young wives are clearly signaling their desire for him to take another concubine, with the target being Tang Yuehua. As a soul master, age is merely a number. As long as one's cultivation is advanced, even those of more mature years can still radiate charm and beauty. Tang Yuehua serves as a perfect example of this. Brother Tian, if it is inconvenient for you to speak, allow his sisters to assist you. After all, you gentlemen are preoccupied with battles outside. Let us handle these trivial matters. Such grace. This is indeed the legendary dynamic of the man as the breadwinner and the woman as the homemaker. Although many harbor a disdain for harem narratives, setting aside all pretense. As a successful time traveler, it is unlikely that one would be concerned about having only a single confidant by their side. Moreover, Tang Yuehua's capabilities have been thoroughly demonstrated in recent days, particularly in the realm of public relations, an area in which Long Fantian undeniably falls short. Oh, how considerate of both ladies. Even if you had not spoken, I would wish for Yuehua to accompany the young master, now that she can be given a rightful position. I am reassured. It turns out that Tang Chun had long harbored this intention, yet he was apprehensive that Tang Yuehua's age might be a barrier for Long Fantian's acceptance. However, since both esteemed matriarchs have now taken the initiative to propose this, let us proceed with the arrangement. My gratitude extends to Lord Haotian, this time. The prospects of persuading the upper three sects to join us have significantly increased. Yu Suner is truly a perceptive and understanding wife, continually considering Long Fantian's needs since the moment of their union. One must ask, what woman would voluntarily propose sharing her partner with another? Such occurrences are serendipitous and cannot be sought after. As for me, I possess no particular thoughts. I shall heed the arrangements of our esteemed ancestors in all matters. Tang Yuehua truly embodies the essence of being the master of Yuexian. Upon receiving the news, she hesitated for a few moments, yet swiftly acquiesced. Perhaps within this woman's heart lies an unapproachable object of affection, and perhaps it is time for her to let go. As for Long Fantian, he now resembles a carefree overseer, yet he stands to gain the most from this situation. Young master, shall we not take a more ostentatious approach this time and address both your matters and those of the third branch simultaneously? I have a few personal thoughts on this. Although Tang Chun is quite advanced in age, he possesses an exceptional knack for navigating social intricacies. On one hand, the Haotian sect intends to publicly celebrate Tang Yuehua's marriage, while on the other, this old fellow has audaciously pinned an invitation to Douluo. How infuriating! Where did this old man, whom I presume long deceased after years of silence, suddenly emerge from? Upon receiving the invitation, Douluo promptly tore it into shreds. Despite his fury, the countenance of this esteemed elder of the spirit hall betrayed a profound concern. In this Douluo continent, there are two entities he dares not provoke, one being the Haotian sect and the other. Chapter 111. The day of the grand wedding and the alliance of the three major sects. Young master, I have dispatched all the invitations as planned. It must be said, this child Yuehua is indeed quite resourceful. Behind all of this, one cannot overlook the schemes orchestrated by Tang Yuehua. The woman recalls the grand opportunity she had to orchestrate a wedding alongside two other ladies, widely disseminating invitations across the Douluo continent. Ostensibly, it appeared to be a mere celebration, yet, in truth, it was a quest for allies against the spirit hall. Naturally, the faction led by Douluo was disregarded. And recently, Hulaina seemed somewhat disoriented. The smaller sects dared not attend. Even those who had not allied with the spirit hall remained in a state of observation. However, the two great empires dispatched their representatives. From the Heavendo Empire, the Crown Prince Xuebing arrived, with Long Fantian being his mentor. Xuebing had met his master, the three matrons, and also the esteemed Haotian, bearing a confidential message from his father. It was evident that the Heavendo Empire had almost been supplanted by the spirit hall, and the animosity between them had long been established. Now that a breakthrough had been identified, what more needed to be said? 1,000,000 troops stood ready. Excellent. After the wedding banquet, I will arrange for a personal bodyguard for you. Although Xuebing was surrounded by many skilled individuals, Long Fantian's arrangement was entirely unexpected. Thank you, master. I wonder how many such joyous occasions I, as your disciple, must partake in? As a royal of the Heavendo Empire, Xuebing had previously adopted the persona of a dandy to evade the scrutiny of Xueqinghe, thus possessing a profound understanding of the male psyche. You rascal. Even as crown prince, you remain so unserious. Raise a toast to your 3 matrons. Ha ha ha. Indeed, our Heavendo royal family boasts numerous beauties. I wonder if Master has any interest in furthering our familial ties? As a future ruler of the empire, Shuebeng was well aware of the benefits of marriage alliances, clearly demonstrating his potential as an emperor. Ha ha ha. I never imagined that Yu Yuanjin, would once again witness the esteemed Haotian. This is a celebratory gift from our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. At that moment, the Haotian sect welcomed another esteemed guest, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, arriving with lavish gifts. Haha, Yu Yuanjin, you have done well, nurturing such formidable progeny. The future world belongs to you. Although there was a generational gap, both the Haotian and Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sects had shared numerous interactions. Now, through today's wedding, their bloodlines were even more intricately intertwined. Haha. Our Feng Tian's marriage to Tang Yuehua is indeed a tremendous blessing. You cannot fathom, within the royal family of the Heavendo Empire, at least several hundred individuals are eager for her demise. The Yu Yuanjin's assertion was somewhat exaggerated. It nonetheless reflected the immense popularity of Tang Yuehua within the noble circles. The woman can offer Long Fantian more than mere aesthetic pleasure. There are numerous unseen advantages that will undoubtedly provide lifelong benefits. The Master Ning of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has arrived. The Sword Douluo of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has arrived. The Bone Douluo of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has arrived. As anticipated, the 3 great sects have gathered for today's grand wedding. Although there is no marital alliance with Long Fantian, Ning Fengji has brought his daughter, Ning Rongrong, along. However, her betrothed, Oscar, is notably absent. Rongrong, where's little Ao? Why has Ti come? Third brother, father mentioned that this gathering is for the 3 great sects. And little Ao is not an official member of our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, so it's inconvenient for him to attend. Since they were originally part of the Shrek 7 monsters, it was Tang San who went to greet Ning Rongrong. Although the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School provided a reasonable explanation, Tang San still sensed an unpleasant undertone from the discussions among the elders. Could it be that, in their pursuit of a connection with the Heavenly Dragon sect, Oscar has gradually been forsaken by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? Chapter 112. Oscar enticed by the Spirit Hall third brother. Do not worry. Little Ao understands the situation well, and he asked me to convey his regards to you. Ning Rongrong has always been the little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and even during the Sect's assault, she was well protected. Thus far, this young girl remains the only one in the Tang sect who can retain her innocence. That's good to hear. Where's little Ao now? Once I resolve matters here, I will have a proper conversation with him. As the leader of the Tang sect, although Tang San's brilliance has been overshadowed by Long Fantian, he still cares deeply for his comrades. Especially as a man, Oscar should be able to perceive the intentions behind Ning Fengji's actions. Marital alliances have always been the most effective means for major sects to maintain close ties. Now, with the Haotian sect firmly bound to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect through their actions, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School lags considerably behind in this regard. Even if the 3 great sects manage to defeat the Spirit Hall in the future, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School will certainly not be the one to reap the greatest benefits. Deep within the Stardow Forest, a swiftly moving shadow seems to be desperately evading something. This is Oscar. How could he, as a support-type soul master, find himself alone in this place? Moreover, at this very moment, Oscar appears to be under the scrutiny of several individuals. Due to the disparity in their powers, he is soon surrounded by them. Mr. Oscar, what is the need for this? We of the Spirit Hall merely wish to have a conversation with you. We harbor no ill intentions. This voice is actually that of Qian Rushue, the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. What does this woman seek from Oscar? During that battle in the palace of the Heavendo Empire, I certainly disrupted your plans. As he gazed at the enchanting woman before him, Oscar wore an expression of caution. It was truly unexpected that, after enduring such a significant setback in the Heavendo Empire, this woman could return so ostentatiously. Mr. Oscar, I have heard that your current partner is at this very moment in the Haotian sect, engaged in a matchmaking affair with that man. Do you not have any thoughts about this? Silence. Do not speak ill of Rongrong here. Though Oscar harbored similar sentiments, the way those words fell from Qian Rinshua's lips was simply irksome. Come now, we are all adults. Do not deceive yourselves. If I were the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, I would make the same choice. for upon witnessing the shadow of despair in Oscar's eyes, Qianren smirked with satisfaction, yet she swallowed the remainder of her words. This woman is observing Oscar's forthcoming actions. But why? What are your true intentions? It is rather simple. Do you not perceive the reason? It is because you lack strength. You are far too feeble, and you are utterly no match for Long Fantian. In fact, you are even inferior to Tangan. Though Qianren's words were harsh, they struck Oscar's heart like a hammer. It was precisely due to his feelings of inadequacy in relation to Ning Rongrong that he had chosen to leave the seven-treasure glazed tile school in pursuit of self-improvement. Who would have thought that at this moment, just when happiness seemed within reach, his beloved was under the gaze of another man? What do you truly wish to convey? Come to our spirit hall. Within 3 years, I shall elevate you to the rank of title Douluo. Moreover, your food-type martial soul is undoubtedly unique on the continent. Consider it. After uttering this, Qianren tossed a token at Oscar's feet. You do not harbor delusions. I will never betray Brother San. She scoffed. How can you be certain that Tang San shares your sentiments? Would he be willing to be subjugated? After saying this, Qianren gestured, and the group of 10 or so individuals swiftly retreated. The objective of this group has been accomplished today. They have successfully sown the seeds of hatred in Oscar's heart. This is a scheme to entice the Shrek 7 monsters, with Tang San initially positioned as the primary target. However, it appears that Oscar has become the focal point. In Chapter 113, the cost of becoming a title Douluo, the scene before Oscar unfolds unexpectedly, leaving him no time to react. As he attempts to continue the dialogue, the presence of Qianren has vanished, with only her words lingering in the air. I will give you 3 days to consider. Bring this token to the Spirit Hall and find me future food system title Douluo. The allure is undeniably immense. Oscar, almost unconsciously, picks up the Spirit Hall token. Ning Rongrong, I will not allow them to take you away. I, Oscar, shall become a title Douluo. Given Oscar's current training regimen, achieving the rank of Soul Sage before the age of 40 would be remarkable. Even if there exists an opportunity to ascend to title Douluo, it would likely occur after the age of 60. What a jest! By that time, Ning Rongrong would probably have welcomed a child with Long Fantian. For reasons unknown, this terrifying vision flickers in Oscar's mind like a film reel. He can almost see Ning Rongrong's tearful eyes and the arrogant grin of that detestable blue lightning tyrant dragon. Trembling, he clenches his fists, his teeth grinding. Even though Qianren and her companions have long departed, Oscar remains frozen in place, utterly distressed. Your Highness, will that young man betray Tang San? The Shrek 7 monsters were renowned for their unity. Do you understand what love is? She replies. It is a mystical force that can compel one to forsake life itself, truly unfathomable. In reality, Qianren and her companions have not strayed far, observing Oscar's every movement. The unexpected return of the Haotian Sect's ancestor caught everyone off guard, and Long Fantian's scheme to consolidate the 3 sects through the grand wedding is nothing short of masterful. Even the Spirit Hall would find it challenging to thwart such plans. However, as the continent's foremost antagonist, the Spirit Hall will not remain passive. Remember the intelligence regarding their capacity to mass-produce title Douluo? Oscar has become their first target, completely consumed by his inner desire for strength. At this moment, title Douluo is synonymous with Ning Rongrong's belonging in Oscar's mind. Long Fantian, just you wait. I, Oscar, will never be outdone by you. After several hours of internal conflict, Oscar finally arrives at a decision. His food system martial soul has garnered praise on multiple occasions, even from several mentors at Shrek Academy, who believe his future is boundless. In his quest to reclaim Ning Rongrong from the overwhelmingly powerful Long Fantian, Oscar sees no alternative but to join the Spirit Hall and partake in their plans. The Holy Maiden is truly remarkable. I never expected this young man to make a decision so swiftly. Enough with the flattery. Quickly relay this news back. We must devise a tailored plan to hasten Oscar's growth. Watching Oscar's silhouette fade beyond the Stardew forest, Qianren beams with a radiance surpassing that of an angel. The Spirit Hall's capability to mass-produce title Douluo is indeed real, yet the process is far from what one might anticipate. Although such a method offers a rapid enhancement of power, the costs are glaringly apparent. Remaining stagnant at a particular level of power is secondary. The crux lies in the fact that title Douluo produced through this method typically do not enjoy longevity. They either perish explosively in battle due to illness or succumb to early demise from life overexertion. However, given that Oscar wields a food system martial soul, he may possess the means to prolong his life. Women can truly be a source of calamity. In Chapter 114, the enchanting fire phoenix. The Holy Maiden's orders have been dispatched. Shall we return to the Spirit Hall now? One cannot deny the efficiency of the Spirit Hall's personnel. It has just been confirmed that Oscar is progressing in the direction they envisioned, while the opposing side has already prepared a comprehensive training regimen. You few may return to report. I shall wait a while longer for Nana, to observe the reaction of that greedy and lecherous little chubby fellow. As it turns out, this hunting expedition by the Spirit Hall is not solely aimed at Oscar. The sinister fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun, has also become one of their targets. Although this young man's rank is not particularly high, the martial soul he possesses is exceedingly rare throughout the Douluo continent. Should we manage to transform this chubby lad into the Phoenix Douluo of the Spirit Hall, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. Of course, in comparison to Oscar, Ma Hongjun seems to possess no substantial leverage, which is why Hulaina has been assigned to deal with him. With Tang San and the master currently absent, Ma Hongjun finds himself in a state of utter boredom, having little to do beyond his daily excursions to admire beautiful women. Handsome, would you care to buy me a drink? She is a masked lady with a melodious voice and an exquisite figure. Logically speaking, a person like Ma Hongjun, who is rather portly, would not typically attract the attention of such a captivating woman, let alone receive an overt advance from her. Yet, for reasons unknown, when Ma Hongjun gazed into her eyes, he found himself salivating uncontrollably. This is the charm soul skill. Previously, during the Soul Master Selection competition, this chubby boy had already fallen victim to it. It is quite surprising that after all these years, he still hasn't improved. The masked beauty introduced here is none other than Hulaina, and the plan appears to be quite successful. However, it is perplexing that at this moment, while performing her charm skill, Hulaina's movements seem somewhat mechanical, as if she is wary of her opponent's touch. She was never like this before. Nevertheless, as long as the task is accomplished, such minor details need not be overly concerned about. Yet, there is one aspect that Hulaina and her companion executing the task seem to have overlooked. This is the heart of the Tiandou Empire. Not merely a hunting ground for their spirit hall. Just as the gluttonous Ma Hongjun, drooling with anticipation, was about to follow someone, a massive fireball struck his back. You lecherous, corpulent fool, how can you act in such a manner towards Tang San? It was Huo Wu, the fiery and tempestuous leader of the Blaze Academy. While Hulaina's allure may ensnare women, it appears Huo Wu remains unaffected. Although the fireball quickly engulfed Ma Hongjun's rotund form, he was impervious to harm. For his spirit was that of the evil fire phoenix. The sole purpose of this was to awaken Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix martial spirit, initiating a state of self-awareness. Whoosh! Hoo! Roar! It was a fire phoenix soaring into the sky, instantly painting the heavens in hues of crimson. Hulaina, you cunning woman. Why have you returned to the core of the Tiandou Empire? Indeed. Attempting to undermine from the heart of the Tiandou Empire amidst the watchful eyes of the masses is a formidable task, even if Huo Wu refrains from intervening. There will undoubtedly be others eager to meddle. Yet, curiously, when Hulaina observed this little plump figure breaking free from her restraints, a hint of relief flickered in her beautiful eyes. Why? Naturally, it was to extend an invitation to this little chubby one to cultivate at our spirit hall. We have a 3-year training program aimed at transforming you into a titled Douluo, which would be exceptionally suited for you. Remarkably, if Ma Hongjun were to ascend to the status of titled Douluo, his combat prowess might rival that of Tang San. In the impending battles against the Heavenly Dragon Sect, these young masters will undoubtedly prove invaluable. Every strategy laid by the Spirit Hall is, in truth, a preparation for the decisive confrontation ahead. Humph, useless fatso. How can Tang San tolerate having a brother like you? Very well. The onlookers are never too few, just as one Huo Wu arrives, another. Feng Xiaodian from the Divine Wind Academy appears. Chapter 115. The Death of Feng Xiaodian. Oh, you are from the 4 great elemental academies? We crossed paths during the competition. I advise you both not to meddle. After uttering these words, a multitude of black-clad figures suddenly surrounded Hulaina. Did you think the Spirit Hall would come to the Tiandou Empire unprepared? This assault command did not originate from Pope Bibi Dong, but rather from the esteemed High Priest Douluo of the Spirit Hall. For those individuals of value, every effort must be made to secure their allegiance. Should they refuse, they shall be eliminated or made to vanish entirely. Indeed, what a formidable strategy, what a ruthless disposition. The Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall has finally revealed his true colors. Do you really believe that a mere handful of individuals can rampage through our Tiandou Empire? We have already informed the palace guards. There is no escape for you. Witnessing this scene, Huo Wu felt no trace of anxiety. Instead, She exchanged a knowing smile with the recently arrived Feng Xiaotian. It turns out that while this woman was awakening Ma Hongjun, Feng Xiaotian had already dispatched the message. This duo's synergy has undoubtedly become increasingly intimate. They truly are a troublesome bunch. Little Nana, you should step aside for now. Upon realizing the situation had taken a turn for the precarious, a formidable presence suddenly emerged. A titled Douluo. To think that behind Hu Laiana's actions lay a titled Douluo. Snakespear Douluo, our mission has failed. We should depart swiftly. Perhaps sensing the murderous intent of the titled Douluo lurking behind. Hu Laiana felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. After all, her intention had not been to instigate a bloodbath. And Bibi Dong would never have resorted to such extremes in the past. However, the spirit hall had indeed changed hands. And the authority of that esteemed pope seemed to pale in comparison to that of Qian Renxue. Rest assured, you all retreat first. I shall resolve the matters here and seek you out. With Snakespear Douluo having spoken thus, what could Hu Laiana do? It seems that the little fatso, Ma Hongjun, could only rely on his own fortune. A title Douluo, is it? I, Feng Xiaotian, am eager to test my mettle. Although Feng Xiaotian is currently the vice president of the 4 academies, his strength is utterly insignificant before a title Douluo. His words were merely a ruse to cover for Huo Wu's retreat. You fool, what are you saying? We must fight together. My evil fire phoenix is not to be trifled with. All right, just hold on for a moment. The Imperial Guard will arrive soon. While these 3 young individuals are indeed exceptional among their peers, they are still outmatched. Boom. Phoenix Cry of the Sky. Gale Demon Wolf's 36 strikes. Huo Wu's Radiant Sun. Though only 3 in number, their combined assault could envelop the area, exuding an impressive aura. Unfortunately, their opponent was a level 92 title Douluo, and the disparity between them was glaringly evident. A swarm of ants. Allow me to demonstrate my 7th soul skill, true form of the snake spear. A golden spear. Several meters in length, effortlessly shattered the trio's coordinated attack with a mere flick. Ma Hongjun was sent flying like a ball, crashing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Yet the golden spear showed no signs of slowing, hurtling straight towards Huo Wu's neck. Huo Wu run. But just as this delicate beauty was on the brink of demise, a shadow rushed forward, pushing her aside while taking the blow instead. It was Feng Xiaotian, the man who cherished Huo Wu, once a formidable rival of Tangan. The life of this young man, who had the potential to become a formidable force, has tragically come to a standstill today. The merciless golden spear of the serpent spear Douluo has pierced through Feng Xiaotian's chest, robbing him of all future possibilities. Hurry, there's movement ahead. Rush over to assist. It's the Spirit Hall-S people, shoot arrows. Just as the serpent spear Douluo intended to eliminate the other 2 youngsters, a vast legion of armored soldiers rushed over. TCH, consider yourselves fortunate, but even if you survive this strike, you shall suffer greatly. What a heartless serpent spear Douluo. Chapter 116, The Enraged Poison Douluo. Report, Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu are gravely injured and unconscious. As for Feng Xiaotian, this is indeed a most unfortunate piece of news that has ultimately reached the ears of the poisoned Douluo, Dongbo. Although he had previously faced disdain from the Tiandou royal family, through the mediation of Long Fantian, this titled Douluo became a distinguished guest of the Tiandou Empire. Furthermore, this elder serves as an honorary elder of Shrek Academy, and during Tang San and his companions' visit to the Haotian sect for a celebratory banquet, he was the only one left to guard the Tiandou Empire. However, it is utterly shocking that such a grave incident could unfold in the span of a single meal, especially resulting in a fatality. This has incited the poisoned Douluo's wrath. The serpent spear Douluo, is it? Go investigate their whereabouts. There is no need for you to approach them. I shall handle the rest. Under his very nose, the Spirit Hall has executed such a covert attack, and naturally, the poisoned Douluo is infuriated. Moreover, it is well known that this elder has harbored animosity towards the Spirit Hall for quite some time. How could he possibly swallow such a bitter pill? Although Hu Laiana and her companions had already retreated from the heart of the Tiandou Empire, returning to the Spirit Hall was not a swift endeavor. Thus, upon discovering the faintest traces of their adversaries, the poisoned Douluo immediately commenced his pursuit. While his forte lay in snake venom, as a martial spirit of serpentine nature, this elder possessed exceptional tracking skills. Moreover, due to the unique attributes of his martial spirit, he approached his prey without arousing any suspicion. Senior Snake Spear, have you truly dealt with that Feng Xiaotian? Of course, it was the Grand Offering's command. You, young lady, ought to learn from this in the future. Evidently, on the surface, Hulaina appeared to be the overall commander of this operation. Yet the true leader was none other than this titled Douluo. The orders given to Hulaina came from the saintish Qianren. But the genuine authority lay with the grand offering. Must we truly confront them head-on? What a woman's compassion. Our spirit hall will inevitably encounter the two great empires on the battlefield. We must eradicate their elites at the earliest opportunity. It seems that this snake spear Douluo does not consider his actions to be excessive in the slightest. This fellow actually feels regret for not having eliminated Ma Hongjun as well. At this moment, the hidden Dongbo could no longer contain himself. According to your words, today I shall leave you all here. The spirit hall should be well aware of this. What a formidable poison Douluo, who has indeed managed to catch up, and has even evaded the enemy's surveillance. Upon hearing that familiar yet terrifying voice, the previously arrogant snake spear Douluo suddenly leaped up. Dongbo, how did you find us? Fool, have you forgotten what my martial spirit is? The last time I let you escape, this time. If I do not teach you a lesson, you will never learn. At this moment, the snake spear Douluo's level was 92, while Dongbo had already reached level 93. According to the rank comparison of title Douluo's, level 93 possesses over 25 more power than level 92. Even with Hulaina and the others by his side, they would undoubtedly be no match for the poison Douluo. Just as Hulaina and her companions prepared to rise and defend themselves, they discovered their limbs felt weak and their heads were spinning. It was snake venom, the toxic gas emitted by the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King. Long before this group had engaged in conversation, Dongbo had already laid his plans. The snake spear Douluo is immune to the toxic gas released by the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King, but the others were gradually succumbing. This is precisely why Dongbo waited so long to reveal himself, as he sought to eliminate any obstacles for the impending battle. One must concede that experience indeed holds its value. Even Tangan had to acknowledge that this poison Douluo is truly an extraordinary figure. Such an ancient monster, devoid of hands, who would believe it? This detestable old man. Do you not comprehend the consequences of opposing my spirit hall? The world knows that I, Dongbo, have long-standing enmity with your spirit hall. Have you lost your senses? It is evident that the serpent spear Douluo feels intimidated, for before him stands Dongbo, his natural nemesis. Chapter 117. Poison Douluo versus Serpent Spear Douluo. Enough with the idle chatter. Reveal your martial spirit in its true form. Allow me to witness your progress over the years. Dongbo, do not forget that your phosphorescent serpent emperor holds no sway over me. As he spoke, the golden spear that once vanquished Feng Xiaodian re-emerged. At this moment, a colossal green venomous serpent materialized behind the poison Douluo. This was a rare duel between titled Douluos of the same lineage, a spectacle seldom witnessed on the Douluo continent for decades. We shall see if it proves effective. The serpent stretched over 30 meters in length. Should its venom be unleashed, it could effortlessly obliterate an entire city. It is precisely due to the unique area of effect and infectious nature of this martial spirit that the poison Douluo has been a persistent thorn in the side of the spirit hall. Furthermore, the serpent spear Douluo's martial spirit embodies poisonous powers as well, granting him considerable immunity against the phosphorescent serpent emperor. Thus, during the transformation at the Tiandou Palace, this serpent spear Douluo was specifically summoned to contend with Dongbo. Of course, he had another ally back then, but today, it is a fair one-on-one duel. Whoosh. Originally intended for offense, the spear was now wielded by the serpent spear Douluo as if it were a mere toy, indicating his awareness of the disparity between them. As he adopted a defensive posture. Do you think this will leave me powerless? Watch as I engulf you whole. The snake's jaw can expand infinitely, theoretically allowing such a creature to consume prey many times larger than its own head. This is indeed a perilous adventure strategy, particularly considering that the opponent is a level 92 titled Douluo. The 7th soul skill, Serpent Spear Avatar. Empower. As the opponent's serpent mouth expands ominously, the serpent spear Douluo hastily shifts tactics, fearing he might be devoured. In a whirlwind of motion, the golden spear elongates from several dozen meters to over 100 meters in length. At first glance, it appears more formidable, yet the speed of rotation and wielding has diminished by more than half. Such an adjustment is born out of sheer necessity, while he can counteract Dongbo. The latter's martial spirit also possesses the means to suppress his spear. Thus, this battle is inherently devoid of hope for victory, with the two soul masters clashing relentlessly over a dozen times to no avail. When did you become so timid? Release your defensive stance and engage me in a fair fight. At this moment, the poison Douluo is also in a quandary. The serpent venom he wields is nearly ineffective against his adversary, while the latter's defenses ensure that Dongbo cannot secure a swift victory. Is this confrontation destined to devolve into a stalemate? Let us not jest. We are on the fringes of the Tiandou Empire, where reinforcements from either side could arrive at any moment. If a swift resolution cannot be achieved, conserving energy may be the wiser choice. In truth, the Tiandou Empire's response speed has evidently surpassed that of the Spirit Hall's arrangements. An elite Royal Knight regiment, trained by the Master Yu Xiaojing, boasts formidable resilience against assaults. This is a targeted cultivation for future battles, allowing these not-so-highly ranked soul masters to harness the collective power of a sprint to counter stronger foes. How infuriating. This shall end here for today. If you possess the capability, let us meet on the battlefield in the future. Upon uttering these words, the serpent spear Douluo lifted the semi-conscious Huliena with a golden spear, transforming into a beam of green light that vanished into the horizon. As for the other subordinates, let them serve as trophies for the poisoned Douluo. After all, it seems rather unseemly for one to return empty-handed from such an outing. Furthermore, does the Spirit Hall truly lack for these few subordinates? Lord Dongbo, we have arrived late. Please forgive us. Despite our rapid efforts, we were unable to keep pace with your tidal Douluo's rhythm. We shall pursue at once. There is no need. A tidal Douluo fleeing at full speed is beyond your reach. Capture these individuals and return to claim your reward. Chapter 118. A grim message arrives. You few, go to the Haotian Sect and inform that little monster of the happenings here. Though the timing may be inappropriate, he must be made aware of everything. Understood. We shall convey the message immediately. Rest assured. What? What did you say? What has become of Feng Xiaodian, Ma Hongjun, and Huo Wu? And what of Oscar? What on earth is going on? A grim message has arrived, leaving Tang San utterly speechless in astonishment. Previously, Xiao Wu sacrificed herself to save Tang San. And now Ma Hongjun lies gravely injured, while Oscar is missing. Aside from the return of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing to the Star Luo Empire, Shrek Academy is effectively on the brink of extinction. Indeed, the Empire is presently exerting every effort to rescue Ma Hongjun and Miss Huo Wu. As for Oscar, we are still diligently searching, but there is not a trace to be found. The unfolding events are undoubtedly a devastating blow to Tang San. Moreover, having watched the spirited Long Fengtian command the elements these past few days, his heart is heavy with discomfort. I understand. Please extend my gratitude to the old monster. Had it not been for his assistance, Ma Hongjun and the others would likely have met with dire fates. I shall return to the Tiandou Empire as swiftly as possible. At this moment, Tang San no longer wished to linger in the Haotian Sect. Were it not for Tang Qin's promise to allow his father to return, he would have surely sought an excuse to depart long ago. However, given the severe blow dealt to Shrek Academy, returning is imperative. Thus, disregarding that today is his aunt's momentous day, Tang San took the initiative to knock on the newlywed's door. Brother Tang San, have you come to pay respects to your aunt so early? Now that we are family, feel free to seek me out for any matters. If one were to adhere to familial hierarchy, should not Tang San now refer to Long Fengtian as uncle? Sect Master, during my absence, the people of Wuhuan Town attacked Shrek Academy. Oscar is missing, Ma Hongjun is gravely injured, and Feng Xiaodian of Shenfeng Academy has perished. This indeed is an unfortunate piece of news, one that even Long Fengtian found astonishing. It is unexpected that the Spirit Hall would audaciously seize the opportunity, taking advantage of the absence of their skilled warriors who were occupied with celebrating a joyous occasion, to target the younger generation. These individuals are devising ways to eradicate the living forces of the two great empires. How could this be happening? You must return at once. I will inform Avalanche and have them accompany you. Your new identity will be my teaching assistant and the personal bodyguard of this prince. This is the new identity that Tang Yuehua has secured for her nephew, Tang San. This elder, now a guardian, is acutely aware of Tang San's aspirations. This child possesses boundless potential and a remarkable work ethic. What he lacks is merely an opportunity to ascend. Given the recent devastating blow to Shrek Academy, without the support of the imperial power of the Heavendou Empire, it may languish in perpetual decline. This also provided Tang San with a chance to catch his breath. Yet it is evident that this young man is not one to be easily satisfied. Thank you, Master Longman. I sincerely apologize for departing early on your joyous occasion. It is of no consequence. The affairs of the sect take precedence. Once I have concluded my matters here, I will make haste to Tiandou City to reunite with you. To be candid, this is no mere pretense on Long Fengtian's part, for he indeed holds the evil fire phoenix of that chubby lad in high regard. Originally, he intended to focus resources on nurturing Ma Hongjun, but now the question remains whether that young man can even awaken. And what of Oscar? Although his combat prowess is lacking, surely he has left some trace behind? Could it be that he has been captured by the Spirit Hall? What purpose would they have in seizing him? Thank you for your generosity. We at Shrek Academy shall forever remember your immense kindness. Despite feeling a deep-seated resentment towards the hand fate has dealt, at this moment, all Tang San could do was accept the current situation. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong, having heard the news, fortuitously stumbled upon this scene. What has transpired? Xiao San, how could such a thing happen in our academy? Aunt Erlong, you are also a teacher at Shrek Academy, are you not? Please hurry back and investigate. Very well, Xiao San and I shall set off immediately. Chapter 119. Oscar joins the Spirit Hall as Tang San and his companions hurried back in a flurry. He remained oblivious to the fact that his dear friend Oscar was currently making the most pivotal decision of his life. He was heading to the Spirit Hall. Greetings. I am Oscar, hailing from the Tiandou Empire. Here is the token bestowed upon me by your saintess, Qianren Xue. Who could have imagined that the very Oscar, who once vowed to assist Tang San in toppling the Spirit Hall, now stood vacantly in the Grand Hall of the Spirit Hall? Are you Oscar, the legendary genius food-type soul master? Indeed. May I inquire who you two are? Oscar was greeted by two almost identical twin brothers, both of whom were titled Douluo. We are the Qianjun Douluo and the Jiangma Douluo, fraternal siblings. Allow us to guide you on your future path. These are two brothers, completely unacquainted with the limelight, who are known as title Douluo and serve as the secret weapon of the Spirit Hall. It is rumored that the Spirit Hall has developed a method to mass-produce title Douluo, a technique pioneered by these two siblings. In addition to Oscar, there are around 10 strikingly handsome men and women, each with different hair colors and skin tones, representing the elite from various regions. However, unbeknownst to all, including Oscar, the Spirit Hall's method for mass-producing title Douluo is still in the experimental phase, and all present are merely advanced test subjects. Can you truly enable me to ascend to title Douluo within 3 years? Young man, you must have confidence in yourself. I understand you are motivated by a woman. Yet we have numerous such young ladies in the Spirit Hall. Among all the test subjects, the one most favored by the Qianjun Douluo is Oscar. This young man is essentially a mobile supply station, having undergone the trials of real combat, far superior to those inexperienced novices nearby. Thus, in addressing the matter concerning Oscar, these two individuals will undoubtedly exercise greater caution. Let me reiterate, I have come to the Spirit Hall in pursuit of the possibility of becoming a title Douluo. I hope you can fulfill your promises. Certainly, but you must genuinely cooperate with us. After all, you were once a citizen of the Tiandou Empire. I am aware of my origins, hence I have but one request. Grant me the legendary power. It appears that Oscar has already made a pivotal decision in life. He would willingly sacrifice himself for Ning Rongrong. Joining the Spirit Hall and transforming into a title Douluo is the only path forward for Oscar. No problem. You must have encountered the porcupine Douluo before, correct? He serves as an excellent testament, and soon you shall trust me. It seems Oscar is truly infatuated. Yet this youth underestimates the complexities of the Spirit Hall. You believe you can enter their domain and emerge unscathed? Naive. I previously clashed with that individual in the Tiandou Imperial Palace. He is a rather peculiar foe, evoking an indescribable sensation. Could it be him? Spare me the words. To demonstrate your unwavering loyalty, consume this vial of potion before us. Very well. This illustrates the methods employed by the Spirit Hall to manipulate their subordinates. Once ensnared in their rhythm, escape becomes exceedingly difficult. Very well, I now beseech my two esteemed mentors for your guidance. Being a food-type spirit master, and with his thoughts solely occupied by Ning Rongrong, Oscar instinctively seized that bottle of unknown liquid. However, just as he was about to consume it in one gulp, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. Oscar, do not drink it. Do not be foolish. It was the voice of the master. As the foremost theoretical expert of Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojing immediately discerned the ploy at play. In truth, it contained a chronic poison that would inflict severe harm on the body, capable of exponentially enhancing the user's strength within a brief period by stimulating rapid cellular metabolism. Chapter 120. The Helpless Master. Master, how could it be? What brings you here? Why would you willingly walk into a trap? As a food-type spirit master, did he not perceive what was contained within that bottle? The master had not idly lingered in the Spirit Hall during this interval. Although no one had explicitly informed him of the situation, His extensive theoretical background, coupled with a few subtle clues, rendered the answer glaringly obvious. The so-called method for swiftly ascending to the rank of title Douluo indeed existed, but it was a path that led to accelerated demise. If a typical spirit master has a lifespan of around 100 years, employing such a method could potentially reduce that lifespan to no more than 20 years. Even for someone like Oscar, a master of food-type abilities, his lifespan might not exceed 30 years despite his continuous self-repair. Moreover, once the window for such reckless advancement had passed, there would be no method available to progress further. This method, aside from those deranged individuals who would employ it, who would willingly choose to participate? Who brought this fellow here? Hurry and drag him away. We shall not heed the commands of that woman, Bibi Dong. In the Spirit Hall, the vast majority of the high-ranking titled Douluos are indeed members of the Elder Council. To them, Bibi Dong is merely a puppet. Moreover, she is a puppet who has erred, and now her words hold even less weight. As for this master, he was originally a captive. Had it not been for his slight connection to Bibi Dong, he would have long since been eliminated. Following this commotion, the handsome and beautiful individuals nearby began to murmur amongst themselves. The majority of them are filled with doubt, and some may already be contemplating retreat. If Yu Xiaojiang and Oscar continue to interact, who knows what may transpire next? Therefore, before the worst-case scenario unfolds, this master must be taken away. Master, I had foreseen the consequences even before I stepped foot into this palace. There truly exists no power that comes without reason in this world. It appears that Yu Xiaojiang's efforts have been in vain, for Oscar's heart has succumbed to darkness. Just as this master sought to negotiate, several formidable souled Douluos stepped forward and, much like lifting a chick, carried the master away. There's no denying the disparity in strength. Oscar, do not yield. Despite Yu Xiaojiang's incessant warnings, the Titan Douluo forcibly thrust the vial of potion into Oscar's hands. Before the colossal entity of the Spirit Hall, the master is powerless to alter his fate. Young man, it seems your mind remains quite clear. However, once a decision is made, there is no turning back. Indeed, you foolish boy, that individual named Long Fantion has already attained the rank of Soul Sage. If you do not possess strength, how can you possibly compete with him? Do you still wish to pursue that young lady from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? The 1,000 Jean Douluo seemed to possess an uncanny ability to discern the innermost thoughts of others, each word piercing Oscar like a needle. Consequently, this fellow seized the vial and consumed its contents in one swift motion, subsequently collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. The remnants of the liquid, upon meeting the floor, triggered a reaction akin to a chemical phenomenon. Evidently, this was no ordinary poison. To ingest it was tantamount to sealing one's fate. Ah, my body. It burns with an intense heat, and it feels as though countless ants are crawling upon my back. Soon, the others who had partaken of the potion began to exhibit their own reactions, yet the 1,000 Jean Douluo gazed upon them with evident pleasure. Fear not. This is merely a test of your physical endurance. As long as you remain conscious and resist the urge to faint, the longer you endure, the higher your future rank as a title Douluo will be. The 1,000 Jean Douluo's words proved more effective than any miraculous elixir. Even those who had previously contemplated surrendering gritted their teeth and persevered, while Oscar appeared to be the most at ease among all the test subjects. Chapter 121. The ambush on Tangan. With a resounding thud, approximately 3 hours later, Oscar succumbed, marking the end of this batch of test subjects after they had all ingested the dreadful concoction. The next step involved the evaluation of these subjects' physical capabilities by the staff of the Spirit Hall. To everyone's astonishment, Oscar proved to be quite remarkable. As a food-type soul master, he had managed to endure until the very end, surpassing even the strength-focused soul masters in every measured aspect. Even if this individual were to become a title Douluo in the future, he would embody a harmonious blend of both offensive and defensive prowess, capable of providing support to his comrades at any time and in any place. At long last, the Spirit Hall has discovered a prodigious talent. However, I find myself more optimistic about that young lad named Tangan than about Oscar. Should we manage to capture him, rest assured, Douluo of the Dragon, that the Princess of the Holy Maiden's Palace will undoubtedly succeed this time. Once Tangan is liberated from the protection of the Houghton Sect, we shall have every confidence in securing him. It appears that the Spirit Hall has never abandoned its intention to recruit Tangan and has been meticulously observing his every move. Now that Tangan has returned, and with the increasing prowess of Long Fantion, Tangan currently lacks substantial resources. If we succeed in enticing this young man to the Spirit Hall, even if it is merely to exert control over him, the implications for the spirit hall would be extraordinarily significant. This is precisely where Tiandou diverges most starkly from Bibi Dong. That woman is solely focused on nurturing her own trusted subordinates, meticulously training her disciples over time. In contrast, Tiandou places greater faith in his own lineage. Aside from the unassailable position of Qianrenxue, everyone else is subject to the principle of utilitarianism. If one such as Oscar can possess such potential, then Tang San, once properly cultivated, will undoubtedly prove even more formidable. What the Spirit Hall currently lacks is precisely this kind of youthful talent. Relying solely on their own training could take an eternity. Little San, do not fret excessively. The movements of the Spirit Hall have already been exposed, and they will undoubtedly refrain from any further retaliatory actions. Qianrenxue is certainly no fool. United by a shared concern, Lu Erlong has chosen to accompany Tang San on this journey. Although they have yet to formally acknowledge it, there is no doubt that this woman will eventually become Tang San's mentor. Teacher Erlong, I understand your sentiments. I believe that the imperial physicians will surely be able to cure the fatty, yet my worry lies with Xiao Ao. I cannot help but wonder where he might be at this moment. During this period, Tang San found himself plagued by misfortune. Aside from cherishing the brothers by his side, he struggled to discern the purpose of his existence. However, as the two of them swiftly journeyed towards Tiandou City in a carriage, a meticulously crafted trap was poised to ensnare them. Oddly enough, this thoroughfare, typically bustling with activity, was eerily desolate today. Where were all the passers-by? The first to sense something amiss was still Lu Erlong. Having navigated the Douluo continent for many years as part of the Golden Iron Triangle, she was no stranger to the ways of the world. Could it be? Heeding Lu Erlong's warning, Tang San too recognized the peculiarities of their situation and swiftly activated his 8 spider lances, adopting a defensive stance. Clap, clap, clap. What a marvel! Your vigilance is truly commendable. A gentle applause accompanied by a cascade of tinkling laughter echoed in the air. For Tang San, this sound was familiar, as they had encountered it not long ago in Tiandou City. Qianrenxue, I did not expect to find you here. What is your purpose in ambushing us on our return to Tiandou City? In truth, Tang San's inquiry was somewhat superfluous. Even a child could perceive the intentions behind the scene before him. It was evident that Qianrenxue had come with a formidable entourage from the Spirit Hall to block their path. While Tang San had previously been accompanied by several skilled allies, they were now all at Houghton and Sect, indulging in revelry, rendering any potential assistance far out of reach. This is truly a clever scheme. They have likely been waiting here for quite some time. It is rare to receive your praise, and I find myself somewhat flattered. Upon seeing the pair of individuals encircled before her, Qianrenxue made her appearance, a triumphant smile gracing her face. Chapter 122, The Sudden Appearance of Xiao Wu. Are you members of the Spirit Hall, not overly arrogant? Do you truly dismiss the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan so easily? Observing the dense throng of individuals in the surrounding woods, several of whom possess a far greater aura than his own, Lu Erlong realized that their adversaries were fully prepared. Furthermore, the distance to Houghton Sect was considerable. Even that tidal Douluo would require at least half an hour to arrive. Erlong, do not waste words with them. Today, the Spirit Hall shall pay for their past transgressions. Faced with such a multitude of foes, Tang San steeled himself for the worst. The individuals from the Spirit Hall evidently arrived today well prepared. I can only eliminate one at a time. Tang San, did I not mention that we would meet again? Why not set aside your weapon and engage in a proper conversation with me? Given that the objective this time is to capture Tang San alive. Qianrenxue was reluctant to escalate the situation unnecessarily. Esteemed Sanus of the Spirit Hall, do you perceive the necessity of our continued dialogue? How could there be none? We could easily collaborate. We provide you with resources to enhance your strength. Does that not sound appealing? You of the Spirit Hall harmed my parents and have now injured my brothers. Do you truly believe I would place my trust in you? So that is the case. I had assumed you wished to meet Oscar. His sausage flavor is indeed quite delightful. Observing Tang San's unwavering demeanor, Qianrenxue inadvertently pulled a ring from her pocket. Was this not the one Ning Rongrong gifted to Oscar? Thus, it can be surmised that Oscar's disappearance is undoubtedly intertwined with this woman. However, Tang San is resolute in his refusal to capitulate. Your Highness the Saintess, this lad possesses a formidable spirit. It would be prudent for us to forego idle chatter and engage him directly. Regardless, even if we damage some esteemed individuals, they can be restored as long as there is breath in their bodies. The speaker is the formidable bear spirit Douluo, originally tasked with countering Lu Erlong. Very well. Do remind everyone to exercise caution. If we mar his visage, Nana will surely be heartbroken. Fear not, Saintess, once I have dealt with that female tyrant dragon beside us. This lad shall be next. With a mere wave of the bear's spirit Douluo's hand, the encirclement of the spirit hall began to constrict. Tang San, having long prepared for a desperate struggle, unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons from his grasp, activating both his martial spirit and spirit bones. Mother and son dual pearl. Explosive peacock feathers. Blue-silver domain fully unleashed. Blue-silver tyrant spear. 7th spirit skill, true body of the blue electric tyrant dragon. Indeed, Tang San's techniques are dazzling. And when combined with Lu Erlong's ferocious fists, they present a formidable challenge. Moreover, this time, Tang San proactively employed his 6th spirit ring, the one bestowed upon him by Xiao Wu, and activated the spirit bone skill of the soft bone rabbit, teleportation. It is evident that this young man has reached the final stage of his desperate struggle. However, the bear spirit Douluo wields the power of a level 95 title Douluo. Impressive indeed, but unfortunately for you, you have encountered me. Behold my 7th spirit skill, true body of the bear. With a seemingly weightless punch, he sent Lu Erlong crashing away, rendering her unconscious upon impact. The might of the punch remained undiminished, shattering all of Tang San's 8 spider lances and pinning him against a large boulder. While many anticipated Tang San's imminent defeat, an unexpected energy vortex materialized before them. It was a convergence of colors from Tang San's 3rd spirit ring and the blue-silver grass, emanating an aura of unparalleled energy. What is happening? Could it be that within Tang San resides another powerful spirit sealed away? This is preposterous. In such circumstances, not even the formidable Qianrenxue, nor the seasoned spirit beast Douluo, has ever encountered anything of this nature. Behold, the sound of rustling echoes. Before us stands a figure entirely composed of pure energy. To be precise, a graceful maiden. If Hulaina were present at this moment, she would undoubtedly recognize the visage of this young woman. It is none other than the one who occupies Tang San's thoughts day and night, Xiao Wu. Unexpectedly, at a time when Tang San's life hangs by a thread, Xiao Wu has made her appearance. Chapter 123, The Resonance Between the 100,000-Year Soul Rings. Buzz. Thud thud thud. In a chamber of the Haotian Sect, hundreds of kilometers away, an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly emerged. Specifically, within Long Fontaine's quarters, a brilliant red light burst forth, revealing a colossal crimson soul ring that spun around the ceiling before gradually dissipating. To be frank, Long Fontaine himself was momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. Just moments ago, he had intended to engage in some rather scandalous activities with Tang Yuehua, and now this occurred. This was the resonance of a 100,000-year soul ring. Something monumental was surely unfolding nearby. The astute Tang Chun immediately sensed the anomaly, while the sword Douluo, beside him, quickly recalled someone he knew. It seemed that Tang San also possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. What a remarkable coincidence. Yet, this was indeed a 100,000-year soul ring, not something as commonplace as cabbage. It was certainly not something one could encounter at every turn. Upon hearing the sword Douluo's reminder, Tang Chin felt an urgent shift in the atmosphere. Quick, bring me the map. I need to ascertain the whereabouts of Haotian's son. The resonance between 100,000-year soul rings was not easily provoked. It must indicate that one of them faced imminent peril or was on the brink of having their soul ring shattered. Since Long Fontaine was currently safe within the Haotian sect, it surely meant that Tang San was in trouble. The ancestral map was retrieved. Yet the nature of the situation remained shrouded in uncertainty. As the sect master of the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao harbored a sense of guilt towards Tang San. After all, if it had not been for his own cowardice as an uncle all those years ago, how could the father and son duo have been expelled? Now, if even Xiao San were to encounter misfortune, Tang Xiao would undoubtedly bear a heavy burden of blame. After glancing at the map, Tang Chen approached Long Fontaine with a grave expression. Young master, based on the preceding events, I fear my great-grandson may be in grave danger. I beseech you to grant me permission to render assistance. This was no mere request. It was imperative that you depart at once. Saving a life takes precedence. Were it not for the absence of a swift soul skill, Long Fontaine would undoubtedly have accompanied them. After all, Tang San was someone he held in high regard. Many future matters concerning the Tiandou Empire would rely on that young man. Thank you, master. The elder enforcement team of the Haotian sect, follow me. No sooner had he spoken than 6 titled Douluo, including Tang Chen, soared into the air, racing towards the designated location at a speed unimaginable to ordinary mortals. Something feels amiss, shout Tian. You stay here. I shall accompany you to investigate. As the situation also involved Lu Erlong, Yu Yuanjin, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, swiftly followed suit. Meanwhile, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect responded with equal goodwill. Old Bone, you remain here to protect the young lady and the Sect Master. I shall assess the situation. The one who spoke was the Sword Douluo, a formidable title Douluo of level 97, who would face no danger unless confronted by opponents of equal or greater strength. Moreover, with this esteemed ancestor of the Haotian sect present, who in the Douluo continent could possibly stand against him? Be cautious, Sword Grandpa. Should danger arise, signal immediately. Observing the unfolding scene, Ning Rongrong exhibited profound concern. Although Ning Fingji had incessantly introduced this beautiful young princess to Long Fantian during the banquet, Ning Rongrong felt considerable resistance. Of course, Long Fantian was well aware of the relationship between Ning Rongrong and Oscar, and had never intended to interfere in their romantic affair. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School seems excessively sensitive upon witnessing the Haotian School's offering of Tangwewa. They truly regard our esteemed leader of the Heavenly Dragon Gate as something trivial. Master Ning, we are profoundly grateful for your noble assistance this time. The events of today will remain etched in the hearts of the Heavenly Dragon Gate. Master Longmen, you are exceedingly gracious. Although our 3 upper schools have yet to formalize an alliance, our stance towards the Martial Soul Hall remains unwaveringly united. Ning Fingji appears to have completely aligned himself with Long Fan In. In this moment, seeking warmth and unity seems to be the most prudent course of action. Chapter 124. The enraged Haotian hammer beyond 100 miles from the Haotian sect, in a certain forest. A group of approximately a dozen individuals at the Soul King level diligently cleared the battlefield, seemingly intent on erasing all traces of the recent conflict. Perched upon a distant tree was a title Douluo overseeing the proceedings, known as the Porcupine Douluo. Hey, did you see that just now? That young lad summoned a stunning beauty with a 100,000-year soul ring. You are truly naive. That was no beauty, but a soul beast that is cultivated for a century. Neither of you are correct. That was a 100,000-year soul beast that had transformed into a human form. Truly exquisite. The recent battle was nothing short of breathtaking. Had it not been for the presence of 2 formidable title Douluos maintaining order, Xiao might have truly triumphed over all. Alas, what appeared was merely a phantom of Xiao Wu, aided by the power of the 100,000-year soul ring. Ultimately, it was dispersed by the bear Douluo, and at that moment, Tang San completely lost consciousness. Are you lot slacking off? Hurry and clean this battlefield. We must leave no trace for anyone to find. One cannot help but acknowledge the meticulousness of the Spirit Hall's members. In a bid to prevent the Haotian sect from seizing upon any opportunity, they sought to erase every drop of blood from the scene. Yet, the Porcupine Douluo could never have anticipated that this would be the last mission he would ever execute. Boom. Once again, it is you wretches from the Spirit Hall. The voice belonged to Tang Hao, a sound that shocked all present. What is happening? Quickly disperse. Upon sensing an unprecedented threat, the Porcupine Douluo could only issue a retreat command before frantically fleeing in the opposite direction. He recognized that voice belonged to Tangshan, a figure of great renown on the Douluo continent. Today, they had captured his great-grandson. What a joke. Staying behind would be akin to courting death. Swish, swish, swish. You are running far too slowly. I recall you were among those who besieged the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Dozens of flying swords materialized out of thin air, encircling the Porcupine Douluo. Though this individual exhibits a relatively swift reaction, he pales in comparison to an illustrious rank 99 and a formidable rank 97 Soul Douluo. How amusing it is that our Spirit Hall soul-rending operation has failed to utterly obliterate your 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. What a significant oversight. You shall pay dearly for this. Upon hearing the answer he so desperately sought, the Sword Douluo nearly succumbed to the urge to strike. However, at that very moment, an exaggerated dark golden Haotian hammer materialized in the sky, enveloping both individuals entirely. Friends of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, I still require information from this man. Might I request a brief moment? Your Excellency Haotian, I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. This individual should be entrusted to your judgment. After bowing to the colossal hammer above, the Sword Douluo obediently stepped aside. Is this truly the legendary Haotian hammer? I must say, you have arrived rather late. It appears that the one called Tang San has indeed managed to arrive just a fraction too late. In truth, when the 10,000-year soul rings of Long Fanyin and Xiao Wu resonated with one another, The true battle had already reached its conclusion. This time, Qian Rinxue learned from her previous lesson and immediately chose to retreat after seizing Tang-san. Otherwise, the cooked duck would fly away again. You, this wretched group from the Spirit Hall, dare to abduct my great-grandson. Are you attempting to provoke a war between the Haotian sect and yourselves? At this moment, Tangshan had entered a state of furious wrath, and the dark golden Haotian hammer above radiated a crimson brilliance reminiscent of a battlefield of slaughter. Under this luminous glow, the grotesque visage of the Douluo was laid bare for all to see. Logically, even an evil title Douluo could greatly enhance their appearance through the elevation of energy. It is only those who resort to underhanded methods to forcibly augment their powers that retain their original hideous countenance. Chapter 125, Shattered to Pieces, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique. Young man, you must answer every question I pose with utmost honesty. It was as though a spell had been cast. Every word uttered by Tangshan at that moment resonated as an unparalleled decree. The porcupine Douluo could only divulge everything he knew in a torrent of words. It is indeed thanks to his previous stint as the King of Slaughter that Tangshan's spiritual power has experienced an astonishing breakthrough. At your command, my lord. From whence does your strength originate? Why do I sense an unstable aura within you? I must inform you, my lord, that I am not a true title Douluo in the conventional sense, but rather a product of the experiments conducted by the Spirit Hall, as they were now allies. Long Fantion readily shared the intelligence he had acquired with Tangshan. The most perplexing revelation concerned the Spirit Hall's plan to mass-produce title Douluos. While it is well known that each major family boasts a title Douluo, the actual number of these formidable beings across the Douluo continent remains rather scarce. Some smaller cities struggle to find even one sole Douluo-level powerhouse. It is common knowledge that if the intelligence from the Spirit Hall is indeed accurate, it could spell tremendous trouble for the entire continent. What? Has the Spirit Hall truly discovered a method to mass-produce title Douluos? Not quite, although a method has been identified. The mortality rate is alarmingly high. From the last batch of 500, only the Serpent Spear and I succeeded. It becomes clear that those chosen as experimental subjects by the Spirit Hall must be exceptional individuals. Yet, even among these elites, the elimination rate is frightfully high, rendering this news less dire than it might seem. So, who conceived this audacious idea? It is the brothers Qianjun Douluo and Jianglong Douluo who are overseeing this matter. I am but one of their creations. Very well, it appears our true adversaries are not the overt ones. It is those who remain hidden that pose the greatest threat. One final inquiry. Where is their laboratory? Are you aware of the locations of Tang-san and Oscar's families? Report. Such information falls under the core secrets of the Spirit Hall, and we lowly mass-produced warriors are unworthy of such knowledge. Excellent. Since I am but a mass-produced entity, my existence will not concern those individuals in the least. However, should they enhance the production efficiency of their method for generating title Douluos, it would undoubtedly result in catastrophe for the entire Douluo continent. It seems the Spirit Hall previously refrained from taking direct action against the Haotian sect for this very reason. At that time, they lacked sufficient cards to play, but as time progresses, more individuals like the porcupine Douluo are bound to emerge. Even if they are merely half-baked title Douluos, they still surpass low-level soul Douluos and soul saints by a considerable margin, correct? If the Spirit Hall were to organize an army using this method, who could withstand such a force? I understand now. Thank you for your candor. But it would be best for you to vanish without a trace. As he gazed upon the porcupine Douluo as fearsome visage, Tang Chen's eyes reflected a grave demeanor. Should such lunatics from the Spirit Hall not be swiftly eradicated, they pose a latent danger to the entirety of the Douluo continent. Although it remains uncertain how many such experimental subjects exist, eliminating each one encountered is undoubtedly the prudent course of action. Before the porcupine Douluo could regain his composure, Tangshan hurled him high into the air. Thereupon, the dark golden Haotian hammer transformed into an array of dazzling offensive rhythms, a spectacle that dazzled the senses. Allow me to send you on your way with our Haotian Sect's chaotic cloak hammer technique. Remember, if given the choice, do not return to the Spirit Hall. With a resounding boom and a flurry of spectacular light effects, the once mighty title Douluo of the Spirit Hall was left without a trace, save for the remnants of fabric fluttering in the sky. Who would have imagined that a powerhouse of title Douluo caliber could be rendered utterly invisible by such a series of soul techniques? The outcome is truly lamentable. Chapter 126. Tang-san, you have arrived as well? The news of the demise of the porcupine Douluo swiftly reached the Spirit Hall, just as Qian Rinxue and her companions returned with their spoils. This fool seems to have uttered words he ought not to have spoken. It appears we can only rely on the next batch of fortunate souls. If a companion who trained alongside them were to fall, the bear Douluo would likely feel a tinge of sorrow. However, the porcupine Douluo displayed no such sentiment. Although he outwardly appeared to be a titled Douluo expert of the Spirit Hall, the institution had never genuinely acknowledged him. Grandpa Bear, despite him being mass-produced, his absence diminishes our numbers for missions, which is far from ideal. It seems Qianrenxue has given this considerable thought. Indeed, as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, she views matters from a broader perspective. What you say holds truth, but even if such a waste is not eliminated by others, he would soon become obsolete due to the limits of his lifespan, rendering this outcome favorable for us. Very well. However, can we truly utilize Tangan? Is Grandpa overly optimistic about this lad? It turns out that to expand their ranks of title Douluo, the Spirit Hall has ultimately resorted to forbidden techniques. Yet, the youth who voluntarily underwent transformation at the Spirit Hall are not true peak powerhouses. Many possess even less will than that food-oriented Oscar. Only a few candidates have caught the Spirit Hall's eye. Previously, they had one Oscar, who is now being cultivated as a key candidate. Yet, the current capture of Tangan has garnered unanimous approval from both the Pope Bibi Dong and the Grand Offering Douluo. After all, he is the legendary bearer of twin martial souls, adorned with a soul ring of 100,000 years. Xiaoxue, remain patient. Let us first present this lad to the Pope. Even if you dislike encountering that woman, it is a necessary procedure. Then let us bring that woman along. It would be delightful to vex her. It is unclear why the relationship between Bibi Dong and her daughter Qianrenxue has always been strained. However, hearing that Bibi Dong harbors disdain for Lu Erlong, Qianrenxue suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. You mischievous little girl. Very well. I should report back to your grandfather. Do as you see fit. The entire Spirit Hall had nothing to say about this mother-daughter pair. Some even expressed sympathy for Bibi Dong. On the surface, she appears as the exalted Pope, yet in reality, she is a pitiable woman. Respected Pope, I have returned. This time I bring two individuals you are acquainted with, one of whom you know quite well. Due to her unique status, Qianrenxue could enter and exit freely, regardless of Bibi Dong's activities. As she presented Tangan and Lu Erlong to Bibi Dong, a young man clad in a black robe stood before her. His silhouette seemed somewhat familiar. Your Holiness, that is the extent of the situation. I shall take my leave now. Perhaps fearing to impede Bibi Dong's significant affairs, the cloaked figure appeared ready to depart. Yet, as he turned to brush past Tangan, he suddenly froze. He then removed his cloak and turned to face Tangan. Xiao-san, why have you come here? And how did Teacher Erlong accompany you? I encountered the master earlier. The individual was none other than Oscar, who had previously vanished from the Tiandou Empire. Little Oscar, how is it you? Have you also been captured by them? The unexpected reunion with Oscar, in a place like this, startled Tangan, who had been feeling dejected. The brothers of Shrek had all gone their separate ways. To gather together was indeed fate. Chapter 127, The Gradual Darkening of Oscar. Your Holiness, you must be aware of the bond between my brother San and me. Could you assign him to my group? Clearly, Oscar, being a newcomer, was not well versed in the internal strife of the Spirit Hall. The Pope Bibi Dong, appearing rather lackluster apart from her long legs, displayed no significant qualities. The so-called Pope of the Spirit Hall has long been rendered powerless by the Grand Enshrinee. Oscar, do you truly believe you possess the standing to negotiate with this Pope? While he is aware that his decisions hold little weight, he still must maintain his dignity in the presence of these outsiders and juniors. Meanwhile, the Holy Maiden Qianrenxue stands quietly to the side, refraining from any disruptive actions. As the saying goes, family matters should not be aired publicly. The two before him are prime candidates to be transformed into titled Douluos. Oscar, I may be able to intercede on your behalf as the Holy Maiden. But do you genuinely believe you can elevate Tangan to the rank of titled Douluo in such a short span of time? Originally, Oscar was to be under strict surveillance by the Spirit Hall, much like the other test subjects, confined within an enclosed space. Yet, this young man possesses profound knowledge in food-related studies, and, coupled with his ability to assist in various experiments, he quickly demonstrated his worth. Indeed, it was not Tangan who uncovered Oscar's value, nor the master, but rather it flourished within the adversarial Spirit Hall. Thus, this individual swiftly ascended from being a mere test subject to one of the participants in the experiments. Esteemed Holy Maiden, I am confident that I can completely neutralize the drug's effects, restoring the vitality of the subject to its normal level, but I require third brother's assistance. This is the request proposed by Oscar. However, It appears that Tang San possesses considerable expertise in the study of toxins, as indicated by previous intelligence reports. I can grant you the authority in this regard, but how can you ensure that this individual will wholeheartedly dedicate himself to our spirit hall? Regarding Oscar's suggestion, Qian Rinxue has indeed pondered it thoroughly. Yet, based on Tang San's previous conduct, this young man is not easily swayed. Moreover, the spirit hall harbors an irreconcilable enmity with their Haotian sect, and some matters may not be so easily resolved. Leave this matter to me. I will undoubtedly persuade Third Brother to join us, and I believe even the Grand Elder will concur with my approach. At this moment, Oscar's expression appears somewhat exaggerated, resembling that of a grand villain from films. One could even describe his current demeanor as sinister, a complete manifestation of his dark transformation. It is astonishing that Oscar is willing to undergo such a profound change for the sake of Ningrongrong. Initially, he may have had reservations about the Spirit Hall, but now it seems that Oscar is wholly committed to assisting the Spirit Hall. This young man believes he can not only control the potency of the poison, but also reduce the transformation period from 3 years to within 1 year. This indeed presents a considerable temptation. Currently, he possesses merely 5 soul rings, and the prospect of breaking through to title Douluo within a year seems utterly fanciful. However, should this new potion truly yield success, he would acquire a power formidable enough to render the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school insignificant. Moreover, this discovery could potentially disrupt the existing paradigm of the Douluo continent. Imagine achieving title Douluo in just a year. In the later stages, even an individual with a single soul ring could become a top-tier powerhouse within 3 years, given sufficient enhancement. The mere thought is exhilarating. At that point, whether it be the 7-treasure glazed tile school or the so-called Heavenly Dragon Sect, they would all be trampled beneath the might of the Spirit Hall. Xiaoyao, you must remain composed. It is utterly impossible for fortunes to fall from the heavens, and all that you propose cannot be realized. Although Oscar's envisioned prospects are undeniably enticing, Tang San firmly believes that such dreams are mere fantasies. At this moment, Oscar is completely blinded by his own avarice, utterly unaware of the gravity of his actions. Chapter 128. Do you wish to revive Xiaowu? What are you arguing about? Is it merely over this brat from the Haotian sect? Just as Oscar was fervently defending his stance, a commanding voice resonated through the hall, accompanied by an overwhelming force that rendered them breathless. It was the esteemed Hallaster of the Spirit Hall, Douluo. In this legendary tale, the supreme ruler of the Spirit Hall stands as the very source of chaos throughout the entirety of the Douluo continent. You are Douluo. I did not witness your true form during my time in Heavendo City, yet here we are. Today marks our first encounter. Tang Hao-san, come with me. It is curious, for Douluo appears to hold great significance for Tang San. With a mere wave of his hand, Tang San found himself seized. Grandfather, what is this? I wish to speak with this young man privately. Unless there is urgent business, do not disturb us. After casting a sweeping gaze over those present, Douluo led Tang San into an extraordinarily peculiar space. What is the purpose of bringing me here? What are your true intentions? It was evident that despite being restrained, Tang San retained his resilience. May I have the privilege of viewing your 100,000-year spirit ring? The one belonging to that rabbit, if I recall correctly. You refer to her as Xiaowu? What does this Douluo intend to do? Does he seek to forcibly seize Tang San's 100,000-year spirit ring? That is Tang San's very life. It is inconceivable. You shall not harm Xiaowu. Ha! Who claims I wish to inflict harm upon her? It was that individual, Bibi Dong, from outside who coveted this rabbit spirit. You have witnessed it yourself, have you not? At this moment, Douluo's voice carried an air of unassailable authority. Yet it did not possess the overwhelming presence one might expect. It was an entirely different demeanor from what I observed in Heavendo City. This old fellow undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. Therefore, I cannot trust you. To obtain my spirit, you must first tread over my lifeless body. Why the haste, young man? Allow me to first showcase my spirit. After all, I am also known as the ultimate Douluo of the angels. One cannot fathom the true intentions of this high priest of the Spirit Hall. The fellow's demeanor towards his granddaughter is hardly commendable. Beneath Tang San's vigilant expression, a magnificent, radiant angel slowly materialized. In comparison to this genuine angelic spirit, the one released by Qian Rinxue appeared almost as a mere child's toy. Without seeking Tang San's consent, the grand angelic spirit enveloped the young man's form with its luminous aura. There was no pain, no discomfort. Rather, the wounds adorning the youth's body began to heal at a visibly accelerated pace. Then, astonishingly, The soul rings affixed to Tang San's body began to detach themselves from his control, emerging one by one with an autonomous grace. The soul ring representing Xiao Wu's spirit, which had endured damage in a previous battle, now radiated a beautiful sheen. Such beauty! What immense fortune you possess! It is exceedingly rare for 100,000-year spirit beast to manifest in such a form. And the fact that both you and your father encountered one simultaneously is indeed a marvel. To his surprise, Tang San observed faint signs of restoration in the damaged soul ring when bathed in the angel's light. Could it be that the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall possesses a benevolent nature? No, that is utterly impossible. He is merely feigning kindness, undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. What are your intentions concerning my soul ring? Do not be alarmed. I am merely assisting in the restoration of your damaged soul ring, while also exploring the possibility of aiding her in regaining her true form. Qian Daoliu's seemingly casual remark sent a shiver through Tang San's sturdy frame. What did you just say? I stated that I wish to see if my grand angelic spirit can assist your Xiao Wu in reconstructing her corporeal form. This is precisely the true intention behind Qian Daoliu summoning Tang San. Is it truly real? Chapter 129, Tang San's Choice. Are you certain that everything you said is true? I cannot say for certain. After all, this is a first for me as well. However, you must have sensed the power contained within my martial soul, have you not? Indeed, angels are not solely associated with battle. They embody a more benevolent image of healing and salvation. Yet, the actions of the Spirit Hall over the years have made it exceedingly difficult for people to associate them with the radiant image of angels. Nevertheless, after personally experiencing the power of the other's martial soul, Tang San found himself hesitating. The intervention of Long Fantian had completely derailed the previously arranged plot to resurrect Xiao Wu. At this moment, Tang San found himself devoid of any opportunities, let alone the chance to revive Xiao Wu. The best course of action for Tang San now is to collaborate with the elderly man before him. However, asking Tang San to join the Spirit Hall seems rather unreasonable, does it not? You need not respond so hastily. I merely wish to offer you an opportunity. I do not require you to join the Spirit Hall by force, but I hope that our next encounter will not find us as adversaries. What? Are you suggesting that you intend to let me go? Indeed, though I am willing to allow only you to leave. After all, your great-grandfather and I are old acquaintances. Might you consider my proposal? Qian Daoliu is truly cunning. He never intended to keep Tang San. Although this young man possesses boundless potential, he is still affiliated with the Haotian clan. In the past, he might have been able to forcibly retain this lad, but now he has formidable backing. At this moment, there remains a considerable disparity between Qian Daoliu and Tang Chun, a fact that the grand sacrifice of the Spirit Hall is keenly aware of. Very well. It seems that my sect has come to my aid, so let us part ways for now. Tang San is an astute individual, capable of discerning the other party's intentions at a glance. This is also the reason behind Qian Daoliu's previous actions. He intended to convey to the young man before him that to rescue Xiao Wu, an alliance with him was essential, regardless of whether Tang San would acquiesce. The seed of this proposition had already been deeply sown. Young one, should you choose to side with us, no one shall impede your path. However, your friends must remain here for a while. I hope you can comprehend that. I understand, yet one day I shall return to take them away. I hope you can also understand. At this moment, Tang San was acutely aware of the schemes of the Spirit Hall, so even if they could save Xiao Wu, he would not conspire with the tiger. However, Xiao Ao had already succumbed to darkness, and persuading him to leave the Spirit Hall would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. Although he did not see the master this time, it was certain he was confined somewhere. And as for Lu Erlong, it was imperative to swiftly relay the news from this place. Watching Tang San's figure gradually recede, Qian Rinshui's silhouette slowly emerged behind Qian Daoliu. Grandfather, will this young man return after he leaves? We finally captured him this time, and even lost the title Douluo in the process. Silly girl, do you think this lad can resurrect that little rabbit solely by his own strength? Gently stroking his chin, Qian Daoliu smiled as he affectionately patted his granddaughter's head. The young saintess of the Spirit Hall also revealed a smile befitting her youth. I truly cannot fathom what scheme my grandfather is concocting. In any case, it is not amusing at all. I have yet to subdue Tang San during my time in the Heavendo Empire. Silly girl, how could a talent of his caliber so easily bow at your feet? That would be dreadfully dull. Indeed, experience trumps youth. While Qian Daoliu appeared to have let Tang San go, he had not relinquished his watchful gaze upon the young man. As long as this youth aspired to save Xiaowu, he would inevitably find himself collaborating with the Spirit Hall in the future. Humph. And that Long Fan Tian, marrying 3 wives at once. What a mundane fellow. Haha. Our little Shui will not seek such a superficial individual. If she marries, it shall be a great hero, correct? I certainly would not. Chapter 130. Heartbroken Ning Rongrong Little San. Little San has returned. Everyone come and see. What is happening? Wasn't this lad captured by the Spirit Hall? Isn't it obvious? The Spirit Hall must have feared our Haotian sect, hence they released him. No one anticipated that Tang San could return unscathed, even his injuries having been healed. Of course, this young disciple of the Haotian sect would undoubtedly share his experiences without reservation. That much was beyond doubt. Hee, that old angel at least possesses some self-awareness. He was never a match for my Haotian hammer. Tang Chen seemed to have foreseen Qian Daolu's actions. However, Tang San concealed one crucial detail. The proposal regarding resurrecting Xiao Wu had been mentioned to him. It seemed that on this matter, the young man had not fully grasped the implications. Furthermore, it was evident that their ancestor was currently focused on other concerns. Little San, regarding your earlier remarks about the Spirit Hall mass-producing title Douluo, we have gathered some information, based on the intel provided by the Douluo. Coupled with what Tang San has witnessed, we can now ascertain that the Spirit Hall indeed possesses such terrifying technology. The reason these individuals have yet to confront the Haotian sect may very well be due to the insufficient number of title Douluos available at present. However, Oscar's descent into darkness is indeed rather unexpected, particularly with the presence of the 7 treasures glazed tile princess, Ning Rongrong, who is currently visiting the Haotian sect. Third brother. Is what you said earlier truly the case? Xiao Ao, how could he possibly choose to join the Spirit Hall? The news before them struck like a bolt from the blue, a scenario that Ning Rongrong could never have anticipated. Rongrong, listen to me. Xiao Ao is merely in a moment of confusion. He may be yearning for power too desperately, and his actions are ultimately to protect you. This foolish boy, Oscar, is truly a great fool. He has already stated that he does not care about what he becomes, so why does he remain so troubled by this matter? As a princess, Ning Rongrong has always been sheltered and thus struggles to fully comprehend Oscar's mindset. Although nothing untoward transpired during their time at the Haotian sect, this young princess remains oblivious to the sorrow that resides within Oscar's heart. All of this is, in fact, orchestrated by Ning Fingji, and at this moment, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has become too embarrassed to make an appearance. Oscar is truly an exemplary son-in-law. Marrying Ning Rongrong to him is undoubtedly the best choice. Yet, it is merely a fleeting thought from the sect master that has led to this irrevocable consequence. Do you think everyone possesses a background akin to Tang San's? Do you believe the Spirit Hall is a place one can enter and exit at will? Such naivety. If not for Tang Chen's return, do you truly think they would have released anyone? Rongrong, as I face the current predicament. Even the astute Tang San finds himself at a loss. After all, the Spirit Hall is immensely powerful, even with the Haotian sect allied with 2 other factions. They collectively cannot prevail. It is only in moments like this that Tang San realizes the frailty of his own strength. Miss Ning, please do not burden yourself excessively. Since the Spirit Hall requires Oscar's assistance for their research, he shall remain safe for the next 3 years. Just as Tang San found himself at a loss for words. Long Fan Tian stepped forward. Upon hearing the intelligence brought forth by Tang San, a sense of urgency surged within Long Fan Tian's heart. At this moment, it may seem that only Ning Rongrong's heart is shattered, but should the Spirit Hall truly rise to power, it is likely that the hearts of all in the world would be broken. Therefore, it is imperative to amass all possible strength in the shortest time to quash this mad scheme in its infancy. Although those who have been hastily elevated to title Douluo are but subpar, what if little Oscar truly possesses a means to assist them in improvement? To take a step back, if one day all become adversaries, should Oscar also be included in the list of those to be eliminated? This is a question. One that Tang San cannot fathom, and one that Long Fan Tian has yet to clarify. Chapter 131. The Collapse, Purging the City of Carnage. Young Master. It appears we must prepare ourselves in advance. We must gather sufficient strength to contend with the Spirit Hall within 3 years. Otherwise, if it were not for the recent series of events, no one would have any inkling of the Spirit Hall's machinations. Although Qian Daolu may not rival Tang Chen in personal cultivation, his ambition is unmatched across the entire continent. This may well be an unconventional method of cultivation employed by this old fellow. Perhaps concentrating the entire continent's power in pursuit of divinity could indeed be a viable path. Through this grand matrimonial affair, the preliminary alliance among the three major sects has been established, although each must return to refine their internal matters. However, relying solely on the strength of these three factions is evidently insufficient to contend with the Spirit Hall. The foremost task ahead is to devise a strategy to secure the allegiance of the two great empires, while also consolidating any surrounding forces capable of combat. At this moment, Long Fantian's first thought turns to the City of Slaughter, where the total number of Soul Masters exceeds 100,000. Young Master, is there a matter I may report to you privately? Although this conversation unfolds within Tang Yuehua's courtyard, the young lady's status has significantly changed, and Tang Hao, the venerable ancestor of the Haotian sect, is no exception. Yuehua, I shall step outside for a moment. Indeed, business is paramount, unlike the other two young ladies. Perhaps due to her age or a more mature mindset, Tang Yuehua has relatively modest expectations regarding such matters. What is happening? Has the Spirit Hall initiated any further actions? Not at all. The Spirit Hall has recently suffered considerable setbacks and is presently too cautious to act recklessly. However, chaos has erupted in the City of Slaughter. Very well. Indeed, it seems that thoughts manifest into reality. Although the City of Slaughter has assembled over 100,000 Soul Masters, the vast majority of them are far from virtuous. Some are opportunists fleeing from the strife of the two great empires, while others are fugitives sought after by the law. Additionally, there are traitors from the 7 major sects and individuals specifically targeted for extermination by the Spirit Hall. In the past, the City of Slaughter was engulfed in chaos, influenced by the reign of the King of Slaughter, compounded by the nefarious nature of its inhabitants. Now, with the divine herb left behind by Tang San increasingly coming into effect, in the absence of the King of Slaughter's suppression, these individuals are becoming increasingly unruly. Very well. I too have devised a plan to restore order in the City of Slaughter, to eliminate all the troublemakers and integrate the remaining individuals into the alliance. A splendid plan. Young Master, I share your sentiments. Though I am no longer the King of Slaughter, the memories of those times remain vividly etched in my mind. This is indeed a precious resource. Tangshan possesses nearly every detail about the residents of the City of Slaughter, categorizing them into 2 distinct factions. Some of the most nefarious individuals are beyond redemption, making them prime targets for elimination this time. Conversely, another group retains a certain arrogance. The vast majority among them harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Spirit Hall, which can be leveraged to our advantage. Very well, let us not delay any further. We shall set forth at once. As for personnel, I trust your judgment, but I personally believe that our numbers should not be excessive. Having spent some time together, Long Fantian and Tang Chen have developed a remarkable synergy. It would be prudent to assign a few lower-ranked titled Douluos from the Haotian sect as peripheral support, while the core mission should remain with this master-servant duo. Before departing, Long Fantian arranged for the sect leader, Tang Xiao, to personally escort Tang San back to the Heavendo Empire. After all, the Spirit Hall seems particularly interested in this lad. It is wiser to keep him away from this den of troubles. Moreover, as of now, Tang San remains oblivious to the fact that his great-grandfather was once the King of Slaughter, since this young man will no longer take center stage. Let this secret remain forever concealed. Chapter 132, The Gate of Yellow Springs, True Form of the Martial Soul. Esteemed King, welcome back. Your loyal guards and I have awaited your return with great anticipation. Initially, one might expect thousands of residents to greet the former King of Slaughter. But the scene before us is rather disheartening. Alongside the devoted maid and the so-called knights of the King of Slaughter, those willing to wait at the city gate for this once mighty ruler number fewer than 100, the majority of whom are below the Soul King level. Yet, even from behind the gates, the raucous atmosphere within the City of Slaughter resonates, reminiscent of a grand carnival. During my absence, those ruffians must have thought the tiger was away from the mountain. Upon receiving this report, Tangshan was instantly engulfed in fury. A formidable pressure swiftly enveloping the entire City of Slaughter. Although the energy released was no longer the blood-red hue of yore, it still emanated a regal aura. Not only did the guards at the city gates bow their heads in reverence, but even the nearby thugs were compelled to prostrate themselves in worship. This power, this overwhelming force, signifies the return of the King of Slaughter. Impossible. I witnessed the demise of that 9-headed bat with my own eyes. Even if he is the King of Slaughter, he no longer possesses that former might. What is there to fear? Though the City of Slaughter harbors few titled Douluo powerhouses, these individuals have survived countless battles. Even the lowest-ranked Soul Douluo among them would stand toe-to-toe with a novice titled Douluo in the outside world. Should these warriors unite, the mass-produced titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall would be utterly inadequate. This is precisely the reason why Long Fantion and Tangan have returned here. Tangan, it appears that your former subordinates no longer recognize your authority. What are your intentions? The entire roster of these individuals is at your disposal, whether to execute or spare them, as per the command of the young master. Excellent, this presents a perfect opportunity for me to test my martial soul's true form. Please divide these individuals into 2 factions and mark them accordingly. Very well, please hold on, young master. Those I deem worthy to remain will be marked in blue, while the desperate ones will be marked in black, although he is not yet a true deity at this moment. Tangan is capable of performing actions that are utterly astonishing. For instance, marking all 100,000 residents of the city. Whoosh, whoosh. What is happening? Why has my armor transformed into black? Is this energy? Have I locked onto it? Why am I marked in blue? This actually seems rather appealing. Soon, the entire city of Slaughter is distinctly divided into 2 factions, one side black and the other blue. This is not the work of Tangan, but rather the spontaneous actions of those individuals. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, which aptly describes the current scene. Creek. 7th Soul Skill. The soul manifestation of the Gate of Hades. Before this group could comprehend the situation, the gates of the city of Slaughter were flung open from the outside. Then, a familiar face appeared before everyone, yet today, they were not the main character. It was a stranger, bathed in a dim yellow glow, who was unleashing their 7th soul skill, the manifestation of their martial soul. As that light expanded, 7 radiant soul rings materialized at their feet, revealing a towering gate of Hades, soaring over 100 meters high. What is this martial soul? Look, this fellow's 7th soul ring is red, 100,000-year soul ring. Why do I sense an overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from him? Indeed, it seems this lad is the true king of slaughter. Wait, my soul power. My soul power is being drawn toward that gate and soul ring. My soul ring is collapsing. What is happening? Marked by the crowd. The gate of Hades is currently targeting those marked with black energy for consumption. Countless transparent tendrils, a sky full of Hades flowers, and that inexplicably appearing 3,000 weak waters. Soon, cries, pleas for mercy echoed through the skies. Chapter 133, Acquiring an Army of 80,000 Soul Masters. Young Master. After recruitment and consolidation, we now have 80,000 Soul Masters willing to join our ranks. The situation appears to be better than initially anticipated. The truly arrogant individuals eliminated number less than 20,000. Their soul rings and soul power have all become nourishment for the Gate of Hades. The remaining 80,000. Witnessing this spectacle, naturally surrendered obediently. Following this reorganization, the Heavenly Dragon Sect has suddenly gained 80,000 formidable warriors. Moreover, the vast majority of them are at the rank of Soul Respect or higher, with nearly 200 being Soul Douluo. I am not well versed in military strategy. Whether these individuals were originally from your city of Slaughter, I shall leave their management to you. Thank you, young master. I will ensure these individuals become the most loyal disciples. To avoid arousing the Spirit Hall's suspicion, we must undertake some disguises. Although Tangan is not an ambitious person, he is undoubtedly one of the top powers on this continent. Thus, his thoughts and methods are naturally not inferior to those of Douluo. Since that old fellow has been secretly amassing strength in preparation for war, we must also make some preparations. Excellent. I trust you to handle this. Although these individuals currently appear disorganized, I believe that after some training, their combat effectiveness will rival that of any empire. However, another matter weighs heavily on Long Fantion's mind, his current difficulty in leveling up. He has forcibly absorbed the soul power and soul rings of over 10,000 thugs, many of whom are high-ranking soul masters. Yet, to this day, Long Fantion shows no signs of breaking through to Soul Douluo. It seems that the super-mutated martial soul, the Gate of Hades, becomes increasingly challenging to cultivate in the later stages. Nevertheless, even at the current Soul Sage level, Long Fantion has already acquired the strength to contend with the most potent forces in this world. Although he has not clashed head-on with the 3 great powers of this realm using his martial soul manifestation. The previous 6 paths of reincarnation clearly demonstrated his ability to subdue the once-peak king of slaughter. He could even effortlessly vanquish 10,000-year soul beasts. All of this inherently reveals the issue at hand. Should his power ascend to a higher echelon, it is highly probable that he would transcend the current realm of Douluo continent. Young master, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to convene with several generals below. Very well. You may reside here for a while. I shall return to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex and ascertain their considerations. Although I have successfully garnered the allegiance of these individuals, cultivating an army with formidable combat prowess will undoubtedly require time. Superficially, the Douluo continent appears tranquil during this period. However, beneath the surface, turbulent currents are stirring. I am convinced that while the Heavenly Dragon Sect is clandestinely preparing, the Spirit Hall is certainly not idle either. Now that the situation in the rear has been stabilized, the most crucial aspect is to discern the true stance of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Despite the agreeable discourse during the meeting of the 3 Titans at Houghton's Sect, the true intentions of the other 2 sects remain an enigma. As one of the heirs to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, Long Fantion feels a significant advantage on this front. However, the sole potential hazard looms in the form of that lad, Yu Tianheng. Were it not for Long Fantian's emergence, he would undoubtedly be the rightful heir of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although Yu Yuanjin designated Long Fantian as the primary successor, he did not confer any actual authority. Words without action are mere pretenses. Upon my return, I must ensure this matter is solidified. Young Master Yu Tianheng, this letter is from our esteemed Spirit Hall. If you wish to retain your position as the leader of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, it would be wise to provide us with a response. She is a strikingly beautiful woman, also a guest of Yu Tianheng for tonight's clandestine meeting. Miss Hulaina, it seems you underestimate our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Do you believe we would engage in internal strife merely to provide you with an advantage? Then prepare for the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex to be claimed by that individual. Chapter 134. Internal strife of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. While I am uncertain of the veracity of your claims, I must admit that I harbor a disinclination towards Long Fantion. The true motives of the Spirit Hall are abundantly clear to Yu Tianheng. Yet, he finds himself unable to surmount this hurdle. After all, he is the legitimate heir of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. I am indifferent. Your Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex has dwindled to but half its former self, and you possess merely 1 title de law. My sympathy is reserved solely for your current plight. Hulaina gazed at the unfortunate soul before her with an expression of pity, though her thoughts were occupied with another man. Very well. We may remain in contact at any time, yet I have already devised my own solution. Have you misjudged Long Fantian's abilities? Do you think subduing a poisoned Douluo suffices? That fellow, Yu Tianheng, possesses considerable skill. Having captivated the attention of Du Guiyin under the guise of the Heavenly De Empire's Royal Combat Team. Although this young lady's strength is lacking, she is indeed the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo. Thus, Yu Tianheng's scheme is to become the son-in-law of Dongbo, enlisting this poisoned Douluo to settle matters with Long Fantion on his behalf. One must admit, the combination of charm and romance appears to be a potent weapon. The solitary Yin has indeed sought the assistance of her grandfather, seemingly convinced that despite Long Fantian's current status as a soul sage, he could never rival a title de law. Particularly, this Dongbo is among the most formidable of all titled Douluos. With his parents by his side, victory is all but assured. It appears that your intelligence within the Spirit Hall is quite astute. Hence you realize that collaboration between us is utterly implausible. We have not crossed paths today, and I do not recognize you at all. Having articulated his perspective, Yu Tianheng departed from the meeting place with an air of nonchalance. Previously, he had received news that Long Fantion would indeed return today, and notably, he would be alone. This is indeed the opportune moment to eliminate the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. You foolish one. Did you truly believe I came here for your sake? Pathetic. Observing the retreating figure of Yu Tianheng, Hulaina's eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. Indeed, her mission today was to incite discord within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Yet, this woman would never harm her beloved. Are you concerned for my well-being? Just as Hulaina contemplated turning to leave, a visage that haunted her dreams appeared behind her. How did you find me? Of course. I followed the alluring fragrance that enveloped you. Do you recall the Huangwan Bianhua? Long Fantion had long since infused this flower's power into Hulaina's soul energy. How annoying. You must have overheard everything I said, right? Yu Tianheng intends to confront you. Do you need my assistance? The poisoned Douluo? I had previously extended an invitation for him to join my Heavenly Dragon Sect, yet it seems the old man remained unresponsive. It turns out Long Fantion had already taken note of the relationship between the poisoned Douluo and Yu Tianheng. Although the entire Houghton Sect has now fallen under the dominion of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, this poisoned Douluo has always been a recluse and would never bow his head. Moreover, this time, the old poison master had already conspired with Yu Tianheng to deal with Long Fantion, thus there was no need for any leniency towards them. Such occurrences have been commonplace throughout history. Whether in grand empires or minor sects, fratricide over trivial positions is all too frequent. Furthermore, Long Fantion had merely been an external disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. As the legitimate heir, Yu Tianheng must have harbored resentment for quite some time. Now that he has finally found a reliable ally, why should he not indulge in his newfound joy? It appears you have been aware all along, watching others fret over you in vain. Very well, let me make amends for you, my dear. Shall we retreat to your chamber, or perhaps gaze at the stars outside? Yours, how vexing. Chapter 135. The Deceived Poison Doanana. Why not refrain from returning to the Spirit Hall this time? I do not require you to relay messages for me. No, I voluntarily choose to remain there. I cannot help but worry about Xiao Shui and my master. The task that the Grand Elder is about to undertake is truly terrifying, and it seems Oscar from Shrek Academy has also lost his sanity. In truth, Long Fantion is reluctant to allow Hulaina to return to the Spirit Hall, especially as that place grows increasingly perilous. However, despite being aligned with Long Fantion, Hulaina cannot fully sever her ties with the Spirit Hall. This is indeed a perplexing matter. Very well. Upon your return, do be cautious. I have no need for your intelligence, do you understand? Faced with this indecisive girl, Long Fantion finds himself in quite a predicament. Do not underestimate this Dongbo. Although he is merely a level 93 title Douluo, his venomous abilities render him a figure few dare to provoke. Hulaina is wholeheartedly concerned for Long Fantian's well-being. Her visit serves not only to reminisce about the past, but also to remind a certain someone to exercise caution. Just then, a boisterous clamor akin to a loudspeaker echoed from outside the window, the voice of the poisoned Douluo. Long Fantion, I am Dongbo. I am aware of your concealed whereabouts. Come forth, old man. The poisoned Douluo truly lacks a sense of romance. It is quite inconsiderate of him to interrupt a long-awaited reunion between the couple during the night. One wonders what sort of enchantment Yu Tianheng has cast upon Dongbo, prompting her to so eagerly summon the poisoned Douluo. I shall be but a moment. This old fellow seems to be itching for a reality check, and I shall assist him in gaining clarity. Upon uttering these words, Long Fantion vanished, his speed reaching an unparalleled swiftness. In the next instant, his figure materialized directly opposite Dongbo poisoned Douluo. Are you truly so hasty to marry off your granddaughter? Have you not yet discerned Yu Tianheng's character before agreeing to assist him? It appears that Long Fantion has already seen through the other's scheme with crystal clarity. Yet he refrains from exposing it outright to maintain some semblance of decorum. However, the actions of the poisoned Douluo seem rather precipitous, do they not? It seems you are indeed a clever lad. If you possess any sense, simply return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and publicly renounce your claim to the inheritance, and all shall be well. Observing this somewhat arrogant individual before him, the poisoned Douluo remains unabashedly self-assured. This fellow likely believes that the formidable Long Fantion is intimidated by him, which prompts such audacious words. Very well. It seems that I cannot bypass this hurdle without engaging in a friendly contest with you, my esteemed senior. Bring it on. Heh, you truly are an arrogant young man, and I shall not hold back. 7th Soul Skill, the true form of the Emerald Serpent King. Although I have not officially battled Long Fantion, I have certainly heard of the combat prowess of the poisoned Douluo during this period. Thus, without a word of agreement, the two began their fierce clash, with the poisoned Douluo unleashing his martial spirit's true form right from the outset, having no intention of holding back. Haha, this is fortuitous. I have just mastered my 7th soul skill. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, a massive emerald serpent emerged into view. Opposite the colossal green deity stood a towering gate to the yellow springs, exuding an eerie and unparalleled aura. This poisoned Douluo has undoubtedly fallen victim to his own granddaughter. He could never have imagined that the figure before him, Long Fantion, had recently vanquished the King of Slaughter, merely a small loach. It seems fitting to deliver you as a gift, as I had previously promised to bring offerings to those two little ones. Long Fantian's martial soul, the Gate of Hades, possesses the remarkable ability to simultaneously manifest the effects of all 6 of his prior soul skills. This narrative encompasses the 6 paths of the earthly reincarnation. Previously, Long Fantion had assured the mighty King Kong and Godzilla of the Beast Path that he would bring delectable treats on his next visit. A plethora of bananas, ample enough for the great ape, had already been prepared, yet he had yet to find anything suitable for Godzilla. However, now the 30-meter-long Azure Phosphor Serpent King should suffice to satiate the insatiable appetite of that gluttonous creature. Chapter 136. The Colossal Beast Capable of Devouring Martial Souls Indeed. Your martial soul is as peculiar as legend has it, but do not underestimate my serpent's venom. Upon witnessing Long Fantion manifest his martial soul's true form, the poisoned Douluo, well versed in the tales of old, dared not be careless and summoned his full power of 100. Yet, the two were not competitors of the same caliber. The 30-meter-long Azure Phosphor Serpent King and the poisoned Douluo's essence were instantly engulfed by the radiant yellow portal before them. Then, 6 distinct paths of reincarnation emerged, awaiting selection. Choose one, Old Elder. The previous Pope, Bibi Dong, fell victim to this very maneuver. How do you perceive your standing against her? In that moment, Long Fantian's form resembled a colossal gateway of summoning, possessing dominion over nearly all realms save the inaccessible paths of the celestial and the infernal. Yet, the poisoned Douluo appeared powerless to dictate his fate. Once ensnared within this realm, he was at the mercy of forces beyond his control. You insolent brat. Do not attempt to bewilder me with your illusions. Do you think I shall be ensnared by your trickery? Despite the poisoned Douluo being well acquainted with the world, this ancient figure was still at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Previous entrants such as Bibi Dong and the King of Slaughter had sensed certain aspects of these 6 paths, yet he felt nothing. This indeed presents a dilemma. Logically, you are not my true adversary. Ought I to grant you some leniency? Perhaps I could also draw on that rascal, Yu Tianheng. Although the solitary Gu Bo posed a notable threat, their positions were not entirely antagonistic. The true puppet master behind this affair was undoubtedly Yu Tianheng. Crack. Perhaps witnessing the fate of the poisoned Douluo prompted the lurking Yu Tianheng to reveal a flaw in his concealment. Shortly thereafter, a figure fell at the feet of the poisoned Douluo, screaming, "No, do not kill me. We are of the same clan. You cannot treat me this way. Oh, now that everyone is present, may I trouble you both to deliver some gifts to my 2 little friends?" Before Gu Bo and Yu Tianheng could comprehend the meaning behind his words, nearly a ton of bananas cascaded down upon them. "You little brat. What is the meaning of this? Do you take us for monkeys?" The poisoned Douluo felt a surge of humiliation, but before he could finish his retort, a powerful suction emerged from one of the paths. "Beast path, open for me." Grandfather Poison, save me. I do not wish to go." Yu Tianheng, lacking in strength, was swiftly engulfed, while the poisoned Douluo struggled momentarily in midair before being drawn in as well. Subsequently, approximately a ton of bananas rained down into that realm. Roar. The scene remained unchanged. At the entrance to the beast path, Godzilla and King Kong awaited their guests. The 2 prehistoric titans continue their relentless clash, seemingly destined to never reach a resolution. However, upon the reappearance of Long Fantian's immense eyes, these 2 adversaries once again bowed their heads in mutual acknowledgement. "I have brought some bananas for you from the outside. I wonder if they will suit your palate." The mighty King Kong should have no qualms, but as for Godzilla, do these 2 creatures possess the energy you require? It is well known that monkeys have an undeniable fondness for bananas. Despite King Kong's imposing size, he swiftly made his way to the pile of bananas, devouring them eagerly. In contrast, Godzilla set his sights on the poisoned Douluo and Yu Tianheng. "What manner of creature is this? Senior, what should we do? What else can we do? Unleash all our firepower." I had no idea that Long Fantion possessed such a remarkable martial soul space. It is truly unfathomable. Soon, a golden dragon, approximately 15 meters in length, and a green serpent king, exceeding 30 meters, manifested once more. Roar. Godzilla, who had previously been somewhat bewildered, became invigorated upon seeing these 2 beings and promptly clamped down on the smaller dragon. This colossal beast astonishingly possesses the ability to devour martial souls, akin to relishing spicy strips. Chapter 137. The poisoned Douluo unexpectedly pleads for mercy. What is happening? Is this creature not your martial soul? What kind of illusion are you employing? Although this Godzilla does not regard the poisoned Douluo as its primary target, and Yu Tianheng's strength is rather mediocre, as a titled Douluo, he certainly possesses some discernment. The beast before him is not a mere illusion, but a terrifying entity that genuinely exists. Within a mere round, the inept Yu Tianheng was captured, and in the blink of an eye, that energy dragon was consumed entirely. The once mighty blue lightning tyrant dragon, having lost its power, promptly fainted. Since the esteemed poisoned Douluo has yet to grasp the situation, why not personally test the waters? "You insolent brat, do you think I fear you? My Emerald Python King reigns supreme among all creatures, capable of annihilating your little pet with a single drop of venom." Unlike the incompetent Yu Tianheng, the poisoned Douluo now unveils the true form of his martial soul. This gigantic green serpent embodies the essence of this formidable title Douluo. Smack. Boom. However, Godzilla is no ordinary creature. and its size far surpasses that of the green serpent. With a mere sweep of its tail, the serpent was cast to the ground. How could this be? Before a scream could escape, the serpent was seized by its tail and, in a brutal manner, was thrust into the beast's maw to be devoured. This formidable Godzilla has grown by devouring various forms of nuclear radiation, and naturally, it holds a particular fondness for souls, which are pure embodiments of energy. Therefore, regardless of the unique characteristics of one's soul, in the eyes of this colossal beast, it is merely sustenance. With a mere closing of its immense jaws, 13 serpents vanished without a trace. At that moment, Dongbo finally recognized the insurmountable chasm between himself and this creature. If the serpent were to be entirely consumed, all of his life as cultivation would be rendered futile. No. I surrender. Is that not enough? What? What did you say? Speak louder. I cannot hear you. As this brief exchange unfolded, Godzilla took 2 more bites, and over half of the gigantic serpent was swallowed into its gaping maw. I acknowledge you as my master. I shall obey you from now on. I beseech you. Spare this old man. What fear could be so profound that it brought tears to Dongbo's eyes? The indomitable spirit of Dongbo has been utterly shattered. His level has plummeted to a mere range between level 89 and 90. However, would Godzilla be so obedient? Much like a pet dog, which often exhibits possessive behavior over its food unless properly trained by its owner. Despite lacking experience in this regard, Long Fantion resolved to make an attempt. Godzilla, enough. Stop. Boom. Godzilla, who had been voraciously devouring the colossal serpent, surprisingly complied with Long Fantion's command and gently set down the food in its grasp. Meanwhile, the nearby gorilla, engaged in munching on a banana, instinctively relinquished the remnants of its snack as well. These 2 creatures are remarkably obedient, to the point that even Long Fantion feels somewhat bashful. Good boys, both of you have performed admirably. Next time, I shall bring even more delectable treats for you. The sound of laughter echoed, and it seemed as if they understood their master's command from the heavens. Godzilla nodded emphatically, while King Kong responded with a thump of his chest. It appears that these 2 monsters have been in a state of submission from the very beginning. And what a delightful sensation that is. In terms of power, both Godzilla and King Kong are at least above level 100, perhaps even more. When compared to the combat prowess of the fox demons from Tushan, it appears that the beings within the cycle of reincarnation possess significantly greater strength than those in the Douluo continent. However, it seems that these different realms cannot overlap, as even Long Fantion is unable to bring the creatures from these dimensions into his own world. Perhaps his current strength has yet to reach that threshold. But there will undoubtedly come a day when such dimensional transitions can be realized. Chapter 138. Dongbo wishes to be my follower with a burst of white light. The weeping poison Douluo and the unconscious Yu Tianheng return to the realm of reality. My power nearly fell below that of a titled Douluo. How could this happen? Why did I oppose you? Although he managed to save his life, the rank of his titled Douluo status plummeted by 3 levels, descending from level 93 to just above level 90. This is reminiscent of the previous incorrect depiction of Godzilla's consumption. That colossal beast commenced its feast from the tail of the Phosphor Serpent King. Had it begun with the head, this old fellow before us would likely have become a mere specter of his former self. Ahem, do enlighten me. What benefits has this young man bestowed upon you to compel you to stand against me, despite a lingering twinge of remorse within? Long Fantion's countenance remained as frigid as ever. Plop. Master, I have erred. I, Dongbo, have foolishly heeded the slanderous words of a villain. I should never have opposed you. Upon hearing the icy tone in Long Fantion's voice, Dongbo could scarcely wipe away his tears before he collapsed to his knees before the young man. Such a demeanor seems overly sincere, doesn't he? It makes one feel somewhat embarrassed. You are indeed a senior in the realm of Douluo. Is it truly appropriate for you to extend your hand towards a junior like me? I am not interested in your confessions. Rather, how do you intend to compensate me? I, along with the little monster, have gathered a vast array of medicinal herbs, which I am willing to present to you. Is that all? I also have a granddaughter whom I would offer to you. Within our Dongbo lineage, there exists a unique energy that accelerates cultivation through mutual cultivation. That little rascal, Yu Tianheng, has taken a fancy to it. It appears that Dongbo is genuinely sincere in his allegiance, even contemplating the offering of his own granddaughter. Yet, just as someone was about to agree, the corner of their eye caught a glimpse of a graceful figure standing atop the hotel roof not far away. Huoli Na seemed to have heard everything, her face clearly displaying signs of jealousy. Well, all right. I may consider visiting that herb garden, but I shall not press on your granddaughter. I am not one to covet what others cherish. After uttering this insincere remark, Long Fantion discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Nana. Humph, my master is indeed correct. None of the men from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan are worthy of trust. Wait, isn't this phrase reminiscent of something Bibi Dong once said? However, this tendency to fall in love at first sight seems not limited to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Thank you, my master, thank you. Even if my master does not desire my granddaughter, I would never consent to marry her off to such a scoundrel. With the prowess of the poisoned Douluo, one can certainly perceive the interactions between their master and that woman from the spirit hall. Yet, in such circumstances, the best course of action is to feign ignorance. It is imperative that not a single word escapes their lips henceforth. Otherwise, that creature named Godzilla shall once again feast upon delicacies. Hiki, this is your family matter. Now, follow me to the Blue Sky Tyrant Dragon. As for your cultivation, I trust that your herb garden will reveal the answers you seek. I am grateful for your mercy in sparing my life, my family, and I shall forever remain your loyal servants. In truth, Dongbo's allegiance was not coerced. As his mind grew clearer, the poisoned Douluo seemed to have reached a decisive conclusion. The Dragon Fantion is undoubtedly not as simple as it appears. His mutated martial soul can be deemed unique throughout the entirety of the Douluo continent. Furthermore, even the formidable Douluo of the Spirit Hall would likely be reduced to mere insignificance in the presence of this young man. To ascend to the status of a supreme martial artist, one must not only rely on serendipitous opportunities but also associate with the right individuals. This is a truth that Dongbo has come to understand all too well over the years. Excellent, I am quite pleased with your attitude. Should you require assistance, I can summon Tang San to concoct some medicinal remedies for your recovery. Thank you, Master. It is truly an honor for me, Dongbo, to serve you diligently. Chapter 139, The Subjugation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan Yuanjin, come forth. After resolving matters with the poisoned Douluo, Long Fantion certainly intends to return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. However, this time, he need not assume the role of the villain. Dongbo simply seized the hair of Yu Tianheng and unceremoniously tossed him at their doorstep. Tianheng, what has happened to you? Young master, you. Giving Yu Tianheng's distinguished status, it swiftly drew the attention of all present. Not only did the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan rush out, but even Dugu Yin appeared amidst the commotion. Grandfather, what is the meaning of this? You wretched girl, we shall settle this account later. What sort of company have you been keeping? Even I was nearly ensnared by him. Having meticulously prepared all the necessary schemes beforehand, Long Fantion and Dongbo were poised to stage a grand performance, ensuring that Yu Tianheng would never rise again. Brother Dugu, what is going on? My son, why has Tianheng's martial soul vanished? As Yu Tianheng remained unconscious, the clan leader Yu Yuanjin hurriedly made his way over, filled with urgency. Even if this rascal awakens, he shall remain utterly worthless. Humph. How dare you inquire of me? Take a look for yourself. Smack. A black token was hurled to the ground, marked with traces of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's energy. That was a unique Elder's badge from the Spirit Hall, a prior token of the meeting between Hulaina and Yu Tianheng. Now, it has become irrefutable evidence of collusion between the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the Spirit Hall, with the present poisoned Douluo serving as a living witness. This is from the Spirit Hall. How could it possibly bear the aura of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? Pretending? Are you still trying to feign innocence? I never imagined that you had been staging an act of deception with the Spirit Hall all along. This scoundrel has been in contact with them. How could this be? My Tianheng would never engage in such treachery. If it were not for the timely arrival of young Hero Long, who saved my life today, I fear. At this point, the poisoned Douluo unabashedly showcased his formidable power. The distinction between level 93 and level 90 is glaringly apparent. Even a blind person could comprehend it. Grandfather. What is this? It is all because of this grandson-in-law you have chosen for me. This wretched scoundrel intends to sell the entire Heaven-Do Empire to the Spirit Hall. This is an extraordinarily large hat, resting upon Yu Tianheng's shoulders. No sooner had the words been spoken than nearly 1,000 Imperial guards from Tiandou City appeared at the entrance of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. Mr. Dugu, we have received your report and have come to apprehend Yu Tianheng, who is colluding with the Spirit Hall. Very well. This maneuver is truly devoid of suspense. It is indeed lamentable that Yu Tianheng, in his quest for the inheritance of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, resorted to the foul strategy of contacting the Spirit Hall. Faced with irrefutable evidence, even Yu Yuanjin found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, if they do not swiftly sever ties, It is likely that the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex will no longer have a foothold in the Heavendo Empire. A detestable act. Our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex has always been at odds with the Spirit Hall. Henceforth, Yu Tianheng shall no longer be considered one of our sect. We have already formed an alliance with the Haotian sect, although it pains me greatly and fills me with reluctance for the preservation of our clan. Yu Yuanjin must make a decisive choice. Then, the old fellow caught sight of the silent Long Fantion beside him. I hereby declare that from this day forth, our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex shall officially join the Heavenly Dragon Sect, and Long Fantion shall be the next leader of our sect. Could this be considered a declaration of loyalty? Only by firmly intertwining the fate of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon with that of this young man before us can we hope for a brighter tomorrow. As for that disappointing lad, Yu Tianheng, let him bear all the blame. Master, you cannot be jesting, can you? My heart swells with joy. Yet I must feign reluctance on the surface. Fan Tian, you are the rightful heir of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Henceforth, you must treat you sooner with utmost care. For she has always been exceptional since childhood. Chapter 140. The next target, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Grandfather, oh dear. I was wrong to place my faith in that pretty boy, Yu Tianheng. When the dust settled, Dugu Yin wept and flung herself into her grandfather's embrace. Meanwhile, Long Fantion had already been summoned to the inner hall by Yu Yuanjin. This young man is indeed a treasure. Silly girl, do not fret. Grandfather is fine. I have pledged my allegiance to the Heavenly Dragon Sect. You must also cultivate a close rapport with that esteemed individual. Although Long Fantion declined the other's goodwill in front of Hu Liena, if Dugu Yin were to develop feelings for that young man, others would surely refrain from gossiping. Grandfather. But that man is said to have 3 wives already. Silly girl, when has my judgment ever faltered? It is quite normal for a strong man to have multiple wives. Grandfather, I finally understand why Grandma used to cry so often. Humph. No, Yin Yin, let me explain. Fantion. We are truly pained by the betrayal within our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. You have grown close to the Emperor of the Heavendo Empire. So please speak a few kind words on our behalf. Rest assured, Master, we are indeed one family, and our bonds have only strengthened. I shall devote myself to safeguarding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. That is good, very good. However, although the Spirit Hall has been lying low recently, the news from Tangan is rather disheartening, so please prepare yourself mentally. Indeed, since that day, we, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, have become irreconcilable foes with the Spirit Hall. I believe we must hasten to align ourselves with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, for they are the strongest support system. Now, aside from the 2 great empires, the most unpredictable force remains the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. This notion is not solely perceived by the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. Long Fantion is equally aware of it. Indeed, my next objective is to secure the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, I felt that during the last encounter with the Haotian school, their stance was rather ambiguous. Haha, it's of no consequence. The bond between our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus and the Haotian school is one of kinship, unlike theirs, which causes a bit of trepidation. In this moment, Long Fantion serves as a vital link among the 3 esteemed sects, and it is implausible that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School harbors no intentions. Yet, the thought of Ning Rongrong's pitiful demeanor makes Long Fantion hesitate. As a transmigrator, he has a profound affection for the pairing of Oscar and Ning Rongrong. It is akin to the tale of the impoverished youth triumphing over adversity to win the heart of a wealthy heiress, albeit through a rather unconventional means. Nevertheless, during the forthcoming interactions with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, it is inevitable that this relationship will come into play. Ning Fengji is undoubtedly eager to facilitate a connection between his daughter and Long Fantion. How troublesome. Young man, do not become overly entangled in such matters. It is quite customary for the men of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus to take multiple wives and concubines. Just look at your grandfather. It appears that those formidable beings who have attained the rank of title Douluo are not particularly devoted. This may indeed be a common trait among formidable beings across all realms. As one's strength increases, so too does their allure to the fairer sex, a principle that resonates with the laws of the universe. I comprehend your concern. I wonder if I might trouble you, dear grandfather, to speak on my behalf regarding the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. I fear that, as a mere junior, it may be challenging for me to negotiate with them effectively. Certainly. I have heard that the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect has been facing considerable difficulties of late, as the Heavenly Dou royal family's scrutiny upon them shows no signs of abating. Perhaps it would be better if. This is, in fact, a lingering consequence of the impersonation of Zwiking. As the master of that impostor, Ning Fengji confused the great angel and the swan martial spirits, which left the royal family exceedingly disheartened. However, such a predicament was unavoidable, for that particular saintess from the spirit hall was exceptionally adept at masquerading. It seems we have not heard any news regarding the saintess Qianrenxue for quite some time. Long Fantian finds himself rather nostalgic for her. Chapter 141. Ning Rongrong's departure from home. The Lord of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect has come to pay a visit. Yu Yuanjin's approach to affairs is indeed characterized by decisiveness and efficiency. After agreeing to Long Fantian's request, this titled Douluo from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect unexpectedly showed up at the doorstep early the next morning with the young lad in tow. However, Ning Fengji's demeanor today appears rather disconcerting, as if something urgent has transpired. Accompanying him, the Bone Douluo also wore a gloomy expression. Could there have been an unforeseen development? Ah, it is the esteemed sect leader Yu. I was unaware of your personal visit and apologize for any oversight. Not at all. Today, I merely wish to discuss the matter we spoke of that day at the Haoyan sect. This can be considered a straightforward approach. However, upon hearing these words, the Bone Douluo beside me emitted a cold snort. Humph, it's all due to this damned alliance that our little princess has left home. What? Ning Rongrong has run away from home. No wonder these two elders appear so troubled. And the Sword Douluo has not shown up at all. He must be out searching for her. It seems the root of this issue lies in that gathering of the Haoyan sect. Ning Rongrong must have been provoked to leave her home. Yet, this little princess has never ventured beyond the protection of the sect. Where could she possibly go? Elder Ning, could it be that Rongrong has gone to Shrek Academy? Long Fantian suddenly thought of a place. The Lord of the Fantian sect arrived at the same conclusion, and I have already sent Uncle Jian to investigate. This little girl has always been headstrong. I never anticipated that she would take this matter so seriously. After returning to the sect, Ning Fengji had been occupied with alliance affairs. Yet, unexpectedly, this incident has once again triggered Ning Rongrong's sensitivities, leading her to believe the sect intends to marry her off. Truly, what a naive girl. However, at such a critical moment, Rongrong's disappearance will undoubtedly affect the subsequent alliance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. At this moment, Long Fantian felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Whoosh! That was the sound of a sharp weapon slicing through the air. And then the Sword Douluo appeared at the entrance of the hall. Old Sword, where is Rongrong? Did you find her? The Bone Douluo anxiously rushed out, only to receive a shake of the head from his old friend. This is bad. It seems Ning Rongrong is serious about her departure. She didn't even go to Shrek Academy. Elders, I have a troubling hypothesis. Could it be that Miss Rongrong has gone to the Spirit Hall to seek Oscar? This is a most dismal scenario, one not only conceived by Long Fantian but also anticipated by the esteemed elders present. Given the temperament of that young lady, it is indeed plausible that she would commit such a foolish act. Love, in its essence, is a potent poison, capable of driving a seemingly delicate woman to act with such reckless abandon. We must hasten to the borders of the empire. Upon hearing Long Fantian's words, Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo exchanged a knowing glance and promptly dashed outside. My esteemed friends, I sincerely apologize. A grave matter has arisen within our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and we are unable to form an alliance at this moment. Regrettably, had it not been for the need to remain and maintain order, Ning Fengji would likely have joined them in their haste. This fellow has only one daughter, Ning Rongrong, who is the apple of their entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's eye. No worries, Elder Ning, our Heavenly Dragon sect also possesses a modicum of connections, and we shall mobilize whatever resources we can to assist in the search. I am grateful for that, although we cannot yet confirm anything. Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School remains resolutely opposed to the Spirit Hall under any circumstances. Thank you, Sect Master Ning, for your assurance. I firmly believe that Miss Rongrong will return safely, and I am confident in my ability to help you find her. In truth, Long Fantian was not merely boasting. He had a high degree of certainty regarding this matter. Do you recall Hulaina? Though she mysteriously vanished after meeting with Yu Tianheng last night, she is currently on a mission and will not leave the Heavendo Empire just yet. If Ning Rongrong has indeed been taken by the Spirit Hall, or is en route, Hulaina will surely have news. Chapter 142. Ning Rongrong falls into Qian Rinxue's hands, so this deadbeat finally thought of her. What's this? The little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School ran away from home out of fear of you? At this moment, Hulaina wore a smug smile. For Long Fantian's expression was rather awkward. Spare me the mockery. Just tell me if your spirit hall has captured Ning Rongrong. What? Didn't you previously insist that I shouldn't provide you with any information? I feel as though I am betraying my master. Women truly are peculiar beings. Initially, Hulaina was somewhat torn regarding which side to support. However, after some time spent together, especially after that fateful night, her conviction to side with Long Fantion became even stronger. Very well. I may have uttered such words, yet I also understand your concerns. Should a conflict arise, I shall do my utmost to refrain from being overly harsh on your dear friend. But Bibi Dong, before Long Fantion could finish his sentence, Hulaina suddenly threw herself into his embrace. I am not entirely sure where that little girl is, but I have received a summons from Qian Rinxue. Perhaps she knows something. Indeed, the saintess of the Spirit Hall is not one to remain idle. The leaders of the three upper sects are quietly amassing strength, and the Spirit Hall is no exception. Particularly, this so-called saintess is likely engaged in activities we have not even begun to conceive. Ning Rongrong's departure from home may very well turn her into the Spirit Hall's most splendid prey. You should go meet your dear friend. I shall follow discreetly. If Ning Rongrong is truly there. If you dare to harm little Shui, I will not spare you. Understood, my dear. Indeed. The sweet and na-vi Ning Rongrong has fallen into the hands of the Spirit Hall as saintess, Qian Rinxue. Although this little girl wields a Zhuge divine crossbow, it proves utterly ineffective against the celestial domain of the angels. As a support spirit master devoid of combat prowess, surrendering was a foregone conclusion. You despicable scoundrel. Let go of me. Once my grandfather's sword and grandfather bone arrive, you will be in for it. Hee, Ning Rongrong. How heavily do you rely on your elders? Oscar was right. You truly lack protection. Observing her prize before her, Qian Rinxue felt immense satisfaction. Had this little girl not recklessly run away, capturing her to threaten the seven-treasure glazed tile school would have been an impossible task. What did you say? Little Oscar is truly in your hands. How did you manage to capture him? Upon hearing news of Oscar, the bound Ning Rongrong momentarily forgot her own peril. What is love, after all? Capture? How could that be? Your Oscar willingly joined our Spirit Hall. Of course, we offered him some benefits. Seeing the shock on Ning Rongrong's face, Qian Rinxue felt a swell of pride. After all, they had previously acquired Oscar with ease. What? Oscar is not that kind of person. He could never be bought. Bought? No, we did not buy him. We merely provided him with an opportunity to rapidly ascend to the rank of title Douluo. Can your seven-treasure glazed tile school achieve that? What? Ultimately, that foolish man did it all to protect you, you silly girl. You truly do not belong in this era. To be honest, though reluctant to admit it, at this moment, Qian Rinxue felt a twinge of envy towards Ning Rongrong. Though this woman possesses little understanding of the world, she has fortuitously discovered love, finding a man who would go to great lengths to protect her. However, as the saintess of the Spirit Hall, does Qian Rinxue truly require a man? This indeed presents an unsolvable dilemma. Chapter 143, The Holy Maiden, We Meet Again. How infuriating. I refuse to place my faith in you. Given the intelligence I possess, it is highly probable that what this Millennium Snow claims is true. However, Ning Rongrong remains remarkably composed. Now that I find myself in this woman's clutches, it is certain that the Spirit Hall will use me as leverage against the seven-treasure glazed tile school. It seems I was far too hasty before. I do not require your trust. I only need you to be in our possession at the Spirit Hall. I believe your father would be most eager to learn of your safety. Indeed, this Millennium Snow is truly ambitious. Nevertheless, she has captured her first prey as a holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, which holds significant commemorative value. For Qian Rinxue, who has been groomed since childhood to be the successor of the Spirit Hall, the pursuit of becoming a supreme expert appears far more imperative than finding a romantic partner. Furthermore, it seems no man in this world is worthy of the exalted angel. I will never become a tool for your exploitation. I would rather perish. Perish? Do not jest. I am a great angelic spirit. Unless you turn to ashes, I can certainly rescue you. In truth, Ning Rongrong and Qian Rinxue are roughly the same age, and their understanding of the world should be quite similar. Yet, one appears naively sweet while the other exudes an aloof exterior, concealing inner turmoil. Just as the conversation between these two young women reached an impasse, an observer made his entrance. Ah, what a surprise to see you again so soon, beautiful angel. It was Long Fantion, who had followed Hulaina to this vicinity. To alleviate any potential awkwardness, Long Fantion instructed his companion to step aside, then took the initiative to greet the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. Long Fantion, how did you locate my whereabouts? Qian Rinxue had only disclosed her location to Hu Liena, leaving this area devoid of any formidable protectors. Originally, this environment seemed ideal for interrogating Ning Rongrong, but it unexpectedly provided an opportunity for another. What? Are you referring to me? I merely came out to find Miss Ning. And while wandering aimlessly, I happened to stumble upon you. Long Fontain's words were utterly fabricated, without a guide. He would certainly have encountered the perimeter guards of the Spirit Hall. However, the urgency of the situation left no time for Qian Rinxue to decipher the complexities at play. The Sacred Maiden of the Spirit Hall now faces two choices, to flee or to fight. Although she had previously deceived Tu Shan Hong Hong using a certain ability, successfully escaping the clutches of Long Fan Tian, the prospect of being cast into another realm by him this time does not seem as fortunate. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall has analyzed that the vanished ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were likely eliminated by Long Fan Tian's formidable technique. Thus, it appears that fleeing is the wiser option. Hey. I have just recently broken through to the Soul Sage stage and can still wield my Yellow Springs Gate spirit embodiment. Would you care to witness it? Perhaps sensing Qian Rinxue's intentions, Long Fan Tian provocatively taunted her. Indeed, Qian Rinxue possesses a temperament that is easily incensed. At this moment, she resembled an indignant little princess, utterly intolerant of such provocations. Very well. Allow this sacred maiden to witness your new techniques. Is it merely a spirit embodiment? I can do that too. Six-winged Archangel. Spirit embodiment. Before Long Fan Tian could unleash his own spirit embodiment, the Sacred Maiden of the Spirit Hall launched her attack first. Is this woman jesting? Previously, even Long Fan Tian in his Soul Emperor state was unable to prevail, and now that he is transformed into a higher rank Soul Sage, why does she still persist in this manner? I am truly at a loss. The little fox mentioned that I should not harm you. I shall merely indulge you in a game. Seventh Realm, the true form of the soul of the Underworld Gate. Since the opponent has already made their move, Long Fan Tian can only respond. Chapter 144, Archangel Soul vs. Godzilla. What an unsightly true form of a soul you possess. Is it not merely a portal capable of amalgamating all soul skills? Truly, Qian Rinxue deserves her title as the Saintess of the Spirit Hall. With but a glance, she has already discerned the power of the opponent's true form. From this perspective, the angel indeed holds a certain superiority. Very well. You are quite an astute young lady. But I have already demonstrated this previously. Utilizing the true form of the soul to unleash those soul skills consumes less energy and has a quicker cooldown. See? Clearly, this Saintess of the Spirit Hall is not well versed in terms from other realms. Yet, that seems to be beside the point. Last time, my Godzilla was not satiated. Let your little angel accompany them for a while. Welcome to the realm of the six paths of reincarnation. Soon, Qian Rinxue's form vanished once more from this world. Having become familiar with Godzilla and the others, this time, before the Saintess of the Spirit Hall could personally make a choice, she was thrust before the two monstrous beings. Then, it seemed Qian Rinxue misinterpreted the situation. Is this the Stardow Forest? Is this creature truly the legendary Titan Great Ape? Alright. Does the form of the King Kong even compare to that monkey from the Stardow Forest? Although she has visited the Stardow Forest, this Saintess of the Spirit Hall had yet to encounter those two colossal beasts head-on. A cognitive bias is evidently at play. Who would have thought that this Saintess of the Spirit Hall could be rather endearing from a certain perspective? Godzilla, I understand you were not satisfied last time. This little girl's angel is entrusted to you. Roar. Upon receiving Long Fontain's command, Godzilla, that fellow, charged towards Qian Rinxue with remarkable speed. More precisely, he aimed for the towering angelic soul standing nearly 50 meters tall. What manner of monster is this? What are you even attempting? Do you think you can vanquish my angelic soul with such a creature? Despite knowing the opponent's formidable strength, this Saintess of the Spirit Hall remained undaunted. She directly commanded the great angelic soul to charge at Godzilla. Faintly, the great angel was wielding a sharp angelic blade. Despite being nearly half the height of Godzilla, the great angel could still ascend to the same level as the beast to wield its weapon. Clang! When the great angel's sword clashed with Godzilla's teeth, it was astonishingly severed. The remnants of the angelic sword, forged through energy conversion, were promptly consumed by the terrifying giant. And then, there was no further action. The seemingly valiant great angelic soul was seized by Godzilla's claws, and one of its wings was promptly bitten off. This is no trivial matter. Godzilla completely overwhelms its opponent in terms of strength. It feels akin to the delightful experience of savoring fried chicken in People's Square, with Godzilla embodying that very indulgence at this moment. Ah, you wretched being, what have you done to my soul? Release me, I implore you. Although my physical form remains unscathed, the archangel spirit is intricately linked to Qian Rinxue's psyche. As this archangel spirit endures grievous injury, Qian Rinxue, to some extent, experiences a mirrored anguish. At this moment, her body feels as though it has been subjected to a tremendous tearing wound, compelling her to emit a heart-wrenching cry. Oh dear. Have I gone too far? My sincerest apologies. Should I command my little pet to cease? Yet, how infuriating. How can you possess such formidable power? Surely, this is not merely an attribute of your soul. Enduring both physical and psychological torment, Qian Rinxue does not falter. For the esteemed saintess of the spirit hall has also perceived the immense eyes of energy looming above. Is this fellow mocking Qian Rinxue? Chapter 145, Capturing Qian Rinxue. Oh dear, have you still not grasped the situation? This is a new realm created by my soul skill, not merely my martial spirit. Compared to the immense agony currently endured by Qian Rinxue, Long Fantian seems to be rather at ease. Moreover, only a portion of his consciousness is engaged in observing this world, while his main body remains free to move outside. For instance, he can assist Ning Rongrong in breaking her restraints. Thank you, Brother Long. If it weren't for you, I fear I would have already fallen victim to this woman. By the way, where have you taken her? Ning Rongrong is indeed a curious soul, instead of worrying about her own escape. She gazes inquisitively at the true form of Long Fantian's martial soul. That, indeed, is an alternate dimension I have created to subdue that woman. Pray tell, you would not slay her, would you? To what extent must one go to release the opponent? Ning Rongrong truly embodies the archetype of an innocent and naive character. How could she pose such a question? This is indeed a secret of Long Fantian. How could it be casually revealed to those unrelated? Just as Long Fantian contemplated fabricating an excuse to evade the inquiry, a familiar sound of footsteps echoed from behind. Indeed, someone is eager to know the whereabouts of their dear friend. It is Hulaina. Perhaps sensing the unease emanating from Qian Rinxue, this little fox brazenly presented herself before outsiders. Yet, was this a deliberate act? Oh no, it is a member of the spirit hall. Quick, prepare for defense. I have seen her at the Soul Master competition. Naturally, Ning Rongrong was on high alert regarding the sudden appearance of Hulaina. However, Long Fantian appeared rather unfazed, even exhibiting a hint of embarrassment. Could these two be acquainted? Hurry, by all means. Carry out this young lady's bidding and eliminate me. With a smile that inspired curiosity, Hulaina approached Long Fantian directly. At that moment, the second wing of the Archangel Spirit, Qian Rinxue, was bitten off by Godzilla. It seems that out of concern for her dear friend's safety, Hulaina could not afford to conceal her identity and boldly stepped forward to demand her return. Well, I have not violated our previous agreement. It seems your esteemed saintess is rather uncompromising, wouldn't you agree? I care not. Hand her over. At this juncture, Long Fantian and Hulaina bore no semblance of adversaries, resembling a couple engaged in a verbal sparring match. Meanwhile, the young lady from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was entirely overlooked by the two. Very well. Release her. But what shall we do next? Your dear friend possesses quite a stubborn temperament. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and the figure of the Saintess Qian Rinxue from the Spirit Hall reappeared before everyone. However, her attire was drenched in sweat, and she was visibly trembling with cold perspiration. Whether it was due to exhaustion or sheer terror, upon returning to reality, Qian Rinxue collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, her face reflecting palpable fear. Witnessing this, Hulaina rushed over, enveloping Qian Rinxue's head in a comforting embrace. Xiao, it's all right. Nana is here. You are safe. At this point, Hulaina abruptly turned her head, casting a furious glare at Long Fantian, causing him to instinctively retreat several steps. Please allow me to explain. It is not as it seems. I did not. The scene that had just transpired was utterly unexpected, even for Long Fantian. After Godzilla devoured the two angelic wings, the Saintess of the Spirit Hall emitted a scream of terror reminiscent of a frightened girl. How should one comprehend this? Perhaps we could refer to it as the shattering of a young girl's heart, or a sentiment akin to that. In any case, at this moment, Qian Rinxue is teetering on the brink of despair. Chapter 146, Qian Rinxue's Heartbreak. Fear not, for I am here to safeguard you. There shall be no trouble. The Saintess of the Spirit Hall appears to have lost her composure, resembling a child in search of shelter. What is happening here? Is it a shadow from childhood? Nana. How frightening. That monstrous creature was utterly terrifying. It seemed intent on devouring me. The scene before me was truly astonishing. And we can be certain this is not merely an act. According to contemporary terminology, this appears to be a condition known as post-traumatic something syndrome. However, those who have read the original work should also be able to analyze this situation, shouldn't they? The so-called Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall is not the fruit of her parents' love. Rather, it was the result of a forceful union between the Pope Qian Xuanji and Bibi Dong. Over the years, this so-called Pope has shown little regard for her biological daughter, to the extent that outsiders often mistake them for sisters. Hence, Qian Rinxue feels compelled to assert herself in all matters, especially since she bears the title of Holy Maiden, striving to demonstrate her uniqueness. Yet, deep within her lies a fragile heart of a young girl. What did you do to little Shui? What kind of monster did you use to frighten her? Well, Laina was incensed. Although her anger made her more alluring, it was clear this time was no jest. When Godzilla devoured the spirit, it was a sight most ungraceful, exuding a terrifying aura. Previously, Yu Tianhing had fainted, and even a titled Douluo like Dongbo was reduced to tears. Analyzing the situation, it seems the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall has endured considerable psychological trauma. Mark my words, if anything happens to little Shui, we are finished. The gravity of the situation was palpable. Fortunately, the complete angelic spirit of the Holy Maiden was not fed to Godzilla. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to rectify. All right. I shall be more cautious in the future. Can I bind her now? At this moment, Qian Rinxue, though terrified and curled up, remained a captive. However, after Dragon Fantion uttered those words, regret washed over him as he caught sight of Hualaina's resentful gaze, akin to the one she had during their initial confrontation. It appeared that the bonds of friendship were far more profound than his feelings for her. Very well, as long as we can ensure she doesn't resort to any tricks. I entrust her care to you on this journey. That sounds reasonable. Yet, how many secrets are you still concealing from me? I genuinely wonder if trusting you is a grave mistake. In truth, Hualaina had already discerned that the man she admired was infinitely more formidable than any titled Douluo of level 99. In his presence, no amount of effort from the Spirit Hall would suffice. Moreover, she was deeply concerned about the possibility of her master Bibi Dong encountering this terrifying individual again. The last time, this man had drained all her master's vigor. What would happen if her proud master were to endure what Qian Rinxue had just experienced? No more. I have learned my lesson. Even if I encounter your master in the future, I shall refrain from employing that space, merely hinting at its use. At this moment, Dragon Fantion understood the meaning behind Hualaina's gaze. Indeed, the elder's wisdom held true. One must not become too deeply entangled with women, lest it impede our readiness to draw our blades. The incident with the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall served as a lesson. He would inevitably confront Bibi Dong on the battlefield. What then should he do? A headache indeed. However, at this moment, Qian Rinxue, appearing somewhat pitiful in her youthful form, prompted a bold and absurd idea to surface in Dragon Fantion's mind. Chapter 147. Bibi Dong's Fury. What? What are you saying? The Holy Maiden has suddenly vanished. Although effectively sidelined, all information regarding personnel adjustments would ultimately reach Bibi Dong. Despite her seemingly indifferent and even disdainful demeanor towards Qian Rinxue, she was, after all, her biological daughter, and in this moment, Bibi Dong was more anxious than anyone else. Yes, Great Pope. Along with her, we have also lost contact with Hualaina, who was executing a mission in the Tiandou Empire. We have reason to believe that this is all the doing of the Haotian sect. This appears to be the most reasonable analysis, currently, within the entirety of the Douluo continent. It seems that only they possess such abilities and dare to confront the Spirit Hall head-on. Has the Grand Offering made any statements? Has there been any rescue operation? This subordinate is unaware. Very well, you may retire to rest. On the surface, it seems that Bibi Dong has been enduring a rather unfortunate period. However, this undisturbed time serves as a prime opportunity for clandestine cultivation. Initially, the Pope of the Spirit Hall only possessed a rank of 94. Yet, due to her dual martial souls, she appeared to be superior. Ever since being chosen by the Rakshasa god, her rank has swiftly ascended to 98. This rapid advancement would likely be unforeseen even by the esteemed elder. In order to reclaim her authority within the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong must undertake an astonishing feat, such as bringing Qian Rinxue back safely when all others find themselves helpless. Although Bibi Dong outwardly appears to disdain her daughter, she cannot help but feel a pang of sorrow for a piece of her own flesh. The esteemed Pope had previously instructed that this matter should not require her personal intervention. What? You did not expect that a mere deacon of the Spirit Hall would dare to speak so boldly before the Pope. What audacity! A vast surge of soul power. imbued with a profound dark aura, enveloped the hall. Without any visible action from Pope Bibi Dong, the audacious deacon's body began to levitate slowly, encircled by an unmistakable black mist around his neck. Spare me, spare my life, revered Pope. This was the decision of the great offering. It has nothing to do with me. Humph. Go back and inform your master that within this spirit hall, I am still the Pope. This time. Bibi Dong was truly enraged. That old man dared to disregard her authority as the Pope entirely. Initially, she had believed that upon reaching his level of cultivation, he would have gained a broader perspective on many matters. Even when Bibi Dong had delivered the final blow to Qian Xuanji, that old man had shown no dissent. Yet now, why the sudden change? Humph. Mind your own business. Bibi Dong certainly had no intention of stooping to the level of such a subordinate. She simply opened the door and cast him out. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Your Holiness, for sparing my life. Thank you, Your Holiness. This scene was, in fact, witnessed by a pair of eyes circling above the spirit hall. Humph. Bibi Dong. This is the legendary Douluo, the true essence of the spirit hall, who merely emitted a cold snort and refrained from further comment. Yet, it is believed that these two formidable experts can sense each other, though neither intends to escalate the situation. Old fool, one day I shall make you regret this. As the terrifying aura outside the hall gradually dissipated, Bibi Dong's expression returned to calm. Go, summon the master. I have matters to discuss with him. As you command, Your Holiness. Upon witnessing the fate of the previous attendant, the guards at the entrance dared not delay and hurried to relay the message. At this moment, the spirit hall had ceased to be a palace for Bibi Dong. It had transformed into her prison, an inescapable one at that. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang found himself in the company of Oscar. Had he too yielded? Chapter 148. Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong in a rivalry of jealousy. Master, I never anticipated that you would be willing to assist me. This is truly wonderful. I merely wish to prevent you from straying down a misguided path. The harm this drug inflicts upon the body is far too great. The notion of joining Oscar and Qianjun Doluo's research team was proposed by Yu Xiaojiang himself. Given the master's vast reservoir of knowledge, approval was swiftly granted. I understand. I simply wish to acquire power swiftly, so I can protect Rongrong forever. Little Ao, have you considered what would happen if the Spirit Hall amassed a significant number of titled Douluo? The High Priest has stated that as long as I render great service to the Spirit Hall, he will surely spare them. After all, the martial spirits of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect are beneficial to all, due to his exceptional performance in various aspects. Oscar now appeared to have gained favor within the Spirit Hall. As long as he could deliver tangible results in the future, Qian Daolu might indeed fulfill his promise. For he was the one referred to as the angel. Master, the Holy Pope requests your presence. Just as Yu Xiaojiang was about to further persuade Oscar, Bibi Dong's guards arrived. Very well, little Ao. Do your best. I shall return shortly. Please continue to dilute the potion as we discussed. In truth, these days at the Spirit Hall had been among the happiest for the Master, as he could not entirely let go of that woman in his heart. Thus, he wished to remain at the Spirit Hall, even if it meant assisting Oscar in improving that catalyst, as long as it drew Qian Daolu's attention. All right, Master. I will rework the method you mentioned. It may indeed enhance the survival rate. Yes, work diligently and strive to unleash your talents. At this moment, even Yu Xiaojiang had to acknowledge that Oscar, as a food system soul master, had always been underestimated. His potential extended far beyond what was evident. Hence, the Spirit Hall placed such significant trust in this young man, originally considered an adversary. Your Holiness, at this moment, Yu Xiaojiang has yet to be brought forth, but another individual now stands before Bibi Dong. It was Lu Erlong. Experiencing the light of day for the first time since her capture. Bibi Dong, you wicked woman, what are you planning? Do you dare to face me in single combat? Humph, Lu Erlong. Do you, a mere soul Douluo, dare to challenge me, a pinnacle title Douluo? Have you lost your senses? I seek vengeance for my fallen brethren of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Humph, they deserve their fate. Who told them to treat Xiaojiang so poorly? What do you mean by that? Are you not aware? What you cannot achieve, I can accomplish. I am the one who loves Xiaojiang the most. What then? Were the assaults on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect merely Bibi Dong seeking retribution for her beloved? It was revenge for their disdain towards Yu Xiaojiang, leading to his expulsion. Bibi Dong, you madwoman. That was the Master's voice. Just as the two women mentioned the previous attack on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, the Master happened to arrive at the door. Well, I initially believed the attack on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect to be a strategy of the Spirit Hall. only to discover it was the Holy Pope's personal vendetta. This also indicates that this woman has never truly forgotten the master. But why did it happen back then? You wretched woman, Xiaogang is mine. We are already together, and you have no right. You are nothing but a captive now. What qualifications do you possess to compare yourself with me? You vile woman, both Xiaogang and I belong to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Do not even think about sowing discord between us. It appears to be a scene of rivalry between two women, does it not? What has become of the illustrious Pope Bibi Dong? Enough of this, both of you. Silence yourselves. At last, the master could no longer contain his frustration. Chapter 149. Qian Daolia's malice towards Yu Xiaojiang. The farce that transpired within the Pope's palace was promptly reported to the esteemed Qian Douluo. Great Elder, I never anticipated that this woman would still harbor hopes for Yu Xiaojiang. I fear this may tarnish the reputation of our spirit hall, the attendant responsible for surveillance. Having narrowly escaped death at Bibi Dong's hands, embellished the report with exaggeration. Does this woman truly consider herself the master of the spirit hall? Qian Dalu felt a surge of anger, though he struggled to express it openly. Meanwhile, the golden crocodile Douluo had already begun to voice his outrage. Brother, this woman is utterly oblivious to her own limitations. She has turned our spirit hall into a chaotic mess. Yet, brother, she is still the Pope. Nevertheless, we have Xiao Shui. After all, we initially placed this woman in power as a mere stepping stone for Xiao Shui. It seems that, in the eyes of these formidable figures, Bibi Dong is merely a temporary substitute. Regrettably, Bibi Dong remains blissfully unaware of this fact. Had it not been for Yu Xiaojiang's emergence, she would have continued to don her facade while striving for survival within the spirit hall. However, I sense a mark of the Rakshasa god upon this woman. Perhaps she has already been chosen. This is precisely the aspect that troubles Qian Daolu the most. If he truly intends to target Bibi Dong, he has numerous justifications at his disposal. However, should this Bibi Dong be the successor to the Rakshasa god, the situation would be entirely different. My dear brother, such a statement is not accurate. Our spirit hall has always been the harbingers of legacy. Even if this woman has garnered the favor of the Rakshasa god, it stands in stark contrast to our mainstream ideals. Interestingly, the reason Qian Daolu chose Qian Renxue as the next pope primarily hinges on her inheritance of the angel spirit. Conversely, Bibi Dong's Rakshasa mark, in a certain sense, opposes the essence of the angel. Therefore, should we manage to have little Shui emerge to vanquish or suppress the Rakshasa god, it would undeniably be advantageous for our spirit hall. In truth, Qian Daolu comprehends this rationale. The crux lies in how those around him perceive the situation. Since you all share this perspective, let us proceed according to our original plan. As for Yu Xiaojiang, he shall remain for a time, but he must not be allowed to leave alive. The cunning Qian Daolu has devised a plan. For now, Oscar's research necessitates the assistance of a master. Thus, he intends to extract every last ounce of value from this individual before taking action. But what if Bibi Dong intervenes? Let her reunite with my son. Do you truly believe Qian Daolu is so magnanimous? The reason he refrained from eliminating Bibi Dong in the past was due to considerations of the greater good. However, the current whereabouts of Xiao Xue remain shrouded in uncertainty. Moreover, it has been some time since Hu Laina last communicated. Could they be together? You must immediately take several others to the Tiandou Empire. Regardless of who currently possesses Xiao Xue, she will undoubtedly remain unharmed. Much like when Tang San was captured by the Spirit Hall, Qian Daolu is now convinced that he is facing a similar predicament. As long as that old rival still lives, his granddaughter shall be safe. It is the unspoken understanding among the Supreme Masters, grounded in mutual respect for their boundaries, that has maintained the balance of this continent until now. Brother, rest assured, there are only a few places Xiu Xue could possibly be. As long as we locate those key individuals, the answers will naturally reveal themselves. The golden crocodile Douluo is no ordinary adversary. Although his rank may not rival that of Qian Daolu, his age surpasses that of the Grand Offering. Having witnessed countless storms and tribulations, I entrust everything to you. My brother, after this encounter, I believe that Xiao Shui will become more earnest. Although the saneness of the Spirit Hall remains elusive, the two highest elders appear strangely unfazed. It seems these two individuals possess the confidence to retrieve her. Is the situation truly as it appears? Chapter 150. Perhaps you should take in Qian Renxue. Nana, have you truly become involved with this individual? While it cannot be termed as abduction, Qian Renxue currently finds her freedom curtailed. However, this trivial matter pales in comparison to the revelation of Hu Laina's connection with Long Fantion. Initially, she suspected her dear friend was being coerced. But upon witnessing their intertwined hands before her, Qian Rinxue was utterly dismayed. The two young women had previously evaluated the talents of the youth across the Douluo continent, and this Long Fantian fell short in comparison to Tang San in every regard. Moreover, Hulaina had once expressed profound disdain for Long Fantian. Could it all have been a fayade? This matter shall be discussed at a later time, as the intricacies are indeed convoluted. Nevertheless, I currently feel quite content. How could this be? Your actions baffle me entirely. It seems that what truly devastates Qian Rinxue is not the fact of her captivity, but rather the collapse of her dear friend's worldview, marrying a man deemed utterly improbable. Nana, it appears your friend has yet to accept reality. Allow me to handle this, as I am quite adept at dealing with such matters. Though Qian Rinxue has been covertly brought back, if the saintess of the Spirit Hall cannot be subdued entirely, it will inevitably stir chaos throughout the city. The woman's current demeanor suggests she has no intention of cooperating. Thus, Long Fantian's strategy involves having Dongbo concoct something to pacify her, preferably erasing her memories of recent events. Otherwise, Hulaina will never return to the Spirit Hall. No, this cannot be. Come forth, for I have a plan to discuss with you. The emotional support between Hulaina and Qian Rinxue remains unspoken, as these two women seem like twin stars, one bright and the other dim. Hence, their bond is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Very well. I am considering your best interests. Unless you wish to forsake your return to the Spirit Hall, our affair is bound to be unveiled. Upon stepping outside, Hulaina remained silent, biting her lip for several minutes. Perhaps you should also take in Xiao Shui. We had previously agreed to face challenges together. What? Is this acceptable as well? Is this truly the best plan that Hulaina could devise? Yet, does such a primitive and crude approach genuinely hold efficacy for the saintess of the Spirit Hall? Nana, you cannot be jesting with me. This cannot possibly be a test of loyalty. This is indeed the esteemed saintess of the Spirit Hall. Would Qian Rinxue, in her lucid state, consent to such an unreasonable demand? If this matter were to reach Bibi Dong, or that ancient angel, would she not come rushing forth, prepared to risk everything? Allow me to converse with her, simply inquire if she agrees or not. Of course, such a fortuitous turn of events would blatantly benefit me, but alas, that is not my intention. Long Fantian instinctively responded, inadvertently revealing his true thoughts. Meanwhile, Hulaina, with a stoic demeanor, entered the room and approached Qian Rinxue, whispering softly. It appeared that Qian Rinxue was nodding in agreement. Could it be that the bond of friendship among close companions transcends all? You may enter, she stated, but remember to be gentle with Xiao Shui tonight. Should you dare to harm her, you shall face my wrath. Although the method by which Hulaina persuaded the saintess of the Spirit Hall remains a mystery, the expression on her face now radiates a sense of relief. What followed felt akin to a dream, devoid of bridal gowns or formal ceremonies. Thus, the esteemed leader of the Tianlongmen found himself spending an entire night in the company of the Spirit Hall saintess, Qian Rinxue, both alone and bewildered. Wait, this hardly seems to be a dream. Chapter 151, The remarkable thought process of Qian Rinxue on the following morning, as Long Fantian stirred from his blissful slumber. He beheld a beautiful woman seated gracefully by the window of his chamber. This is Qian Rinxue, the saintess of the Spirit Hall. Last night, her relationship with Long Fantian escalated. Are you awake? As she gazed at the man slowly rising from the bed, Qian Rinxue's expression remained utterly impassive. Wait, has the narrative gone awry? I mean, aren't the roles of the male and female leads supposed to be different? That red plum blossom on the sheets from last night made Long Fantian realize the reality of their encounter. Yet, why did she not weep, nor display any sorrow, but instead appeared completely indifferent? Is that truly the case? My father and my mother brought me into this world in a similar manner, did they not? Raising her head to the azure sky, Qian Rinxue inexplicably uttered, so she was aware all along. It turned out that Qian Xuanji had forcibly coerced Bibi Dong, resulting in the emergence of the current saintess of the Spirit Hall. Thus, this young girl harbored a unique perspective on men and so-called love from the very beginning. However, her thought process seems rather unconventional. Xiao Shui, I will take responsibility for you, just as I promised Nana. Despite the coldness in his tone, Long Fantian endeavored to offer her a warm embrace. Smack. Although his soul power had been entirely restrained, the saintess of the Spirit Hall effortlessly brushed aside his embrace. Don't presume that just because we have shared something, you hold any significance in my life. I am merely acting for Nana's sake. What on earth? Is this an irresponsible rhythm? This was indeed the first time Long Fantian found himself in such a predicament. leaving him momentarily speechless with embarrassment. This young lady appears to be rather reckless with her own feelings. What does the relationship between men and women signify to her? A mere game? A jest? Or something entirely different? How did you two fare last night? I trust that Xiaoxue, you no longer harbor any reservations. Just as Long Fantiang found himself at a loss for words, Hulaina made her timely entrance. To be precise, this woman had likely spent the entire night awake, vigilantly waiting outside. This is evident from the crimson gaze of Hulaina. Nana, this shall remain our secret. One that must never be divulged even upon our return to the Spirit Hall. Do you understand? Xiaoxue, I appreciate your efforts. But do you not sense the slightest hint of peculiarity? That fellow, last night, humph. Upon hearing Hulaina's words, Qianrenxue turned her head. Casting a fleeting glance at Long Fantian, her expression embodying an enigmatic complexity that defies comprehension. Nevertheless, the rift that had emerged between Hulaina and Qianrenxue due to Long Fantian's presence has now vanished. The two women have discovered a shared trait, one that is somewhat perplexing yet undeniably true. Very well, Xiaoxue, let us prepare to return to the Spirit Hall at any moment. As for that fellow, he. In stark contrast to the aloof demeanor of Qianrenxue, Hulaina now resembles a mischievous young girl, reluctant to reveal her innermost thoughts. Young master. The individuals from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School have arrived. They have sent me to inform you. This is the voice of the poisoned Douluo. The old man, observing the events unfolding among the group of young individuals before him, finds himself utterly perplexed. At this point, he has become a devoted servant of Long Fantian, adopting a completely indifferent attitude towards the matter at hand. Very well, I understand. What brings the members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School here at this time? I do not recall any agreement between us. Perhaps the young master should personally investigate. It appears they have brought an abundance of gifts. They might be here to express their gratitude for your rescue of Ning Rongrong. Dongbo proposed a notion that, seemingly, aligns quite logically with the situation. Although the old man may be somewhat lacking in strength, his efficiency remains remarkably high. Chapter 152, Astonishment. Ning Rongrong proposes a faux marriage. I am deeply grateful to Lord Longman for helping me reunite with my daughter. This humble token is merely a gesture of respect. Indeed, everything unfolds according to the established patterns. Although the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has been destroyed, I still possess a considerable number of treasures. Furthermore, as the most formidable support-type soul masters in the entire Douluo continent, there are many who are willing to offer assistance, even in our fall from grace. Thank you, Brother Long. I apologize for the trouble I have caused. My impulsiveness nearly plunged the sect into a state of complete passivity. As Ning Fengji delivers his opening remarks, Ning Rongrong gradually steps forward to express her gratitude. Truly, she embodies the grace of a young princess from a prominent family, displaying such impeccable manners. However, at this moment, Ning Rongrong seems to hesitate, casting furtive glances at her father, as if there is something she finds difficult to articulate. What troubles you, Miss Rongrong? We have endured hardships together as friends. Please feel free to speak candidly. It is evident that this young lady struggles to conceal her genuine emotions, undoubtedly due to the presence of Sect Master Ning, which makes certain sentiments less convenient to express. Sect Master Ning, if you would be so kind, I would like to take Rongrong on a tour of our Heavenly Dragon sect and seek her insights. This may be a feeble excuse, yet Ning Fengji's heart brimmed with joy upon hearing those words. Naturally, young individuals should engage more with one another and nurture their relationships. Father, I shall come over shortly. Do enjoy a cup of tea in the meantime. Yes, go ahead. Now, welcome to our private reception room. Even a formidable being like the titled Douluo would not overhear our discussions within this chamber. Speak freely. After escorting Ning Rongrong to his private meeting space, Long Fantian addressed the matter directly. Well, there is no need for concern. We are all quite familiar with one another. Brother Long, I have a humble request. Could our two factions consider a union? What circumstances are we facing? Is it possible that Ning Rongrong has lost her mind? Is her heart not solely devoted to Oscar? Has she perhaps been subjected to some form of intimidation? Or could it be that all of this is the scheme of that Master Ning? Miss Rongrong, surely you jest with me? If my memory serves me right, the one you hold dear should be Oscar, correct? Long Fantian could hardly believe that Ning Rongrong's earlier words were sincere. Yet, before he could articulate his rebuttal, he beheld Ning Rongrong across from him, her face flushed and tears streaming down her cheeks. How could this be? Why are you crying now? Miss Rongrong, I apologize. Did I say something inappropriate? I am truly sorry for your earlier suggestion. No, I should be the one apologizing, Brother Long. What I intended to convey was that Ning Rongrong's articulation became rather disordered, and by the end, she was in tears, her nose running. However, Long Fantian eventually understood that Ning Rongrong was proposing a sham marriage. This was partly to withstand the pressure from their elders, especially since Oscar had aligned himself with the Spirit Hall, making it impossible for them to be together. Thus, Ning Rongrong conceived this unprecedented and rather dubious idea to marry Long Fantian, yet forbidding him from any physical contact. While all the resources of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would be entrusted to the Heavenly Dragon Sect. However, Ning Rongrong stipulated one condition, that in the future, when defeating the Spirit Hall, Oscar must not be harmed. Is this true love? In contrast to the prior actions of Long Fantian, this little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is indeed unyielding in her pursuit of love. However, to possess such a beautiful and enchanting wife and yet be compelled to act without a flaw is perhaps the most merciless punishment in the cosmos. Well, Rongrong, we need not resort to a marriage alliance. We shall fight alongside you regardless. You are making it quite difficult for me. Father has stated that if I cannot marry you, I shall be betrothed to someone else. Is it truly the case that our esteemed Long Fantian appears thus in Ning Rongrong's eyes? Chapter 153. A bold move, sending a wedding invitation to the Spirit Hall. Ha ha ha, you've truly made me laugh. Long Fantian himself was perplexed by how he had been beguiled into agreeing to Ning Rongrong's proposal. Subsequently, he also gained the consent of his other wives. However, when he conveyed this news to Hulaina, that little vixen erupted into laughter. Yet, Qian Renshua seemed utterly disinterested in such matters. The saintess of the Spirit Hall simply longed to return to her family. Boring men, humph. By the way, could you two keep an eye on Oscar once you return to the Spirit Hall? But if this lad truly is beyond redemption. Long Fantian comprehended Oscar's current emotional turmoil, yet he evidently adopted an erroneous approach. Moreover, he had no immediate plans to introduce his 2 charming confidants to his primary wife, as it was not yet the appropriate time within the broader context. All right, on this matter, I concur with Xiaoshue's perspective. You are indeed a hypocritical man. Were it not for the allure of Ning Rongrong's beauty, you would not have acquiesced. I had previously underestimated Hulaina, her intellect rivals that of Tang Yuehua. However, in terms of personality, Hulaina appears to be more vivacious and endearing. Nana, do you truly believe this man is worthy of lifelong devotion? It seems that even after that fateful night, Qian Renshua's attitude towards Long Fantian has not significantly altered. What a cold-hearted woman. Although it was awkward, the young ladies ultimately acknowledged Long Fantian's actions. Yet, the extent of psychological pressure and torment that Ning Rongrong must endure remains unknown. Before long, Long Fantian was once again astounded by a bold move from the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I apologize, I miss Xiaoao too much. So I sent a wedding invitation to the Spirit Hall under the name of your Heavenly Dragon Sect. My word, is this an act of provocation? Who on the Douluo continent is unaware that the top 3 sects and the Spirit Hall are at odds? They have acknowledged the marriage as a sham. Yet this young lady, Ning Rongrong, has the audacity to send such a missive, specifically naming Oscar in the invitation. This woman, when provoked, is truly more fearsome than the devil. Does she intend to incite a battle between both sides prematurely? Rongrong, have you conferred with your father regarding this course of action? Encountering this bride who acts impulsively, one cannot help but feel utterly speechless. However, such matters hardly require speculation. Ningfengji is not a fool. Alas, it feels less like marrying a wife and more akin to acquiring a ticking time bomb. At the Spirit Hall, Your Holiness, please allow me to pass. I cannot permit my beloved to wed that dragon Fanyan. Observing the emotionless visage of Bibi Dong before him, Oscar's features contorted in despair. Completely unaware of the truth behind the situation and Ning Rongrong's true intentions, Oscar stood just a step away from losing control. Oh, why do you think I would grant you permission to proceed? Do you believe I cannot see such an obvious trap? Moreover, you carry our Spirit Hall secrets. Bibi Dong would undoubtedly refuse Oscar's request. This young man has now become a treasured asset of the Spirit Hall, harboring the secret of the title Douluo's rapid concoction potion. Only a fool would allow such an individual to roam freely. However, the High Priest had previously assured me that I could make decisions independently concerning matters related to Ning Rongrong. Oh, do you truly believe that this Pope would permit your passage? With Oscar's audacious request, Bibi Dong felt a sense of annoyance. Yet, just as the esteemed Pope was about to dismiss him, an ancient voice resonated throughout the Grand Hall. I believe Oscar should be allowed to proceed. And our esteemed Pope could accompany him to extend congratulations. This is Douluo, the true master of the Spirit Hall, and he astonishingly consented, even permitting Bibi Dong to accompany him. Is this the rhythm of stirring up trouble? Chapter 154. Bibi Dong personally attends the wedding celebration. This grand wedding held at the Qibao Liuli sect is destined to be inscribed in the annals of Douluo continent. Besides the allies of the upper three sects and the Heavenly Dragon sect, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, has personally come to convey her congratulations. Leading the massive envoy from the Spirit Hall is the man who haunts Ning Rongrong's dreams, Oscar. However, after witnessing the formidable nature of this young lady, Long Fantion dares not allow Ning Rongrong to engage directly with Oscar. Yuehua, along with Suner and Xiangxiang, I implore you three to keep a vigilant eye on Rongrong. We must not allow her to act rashly. Despite her outward calm, when impassioned, she tends to act without forethought. If we were to permit this bride-to-be to interact with Oscar, she might even elope on the spot. Wouldn't that leave our Lord Long with a tarnished reputation? While we are willing to be virtuous, we cannot serve as fools. Fortunately, prior discussions with the three seniors of the Qibao Liuli sect have assured us they will also watch over Ning Rongrong. Nevertheless, given the presence of this envoy led by the esteemed Pope, Long Fantion cannot afford to be negligent and has summoned the esteemed Tang Chun and Yu Yuanjin. Oh, I did not expect the young lady of the Qibao Liuli sect to so swiftly change her affections. Master Long, you are indeed fortunate. Externally, Bibi Dong still exudes the aura of a proud queen, yet what does Long Fantion find in her? Your stature appears even more statuesque than the last time we met. Please take a seat. You. Sensing the frivolity in the gaze of this man, Bibi Dong nearly erupted with indignation. However, in front of Tang Chun, the second strongest in the continent, Bibi Dong still finds herself somewhat outmatched. Ha ha, who would have thought that the Pope herself would grace us with her presence? The Qibao Liuli sect truly shines brightly today. Noticing the tension in the air, Ning Fengji hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Although the sword Douluo and bone Douluo trailing behind him seemed to harbor ulterior motives, yet it is apparent to discerning eyes that Bibi Dong is but a puppet in this grand scheme. The true architect lies hidden within the Spirit Hall, Douluo. Today's wedding, if not handled cautiously, could easily ignite a fierce conflict between both sides, despite neither being prepared. Ah, where is the bride? Ning Rongrong. This gentleman beside me, Mr. Oscar, is quite familiar with your daughter. In truth, had it not been for the oppressive aura of Bibi Dong, Oscar would have already caused a ruckus at the wedding. Though unable to move, he trembles uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Particularly when he sees Long Fantion adorned in the wedding attire, Oscar's eyes nearly blaze with fury. If glares could kill, Long Fantion would have been incinerated multiple times over. What a mess this has become. Xiao Ao, it is indeed Xiao Ao. I must go out to see him. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, confined to the inner chambers, catches sight of Oscar outside. However, just as this foolish girl is about to act impulsively, a peculiar fragrance calms her nerves. Old poison, are you certain this aroma is safe? Rongrong 1T remembered today as events. Will she? This is a collaborative masterpiece by Tang San and Dongbo. Although it is somewhat reluctant, it is indeed to prevent Ning Rongrong from causing a mishap. Witnessing the scene before them, those present began to suspect that everything was part of a premeditated plan by Ning Rongrong to elope with Oscar. At this moment, it seemed that the woman's heart could contain nothing other than that lad named Oscar. Little monster, are you doubting my strength? Oscar was once your brother, wasn't he? This time, we cannot intervene directly. Whether you can bring your brother back depends on you. The poison Douluo was already adept at dealing with such aromas. Even during a toast or a wedding ceremony, Ning Rongrong would not spare Oscar a glance. Chapter 155, The Return of Dai Mubai. The Crown Prince of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai, has arrived. Just as the situation began to spiral out of control, the entrance of a significant figure instantly captivated everyone's attention. Dai Mubai, the leader of Shrek Academy, the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, and the only designated heir of that empire, made his appearance. Accompanying him was his princess, Zhu Zhuqin, also a member of the Shrek 7 monsters. Though the journey was long, it was indeed Ning Rongrong's day of great joy. How could the elder brother not attend? Moreover, compared to the Heavendo Empire, the Star Luo Empire was relatively less influenced by the Spirit Hall. Thus, this prince hardly cast a glance at Bibi Dong. Dai Mubai, you have finally arrived. I didn't expect you to make it just in time. Initially, Tangsan intended to rush out to welcome Dai Mubai, but unexpectedly, a bandaged figure had beaten him to it. It was Ma Hongjun, who had not yet removed his bandages but had somehow managed to get out of bed early. Previously hidden among the crowd, this appearance was akin to that of a human mummy. Dead fat man, are you all right? Who did this to you? Allow me, as your elder brother, to avenge you. Despite being flanked by several titled Douluo bodyguards, Dai Mubai still preferred to roll up his sleeves and stand up for his brother, which is one reason why everyone adored this elder brother. Humph, aside from those few over there, who else could have injured Ma Hongjun this way? Zhu Zhuqing, known for her keen intellect, quickly pinpointed the source, even though the snake spear Douluo who had previously injured the fat man was absent. Dai Mubai, fat man. And Zhu Zhuqing, we finally meet again. Following the fat man, Tangsan's figure gradually came into view. Not far away, Oscar, though not greeting anyone, subtly nodded in acknowledgement. What is this? I can't believe the rumors were true. How could this lad be so foolish? The perceptive Dai Mubai immediately spotted Oscar standing among the Spirit Hall faction. However, as the prince approached to greet him, the tall figure of Pope Bibi Dong stepped forward. Oh, it is the Crown Prince of the Star Luo Empire. I am Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall. A pleasure to meet you. Although the Spirit Hall had been stirring up trouble across the continent, there had been no significant conflict with the two major empires. Despite a surge of disdain within, Dai Mubai still stepped forward to acknowledge the other party. Who would have thought that such errands would require the Pope of the Spirit Hall to personally intervene? How novel. Oh, not at all. The Spirit Hall has always maintained a close relationship with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. We are diligently assisting in the investigation following their attack. What a shameless Bibi Dong. Surely even the beggars on the street know who was behind the previous assault on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Meanwhile, during the seemingly cordial yet insincere exchange between the two prominent figures, a few clowns from the Spirit Hall's envoy quietly exited the hall. Xiaoyu, are you certain your sister's aura is nearby? Yan, do you doubt the bond between my sister and me? Furthermore, I sense that the Holy Maiden is likely imprisoned nearby. We must act swiftly. The two individuals who stealthily emerged were none other than Shiyue and Yan. However, they were not the sole agents dispatched for this rescue mission. Several peripheral operatives had long since infiltrated the vicinity. Indeed, Bibi Dong and Oscar served merely as decoys, their purpose to divert everyone's attention. The true reason for the substantial presence of the Spirit Hall was the rescue of Hulaina and Qianrenxue. It remained uncertain whether the adversary had intentionally exposed a flaw, or if the reconnaissance personnel of the Spirit Hall had simply displayed remarkable acumen in uncovering the whereabouts of these pivotal figures. Thus, the clandestine rescue plan was set in motion. Chapter 156. The appearance of the ghost general, Zhu Douluo Nana. What is it, Xiao Shui? Your foolish brother and that fire-playing simpleton have arrived. They must be here to greet us. Shall we bind each other for safety? Very well. Qianrenxue, as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, immediately sensed the impending approach of the rescue team. Indeed, this is a veritable game within a game. One could assert that both parties harbor their own intentions. The Spirit Hall seeks to rescue, while Long Fantion desires to ensure the safe return of these two women. On the surface, it appears that neither side suffers any loss. However, given that the two closest individuals to Bibi Dong have been compromised, what further actions can this Pope of the Spirit Hall undertake? Of course, within the eyes of the grand offering of the Spirit Hall, all present are mere pawns, distinguished only by their varying degrees of utility. Nevertheless, in contrast to remaining by Long Fantian's side, these two young women feel a profound sense of belonging to that other realm. Suddenly, a loud clap resounds. Who goes there? In no time, the several inept guards at the entrance silently collapse. Ordinarily, there would be a greater number of guards present, but today, the majority of security personnel have been summoned to protect the wedding venue. Coupled with the urgency of the situation, these two rescuers have not considered any other contingencies. Nana and the Saintess, we have come to rescue you. Please remain calm. We shall soon breach this confinement. The gates of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School are not easily opened by ordinary individuals, and one misstep could invite unnecessary complications. Brother, how did you come here? This is the core area of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Do not concern yourselves with us. You must not be caught. Well, Liana's acting prowess is indeed remarkable. The young girl feigns complete ignorance of the happenings outside. Meanwhile, the Saintess beside her maintains a frosty demeanor, seemingly indifferent to all that transpires. It is all right, Nana. Today, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is hosting a wedding, The Pope has already detained their formidable experts. As long as we leave swiftly, we shall be fine. This is the comprehensive plan. At times, it is not necessary for an extraordinary expert like Bibi Dong to take action to achieve the true objective. On the surface, this appears to be an exceedingly clever and sagacious scheme. However, in reality, at the very moment the prison doors swung open, a powerful and familiar aura emanated, leaving these individuals astounded. It was the radiant brilliance of Jean Rue. My goodness, is this not Douluo? How could this individual appear in this place? Exhibiting such a vacant expression? Thud, thud, thud. What is happening? Master Juhua is one of us. I am Yin. The sudden emergence of Juhua, coupled with this indiscriminate mode of attack, instantly bewildered the young individuals present. Indeed, this was a scene that took everyone completely by surprise. Not only did the rescuers fail to anticipate it, but even Hu Laina and Qian Rinxue were kept in the dark about such an event. Before us stood the Douluo Juhua, with a glazed look in his eyes, seemingly ensnared by colossal iron chains that wrapped around him repeatedly. And his soul rings appeared limited to only 7. However, the combat prowess of a titled Douluo should not be underestimated, as he effortlessly pinned the rescuers, Xiaoyu and Yin, to the ground, rendering them immobile. Strangely, though, Hu Laina and Qian Rinxue, confined within their cage, remained unharmed, as all the Juhua flying daggers were thwarted by the bars of the cell. This seems rather implausible, doesn't it? The detestable dragon, Venti, has indeed concealed such a cunning ploy. How astute is Hu Laina, a girl of remarkable intelligence? How could she possibly overlook such trivial tricks? Yet, having already rescued the individuals, why does that wretched being persist in his futile actions? Is it possible that he intends to use the sisters as bait? Chapter 157, The Poisonous Oath of Fire Dance. Old Chrysanthemum, what is the matter with you? Just as the impassive Chrysanthemum approached the fallen Xiaoyu and Yin, a formidable aura manifested. This is a powerful titled Douluo, who has stealthily followed the 2 young men as their bodyguard. Even the esteemed Pope Bibi Dong has personally arrived. How could their rescue plan possibly consist of merely 2 inexperienced youths? Thus, Long Fantion deliberately devised a contingency. Having placed the already refined Guijun, Ghost General, Douluo, in the shadows from early on, the moment the prison door is pried open, this individual will emerge unexpectedly. Due to the spiritual connection between himself and this puppet Douluo, Long Fantion instantly recognizes the title Douluo upon his appearance. It is none other than the Serpent Spear Douluo, who had previously wreaked havoc in Tiandou City. It was this very person under whose martial spirit Feng Xiaotian met a tragic end. Moreover, the injuries sustained by Ma Hongjun were also inflicted by this individual, which piqued Long Fantion's interest. Naturally, as the groom of the day, he cannot act overtly. But why not afford that little chubby fellow an opportunity for vengeance? Could a few of you step aside for a moment? As the protagonist of today's banquet, Long Fantion has every right to roam freely. Meanwhile, the friends from Shrek Academy have all gathered together, making them the perfect individuals to approach. Mr. Long, although I do not comprehend why Rongrong chose to marry you as her elder brother, I sincerely wish for her happiness. Dai Mubai expressed his bewilderment regarding Ning Rongrong's decision. However, Long Fantion had no intention of discussing such matters. He was solely here to find Ma Hongjun. Fatty, do you remember what the title Douluo who injured you last time looked like? I would recognize that scoundrel even turned to ashes. He is the Serpent Spear Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Yet, it appears I have not seen him today. Ma Hongjun, despite his lacking strength, proved to have a good memory. However, with the support of Douluo, perhaps he could seize an unexpected advantage. If I knew where that despicable fellow was, would you have the confidence to avenge this grudge? As Long Fantion broached this topic, both Ma Hongjun and even Dai Mubai beside him brightened with anticipation. The Shrek 7 monsters, being united as one, would never permit the chubby fellow to fight alone. However, before Ma Hongjun could respond, a stunning young woman clad in fiery red attire, possessing an alluring figure and a bandaged face, appeared. What were you just discussing? Has that murderer of Feng Xiaotian resurfaced? Where is he? I seek vengeance for my boyfriend. This is Wu, the girlfriend of Feng Xiaotian. Well, Wu, your level pales in comparison to theirs. And that guy is a titled Douluo. I advise you against facing him alone, as it would undoubtedly lead to your demise. Master Longmin and esteemed guests present, who among you can assist me in avenging this grievance? I would willingly offer myself in gratitude. Though Wu may not be regarded as a top-tier beauty, her figure is undoubtedly one that would make any man drool. Upon hearing her vow, the portly Ma Hongju nearly had a nosebleed. Hee, Huo, rest assured. I shall take tangible action to vanquish that fellow. With me, Ma Hongjun, around, he won't leave the Seven Treasures glazed tile school today. It seems that both Ma Hongjun and Huo Wu wield fire-type martial souls. Their union could indeed yield remarkable results. Perhaps it is worth considering granting this little chubby fellow an opportunity for transformation. This presents a dilemma, considering the impressive physique of that young lady, Huo Wu. Brother Long, could you kindly reveal the whereabouts of that individual? It has been quite some time since we at Shrek Academy have fought together. This is an initiative put forth by Tang San. However, isn't this fellow already in a relationship with Xiao Wu? Could it be that he intends to steal the limelight from our rotund companion? Thus, this chubby fellow hurriedly pulled Tang San aside. Brother San, come here for a moment. Let us devise a strategy for encirclement. Chapter 158. Ma Hongjun wins the heart of a beauty. You foolish glutton, what time is it? Still so frivolous. Brother San, you wouldn't dare divide for Fire Dance's affections, would you? Foolish glutton, we are avenging you. What are you thinking? No, Brother San. I need you to promise not to compete with me. After all, Fire Dance once kissed you. It must be acknowledged that Tang San truly is a heartthrob. Fire Dance had harbored feelings for him before she became Feng Xiaoyan's girlfriend. Little San, today let us assist the chubby one. I, too, wish to curtail the arrogance of the Spirit Hall. Observing these two in hushed conversation, Dai Mubai strode over in haste. That serpent spear Douluo isn't going to wait for you to strike. If you delay, you will likely end up with nothing. Even with the esteemed leader's words, the chubby one remained skeptical. Yet, this battle only involved our small group. Rong and Xiao Ao glanced at Oscar, who sat idly on a nearby chair, their expressions laden with complexity. However, in the next moment, these steadfast companions vanished into the crowd. Long Fanyan had discreetly reported the enemy's position to Dai Mubai and Tang San, yet it seemed that the injured evil Fire Phoenix was currently in high spirits. Juhua Guan, have you truly lost your mind? Do you no longer recognize me? Golden ribbons flowing with sunset. Remarkably, after becoming a puppet, Juhua Guan abandoned all human thought, transforming entirely into a combat machine. Until the last vestiges of stamina were exhausted, this entity would not fall. The opposing serpent spear Douluo was inherently at a lower rank, and facing a long-range attacker like Juhua Guan was a complete disadvantage. Just when he was caught off guard, formidable beams of light suddenly appeared behind him, leaving him defenseless. Blue Silver Prison, White Tiger Meteor Shower, Phantom Shadow Clone, Phoenix Crying to the Heavens Strike. These were the combined assaults of 4 members from the Shrek 7 monsters. While the latter attacks failed to breach the defense of the Serpent Spear Douluo, Tang San's Blue Silver Prison effectively immobilized him. The true lethal strike came from the seemingly tireless puppet, Juhua Douluo, golden ribbons flowing with sunset. My goodness, does this Juhua Douluo intend to conquer all with a singular technique? Moreover, this marked the 3rd consecutive use of the same formidable move. His soul power must be nearing depletion. Ah, cursed be you, Juhua Guan, traitor of the Spirit Hall. As long as I draw breath, I will never forgive you. A series of muffled thuds echoed, as over 10 Juhua flying daggers found their mark, piercing the chest of the Serpent Spear Douluo. This is indeed a deadly blow. Moreover, the Snake Spear Douluo has attained this level primarily due to previous drug experiments. Consequently, this individual is fundamentally much weaker than an ordinary title Douluo. This strike could very well cost him his life. However, just as the effects of the Blue-Silver Prison were about to dissipate, the eager Ma Hongjun suddenly made his move in front of the beauty. Phoenix Fire Line, I shall incinerate you to ashes. Well, although it is not Ma Hongjun, the chubby youth, who truly defeats this title Douluo, the visible outcome is undeniable. Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire Line enveloped the title Douluo's body, and after a violent conflagration, he truly turned completely blackened. Me? Have I actually slain a title Douluo powerhouse? Brothers, did you see that? My evil Fire Phoenix has finally been perfected. Although Tang San discerned some clues, the mysterious Ju Douluo had already vanished into thin air. What a fortuitous stroke of luck. Our dear Ma Hongjun, that rotund fellow, has indeed struck gold. As the body of the serpent spear Douluo collapsed amidst the flames, Huo Wu, limping, hurried over. You fatso, come here. All right, Huo Wu, I'm on my way. Chapter 159. The Rift Among the Shrek 7 Monsters. Fatso, although I am unaware of how you vanquished this title Douluo, I am a woman of my word. However, There are rules to being my boyfriend. It seems Ma Hongjuan's appearance does not particularly endear him to the fairer sex. Yet, witnessing the vengeance fulfilled, Huowu's lingering thoughts began to dissipate. Huowu, rest assured, from now on, I shall heed your every command. Moreover, I possess the capability to protect you. Humph, anyone can utter sweet nothings. Let us see how you perform. At that moment, Ma Hongjun beamed with joy, resembling a blooming flower, while Bibi Dong's expression was decidedly less favorable. The groom, Long Fan Tian, averted his gaze from the bride, instead casting furtive glances at Bibi Dong. An unsettling premonition surged within, compounded by the fact that the rescue team dispatched earlier had yet to report back. Pray tell, why did you both come bearing gifts? We are already quite familiar with one another. Such formality is unnecessary for future visits. This is the somewhat contemptible laughter of Ma Hongjun. Then, one could see a group from Shrek Academy bringing the bruised and battered Xiaoyu and Yin before them. Your Holiness, due to being restrained by the blue-silver grass, these two young warriors from the Spirit Hall are unable to move. However, the scene before them clearly conveyed to Bibi Dong that their rescue plan had once again failed. Yet, the prolonged absence of the serpent spear Douluo raised the question, had that fellow been eliminated? Is this truly impossible? Clearly, all individuals, including the poisoned Douluo, are present at the venue. Could it be that the opposing side harbors another titled Douluo? Lord Tangchen, what do you imply? In a state of helplessness, Bibi Dong could only force a composed expression while gazing at the venerable figure before her, a level 99 elder. Though today marks a momentous celebration for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it is evident that this old man is the central figure. Tang-san, what is the meaning of this? How can you treat our guests in such a manner? Release them quickly. Understood, ancestor. As if performing a theatrical act, Tang-san's blue-silver grass gradually loosened its grip on the two unfortunate souls. Master, the Saintess, and Nana. Upon seeing Bibi Dong, the two young warriors hastily approached. However, Bibi Dong gestured for them to remain calm. Where is the serpent spear Douluo? He has been defeated. It was Elder Ju and those young lads beside him. What? Elder Ju is not dead. I am unsure, but it seems he does not recognize us. He appears to be under some form of control. I understand now. You may go and rest. At this moment, Bibi Dong's expression darkened increasingly, her originally delicate features taking on a somewhat ferocious aspect. Oscar, it appears that your companions are not particularly welcoming towards us today. Shouldn't you demonstrate your loyalty to the Spirit Hall? These were the words spoken by Bibi Dong to Oscar, simultaneously lifting the comprehensive suppression she had imposed upon the young man. Suddenly, a powerful force emanated from Oscar. The food system soul master. Dai, Xiao-san, and that gluttonous fellow, you better hand her over to me, or do not force my hand. In truth, the moment Oscar witnessed Long Fan Yin holding Ning Rongrong's hand, he was already teetering on the brink of fury. At this moment, to everyone's astonishment, 8 soul rings began to rise continuously around him. A soul Douluo? It has only been a brief time since our last encounter. Yet Oscar has ascended to the level of a formidable warrior, akin to that of Contra. Is this a jest? Could it be that the experimental project from the Spirit Hall is indeed a reality? Those individuals have truly discovered a method to enhance soul power in a remarkably short span. Xiao Ao, please refrain from such behavior. Let us converse amicably. Converse amicably? How can I engage in a civil discussion, Big Dai? From this moment forth, I shall withdraw from the Shrek's 7 monsters. I am Oscar of the Spirit Hall, and I intend to sever ties with all of you. There appears to be an energy emanating from him that is entirely incongruent with Oscar's inherent power, as though it has been forcibly grafted onto him. During this exchange, Oscar's eyes turned a deep crimson, reminiscent of a high-ranking soul beast. Is this truly the essence of the technological prowess of the Spirit Hall? Chapter 160, The Gluttonous Douluo Oscar. Little Oscar, what has befallen you? What is the nature of this power you wield? Witnessing their once cherished comrade publicly turn against them, both Daimubai and Tang-san were engulfed by profound sorrow. On one hand, they were astounded by Oscar's ability to acquire such formidable energy in a brief span. On the other, they were blindsided by the realization that this was a force capable of manipulating one's psyche. Indeed, the Oscar before them, as his power surged, had entirely obliterated his former personality. It could be said that he was no longer the possessor of immense energy, but rather a puppet, controlled by this very force. His every word and action dictated by an alien will. Little Oscar, once subdued by the toxins of the poisoned Douluo, Ning Rongrong, who had been mechanically seated at the head, now seemed stimulated, muttering incessantly. You lot have stolen my dearest woman, stripped me of my life. I shall tear you all to shreds. As Oscar entered his frenzied state, Bibi Dong stepped forward with an air of triumph. Allow me to introduce you. This is our gluttonous Douluo Oscar. He has now reached the pinnacle of the soul Douluo level, mere steps away from becoming a title Douluo. Indeed, such an achievement seems worthy of boasting. After all, Oscar had been absent from their company for less than half a year, yet he had already won foot in the realm of titled Douluos. Meanwhile, at this moment, even with the assistance of his ancestors, Tangan had just barely stepped into the initial level of Soul Sage, clearly illustrating the disparity between them. Little Oscar, have you lost your mind? Witnessing this scene, Dai Mu Bai, the leader of Shrek Academy, was on the verge of stepping in to discipline his adversary. However, several armored warriors obstructed his path. Your Highness, please be mindful of your status. It is not prudent for us to provoke the Spirit Hall at this juncture. No need to worry, Dai. Let me handle this task. Tangan stepped forward, willingly taking the lead. After all, he was the protagonist among the new generation of Douluo continent. Today offered him a splendid opportunity to re-emerge, and he would not let it slip away. Little San, are you compelling me to give you a sound thrashing? I have longed to do just that. Witnessing Tangan's proactive approach, Oscar's face twisted into a grotesque smile. Little Oscar, calm yourself. You were never like this. The one who needs to reflect is you. Behold my seventh soul skill, true spirit manifestation. Though he had ascended to the level of soul Douluo, Oscar's fighting spirit had not mutated. He remained a colossal super sausage. This entity was originally intended as a support type and, logically speaking, it should be incapable of contending with Tangan, a master of control. However, just as Tangan's blue-silver grass was on the verge of ensnaring his opponent, an astonishing transformation occurred. The enormous sausage-like apparition in midair suddenly swelled, morphing into a plant reminiscent of a pitcher plant. What once appeared somewhat endearing now bore sharp fangs, creating an exceedingly bizarre spectacle. Yet, before Tangan could fully comprehend the situation, his blue-silver grass suffered a dire fate. The colossal sausage pitcher plant audaciously severed the tendrils of the blue-silver grass, voraciously consuming all its roots in one swift motion. Crunch, gulp. Do you see? I am no longer merely an auxiliary spirit master. My martial soul has now acquired the ability to devour. I learned this technique from that individual. After uttering these words, Oscar proudly gestured towards Long Fantion, who stood not far away. This appears to be an unconventional derivative application of imitation, albeit one that seems rather peculiar. This three-legged cat of a mimic is quite amusing. Observing Oscar, who stands defiantly before him, Long Fanyon's lips curled into a malevolent remark. It appears that Oscar's provocation has stirred a murderous intent in someone, and it seems the time has come to properly teach this young man a lesson. However, Tangan appears to have other thoughts, as he gracefully extends his right hand in a gesture of restraint. Master of the door, this is a matter concerning our Shrek. Grant me this opportunity. Chapter 161. Oscar vs. Tangan. Little Oscar, I never anticipated you had reached such prowess. Should I congratulate you or mock you? Through the purple extreme magic eyes, the essence of Oscar's soul power became evident. It emanated not as a positive energy radiating from within, but rather as a force forcibly affixed to the surface of his body. It bore a resemblance to an external soul bone, yet it inflicted significant harm upon the body of a soul master. Given that Oscar is a food-type soul master, he could continuously generate power while simultaneously enduring this damage. However, should a similar predicament befall another individual, their fortune would likely not be as favorable. As a good brother, Tangan felt compelled to voice his concern. Yet Oscar seemed entirely unreceptive. Little San, this is the true shortcut. Had you accompanied me from the beginning, you might have already stepped into the realm of a title Douluo. This is a path of no return. Awaken. Rongrong would never wish to see you like this. Tangan's mention of Ning Rongrong was unfortunate, for upon hearing that familiar name, Oscar's demeanor shifted immediately. You wretched lot, you hypocritical beings. I shall never allow that person to have Rongrong. Whoosh. An explosive surge of energy, pitch black in hue, erupted from Oscar's body, intertwining with that peculiar pitcher plant. This is no longer merely the power of Oscar, rather, it is this force, harnessed through the hatred residing within this lad's body, that is seizing control of Oscar. Blue-silver domain, blue-silver overlord spear. Though a pang of reluctance tugged at his heart, Tangan dared not underestimate the situation. As he summoned the blue-silver overlord spear, he also unleashed his soul bone. Humph, little sand. Today I shall thoroughly instruct you on the disparities of rank. Imitate the tiger and draw the cat. An entirely black energy hammer materialized in Oscar's hand, appearing without any forewarning. In his quest to demonstrate the fruits of his training to his peers, this young man once conducted experiments using Tang San's blood. Little did he expect that it would now serve as Oscar's ultimate technique. Little Ao, behold my tyrant spear. Little San. Experience the might of your own Haotian hammer with the chaotic wind hammer method. Boom. Tang San could never have imagined that Oscar would wield the soul techniques and martial souls of their Haotian sect against him. What a profound irony this is. Haha bang. Although Oscar's heavenly hammer is a counterfeit, it possesses the formidable strength of a peak contra as its backing, standing undaunted against the blue-silver tyrant spear. Moreover, as Oscar's soul power continuously surged forth, the spearhead of the blue-silver tyrant spear astonishingly snapped. A grave danger looms. Upon witnessing the black hammer persist in its momentum after shattering the spear, Tang San swiftly deployed the enormous soul bone extending from behind him to intercept. ZZZ. The sharp soul bone collided with the opposing energy hammer, resulting in intense friction, and sparks erupted at their point of contact. A contest of equals? Who would have thought that Oscar, with his food-type contra, could withstand Tang San's assault as the king of foreign beasts? This is no jest. Little Oscar, enough. Why must we, as brothers, be driven to such extremes? Observing this scenario, Tang San seemed inclined to call for a truce, yet Oscar harbored a different sentiment. Humph. Little San, do you think this is the end? It appears you have forgotten my true purpose. 8th soul skill, Crystal Caterpillar Intestine. This is the latest spirit technique understood by Oscar, and it is the first time he has demonstrated it in front of friends. It resembles a rather unappealing sausage, capable of instantly replenishing all of one's strength, even if the user is left with but a single breath. This truly seems unjust. Tang San has already expended a considerable amount of stamina, yet Oscar can instantly regain his strength. Chapter 162. Tang San, are you capable? How could this happen? What kind of technique is this? Initially, both sides were at a stalemate, but suddenly Tang San realized that the force transmitted from his opponent's hammer appeared to have intensified. In reality, this was due to Tang San having already depleted a portion of his energy, compounded by the fact that his opponent's level far surpassed his own. Thus, the ebb and flow of their respective strengths created this sensation. Xiao San, concede defeat. Although your talent is indeed exceptional, it is not always possible to achieve victory against opponents of a higher caliber. After uttering these words, Tang San felt an immense force emanating from the hammer of his adversary. Moreover, his 8 spider lances seemed to show signs of fracture. Crack, crack. Although he had encountered similar experiences before, Tang San was resolute in his desire to avoid enduring such agony once more. What? Are you feeling overwhelmed? Would you like me to show you mercy out of our past friendship? Sensing that his opponent was nearing his limits, Oscar unexpectedly withdrew his hammer. Is this lad still cherishing old sentiments? Xiaoyao, you? Do not misunderstand. I simply do not wish to cause you harm. After all, our spirit hall greatly appreciates your potential. Whether it was due to his advantageous position or simply stubbornness, Oscar wore a triumphant grin on his face. It turns out that the spirit hall has never ceased its interest in Tang San from the very beginning. This young man, brimming with potential, has long caught the attention of the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall. Humph, this indeed resembles the style of my old friend. His title of angel is truly well-deserved. A cold snort emanated from Tang San, the strongest among them. Although this formidable deity had no intention of taking action, witnessing his great-grandson targeted by Qian Douluo surely stirred discomfort within him. Do not underestimate this cold snort. It belongs to a title Douluo of level 99, nearly akin to that of a god. The negative emotions that had previously afflicted Tang San dissipated in an instant, while Oscar involuntarily spat out a mouthful of black blood. Little San, Initially, it was assumed that Oscar would harbor resentment. Yet he was taken aback and unexpectedly offered an apology to Tang San. Is this madness, or something else? Xiaoyao, you. Humph, useless being. Return at once. Before Tang San could comprehend the situation, Bibi Dong had already commanded her guards to bring Oscar back to her side. Could it be that Oscar's earlier menacing demeanor was under the influence of some external force? The answer remained elusive. Senior Tang San, do you intend to reminisce with us from the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong's timely interruption disrupted Tang San's train of thought. The formidable Pope of the Spirit Hall radiated an aura that rivaled even that of the ancestor of the Haotian sect. Humph, Bibi Dong. Do not presume that your possession of the mark of the Rakshasa god instills fear in me. Go back and inform that old man that should he desire a spar, he may seek me out, but do not entertain thoughts of my Hautian Sect's kin, lest. Rest assured, I shall convey your words. However, I have another matter to inquire about. Remarkably, Bibi Dong exhibited no trepidation in the face of Tang Chin's imposing presence. Despite enduring oppression from the elders within the spirit hall, she must still uphold the hall's glorious image in public. What is it? May I inquire if our spirit hall saintess, Qianrenxue, along with my disciple, Hu Laina, is in your custody? What a bold question from Bibi Dong. Yet, given the recent loss of a title Douluo like the Serpent Spear Douluo, it was perhaps unavoidable. I am not concerned with matters of captives. Discuss it with them. How astute of Tang Chun to shift the responsibility onto Tang San and his companions. Oh, should I seek your great-grandson Tang San for this matter? Or perhaps this esteemed Dragon Gate master? With Bibi Dong's intellect, she would undoubtedly discern who the true authority was. Chapter 163. Bibi Dong personally demands a person. Your Holiness, do you truly dismiss our 7 treasure glazed tile sect so lightly? Sensing Bibi Dong's arrogance, the sword Douluo stepped forward. Oh, what advice do you have? Previously, 2 maidens from your spirit hall abducted my family's princess within the borders of the Heaven Do Empire. When we attempted to rescue her, we merely invited them as guests. Is there anything amiss in that? In contrast to the venerable ancestor of the Hautian sect, all present were indeed juniors. And this was undoubtedly justifiable. Yet, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, felt the sting of humiliation, her face flushed with anger. Take the young lady inside. It seems this place shall soon be tumultuous. Observing the unfolding scene, Long Fantion instructed his servants to escort the dazed Ning Rongrong into the inner chambers. Oscar, sensing something amiss, found himself restrained and unable to move. It appeared that his true nature had not been entirely extinguished. Yet he was under the control of some method employed by the Spirit Hall. What must you 7 treasure glazed tile sect do to secure their release? Feeling the sword Douluo's ill intentions, Bibi Dong's aura suddenly intensified. Does the esteemed Pope not intend to explain the previous events? Before Bibi Dong could retaliate, a bone Douluo appeared behind her. Indeed, although the Pope was a guest today, the actions taken against the 7 treasure glazed tile sect were far from resolved. While this might seem like taking advantage of a precarious situation, today was undoubtedly a prime opportunity to confront Bibi Dong. How despicable! You lot had long since plotted against our spirit hall, had you not? Master Ning, do you not intend to provide me with an explanation? Despite the clear tensions, the situation had not yet escalated to an irreconcilable conflict. Thus, Bibi Dong directly directed her inquiry at the master of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, Ning Fingxi. On the occasion of our 7 treasure glazed tile sect being assaulted by a mysterious group, I wonder if your holiness has heard of it? Though all present were acutely aware of the true culprits, formalities must be observed. Our spirit hall has previously issued a bounty to capture the instigator. However, what do you intend with your actions today, Master Ning? Though Bibi Dong appeared to be steadfast in her arguments, her dual martial souls had long since been activated. Furthermore, she had numerous experts at her back. Should conflict arise, both sides would undoubtedly suffer losses. Esteemed guests, might we consider a more measured approach to today's events? This day marks a joyous occasion for Rongrong and myself. A disturbance here would surely be ill-fated, just as the atmosphere threatened to descend into chaos. Long Fantian's figure suddenly emerged between the 2 factions. The purpose of this arrangement is to ensure that the other party has no doubts about taking Hu Laina and Qianrenxue back. However, if action is taken at this moment, subsequent matters could become quite complicated. You little rascal, I never anticipated you would speak on my behalf. But do not expect any gratitude from me. Although the current situation is rather perplexing, Long Fantian's reasoning appears quite convincing. Yet, why does that little brat's gaze keep lingering on Bibi Dong's long legs? Esteemed Pope, releasing them is certainly agreeable. How about we exchange 2 hostages as per our previous custom? You wish for me to hand over you Xiaojing and Lu Erlong, don't you? Your insight is unparalleled. Esteemed Pope, nothing escapes your keen observation. You little brat, I must clearly tell you that is impossible. Those 2 are not in my possession. If you have the capability, go seek that old man at the spirit hall. For some reason, after being scrutinized by this young man's gaze, Bibi Dong suddenly felt an unsettling anxiety. Although she quickly regained her composure in that moment, the beautiful Pope's eyes seemed to flicker with evasiveness. Chapter 164. The Angel Douluo Qian Daolu arrives. I intended to lend you a hand in our relationship, but it seems the esteemed Pope is unappreciative. Long Fantion truly is a cunning one, secretly bartering his own woman as part of the negotiation. However, Bibi Dong's refusal was expected, and now it seems those around them have justification to proceed with force. Initially, it was thought that the Spirit Hall would only send Oscar for the celebratory feast, but the personal presence of the esteemed Pope is indeed a surprise. Well then, you little rascal, come if you dare. Once I've twisted your limbs apart, you'll know the true meaning of fear. At this moment, Bibi Dong appeared to harbor extreme disdain for the young man before her, yet there was a hint of curiosity as well. After all, over the years, very few have dared to speak to Bibi Dong in such a manner. All right, it seems our negotiations have collapsed. We must resort to force. I wonder if my friends from the 6 Paths of Reincarnation miss you, having previously defeated Bibi Dong using a similar method. Long Fantion at this moment does not regard the beautiful Pope as a threat. However, just as everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly, Tangan slowly approached. Hadn't they agreed that he wouldn't need to intervene unless absolutely necessary? Moreover, Long Fantion wished to conceal their master-servant relationship. Yet, this time, Tangan did not appear to be heading towards either Bibi Dong or Long Fantion. Stopping about 7 or 8 meters away from them, Tangan looked up to the sky and called out, "Heh, old friend, since you're already here, why not come down for a drink? What is happening? Isn't that just a tranquil night sky? Could there be someone concealed up there? Ha ha ha. Tangan, you are truly perceptive. Indeed, it is you. I had thought you had already ventured to the divine realm." That was a voice unfamiliar to Long Fantion, yet he had heard it before. It was the angel Douluo, Tiandou. What wind has brought this individual here? No wonder Bibi Dong is so resolute. She has such a formidable backing. It's fortunate that Tangan was also invited to the celebration today. Otherwise, dealing with this old man would have been quite a challenge. On the surface, these two 99th level old-timers seem to be reminiscing. Yet why are all the soul rings of that descending great angel glowing, buzzing, simultaneously? The energy from the ancestor of the Haotian sect overflowed, and a massive dark golden Haotian hammer materialized in his right hand. This hardly seems like the rhythm of a greeting between old friends. Rather, it appears that these two individuals are long-standing adversaries. Haha, back in the day, I was but a step away from entering the divine realm. Yet, I am grateful I did not proceed, for otherwise, my descendants might have suffered greatly at the hands of certain individuals. It seems that Tangan is genuinely enraged, his tone imbued with a sense of settling both old and new grievances. Upon hearing the other party's malicious intent, the celestial figure, Tiandou, instantly conceded, retracting both his martial spirit and his imposing aura. In a blink, Tangan also restrained all his power, and these two seemingly cheerful yet insincere old men surprisingly approached each other for a handshake. "Oh dear, Tangan, is this how you welcome old friends? You nearly frightened me to death just now. What on earth is going on? Is the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall truly fearful of Tangan?" However, according to the original narrative, it appears that the Haotian hammer of the Haotian sect is indeed slightly superior to the formidable seraph. Moreover, the granddaughter of this angel Douluo remains in their grasp. Are you familiar with the term to be cautious of the consequences? Humph. There is no need for you to feign politeness with me. State your intentions directly. Chapter 165, Unleashing Hulaina and Qianrenxue. Ah, my old friend. Your manner of speaking remains as incisive as ever. Thus, I shall speak plainly. Indeed, it is a case of the mighty being subdued by the mightier. The once formidable Tiandou, who previously displayed such arrogance before the masses, now resembles a garrulous old man. This transformation is truly quite overwhelming. However, what transpires before us is likely merely a facade orchestrated by the High Priest of the Spirit Hall. For this individual is one who would stop at nothing to achieve his ambitions, while others may be deceived by the benevolence feigned by Tiandou. For someone like Long Fantion, a traveler from another realm, such theatrics lack sophistication. So, you came here for that little girl, did you? In that case, I shall inquire on your behalf, though I cannot guarantee any outcome. Although everything is proceeding largely as planned, the performances of the esteemed elders present are indeed remarkably accomplished. Even if this angel Douluo were absent, it is certain that Bibi Dong would never truly engage in battle. This is also to render this farce somewhat authentic. After all, the Spirit Hall is not an easy place to navigate. Both Bibi Dong and Tiandou are inherently suspicious individuals. In order to let their guard down entirely, the process must be somewhat arduous. Qianrenxue appears indifferent to everything, yet Hulaina is rather sentimental. In any case, this plan has been communicated to both of them in advance. Senior, since it is your request, we shall comply. However, should they choose to act against our disciples once more? Ning Fingji's face displayed a conflicted expression, but after conversing with the two elders beside him, he ultimately chose to nod in agreement. Brother, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. I wonder if you have maintained contact with that individual from Sea God Island over the years. Initially, Tang Chun intended to issue a verbal warning, but upon hearing the word Sea God Island, he abruptly fell silent, not becoming a deity, not returning. This was a faint murmur, as this unparalleled Douluo seemed momentarily lost in thought. Even when Qian Rinxue and Hulaina were brought over, the extraordinary power still had not fully regained composure. Perhaps this was the very reason why Tang Chen had once ventured into the city of slaughter and ascended to the throne of the Slaughter King. What is love in this world, that it compels one to pledge life and death? Perhaps the vast majority are unaware that the true force that vanquished Tang Chen was not the so-called strongest in the world, but a sorrowful place known as Sea God Island. There resided a beautiful woman whose affection Tang Chen sought, resulting in his prolonged absence. Brother, let bygones be bygones. Thank you for speaking on my behalf today. Xiaoxue, do not forget to express your gratitude to your grandpa Tang. Although commanded by her grandfather, Qian Rinxue merely nodded quietly at the elderly man before her. What a spirited child. Even Long Fantian had not anticipated this girl's remarkable pride. Yet, while acknowledging Tang Chen, Qian Rinxue cast a fleeting glance towards Long Fantian. Though a mere instant, a hint of reluctance was evident in her eyes. Could it be? Hulaina also wished to steal a glance at a certain someone, but in the presence of her master, Bibi Dong, she restrained herself. Regardless, Long Fantian had assured that if contact were to be lost for an extended period, he would discreetly rendezvous with these two ladies around the spirit hall. To be precise, it was a matter of exchanging intelligence, though the essence remained the same. Despite Long Fantian's seemingly frivolous demeanor, he proved to be a man of his word. Ha. Children are like this. Brother Tang Chun, do not take offense. Until we meet again. With a smile that held layers of meaning, Qian Douluo once again summoned his immense angelic spirit, promptly escorting Qian Rinxue, Hulaina, and Bibi Dong away. The remaining individuals, led by Oscar, gradually departed. However, before leaving, Oscar left a message for Tang San. Little San, if you come to a realization, feel free to find me at the Spirit Hall. I can fulfill all your promises to Xiao Will. Chapter 166. Bringing Tang Hao home. Young master, I lost my composure earlier. Although the act was not compromised, Tang Chen felt a twinge of regret for his earlier indiscretion. No worries, everything seems to be progressing smoothly now. Just focus on your own matters. Young master, I have a wish in my heart that I hope to gain your approval for. Are you referring to Tang Hao? Indeed, Hao has exhibited exceptional talent since childhood. I wish to bring him back and nurture him. Perhaps he could succeed me in the future. It seemed this ancestor of the Haotian sect had long held this desire. Perhaps due to the lack of opportunity for Tang San to showcase himself before the ancestor during this period, he had not garnered Tang Chen's attention. Moreover, having narrowly avoided defeat against Oscar earlier had further diminished this outstanding figure's image. However, when compared to Tang Hao, Tang San appeared somewhat lacking. Yet, the ancestor's words resonated clearly with Tang San. Ancestor, you just mentioned bringing my father back? Due to a prior grave misstep. Even though Tang San had gained the sect's recognition, Tang Hao had been unable to return. However, with Tang Chen now in charge, the words of this ancestor held significant weight. Indeed, I have felt Qian Daoliu's power. The gap between us is widening. From an overall combat perspective, it seems the Spirit Hall currently cannot contend with the alliance of the three sects. Even if they could mass-produce aberrant warriors like Oscar, it would require time to cultivate. As for their top-tier powers, none can rival Tang Chen at present. It is unlikely to form a significant force in the short term. Thus, I say, lead the way. Your father has endured much outside. It is time to bring him home. Despite the group comprising only Long Fantian, Tang Chun, and Tang San, their presence on the Douluo continent could rival even descending deities, rendering concerns for safety unnecessary. Yet, upon seeing his son once more, Tang Hao did not appear particularly joyful, even displaying a hint of wariness towards Long Fantian. Little San, how did you return? Dad, I have come to bring you home. We can go back now. Impudent boy. What are you saying? Who is this friend of yours? Why have I never heard you mention him before? Dad, allow me to introduce him. This is the young master, our new leader of the Haotian sect. Boom. Before Tang San could fully introduce Long Fantian to Tang Hao, the latter suddenly emanated an aura of murder. Alertness. It was a level of awareness befitting a supreme master. Yet, before Tang Hao could fully unleash his aura, an even greater realm of slaughter enveloped the area. Is this the Slaughter King of yore? How did he end up here? As someone who had once emerged from the city of slaughter, Tang Hao naturally recognized this aura. However, there seemed to be a familiar Haotian sect essence intertwined within this crimson aura. What could this mean? My child, after so many years of wandering, you have suffered. A voice, frail and trembling with age, belonged to Tangshan. The once hidden ancestor now involuntarily revealed himself. Tangshan had believed his composure would withstand any emotional disturbances, yet at this moment, he was already shedding tears of joy. You are the ancestor. You are Tang. Recognizing the familiar soul power emanating from the figure, Tang Hao fell to his knees. Despite having lost a wrist and a leg, he seemed incapable of doing anything other than bowing repeatedly before his ancestor. Good boy, rise. Oh, do not forget to apologize to our young master. Our 3 sects have now completely. Although the process was somewhat convoluted, the outcome of this reunion was indeed ideal. Chapter 167. The stirring of the lower 4 sects. Tang Hao paid his respects to the young master, expressing remorse for his previous oversight and not recognizing his true identity. It is of no consequence, the young master replied. I too came to know your esteemed ancestor purely by chance. Like them, you may address me as Tian Xiao. Certainly. Young master. To Tang Hao's astonishment, among the most exalted beings on the Douluo continent, the more supreme the power, the greater the emphasis on such courtesies. Nevertheless, these matters seemed trivial. The return of Tang Hao was undoubtedly a momentous occasion, akin to the grand homecoming of the esteemed ancestor of the Haotian sect. Brother Hao, you have finally returned. Amidst the welcoming crowd, there was one individual whose presence Tang Hao could not overlook, Tang Yuehua. The relationship between these 2 individuals was originally that of siblings, yet why did an unusual emotion arise when their gazes met? Moreover, this particular look had been witnessed by Long Fantian before, as the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus had previously encountered a pair of sibling lovers. Indeed, Master Yu Xiaojing and Aunt Lu Erlong once shared such a deeply affectionate gaze, completely disregarding the presence of others. Ahem. Though it pained him to interrupt this pair of siblings, Long Fantian was reluctant to find himself in an embarrassing predicament and casually intervened before their impending embrace could transpire. Yuehua, have you married? Who is your husband? Why not introduce him to your brother? Faced with Tang Hao's probing questions, Tang Yuehua found herself at a loss for words, stealing glances sideways. Could it be? Has my sister wed the young master? The expression on Tang Hao's face was as vivid as a cat caught by the tail, a spectacle of emotions. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for me, Long, that such a beautiful woman as Sister Yuehua would choose to be with me. Then, I shall extend my heartfelt congratulations to the young master and Sister Yuehua for a harmonious union and the early arrival of noble offspring. Although he uttered celebratory words, the disappointment reflected in Tang Hao's eyes was unmistakable. It is perhaps better not to speak of such matters. Although the return of Tang Hao is indeed a cause for great joy, the elders of the Haotian sect seem to be shrouded in concern. What could have transpired? Has my return caused inconvenience for everyone? Not at all, Brother Hao. The troubling news stems from the reports brought back by our scouts dispatched in recent days. Sensing Tang Hao's sensitivity, Tang Yuehua spoke candidly about the situation. Yuehua, have our disciples been attacked? Not at all, my husband. Our disciples of the Haotian sect are not to be trifled with. Even the spirit hall retreats at the sight of us. Is it related to something else? Indeed. We have discovered that the lower 4 sects, or rather now the lower 3 sects, have been acting rather furtively, frequently engaging with individuals from the spirit hall. With the Xiangjia sect having succumbed to the dominion of the Heavenly Dragon sect, their ranks have diminished. What do you mean? My husband. Do you recall the rumors circulating across the continent? It is said that the spirit hall intends to re-evaluate the 7 major sects. And I suspect these individuals are motivated by that. Indeed, this aligns with the memories of Long Fantian. The Spirit Hall originally planned to eradicate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect before redistributing the powers across Douluo continent. It seems some individuals have begun to act on their impulses. Yet do they truly believe that the remaining experts of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sects are mere illusions? Moreover, that Qian Dalu had just conceded before Tangshan. How could he so swiftly turn against us? A troop of jesters. It appears we erred in allowing such individuals into the ranks of the 7 major sects during our division of the continent. Tang Chun, seemingly unperturbed by the intelligence, remarked. The ambition of the lower 3 sects is indeed considerable, yet it remains to be seen if their appetite aligns with their aspirations. Chapter 168, The Spirit Hall's Reassessment of the 7 Major Sects. I always suspected that old rascal harbored ill intentions. I should have taught that brat a severe lesson before. In this world, there is no remedy for regret. If the Spirit Hall were not to stir up trouble, the Douluo continent would undoubtedly be far more peaceful than it is now. Thus, it is imperative to subdue those who create chaos fundamentally. Only then can we all rest easy in the future. Ancestor, it is likely that within the next few days, the Spirit Hall will officially announce the re-election of the 7 great sections. Should we take action? Given the robust information network in the Tiandou Empire, the news obtained by Tang Yuehua is undoubtedly reliable and truthful. The Spirit Hall has long coveted the world and will not allow the emergence of a single Tang Chun to disrupt its prior arrangements. Therefore, unless a fundamental solution can be found, we will continue to be led by the nose. Young master, shall we initiate an offensive against the Spirit Hall in advance? Leave that old angel to me. I assure you, I will crush him. Feeling as though he has been toyed with by Qian Daolu. This seems to be the first time Tang Chun has expressed such fury. There is no rush. Let us first observe what these individuals intend to do. Moreover, we can take advantage of these few days to make some moves. What do you think? In truth, Long Fantian refrained from disclosing his plan because he was concerned that Haotian Sect might not be able to lower their pride. According to Long Fantian's original plan, anyone daring to stand against them at this juncture must be annihilated, just as the entire Elephant Armor sect was made to vanish from the Douluo continent. Any other lesser sects attempting to cause trouble would meet the same fate. However, it seems that this task can only be undertaken by Long Fantian himself, as the individuals from Haotian Sect would surely struggle to swallow their pride. Besides, at present, apart from encountering top-tier powerhouses like Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu, there are few who pose a threat to Long Fantian across the Douluo continent. During this time, you should enjoy a reunion with your family. I will wander about, as it is easy for you to find me given your abilities. Although he did not explicitly state his intentions, it is believed that Tang Chun understands. No problem. Young master, let us split our forces. I have some matters to organize. Haha, this is the elder's token of my time longman. Should you require any resources, feel free to contact Huewa or Cerner directly. Long Fantian holds considerable trust in Tang Chun, for such capable allies are indeed rare. Thank you for your trust, young master. This time, allow me to strategize thoroughly. Once we resolve the troubles posed by the Spirit Hall, I can pursue the life I desire. As he spoke, Tang Chun's gaze seemed to drift towards the east, where it is said the ocean lies. The so-called tragic endings in the original narrative will surely not manifest under Long Fantian's watch. After all, the current historical trajectory has diverged significantly from the original work. The protagonist is no longer Tang San, but rather our esteemed Lord of the Dragon Gate. Yuehua, I must ask you to bear some burden during this time. You may need to liaise between the Haotian Sect and the Tiandou Empire. Is that agreeable? Before departing, Long Fantian had several matters to relay to Tang Yuehua. The resources and capabilities possessed by this woman are undoubtedly evident to all, and Long Fantian has no intention of demanding them back, as this is founded on a complete mutual trust. However, Tang Hao seems increasingly hesitant these past few days, especially when confronted with Tang Yuehua, often choosing to avoid her. It is believed that once Long Fantian departs for a while, the awkwardness between the siblings will dissipate. As for the notion of infidelity, it is merely a unilateral assumption by someone. Tang Yuehua is a sagacious woman, and Tang Hao has long found his own destination. Their interactions henceforth will remain that of siblings. There is absolutely no possibility of the concerns that Long Fantian harbors, especially with the presence of the esteemed ancestor, Tang Chun. Ensuring that no unforeseen incidents will occur. One must not overthink the situation. Volume 3, Chapter 169, Journey to the Star Luo Empire Master. We have arrived at the Star Luo Empire. I have already contacted acquaintances there and gathered some intelligence regarding our counterpart. Long Fantian did not embark on this journey alone. He disguised himself as part of a so-called merchant convoy, with core members primarily being elders from the former Elephant Armor sect. Among the 4 lower sects, aside from the annihilated Elephant Armor, the remaining 3 are all situated within the territory of the Star Luo Empire, thus presenting some complications. Nevertheless, Since Long Fantion has resolved to venture into unfamiliar territory to conquer the other sects, he would undoubtedly be well prepared. Upon reaching the border of the two nations, a lavishly equipped patrol squad suddenly emerged, reminiscent of a royal guard. May I inquire if the visitors ahead are from the Heavendo Empire? Our prince has been awaiting your arrival for some time. Please, Mr. Long, step forward to speak. Do you recall the events that transpired during Ming Rongrong's wedding? On that occasion, the prince of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai, personally attended. Although he maintained a low profile that day, it does not imply that he was inactive. I never expected to trouble you, Big Brother Dai, to come in person today. I truly feel somewhat guilty about it. After their brief exchange during that meeting, the relationship between them had significantly strengthened. In both public and private settings, Dai Mubai permitted Long Fantion to address him in such a manner, treating him as an equal. I didn't anticipate your swift arrival, Fantion. It has been ages since anyone called me Big Brother Dai. Are Xiao San and the others still reluctant to come? Dai Mubai had hoped to invite his friends from Shrek Academy to witness his current self. Implicitly, he suggested that if they faced difficulties in the Heavendo Empire, they could seek refuge in his domain. Although Dai Mubai had returned to the Star Luo Empire to assume his princely duties, this elder brother remained quite considerate of his former junior companions. The Haoyan sect requires some internal adjustments, so Tang San might not be able to come for a while. Ma Hongjun has yet to recover from his injuries. In fact, Long Fantion had his own plans when dealing with that spirit hall Douluo. Although Tang San no longer holds significant sway over him, their presence at Big Brother Dai's territory effectively diminishes the strength of the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Let us all tacitly acknowledge this matter. Then I shall rely on your kind assistance for my little brothers. Pray, share with me your thoughts on this visit to the Starry Empire. In truth, there is no grand intention. I merely wish to verify the so-called rumors. Surely, the Starry Empire would not desire to witness its own domain infiltrated by the Spirit Hall. To be frank, the lower four sects have long been rather ineffectual, lacking any title Douluo of formidable strength, confined to their humble territories. Yet, this time, the Spirit Hall has audaciously proclaimed its intention to re-evaluate the rankings of the 7 great sections. This is certainly not mere grandiloquence. Rather, it is an exploration of various reactions. When combined with the experiments being conducted by the Spirit Hall and Oscar, we can essentially discern the underlying narrative of the entire affair. Given that there exists a method to swiftly enhance the combat prowess of certain individuals, enabling them to ascend to the rank of title Douluo, it stands to reason that these experimental subjects are likely drawn from factions that have demonstrated loyalty to the Spirit Hall. Among them, the remaining lower 3 sects serve as the most suitable candidates. Furthermore, the absence of a title Douluo over the years indicates that these individuals are undoubtedly eager to acquire formidable power. Therefore, the events that transpired in the Tiandou Empire may very well be poised to replay within the Xingluo Empire. Those who have allied themselves with the Spirit Hall possess only one means to demonstrate their loyalty, a blood oath. Consequently, the imperial family of the Xingdou Empire, along with the entire realm, has become the primary target for these individuals. This signifies the paramount importance of Dai Mubai's meeting with Long Fantion today. Although it has yet to be officially announced, the Star Luo Empire has indeed joined the alliance. Chapter 170, The White Tiger of the Lower 4 Sects of Douluo Continent. Though I am somewhat reluctant to admit it, we have recently observed some unusual movements within the White Tiger sect. However, I believe you can surmise the nature of my relationship with them. Long Fantion possesses a certain understanding of the White Tiger sect within the Star Luo Empire. As the saying goes, dragons and tigers vie for supremacy. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon ranks 3rd in the Heavendo Empire, while the White Tiger sect of the Star Luo Empire holds the 4th position. Do you still remember what Dai Mubai's martial soul is? The White Tiger clan is indeed closely allied with the imperial family of the Xingluo Empire. Should they unexpectedly launch an attack, the previous palace coup within the Stardust Empire's royal family may very well be reenacted. This is no trivial matter. The Spirit Hall has surely learned from its previous failures. Should they embark on a similar operation, it would undoubtedly take us by surprise and strike decisively. That seemingly secure figure, Dai Mubai, will undoubtedly become the primary target for various assassination attempts. After all, this young man has now inherited the title of prince, and when the time comes for succession, he will be the leader. Indeed, this is not mere speculation. Dai Mubai must have already witnessed Oscar's capabilities. Based on various logical deductions, Oscar should be among the strongest of those subjected to the experiments. On the day of Ning Ronron's wedding, this young man demonstrated nearly the pinnacle strength of an 89th level soul Douluo. This implies that to break through the 90th level, he may require no more than half a year, perhaps even just 3 months. The 3 sects within the Star Luo Empire have certainly dispatched their most exceptional disciples, and those individuals will not possess power inferior to that of Soul Douluo. By this estimation, within 8 months at the latest, we can expect the emergence of 3 to 4 titled Douluo-level powerhouses. Moreover, given the cautious manner in which the Spirit Hall operates, these individuals will likely remain concealed from the eyes of the top 3 sects, being directly deployed into the Star Luo Empire. I trust that Long Fontain's judgment has already been considered by Dai Mubai as a member of the royal family. He must be accustomed to such undercurrents in both overt and covert struggles. Indeed, Oscar's current strength is somewhat unexpected. Whether voluntary or coerced, their target will undoubtedly be the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. What should I do? Although Dai Mubai is guarded by titled Douluo protectors, these individuals maintain close ties with those sections. If a conflict were to arise, these royal guardians might very well become adversaries, which is a valid concern. Furthermore, those factions have the formidable Spirit Hall backing them. Do you believe they would refrain from sending powerful allies? Therefore, I implore Dai Mubai to cooperate with my actions here. For should any chaos ensue, I hope he will assist in resolving it. In truth, Long Fontain's plans are both barbaric and crude, reminiscent of his previous tactics against the Elephant Armor sect. If granted permission, he would undoubtedly storm in uninvited. I must confer with key figures in the royal family regarding this matter, as the methods you employed previously were indeed rather conspicuous. Although I have distanced myself from the Heavendo Empire, Dai Mubai remains vigilant toward the ascendant power of Long Fontaine. The news of this meeting at the border swiftly reached the Star Luo Empire. At the White Tiger sect, within the Elder Council Hall, has the message been dispatched to the Pope? I did not expect that madman from the Heavendo Empire to arrive so swiftly. It is said this young man possesses the second mutated martial soul of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, rendering even the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall powerless against him. Nonsense. Unless that old eel comes personally, our White Tiger sect is not to be trifled with. Everyone, let us await the arrival of the Spirit Hall's experts before making further decisions. This is a matter of life and death for our White Tiger sect and cannot be treated lightly. It seems the White Tiger sect is quite conflicted internally. Chapter 171. Who is the true Ghost Douluo sect master? It seems we previously received a secret letter from the Spirit Hall, stating that they would dispatch a titled Douluo powerhouse to assist us, specifically of the elder level. Do not assume that the members of the White Tiger sect are fools. They would not squander all their resources for the sake of a hollow title. After years of cultivation, the White Tiger sect has become a household name within the Star Luo Empire, and even the current crown prince, Dai Mubai, maintains close ties with them. Thus, until they witness something concrete, the members of the White Tiger sect will remain non-committal. However, if the other party is willing to send a titled Douluo powerhouse, that is an entirely different matter. Yet, these members of the White Tiger sect likely could not have imagined what events were about to unfold. The weather in the Star Luo Empire is indeed sweltering. I never anticipated being dispatched to such a remote location. A convoy from the Spirit Hall is tasked with escorting a formidable titled Douluo. Their destination is the imperial city of the Star Luo Empire, part of the Spirit Hall's strategy to reinforce its dominion over the Star Do Empire. My lord, you are stepping in for the long-absent Ghost Douluo on this expedition. Upon your return, the elder position will undoubtedly be yours. Although the individual before us has only recently ascended to the initial ranks of a 90th level titled Douluo, he is already surrounded by a throng of sycophantic subordinates. Ha ha ha, the elixir crafted by the master named Oscar is truly remarkable. If you assist me diligently this time, each of you shall be rewarded with a vial upon our return, judging by his demeanor. This figure shrouded in dark energy seems to follow the same path as Ghost Douluo. Little do these members of the Spirit Hall realize that they are mere impostors, while the true force stands before them. As the convoy traverses an uncharted gorge, a shroud of black mist suddenly envelopes the sky ahead. It is a spirit, resembling the dark fog, seemingly akin to the power coursing through this titled Douluo's body. Who dares to conjure illusions here? We are the esteemed ambassadors of the Spirit Hall. Obstructing our path is tantamount to courting death. The one leading the charge is a pinnacle soul sage at level 79, the loudest flatterer moments ago. However, before he can complete his utterance, a colossal black hand appears to emerge from the mist, ensnaring the unfortunate soul and drawing him into its depths. Crack, crack, gurgle. There are no cries for help or pleas for mercy, only the chilling sound of swallowing echoing from within the black shroud. What is this? Who dares to play tricks here? Let your ghostly grandfather reveal your true self. Witnessing the inexplicable demise of his underling. The level 90 title Douluo from the Spirit Hall was naturally unwilling to accept this fate. With a surge of power, he unleashed 9 formidable soul rings, charging into the swirling black mist amidst a flurry of flying sand and stones. Boom. Crack. You, how could it be you? Weren't you supposed to have been vanquished by the enemy? How is this possible? Initially, it was believed that this title Douluo could resolve everything effortlessly. After all, according to past intelligence, there were only a handful of titled Douluos of note within the entire Star Luo Empire. Moreover, those individuals were all maintained within the royal court, making it utterly impossible for them to roam freely. Yet, the question remained, why had this titled Douluo, who was purportedly capable of replacing the ghost Douluo, also met his demise? After the billowing black smoke dissipated, chaos ensued, leaving behind a frail old man enshrouded in dark mist. This peculiar elder seemed to be bound by thick iron chains encircling him. The true ghost Douluo, how could this be? Hadn't this elder already perished? Why was he present in this place? Was he human or a ghost? The remaining members of the Spirit Hall immediately recognized that this was indeed the authentic ghost Douluo. But by the time they contemplated fleeing, it was already too late. Huang Shuebianhua. Chapter 172. This Spirit Hall envoy is called Fantion. What a group of ungrateful fools. Daring to impersonate the ghost Douluo? A bunch of self-deluded individuals. After retracting his martial soul, Long Fantion slowly approached the ghost Douluo. Utilizing the methods previously imparted by Wei Wuxian, this former elder of the Spirit Hall had now transformed into Long Fantion's ghostly general. The situation was similar for the Chrysanthemum Douluo, who had previously emerged at the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School. Although these two could not unleash their peak powers, they had now become invaluable assets in Long Fantion's arsenal. However, the sole drawback was that both the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo retained only their combat instincts, devoid of all self-awareness. This led to an awkward atmosphere, as it felt as though someone was conversing with a mere piece of wood. You go and don the attire of that envoy, while we dispose of the other corpses. We shall impersonate members of the Spirit Hall, just the two of us. Though not as anticipated, the members of the White Tiger Sect were nonetheless pleased to receive the esteemed visitors from the Spirit Hall. Chief Elder Shamu Tian greeted the two envoys, expressing confusion as to why only 2 had arrived when previous intelligence suggested a larger contingent. Observing the 2 individuals clad in Spirit Hall garb, Shamu Tian appeared both anxious and suspicious. The leader radiated power that undoubtedly corresponded to the title Douluo level. Yet he maintained a stoic silence. Surely, this must be the legendary ghost Douluo. Meanwhile, the other young man, although only at the Soul Sage level, wore a mischievous grin along the way. He chuckled, "You Star Luo Empire folks are indeed fools. How could we accomplish our mission if we arrived with great fanfare? Yes, indeed, your wisdom is undeniable. We truly lacked consideration." The ghost Douluo seemed to be acting aloof, ignoring Shamu Tian as he marched forward like a walking corpse. "Elder Xiao, this is our esteemed ghost Douluo. I am the future Fantion Douluo, though I am currently only a soul sage. Heh. It is an honor for our White Tiger Sect to host you, and representatives from the other 2 sects have also been dispatched. I shall arrange for your meeting shortly." According to external rumors, the ghost Douluo was notoriously difficult to communicate with, said to be akin to a living corpse. However, this young man who claimed to be the future Fantion Douluo appeared quite amiable, suggesting that all matters could be easily discussed with him. "Excellent. My master is indeed such a person. The illustrious soul masters across the Douluo continent must have heard of his tales, just like that. Very well." Due to their disparity in strength, Long Fantion could only masquerade as the ghost Douluo's disciple. Yet, due to the other party's apprehension, they surprisingly accepted them without verification. I see. Is there anything else the esteemed envoy requires? We can arrange things promptly. Requirements? Essentially, just these. I have heard that the young ladies of your Star Luo Empire are quite adept at wielding feline martial souls. If the opportunity arises, could you possibly? The celestial soul saint indeed possesses a rather down-to-earth demeanor. It is apparent that this individual is insatiably greedy. Rest assured, esteemed lords, you are our honored guests, and we have arranged an exquisite array of entertainment for you. It seems that this elder, known as Xiao Mutian, has already surmised the intentions of the other party. That ghost Douluo may indeed have a rather peculiar temperament, appearing entirely impervious to negotiation. However, the celestial soul saint beside him appears to be well-versed in etiquette. As long as you attend to these two gentlemen with utmost care, it is certain that upon their return to the Spirit Hall, they will speak favorably of you. Those who comprehend such matters do not require names to be spoken aloud, do they? Aha, splendid, splendid. You, the White Tiger Sect, are steadfast allies of our Spirit Hall. And when the time comes to re-evaluate our allegiances, you shall be our foremost consideration. Thank you, esteemed envoy. Please, this way. Chapter 173. The Arrogant Princess Consort. Zhu Zhiqing Master, since they extend such cordial invitations, let us partake in a drink before addressing the pressing matters at hand. Feigning a discussion with the nearby ghost Douluo, Long Fantian subtly tugged at the chain binding him. He then observed the ghost Douluo nod exaggeratedly, reminiscent of a bone snapping. Creak. My master has consented. You may hasten to make arrangements. The more sensational, the better. Kindly allow the two esteemed envoys to wait briefly in the inn's grand hall. The entertainment shall commence shortly. In honor of the esteemed guests from the Spirit Hall, the White Tiger Sect has reserved the largest inn in the city. Before these gentlemen could settle, exquisite delicacies and snacks were already presented. Moreover, even the attendants assigned to the honored guests were meticulously selected, all of whom were ethereal spirit cats. However, just as the splendid performances were about to commence, a cold snort echoed from outside the inn. Humph! Do you fools not recognize the significance of today's visitors? I am eager to see who dares obstruct the path of the princess consort. It appears that the White Tiger Sect's reservation has provoked the ire of higher aristocracy. As the identity of the opposing party is truly formidable, so it is the princess consort. My sincerest apologies. The Grand Elder of the White Tiger Sect has secured this venue, and we are powerless to alter that. Outrageous. Does the Douluo Empire now belong to the White Tiger Sect? We shall enter regardless. Who dares to impede me? It is indeed a remarkable coincidence today. Rumor has it that the princess consort, Zhu Zhiqing, once savored a delectable pastry here, and she intended to revisit, only to encounter this predicament. Before the elder of the White Tiger Sect could negotiate, they were abruptly thrust into the grand hall by an overwhelming force. Who dares to disturb the esteemed ghost Douluo of the Spirit Hall? Do you seek your own demise? The individual known as Fantian, the Soul Sage, boldly stepped forth. Didn't these individuals previously agree to remain discreet? Why have they now revealed their identities? It is important to note that the Douluo Empire is not comparable to the Heaven Do Empire, as the control of the Spirit Hall here is rather weak. This is precisely why the Spirit Hall has been frequently engaging with the White Tiger Sect in recent times. On one hand, this sect is undeniably the most formidable within the entire Douluo Empire. On the other hand, it is due to their close ties with the Imperial family. Are you individuals from the Spirit Hall? What brings you to our territory within the Douluo Empire? Speak. Once again, there stands a woman wielding the ethereal spirit cat, identified as the Crown Princess Zhu Zhiqing. Unlike the servile attendants who merely bear trays with forced smiles, this royal lady from the Xingluo Empire possesses formidable combat prowess. She has previously claimed victory in the team tournament of the Soul Master competition. However, for reasons unknown, this headstrong Crown Princess Zhu Zhiqing harbors a profound disdain for the Spirit Hall, and she has audaciously chosen to act before the public eye. How dare you, insolent ruffians? Lay hands on the Crown Princess? Do you wish for your own demise? Witnessing their sovereign unveil her martial soul, the guards present prepared for action. It is absurd. Although the Crown Princess hails from Shrek Academy and has some grievances with the Spirit Hall, must the atmosphere be so fraught with tension? Your Highness, I am the Grand Elder of the White Tiger Clan, Xiaomutian. On that day in the palace, I had the honor of introducing myself to the prince and your esteemed self alongside my clan members. I wonder if you still remember me? Observing that the situation has escalated beyond control, the elderly figure from the White Tiger Clan hastily stepped forth as a mediator. This time, the engagement with the Spirit Hall was a unilateral decision made by their sect, without prior consultation with any party, which seems rather inappropriate. Yet, who could have anticipated that the two sides would encounter each other so swiftly, resulting in such an awkward situation? You? I seem to have a vague recollection. But why is the White Tiger Sect maintaining such secrecy regarding their clandestine dealings with the Spirit Hall, particularly from our royal family? What clandestine activities are you engaged in behind our backs? As the Crown Princess, Zhu Zhiqing's remarks are entirely justifiable. For the White Tiger Sect indeed did not communicate any information beforehand. Chapter 174. Allow me to showcase the might of the ghost Douluo. This is truly a misunderstanding. We intended to finalize all matters before reporting back. After all, originally, Xiaomutian wished to elaborate, but Zhu Zhiqing's words left him momentarily speechless, left with no choice. He could only hang his head. donning an expression of profound grievance. Huh. What secretive dealings are you conducting without our royal family's knowledge? Seize that person for me. It is common knowledge that our crown prince and crown princess have had long-standing conflicts with the Spirit Hall. Hence, Zhu Zhuqing's reaction to the White Tiger Sect's covert collusion with the Spirit Hall is entirely reasonable. However, apprehending someone seems excessive, especially since the personnel from the Spirit Hall have not provoked you. It appears that your royal family of the Douluo Empire remains oblivious to the situation. We, the Spirit Hall, have already gathered over half of the Soul Masters from the entire continent. Witnessing the tense atmosphere, the Soul Saint from the Spirit Hall, known as Tangan, appeared to seek refuge under the banner behind him. However, he was met with Zhu Zhuqing's incisive counterattack. Fourth Soul Skill, Netherworld Shadow Clone. My goodness, Zhu Zhuqing is indeed the Crown Princess. How can she resort to violence over a mere disagreement? Although her opponent is a Soul Saint, he found himself flustered and disoriented in the face of her sudden assault. You wicked woman, how dare you strike at our Spirit Hall members? Are you seeking death? No. No. Please calm your anger, esteemed one. This lady is the Crown Princess of our Douluo Empire. Spare me some grace. Seeing the situation escalating rapidly, an elder from the White Tiger Sect hastily stepped forward to intervene. Yet, the Crown Princess was resolute, directly commanding the dozen or so guards behind her to join the fray. This directly incensed the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, who had been seated. As this individual manifested 9 soul rings, an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire venue. You audacious fools dare to provoke us at the Spirit Hall? Do you truly believe we are powerless against you? Young man, this is the territory of the Douluo Empire. What do you intend to do? Allow me to demonstrate the might of my master, the Ghost Douluo. No sooner had the seraphic Soul Saint's voice faded than the Ghost Douluo's form transformed once more into a swirling mass of black mist, shrouding the entirety of the scene. Ah, help! I do not wish to perish. Esteemed sir, I just poured you a drink. Please grant me mercy. Cries for assistance echoed, help! Help! Even though Zhu Zhuqing and her guards were all incapacitated at that moment. After all, these are the well-trained royal guards, who would never beg for mercy even in the face of death. However, the attendants responsible for the reception could no longer contain themselves, and chaos ensued. The Crown Prince of the Douluo Empire, Dai Mubai, has arrived. Just as the situation appeared to spiral out of control, a more significant figure made an entrance. It was Dai Mubai, the universally acknowledged heir to the royal throne of the Douluo Empire. The initially menacing Ghost Douluo seemed to hesitate, gradually retracting his formidable power. Yet, why did the Ghost Douluo's actions seem so mechanical, as though he were under someone else's control? What transpired? Who dares to lay a hand on the Crown Princess? Step forward. Observing the unfamiliar envoy from the Spirit Hall before him, Dai Mubai appeared incensed. However, it seemed these two individuals had exchanged furtive glances moments ago, while none present dared to meet the prince's gaze. Ah, it is indeed the Crown Prince of the Douluo Empire. I encountered you at the Soul Master Conference. You are Dai Mubai from Shrek Academy, correct? How audacious. The name of our Crown Prince is not something to be uttered by you. Humph. The Spirit Hall is not bound by the constraints of your empire. Your tactics hold no sway over us. The audacity of these Spirit Hall individuals is truly remarkable. They show no respect even in the presence of the Crown Prince. Huh. You speak with such bravado. Would you care to spar with me, Your Highness? What is happening today? What has come over these royal figures? First, the Crown Princess Zhu Zhuqing engaged in a fierce confrontation. And now even the Crown Prince Dai Mubai is involved. Chapter 175. Who orchestrated this spectacle? Excellent. I have long heard of the prince's white tiger spirit, and I am eager to witness its prowess firsthand. You insolent wretch, I shall tear your insolent mouth apart. Even banishing you to the depths of hell would not alleviate the fury in my heart. Perhaps witnessing his royal consort being bullied has driven Dai Mubai into a rage. However, the titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall appears to be a mere spectator, seemingly relishing the unfolding drama. Perhaps he dares not offend the royal family lightly. Come on. Let us take this outside. This place is too cramped. Who fears whom? Does this prince truly fear you outsiders? This entire Douluo Empire is my domain. These two individuals seemingly harbor no deep-seated animosity. Why then, must they engage in such life-threatening confrontations? However, due to Dai Mubai's unique status, those nearby dared not interrupt the duel between the Crown Prince and his opponent, left only to witness as the two hastily exited the restaurant. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. I said, Dai, I truly cannot comprehend your thoughts. Is it merely about the three lower sects? If your royal family were to turn a blind eye, I could ensure their complete disappearance within half a month. In truth, the scene was not Dragon Fan Tion's intention. He had originally intended to eradicate the three lower sects entirely. Yet, it appears that the reality is far more complex. The primary issue lies in the fact that the Heavenly Dragon sect possesses virtually no foundation within the Star Luo Empire. And the White Tiger sect in front of him is precisely the type that cannot be uprooted. Thus, if one wishes for the Star Luo Empire to become an ally of the Heavenly Dragon sect, it is imperative to adhere to their customs. Although Dai Mubai has yet to ascend to the throne of the Star Luo Empire, the ambitions of this crown prince are vast. He aspires to firmly grasp control over those three sects, thereby earning the right to confront the Spirit Hall. These are the conditions under which the Star Luo Empire is willing to join the Heaven Do Empire and the Heavenly Dragon Gate to collectively confront the Spirit Hall. Oh, Brother Long, I acknowledge your formidable prowess, and I am aware that you can certainly articulate and execute your intentions. However, do you intend for me to clean up the mess? Furthermore, the next time you encounter Zhu Zhiqing, please. Although everything prior was a mere fade, it is evident that this big brother Dai is utterly devoted to his beloved. Even in pretense, he permits no one to harm his cherished one. It is akin to broadcasting affection in public. While Long Fantion has also garnered several confidants, none possess the depth of feeling exhibited by this couple. Very well, I apologize for my previous rudeness and shall be more mindful of my demeanor henceforth. By the way, the individual accompanying you seems to be the ghost Douluo, correct? Why does this old fellow exhibit such unwavering obedience to you? Although Dai Mubai realizes that the other party harbors secrets he is reluctant to divulge, after all, he is an elder of the Spirit Hall. Ah, in truth, there is little to it. The ghost Douluo and the Jew Douluo you encountered previously have been transformed into puppets by my secret arts, obedient only to my command. I see. Having these two formidable guardians by your side brings me reassurance. However, the Spirit Hall will inevitably uncover the incident involving the ambushed envoy, and we must expedite our actions. Rest assured, Big Brother Dai, my only hope is that, when the time comes, you will stand alongside us representing the Star Luo Empire. For none can ascertain the full extent of the Spirit Hall's hidden strength. This conclusion was reached after a discussion between Long Fantion and Tangan. In terms of individual strength, that Angel Douluo cannot possibly contend with the Haoyan Douluo. However, the profound depth and power that the Spirit Hall possesses remain inscrutable to all. Furthermore, with Oscar currently conducting his experiments, who knows if they are merely playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger? Thus, during such a crucial time, it is imperative to gather more allies to bolster our strength as much as possible. Chapter 176. The Undercurrents of the Star Luo Empire Report to the Master. We have located Prince Dai Mubai. From our observations, he appears to be unharmed. Initially, the disappearance of Dai Mubai alongside that soul sage from the Spirit Hall had instilled panic throughout the entire imperial city. Even the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire personally inquired about the matter, for after all, he is the pillar of their nation's future. Should the Spirit Hall prove to be ruthless, it could undoubtedly trigger a monumental upheaval within the empire. The one most concerned about the Crown Prince is none other than his previously defeated brother, Davis. On the surface, it seems that Davis has completely lost his eligibility to inherit the throne. However, if anything were to happen to Dai Mubai at this juncture, who would stand to gain the most? This is an open secret that everyone understands, yet many are reluctant to acknowledge. After all, it's not merely about the imperial throne, but concerns the vital interests of numerous individuals. Mubai, I'm relieved you're unharmed. Next time, don't act so impulsively against the Spirit Hall members. Those people harbor ill intentions. Upon confirming his younger brother was completely unharmed, Dai Weiss displayed genuine joy, showing no trace of a scheming usurper. Don't worry, brother. That despicable brat from the Spirit Hall is nothing but a coward. He wouldn't dare truly harm me. Otherwise, I guarantee he wouldn't leave our empire alive. Dai Mubai seemed entirely unconcerned. After all, this was their imperial city. Good, I'm glad you think that way. I was just about to send someone to teach those two a lesson. No. That titled Douluo is the infamous ghost Douluo of the Spirit Hall, a favorite of Pope Bibi Dong. Seeing Dai Weiss' indignant expression, Dai Mubai hurriedly dissuaded him. It seemed even this prince wasn't entirely fearless. Yet when Dai Mubai turned away, he failed to notice the fleeting smirk that crossed his brother's face. So, do you think we can turn the tables this time? Or do you expect me to spend my life as a loser by your side? She is a woman whose allure surpasses even that of Zhu Zhiqing, and her martial soul is the very same. The woman is named Zhu Zhuyun, and she is the elder sister of the current crown princess. Due to the stipulations of both families, the Grand Prince and Zhu Zhuyun are paired as a perfect match, optimizing their soul compatibility. Although the Douluo continent traditionally values individual strength, the emergence of soul fusion techniques has subtly altered the landscape. While the royal family of the Star Luo Empire may not be the mightiest, the combination of the White Tiger and the Nethercat souls yields formidable fusion techniques. Previously, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had already showcased their prowess at the Soul Master Tournament. However, do you believe that the seemingly affable Davis would simply relinquish his ambitions? What we require now is patience. It is somewhat inconvenient for me to intervene directly. You must find a way to engage those two envoys from the Spirit Hall, particularly the younger one. Indeed, Davis harbors ulterior motives, yet what does it signify that he sends a woman to make contact on his behalf? I have heard that the young soul saint from the Spirit Hall appears to have a penchant for women of our Nethercat lineage. Are you attempting to offer me to him? My dear, what are you thinking? I merely wish for you to represent me in interacting with the Spirit Hall. They may become our greatest allies. Sensing his partner's unease, Davis gently embraced her slender waist, his gaze filled with tender affection, utterly intoxicating. One can never be too certain. Should that soul saint from the Spirit Hall prove to be more accomplished than you, perhaps I might elope with him. You impudent girl, what are you saying? It seems that a few days apart have made you quite wild. The events that transpired afterward are indescribable, suffice it to say. The two were not seen leaving the room that evening. Chapter 177, Zhu Zhiyun's malicious intent. The following morning, at the inn where the Spirit Hall envoys were staying. Knock. Knock, knock. Esteemed envoy, may I inquire if you are awake? What is it? A member of the royal family has expressed a desire to visit you. May I let them in? What is the situation? Did we not have direct communication with Dai Mubai? Why is there suddenly a royal visitor? Long Fantian found this exceedingly perplexing, but ultimately decided to meet with the visitor. Let them in. My master is out tending to matters. So feel free to discuss anything with me. To prevent the ghost Douluo from being exposed, Long Fantian had retracted him into his original space after the opening remarks yesterday. This also served to enhance the air of mystery surrounding the ghost Douluo, as his reputation was precisely that. Although rumors swirled in the Heavendo Empire that the ghost Douluo had been defeated, here in the Star Luo Empire, they only believe what their own eyes can perceive. Oh dear, how does the White Tiger clan manage affairs? How could you allocate such a small room for the two esteemed envoys? A woman, her voice imbued with an alluring charm, gracefully appeared before Long Fantian, striding with the elegance of a cat. Who are you? He inquired. I am of royal lineage. The current princess consort is my sister, so it is her. Though this woman, Zhu Zhuyun, has but a fleeting presence in the original text, she leaves an indelible impression. I wonder what